This boy's name is Johann, and he was diagnosed with a terminal illness at a young age. But luckily, after a feint, he transmigrated into a game called Inner Lunatic, only to end up in the body of Knox von Renhofer. He's now Ran, trapped in Knox's body, utterly helpless against the game's most vile villain. Looking at his stats, all he could feel was disgust, just as he felt with his life back on Earth. He'd been suffering from a terminal illness since childhood, and just as he was on the verge of death, he stumbled upon a game called In Lunatic. It was a famous high-level fantasy RPG, and this game was his entire life. Before logging out in despair and loneliness, Ro-chan decided to play the game to his heart's content, and the world began to spin. Ro-chan felt himself falling. Perhaps death had finally come for him. On a seemingly peaceful full moon night, a fierce battle erupts as countless sharp weapons are raised. The scene below is utter chaos, as soldiers shout orders, attack, take down that demon. Meanwhile, a young man with white hair and blood on his face is running for his life, his pursuers hot on his heels. One man runs, a chaotic chase ensues, and suddenly a soldier in armor appears, blocking his path. Receiving their orders, the group charges forward, but he won't simply sit back and let them decide his fate. Nock unleashed his power surrounding them, his body swift and graceful as he struck with violent force. Nock then raised his hand, gathering more energy before slamming it into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that caught them off guard. The earth shattered under the immense power, while the armored soldiers, engulfed in purple flames, stood frozen like statues. Before they could react, Nock sent them all to their graves. The power within him continued to surge, but he looked exhausted. 3 pairs of red eyes also appeared above him, but he looked like nothing more than a tattered vagrant. Nock couldn't stand clutching a piece of iron for support, lamenting his painful life when he noticed something. Following his gaze, the red-haired girl approached, her voice asking, "Why?" In the chaotic aftermath, a red-haired girl confronts Nock, questioning, "Why did you make that decision?" A flicker of pain and disappointment crossed her face. "Why did you make a deal with the devil? Why did you betray us, Renhaver?" She calls his name as clearly as a teacher, calling on a student for a pop quiz. Hearing this, Nock, as if possessed, only glances at her. Then with a blank stare he looked up and exclaimed, "Betrayal. Those who are afraid can leave because I'm not afraid to offend anyone." He smirks wickedly, admitting, "Yes, you should think I betrayed you." Nock then insisted that he was the victim who needed Min, so to clear his name, adding that they were the ones who betrayed him. Despite this, the red-haired girl wasn't angry, but instead she kept asking him questions, making Nock a little happy, and he smirked just like a CEO looking at a silly little girl. "Stop arguing, just tell me when you got hurt like this." Nock, back to his listless self, begins to recount his tale, starting with a landing, a shining blue orb, and a notification. "You have completed the first part of In Lunatic. Total score 27. Amidst a scene of utter chaos, a young man sits before a brightly lit computer musing, not bad at all. Cigarette butts piled high, and I've amassed quite the inventory." On screen, a few lines announce the Great Mark has been cleared. Crescent Moon punishment of the Novon Renher Devil clear. Rose impaled by the Crescent Moon decision to assassinate the royal princess clear. Completed Sunrise in the east, suppressing the rebellion in the Tajalin kingdom. The boy looks at it, praising himself. "I've unlocked so many hidden achievements. I'm very satisfied." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a calendar circling the 6th, the day he goes to the hospital. Aside from the fact that he's going to die next month, the boy's memories begin to surface. 2 years prior, a brain scan revealed something to Yu-chan as the doctor solemnly informed him. "Patient Yu-chan, don't be afraid and listen to what I have to say. I don't know what the doctor told you, but judging by your expression, I can guess." Inside a vast estate, Yu-chan silently stares at the test results in his hand, Han's questions echoing in his mind. "You went to University Hospital 20, didn't you? You've been to 2 hospitals already. We've run countless tests." And with each word, Yu-chan's anxiety grew. "And we've come to the same conclusion. We can prescribe some painkillers. Take them when the pain is too much." The hand holding his test results went limp, and the unopened medicine bottle fell, scattering pills everywhere. With that hand, Yu-chan was like a lost soul, devoid of hope, his eyes now devoid of light. 2 years have passed when something suddenly catches Yu-chan's eye. There were piles of uncollected garbage bags, and a neatly arranged calendar. Then, Yu-chan coughed a few times, his face incredulous. What he coughed up was a mouthful of blood. "Am I really going to die? If he's going to die, he'll die clean." Yu-chan grabbed a tissue and wiped away the blood. He figured the results would be the same since it was all he could think about. But then a phone notification appeared. Yu-chan quickly picked it up and unlocked it, but he was speechless at the message inside. "University Hospital, 20 appointment confirmation, Yu-chan." He laments that he has no one to share this with. Yu-chan slumped in his chair, sighing. No one had contacted him since he lost his memory, and there was no one he could contact. Clutching the blood-stained paper, he knew he couldn't go anywhere in his condition. But then Yu-chan noticed a flyer on the table. The words felt like a cruel mockery of his current situation. "A conference for terminally ill cancer patients. Have unwavering faith," a church pamphlet. "Would you like to become our benefactor?" Yu-chan immediately lost his composure, crumpling the paper in his hand. He frantically rummaged through the discarded papers in desperation, his tears flowing as the game ended. Yu-chan wept tears of helplessness and despair sinking into the abyss. But then a light made him stop and look up. A notification appears out of nowhere. Will you start a new game? Yu-chan's resolute voice echoed, devoid of any lingering attachment. Before it ends, this is all I need to do. Without hesitation, Yu-trang clicks OIS, only to be prompted to enter user information. What is the player's name? A tear mixed with sweat rolled down Yu-chan's face as he smiled, wondering what character attribute he should become this time, the screen still displaying. Yuan-chan decided to choose both. Let's see. Mana, Sensitivity, Genius. Choose one character trait, Sword and Martial Arts Genius. Both Mana Sensitivity Genius and Swordsmanship and Martial Arts Genius. His eyes drifted to the notification window. Choosing 2 or more genius attributes will incur a penalty. Select 1 or fewer to avoid it. Neutral attribute, negative attribute, terminal illness. Seeing that line, Yu-chan fell silent once more, never expecting such a coincidence. I have an incurable disease, and so does my character. Once completed, the system inquires. Begin the game with the selected character, why not? Yu-chan clicks decisively, but a second later his lifeless eyes widen in horror as he's pulled into something terrifying. The shock disoriented Yu-chan, his chair wobbling. He trembled, falling hard to the ground, gasping for breath. Am I dead? The system suddenly announced character creation was successful, and Yu-chan thought to himself that death was something he'd forgotten, but at least he wanted to die satisfied. The system continued to flash, forcibly changing the character's name. Cut to another scene where notifications popped up, synchronizing at 4%, 6%, 19%, before stopping at 71%. Character creation complete. A young man's body lies still on a bed, his breathing labored. He suddenly jolts awake, a look of confusion on his face. Who is this? Where am I? Yu-chan, in this new body, stares at the vast room, wondering where he is. Overwhelmed by déjà vu, he cautiously steps forward, realizing he recognizes this place. He approached a mirror, reaching out in disbelief at this hellish game, recognizing that familiar face. Cons, he possessed the most evil character. He didn't know why those words appeared, but yes, this was one hell of a landing. The character's history is slowly revealed. Ren Haver, one of the Dark Masters of Lunatic. The family is deeply involved with the world's most notorious criminal organization. He's the youngest of the 5 Renher siblings. The Renher family has produced generations of magically and martially gifted children. But among all its members there was one utterly useless child, Khan's born dull-witted and burdened with a forbidden pact with a demon. He was the most disastrous villain in Lunatic's story. Remembering this, Yu-chan, now in Noon's body, couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration. He wondered if becoming Nocturne was just a dream, but as he fell into despair, the system appeared behind him. Here's all the information about the character he's inhabiting. Basic info: name, Noon Renher, male, age, 14, species, human. Dark main element, non-positive achievements, mana, perception, memory, steel spirit, neutral, negative, incurable disease. After reading, Yu-chan cried tears of joy even seeing a status window. Before he could celebrate, the system continued its introduction. Strength 2, mana 9, luck 7, willpower 10, magic 25. Yu-chan was quite taken aback. How could my stats be like this? Stamina is only 2, and on top of my negative traits being neutral, there's the negative dark attribute, terminal illness, pain, frailty, and frequent cold hands and feet. What a twist, Yu-chan suddenly realized. Don't tell me this is the character I customized before I have a limited time to live in reality. A year left with a terminal illness, and even with unique traits, I'm still limited here. He wondered, dazed. He couldn't remember exactly why he'd done it, but thinking back he had a vague idea. I wanted this character to be like me, someone with no one to rely on, and destined to die with the same limited time left as me. Of course I had no idea it would turn into such a disaster. Then the system notification appeared. You have an unread message in your inbox. Would you like to read it? Yu-chan immediately opened it without hesitation, even as he wondered aloud about the unread letter. Inside, a message appeared. Hello Yu-chan. No, I should call you Nox now. Reading the first line, Yu-chan felt a chill run down his spine. It knew his name. Yu-chan, my name, given by parents I don't even know, are alive. He was lost in thought, filled with questions. You brought me into this world. Could it know something about my forgotten past? The message continues. You won't remember me, but I need to tell you this. It's been a long time. Yu-chan read on, a mix of surprise and confusion washing over him. What? Each line of text made him sweat. He's done so well these past 2 years. He has the right to return here. Welcome back. Yu-chan stood frozen, unable to comprehend. Back again. The thought echoed endlessly in his mind. You're saying I'm no longer in my old world? Nock frowned with worry. And now is this my reality? He clenched his fists, drenched in sweat. This is just too absurd. The system continued to display messages. I can't reveal much about myself, but I hope I can be of assistance. Reading that, Nock fell into contemplation once more. Help. This mysterious figure offered advice without giving him time to think. Join Elon Academy, develop your strength, and try to stick to the main storyline as closely as possible. The whole truth will reveal itself naturally. As the system shuts down, Nock is left in confusion. Wait, that's it. Nock clutches his head in frustration. He needs to sort out his thoughts. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yu-chan now in Nock's form makes a decision. First, he's been reborn as the game's final boss, the inner lunatic. However, he still has some concerns, but does he really have to stick to the main storyline? No matter how you look at it, it means he'll eventually die. Remembering the message, Yu-chan, or rather Nock, accepts his fate, thinking that even if inner lunatic becomes his reality, it doesn't mean he'll give up on recovering his memories. At any cost, he would follow the main storyline, and rely on his lost memories to find out why he was in this world. His eyes shone with a newfound resolve to survive, and to that end, he would become a true villain. Nock smiles sinisterly, realizing that not much has changed from his old life. Yu-chan's memories flood back. 2 years before losing his memory, he was terminally ill, each moment a step closer to death. And I spent my life living in fear of death. The only thing that's changed is the system. Now Nock stands alone in the vast room of the world he knows best, then asks the system what day it is. It immediately responded that it was April of 1812. At that, Nock sighed, meaning he didn't have much time left. He seems to have regained his spirit, a bright smile on his face. So how shall I begin my 28th playthrough with passion? With that, Nock strode forward and opened the door, but as he touched the handle, his hand was met with a red flash as if blocked by something. For a moment he stood there, dumbfounded. The system display also chimed in, explaining that a negative attribute had been triggered due to the lingering effects of his illness. You have first-degree tenosynovitis. Please rest and recover fully. This caused him to curse under his breath. What the hell? Sunlight streams into the room from a clear sky. As he cradled his aching wrist and wandered around the house, he wondered what the hell is wrong with this body. Am I really this fragile? As he lamented, a maid appeared before him, and porcelain shattered around them. The girl appears looking weak and pitiful, surrounded by eerie blue magical flowers. A moment later, she recognized him and screamed, startling all the maids present and nearly bringing the building down. The young master, still reeling from the useless hand, winced in pain, then slowly glanced at the girl, recognizing the face, the brown hair, and the light orange eyes. Is this Rona? She looks terrified. She repeatedly bowed her head, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, please forgive me for the sin of injuring you. Searching his memories, Nock recalls that, as a minor character, all he remembers is her bad-mouthing him behind his back. But seeing her fragile, puppy-like expression, Nock couldn't help but wonder, could this innocent girl really have been talking about him behind his back? Even though he's a villain, he thought, forcing a smile as he approached Rona. I'll forgive you this time since I look like a proper villain right now. He spoke reassuringly, but his face was terrifying. If she made another mistake, he wouldn't let Nock warn her. Rona was so frightened that she hastily apologized. Yes, sir, that won't happen again. The atmosphere around him made him wonder it seemed so quiet. Dung approached the remaining 3 servants who were terrified, their faces pale as if they'd seen a ghost. It was then that Nock remembered he'd forgotten he was a madman. Nock, is that really you? What kind of life have you been living? Just as he was internally lamenting, Rona interrupted young master. Where are you off to so early? Nock immediately looks at her and replies, the training room. No sooner had he spoken than everyone was frozen in shock. Before they could recover, Nock dropped another bombshell. Rona, come with me. These words made Rona feel like the end was near. Don't tell me he's planning to beat me up. The sky is blue, and the sun shines on the magnificent castle. Nock is headed to the training room with Rona, who nervously glances at him. Nock, however, doesn't pay her any attention, lost in thought. First, he must survive. Remembering the real-life scene, he becomes more determined. Having experienced death, he was now certain. Back then, his eyes were lifeless, tears streaming down his face as he realized he didn't want to die. Back in the present, Nock gazes out, realizing he must adapt to his new reality, to survive, then wonders aloud. That doesn't mean I can't change things. Luna, who was with him, had no idea what he was talking about, and was utterly confused. Regardless, Nock was lost in thought. As someone who'd played this game 27 times, I know almost every hidden aspect of this game. Nox mutters, staring at the inner lunatic status window, a story of angels and demons clashing across an empire. The game has a huge global fan base, and what makes Inner Lunatic special is the ability to customize your character, allowing for diverse playstyles. While low-ranking attributes like normal or talented can be assigned multiple times, in most cases a genius attribute can only be assigned once. Using a genius attribute allows you to reach the top faster. I already possess both of those. In this game there's a concept called attribute penalties. When assigning an attribute beyond your limit, Monosense Genius asks you to choose a sword and combat genius attribute, a neutral attribute, an unfavorable attribute, or a terminal illness. By exploiting the system to work for you, you can assign 2 genius attributes. The swordsmanship and combat talent grants swordsmanship skills, allowing players to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. On the other hand, the Monosense talent heightens your sensitivity to magic, allowing you to cast spells more effectively. Thinking of this, Nox smirks with satisfaction. These all have great benefits. The protagonist has a skill called Mind's Eye, which allows him to see other players' status windows, and Master Acting allows you to perform any expression in any situation. It seems very useful in his circumstances. Unyielding Spirit can be used in combat, allowing the player to maintain a steadfast spirit and a cold exterior, but there's one problem: the Incurable Disease debuff is the worst. But the disadvantages: incurable disease, the curse of weakness, constant illness, freezing limbs, demonic possession. Sweat poured down his face, but he forced a stiff smile, looking like a walking hospital. For someone with perpetually cold limbs, entering a cold area is near impossible, save for players with warming skills, and with constant sickness, I'll probably faint at least once per chapter. Every so often he'd twitch and spasm, looking like he'd just escaped from an asylum, making Rona constantly glance at him. Well, I guess there's no turning back now. Let's proceed step by step. Soon Nock stood before the training room, as Rona watched on with growing doubt. We're right in front of the training room. Does he really want to go in? Suddenly, her doubt turned to surprise. It was Nock's serious and determined face. He stared intently ahead, while Rona stared at Nock's expression from behind. Without hesitation, Nock threw open the doors and stepped inside, lost in thought. First, the weakness curse. The player was afflicted with it from birth, having their growth rate and doubling their vulnerability to negative effects. I have to get rid of it first. The wooden sword slowly rises, Nock's hands slick with sweat. No matter how much I think about it, I can only come to one conclusion. He may look imposing, but he's like a fish on a cutting board, pale, breathless, and doomed. After all that novel-like introduction, the wooden sword falls from his hand. He collapses exhausted, realizing the harsh truth: he can't even swing the sword 10 times. He never imagined the weakness curse was so debilitating. The training room is vast, and as Nock sits up and observes, he can't help but admire it. As expected, there are many good weapons. Another introduction follows, explaining that the Renher family's foundation stems from the sword. When it comes to the Renher family, there are many flattering words about them, the most famous being the noble family of swords and shadows. They're known as such because of their technique of infusing dark magic into their blades to deal with their enemies, all thanks to the commander's blade known as the Tyrant of Darkness. It's passed down to the heads of the family, generation after generation. Nobu pretends not to care, wondering what it has to do with him. Besides swordsmanship, there are many benefits to joining a noble family. Yet he's just gawking at treasures, forgetting his training. Most importantly, money. Everyone loves money. So would Nock. He'd sell his soul to capitalism if it meant he could have money, because money is everything. He imagines gold coins raining down from the sky, and it dawns on him that the Renhafer family is one of the wealthiest in the story. Of course, they're incredibly rich. Rich enough that even their useless son has enough money to last a lifetime. He thought of his body's father, who likely didn't care if Nock spent his money wisely. From the start, Nock wasn't that kind of character, the youngest son of a noble family. After a moment's thought, Nock slowly stood up. After all, his role was clear: he would definitely spend all the money he had. His legs were already trembling as he stood up, Nock feeling a mix of helplessness and anticipation as he thought of Rona. Until Rona brought back the items I asked for, I couldn't even run. A few minutes earlier, when Rona was still with Nock, she pushed over a table with towels and water. Rona respectfully presented the items: a wooden sword, towel, and warm water for you, master. Still, she doubted what a useless man like Nock could possibly be planning. He's actually going to train. Nock's words suddenly froze Rona in her tracks. There's no one around, right? Come here, Rona. Seriously, all that from one sentence. Rona plummets into despair, crying out, "Why are you going to hit me?" He was being a good person, trying to calm down, but now he's being labeled as a violent person, making him fume with anger. What are you talking about? He then reached out, pulled Rona's ear, and told her to listen closely. One spoke, the other listened blankly, unsure if they understood. Then Rona blurts it all out, revealing the big secret after he tried to whisper. What? You want to use all that money? Rona frantically tries to question him, saying his ideas are absurd. Before she could finish, Nock silenced Rona, instantly cowing her into submission. Shut up and find those things. Yes, sir, please don't raise your voice at me, Rona thought with a chill of fear. He's changed. A moment later, he returned to the empty training room. The wooden sword remained untouched on the floor, as Nock surveyed the weapons. I don't know how agile Rona is, but I'll need those things here tomorrow. With that thought, he pours himself another glass of water. Nock raised his glass, lost in thought. Is this the tea Rona brought? I still have to break this curse and my weakness. I never imagined it would be this bad. Before Nock could even react, an uninvited guest gave him a fright. Greetings, Master Nock. The visitor who made him jump was none other than Roswell Zack, the head butler, a man known for managing the Renfer family's assets. He's not someone I can deal with easily. Roswell is the advisor to Chunuk, the head of the Delvon Renfer family. At this thought, his grip on the glass trembled. Nock's expression was serious, and more than a little worried. This is the challenge I must face, Nock thought as he set down his cup. He hardly ever pays attention to me. Has he noticed something strange? As the cup hit the table, Nock had an idea, a way to handle this. He immediately activated his master acting skills. What are you doing here when you should be serving me? Roswell gets straight to the point. Having been entrusted by the head of the household, I've come to inform you of a few things. What is it? His stern expression warned. Yes, you are loved and you must attend dinner tonight. This made Nook tremble with anger. He forced a smile, cursing under his breath. He barely understood this family. Was he kidding? And his father wants him to have dinner together. Then under his gaze, Nux flatly refuses, telling his father, I can't make it tonight. Rotwell sighed, wondering why the head of the family favored him so much, and agreed to attend the dinner. Then he made his point clear. The Steelliner family's daughter had come to visit, seemingly to train as a knight. If you don't participate, master, I fear the Lord will be furious. Hearing this, Nock could only reluctantly agree. I understand. Roswell's surprise was evident, his suspicion clear. Never one to mince words, he asked directly, Master, what's gotten into you today? Yu-chan in Nock's body couldn't help but feel confused. What was he getting at? Without another word, Roswell voiced his concern. You've never held a sword before, but I've noticed you practicing in the training room. You still don't understand, why do you? May I ask why? Nock replied sternly. Let me make one thing clear. Perhaps it was his masterful acting, but Nock warned him in a tone that was unmistakably Nock. Don't overstep your bounds with your master as a butler. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. Whatever I do for whatever purpose is none of your concern. I'm the one who decides that. Roswell was stunned into silence by his words, and so he bowed his head in earnest, begging my forgiveness, master. Ignoring him, Nock walked away without looking back. But Butler Roswell still had his doubts. Something about him had changed. I need to report this to the master. The sky remained as blue as ever, but Nock's hands were sweating profusely. He was just cold and tough, but now he's terrified and panting. This is intense. I didn't expect this. But then Nock sighed, wondering what would happen if he slipped up. Would he follow him? Forget it. He recalled the butler Roswell, mentioning the Steelliner family's daughter, a girl with a pleasing face and red hair. What is she doing here? Night falls, the moon hides behind the clouds, and below stands a magnificent castle. Inside, the other noble-born children at the table relentlessly mocked him. Hey look, the idiot's here. I can't stomach this. But it's fine, because Nock is relaxed, sitting still, and closing his eyes as if enjoying himself. The twins, H and Alan, sitting opposite him, continue to sneer. Don't tell me you're still not used to gatherings like this. It certainly seems that way. I never thought you'd have the nerve to show your face here. Unbelievable. Then seeing that he didn't say anything, these two went even further, saying, Did you hear he has feelings for the maid? I know. He really is beyond help. Speechless at their antics, Nock couldn't believe he'd done anything wrong, but the tense atmosphere was broken by a new arrival. It seems everyone has arrived. Hearing that familiar voice, Nock turns with a serious expression. It was none other than Yuan Chan's father from Delvon Renhofer, but another person caught his attention, the head of the family, Nock's father, with his gentle, fading red hair. And then Talia appeared. Looking radiant, she introduced herself with a smile. I am Talia von Steiner, pleased to meet you all. Theo and Talia standing together look like a giant titan and a little dwarf. He then added, the daughter of Steelliner has fallen for our knight in training, and she'll be staying with us for a while. The twins' eyes light up at the sight of a pretty girl, while knight trainer Nook stands opposite Talia. Theo continued to lecture his troublemaking sons, telling them to treat her like family. Talia simply smiles, gazing forward. Nock, unlike her, looked worried and dejected, thinking of the lunatic and the one who would fight against future evils, Talia, the one who would plunge a sword into his chest. Night still cloaks the sky, leaving only the castle illuminated. Theo solemnly declares, Nock, I've summoned you here today for a reason. Nock's expression immediately darkens, while Talia looks on clueless. A voice cuts through the tension. Now that we're all here, let's eat. The table was laden with expensive delicacies, but as Nock reached for a pastry, he noticed the twins' mocking gaze. After a moment, Alan turned to his father and said, Father, I think it's time for you to decide who will join the Elydian Academy and become a new talent for our family. Hearing this, Nock was speechless, lost in surprise as Theo hesitated before replying seriously, I understand, I'm sure the time has finally come. Here's a look at the Elydian Academy, the most important place within Lunatic, rumored to have students battle demons through various trials. Back with Nock, he was deep in thought, convinced that he had to be the one to get in. Thinking of the school's students, Nock resigned himself to it as long as it didn't affect the game's storyline. I need to find some teammates. Though it's widely known, only 3 members from each family are allowed into the academy. To protect the academy from the noble's power, I've already reserved 2 spots for your brother's sons, leaving only 1 ticket remaining. Suddenly frozen, Nook pictured his 2 brothers, then forced a smile at Theo, making his decision. Before finding my allies, securing that ticket is the best thing for me right now. Nook and Theo faced each other. He looked directly at him and said, I will choose the remaining one to join the academy. Though the name wasn't spoken, Nook understood his meaning. So you mean you'll choose by having us compete against each other? Theo was taken aback. I didn't want to say it, but he confirmed, yes, I will choose the day of the duel next month. I will decide who will be chosen after witnessing your performance in the training ground. As for the twin brothers, they continued to sneer and ridicule Nock. Brother, if you want to give up, do it now. A weakling who's never held a sword has no chance against us. Under Talia's curious gaze, Nook stammered, then took a leisurely sip of red wine and replied, "Isn't that something you should say after you've won?" Alan, clearly provoked, retorted angrily, "You think you can beat us?" Ignoring his shouts, Nux calmly calculated that this fight was his chance to get into the academy, free from their ridiculous prejudices. Nook's face radiates a newfound confidence, believing he'll be the only one chosen for Eldian Academy, while Teo watches with surprise. Meanwhile, the twins were seething, provoked by Nook, and Talia was also present. She smiles, amused. Well, her eyes turn to him with admiration. Javon Renfer's youngest is certainly confident. Seeing this, Nock outwardly appeared calm and cold, but deep inside he was terrified, sweating profusely. Under the starry night sky, a helpless thought echoed in Nock's mind. I think I've attracted the attention of someone I shouldn't have. A moment later, a window in the room was still lit. Inside, a stack of papers containing information sits on the desk as Teo and Roswell discuss something. Taking the report into account, his behavior has clearly changed abruptly. That's right, Theo was momentarily perplexed. I can't believe he's changed so much without me seeing it. But he seems to be overthinking things, imagining some kind of demon. Could he have been possessed by a demon? Either way, he's definitely curious. Then Teo spoke, ending the conversation for today. All right, Rotwell. The next day arrives in a flash, sunlight peeking through the garden, along with a voice of reminder. Keep focusing, Nock. Even in this vast courtyard, the murmurs never cease. Look at him. It turns out Nock is the reason everyone's so surprised. He's pushing himself so hard he's drenched in sweat. The young master is actually training. The maids whispered, seemingly seeing Nock's determination for the first time. Goodness, he's really... I heard there's a competition coming up next month. A competition? But why? They watched Nock, already panting heavily, just running around the field. He was just running around, but little did they know, Nock heard everything they said. How can I hear their whispers so clearly? I don't remember having any such ability. But he didn't dwell on it immediately, returning to his determined training. However, after all that, running the system displayed a message that left Nock disappointed. Stamina increased by 0.1, that's it. Still, Nock had no choice but to accept it. Why am I running around the field like this? It's because my greatest weakness is stamina. The condition to activate sword talent is to reach level 4 in physique, and he recalls Nock's admirable stamina, bringing tears to his eyes. Unless my stamina is like his, it will activate immediately. The genius swordsmanship skill, the senses of heaven, the eyes of perception, the ears of memory, nerves of steel, master-class acting, but I'm suffering fatigue from the curse. He was too exhausted to run any further, barely able to stand and breathe. Yet Nock didn't give up, smirking and silently encouraging himself he needed to raise his physique by 1.9 inches 1 month. Thunder Origin weakness halves your stamina. I'm nearly exhausted from running for my life like this. But as you can see, I only gained 0.1. Looking at the system, Nock sighed helplessly, realizing his incurable disease had halved his stamina, forcing him to train 4 times harder than others. No matter how hard I try with the incurable disease debuff, my 30 mana and 15 stamina are reduced to just 15 stamina. He'll overcome this later. Lost in thought, he's suddenly presented with the items he requested. His maid Rona respectfully announced as she pushed the cart, "Young master, I've acquired the items you requested yesterday." Seeing this, his gloom vanished, replaced by a bright smile and silent praise. She's more resourceful than I thought. At least she's useful now. One by one, he picked up the Hydra Venom, the Fairy Spring Water, the Golem Core, and the Physical Growth Scroll. But what troubled him was how to reach a fitness level of 4. I won't let anything happen. Of course not. Thinking this, he chose the Fairy Spring Water, raising it high in his hand. A pro can use past experience to their advantage. Cut to the training room where Rona's voice echoes. Why do you need this? She seems worried and confused, almost at a loss for words. All of those items are difficult to use, or they're remedies that people avoid because they're too expensive. Isn't that scroll the only thing that's useful to you? Nock simply responds with a cold, expressionless face. People avoid using them because they don't know how. Rona asked, confused. How to use it? He remained silent, staring intently at the item. Nock then reached for the vial of the 3-headed serpent's venom, and without hesitation he downed it all in one gulp, despite its dangerous name. Rona could only react after Nock had already drunk it, her face paling in horror. Young master, that's poison. Only a few seconds pass, but the venom seems to take effect quickly, causing Nock to wince in pain and turn pale. It truly is venomous. But his eyes suddenly shifted to something else, a system notification. You have used the 3-headed snake venom, temporarily increasing power by 1.5. The countdown has begun. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Even though his body was failing, he gripped the wall to stay standing. Seeing his condition, Rona anxiously shouted, "I'll call the butler." But he immediately stopped her, saying, "Wait." He's barely ingested the venom and is already staggering, but he's not afraid. He takes a big bite of the golem core with a reluctant look. This actually tastes good. This scene only added to Luna's panic. Her head spun. "Don't just eat the core like that. The system chimes in again. You have consumed the golem core. You will gradually turn to stone as the secret piece is revealed. The Hydra venom is reacting with the golem core. At the same time, Nock is secretly satisfied. Good. The mysterious fragment has taken effect. Nock now looks like a terminally ill CEO in his final stages, utterly lifeless, but stubbornly refusing to give up. I must continue. For a little context, the golem core can temporarily amplify the user's defensive capabilities. It's an item used to create battle golems. But when used with the Hydra venom, a special effect is triggered, diluting the venom and eliminating the Thunder Source weakness. Remembering this, Nox immediately perks up. That's right, the Thunder Mana weakness has been erased. As for Rona, she's still clueless, thinking Nock is about to become a devoted husband, and is crying her eyes out in fear. Young master, you're going to die. Rona kept asking if he was okay, but Nock didn't care, lost in his own thoughts, knowing there were still many hidden things to uncover. Suddenly, Rona's worried and fearful expression turned awkward, her eyes wide. Nock's sweaty, disheveled appearance, coupled with his unbuttoning action, caused Rona to panic and shout, "Master!" Nock's eyes were glazed over as if he didn't hear Rona's cries, but his hand reached out for the bottle of bone regeneration elixir. Ignoring Rona's misunderstanding, he poured it directly onto his handsome face and, the system announced, "You have used bone regeneration elixir. The petrifying effect of the golem core has disappeared. The immortal bone is reacting with the golem core." Having done that, Nock smiled, marveling. That's a strange feeling. Then a hidden piece is activated, and the user will temporarily receive the blessing of accelerated growth. Looking at the system screen, Nock couldn't help but rejoice. As planned, the system displays that the positive trait buff will double the user's stamina growth rate until the stamina stat reaches 5. With only the scroll left, Nock quickly reaches for the last one. He tears it in two, his face finally relaxing. You have used a quick stamina scroll, doubling your stamina growth rate. Nock then stroked his chin, realizing he'd broken the curse. And because the growth was limiting the development of his incurable disease trait, and he'd used the scroll, his growth rate would be double that of a normal person. That thought fueled his determination. Would he be able to increase his stamina stats faster? As he calculated his gains, Rona, who had been watching with growing anxiety, rushed to his side, bursting into tears. "Master, are you all right?" Rona was flustered. "You suddenly took off your clothes, and I thought something was wrong with you." Nock, partly helpless and mostly annoyed, said, "Idiot, get me a towel quick." Rona was relieved to hear him curse, but also a little bewildered, while Nock felt a tinge of guilt despite his words. With the curse lifted, perhaps he should treat her better. He forced a smile to reassure her, "Of course I'm fine." But Rona was still worried. "Are you sure you're okay if I don't call the head butler?" "Shouldn't you be resting?" Nock replied with a gentle smile. "I'm fine." Rona wondered. "Then what are you planning to do?" Nock looked resolutely at Rona, and uttered a single word. "Run." Beneath the blue sky, sunlight bathed the expansive garden as Nock resumed his running exercises. But this time Rona is running after him. Someone is watching the two of them run from outside. It seems to be a girl. She clasps her hands together, watching in awe. "What's this? It's Talia." She pouted, furrowing her brow in confusion, wondering why someone so weak would accept a match against his two brothers. Accompanying her was the maid Emma, who reminded Talia with a sigh. "My lady, you shouldn't stare at young Master Renfer like that. It's impolite," the maid scolded. But Talia, ever the playful young lady, retorted, "No, come on." Talia reluctantly voiced her true feelings. He doesn't even use a sword. All he does is run. And though Renher's other knights, the two standing before Nock, are concerned, he doesn't seem to care. My lord Talia keeps pestering him, offering to teach him, but he refuses every time. She's clearly displeased, convinced he'll be beaten to a pulp within a month, and that will be the end of it. She says that, but deep down, Talia is worried. I knew this would happen, so why do I even care? I can't take it anymore. Seeing her strange behavior, Emma called out in a panic, "Milady," before the maid could dissuade her. Talia abruptly stood up and headed forward, instructing, "I'll be right back, ghost." Back at the Renfer estate, the sun still shone brightly. In the garden stood a figure. It was undoubtedly Talia, in the throes of her rebellion, standing before Nock, with Rona panting behind him, exhausted from the chase. Then, with a bright, friendly smile, she introduced herself. "I'm Talia." Nock was speechless, momentarily stunned, but inside he was reeling in shock. "Why is she here looking for me?" Then, Nock slowly stood up and asked, "What do you want? I think I've heard your name before." Seeing his actions and words, Talia was in disbelief. "What? What's with that cold attitude?" She's already back to admiring her own beauty, and imagining things, then getting embarrassed. He must be stunned by her looks. Meanwhile, Nock was as clueless as a deer in headlights, unaware of Talia's thoughts. Meanwhile, she's still lost in her fantasies. Yes, that must be it. Talia, her cheeks flushed, finally blurts out the question that's been on her mind. "Are you sure you can defeat your two brothers? Is that why you agreed?" "Huh." Nock remained silent, unmoved. Ignoring him, Talia continued, "Do you think you stand a chance?" Rona, overhearing, secretly agreed, but Talia seemed delusional, confidently offering him special treatment. "If you asked, I would have been willing to help." Yet Nock coldly rebuffs Talia. He turned and walked away. No, I refuse. I'm not interested, so could you leave? Feeling slighted, Talia snapped. How dare you? Is this how you treat someone who offers to help? Rona was just as flustered, fearing the worst. Master, that's not how you talk to a girl. But Talia's pride is too high. She won't give him a chance. Talia, incensed, turned and left, bumping into him as she went. Fine, do it your way. Naive as ever, Nock had no idea why he'd upset her so much. What Rona standing beside him was mostly exasperated. He just doesn't get it. Now Nox frowns, a bit worried. This is getting complicated. Nock then uses Talia's insight, and the system reveals her name. Talia von Stey, liner female, age 14, human main element fire. Achievements, star. Stamina, 6, mana 3, luck, 5, willpower, 7. Positive traits, admired hero knight, straightforward swordsmanship and close combat talent. Neutral. Negative inferiority complex, unstable superiority complex. After reading this, Nock reluctantly accepts it. No matter how he looks at it, her talents are truly top-notch. Looking at her star stats, he marvels, as most men only have a stamina stat of 4. Her stamina stats are incredible. Nock rubbed his chin, gazing at the distant sky as he pondered something. He's still wary of Talia's abilities, though they're nothing compared to the continent's 3 sword masters or the potential of one of the 4 archmages. At least she has the potential to reach their level. The more he thinks, the more he sweats. She could kill a few fire attribute demons. Talia's fire attribute will awaken as white flames, and they'll be used to burn the demon-possessed Nox in the future. If he could make Talia his ally, the story would change too much. He needs to stick to the plot while avoiding death. Nox sighs, wondering if it's even possible to befriend someone who knows his future. Time passes, and a month later, in the sun-drenched castle, Talia walks with a weary and melancholic expression. Not long ago, she was training surrounded by praise. Excellent. You learn quickly, just as expected of the Steiner talent. Those words were meant as praise, but to her, they felt heavy. The talent of the Steel-Renner family. Suddenly, something catches Talia's attention, reminding her of when she was forced to kneel before the short-haired girl with her exact face. Talia rose, disoriented, her hand gripping the sword at her hip, her eyes vacant. She wondered if she could truly become a knight unclouded by greed, humble and willing to sacrifice everything for a higher purpose. Above all, they must learn the stance and way of the sword to become true knights. Talia sighs helplessly. Can he really defeat his brother who's trained for years with just those cardio exercises? Amidst the starry night, Talia's 3 vows were firmly etched in her mind. Soon the first rays of dawn crept through the window into her room. At the center, Nock and one of the twins face off, ready to duel, observed by servants, knights, Talia, the butler, and Mr. and Mrs. Teo from above. Teo's wife watches the duel with a serious expression, when suddenly Teo calls out to the steward Rotwell. At this moment he exudes a murderous aura. What will be the outcome of this duel? Rotwell hesitated, unsure, but thankfully the referee below announced the start, saving him. Both have taken up wooden swords and assumed their stances, ready for the match that will decide who gets into the Eladin Academy. As the camera focuses on Nock's determined face, the referee shouts, "Begin," before Nock can react. Alan seizes the opportunity, leaping forward with his sword. The scene shifts back to Theo, who continues to press his butler Rod. "Rotwell, what do you think?" The butler answered immediately. "Based on what we've seen, Master Alan should win." Theo agreed, but his wife looked uneasy. Despite what Rotwell said, he was still a little flustered, wondering if the master had foreseen a different outcome. Looking at Nock, who was still standing still, Roswell thought, "Even though young Master Nock has changed, I still don't think he will win. This is too strange and impossible. I remember walking the path of a knight myself, fighting alongside the head of the family. A sword can be complex, yet also the simplest thing in the world, and the time spent training and contemplating, it determines one's level." The butler's eyes remained fixed below, for only one thing could reverse the situation and force a stronger opponent to yield: sheer, overwhelming talent. Rotwell sweats, unsure of his own speculation. Was Master Nock born with such talent? Suddenly, Teo's voice cut through Roswell's thoughts, startling him. Teo frowned, certain, but it wasn't his chance otherwise. Who knows what kind of incredible ability might be born from the Ren-Haver bloodline, like the Three-Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, back with Nox, the system displays a notification that his swordsmanship and martial arts genius stats are not yet activated. This left him speechless while Nock was panting, seemingly just as exhausted. He lamented his lack of luck. Was his luck stat always negative? Thinking back, let's talk results first. I couldn't quite raise my stamina to 4. Attribute A is in effect stamina increased by 0.1. His stamina increased by 0.1. At the time he was training by running, and his stamina had reached 3.8. Rona's footsteps trailed behind him. The young lady was forced to run, exhausted to the point of tears. "Do I really have to run with you?" Despite her exhaustion, Rona bluntly replies, "Of course, I'm your maid. If I don't run with you, what else am I good for?" "No, that's not what I meant. I was wondering who would serve me." Rona was utterly helpless, and it seemed his intentions were being revealed. Seeing this, he smiled, offering her the towel he had just used to wipe away sweat, letting her off the hook this time. All right, I'll give you one more task. Rona frowned, displeased and unwilling, but helpless. He noticed and spoke. Are you secretly cursing me? As if stung, Rona immediately starts sneezing, denying everything. I didn't bite my tongue or anything. Seeing her dazed expression, Nock couldn't help but laugh, but then he suddenly thought, at this level her physique must be pretty high, right? Should he use clairvoyance to check her out? Her stats immediately appear: Strength 4.5, Mana 3, Luck 4, Control 2, Charm 16. Nock is shocked to see her strength stat is higher than most people's. What is this 4.5? A maid is stronger than an average man. What did the Renfer family do to her? Overwhelmed Nock felt a little unwilling to be inferior to a mere maid. Rona, with her superior stats, was another reminder of his own shortcomings. Sir, it's late, and the exam is tomorrow. You should rest. Hearing this, Nock realizes the exam is right around the corner, and he's running out of time. Back to reality, Nock faces Alan, who speaks up. Nock arrogantly mocks Alan, comparing him to a grain of rice, and suggests he withdraw. Alan wears a confident, triumphant expression, saying, even though you're a disgrace to the family, you're still my brother, so I shouldn't hit you too hard, right? Isn't that right? But Nox wasn't backing down immediately, retorting, judging by your expression, you don't really want me to withdraw, do you? But Alan, unfazed, looks upward and says, were we found out? Actually, I wanted to leave a good impression on the Stellino family's young lady. You see, I believe you'll help me. Nux sweats uncertain. I guess I don't know if this is a good idea. Looking at the arrogant Alan, Nock was lost in his own thoughts. Alan's power is at level 8. There's no way I can win with conventional methods. Just then, the referee suddenly announced the reward acceptance into the Elydian Academy. The sword match is about to begin. Ren Haver versus Alan von Rena. Both must accept the outcome of the duel without question. The battle is about to begin, and Nock is consumed by doubt. If I lose here, it's all over. My memories finding who sent me that letter, everything. And though delayed by a year, my life will end here. With that thought, Nock firmly grips his sword as the referee asks, are you both ready? And so it begins, with Alan confidently advancing towards Nock, seeking a swift victory. He braced himself against the force, skidding backward, a look of determination in his eyes. Alan, seeing this, arrogantly praised him, blocking twice. The battle rages on as the two sides clash. As Nock fought, he pondered the truth of this damned game called In Lunatic. He was struggling, meaning he'd have to give up everything if he lost, but if he could win, then the system suddenly announces that his stamina has increased by 0.1. Seeing this, Nock's eyes widen in utter shock. And with renewed motivation, he smiled and declared, if I can win, I feel like everything will be within my grasp. Seeing this, Alan frowned and scoffed. Did the wind make you stupid or something? He continued his assault, and he roared, perhaps I need to hit you a few more times to wake you up. Madame Teo watched from above, smiling with satisfaction, thinking she had worried needlessly after hearing about his change. The match remained dominated by Alan's strength, and she affirmed that the Renhaver heir would ultimately be her son. Suddenly, 3 pitiful sounds echoed, drawing her attention. It was Mr. Teo, wearily resting his chin as he watched. At that moment, Mrs. Teo suddenly smiled meaningfully. The family was just like this one, and one day Mr. Teo would be very disappointed. I've been looking forward to this day because I heard he'd changed. Is this really all he can do? Butler Roswell immediately chimed in. My lord, should I stop the match? Seeing Nock's exhausted state, he said, if the competition continues, Master Nock will need a long time to recover. Roswell then observed Alan a tireless monster, thinking Alan and the others are talented but not like Garen, the eldest son. Their skills are lacking. The Black Sword's power has given him everything, an overwhelming force that makes his enemies submit. Seeing Nock struggling to breathe, Theo sighed in resignation. Who taught him that Teo, losing interest, prepared to leave? This competition ends here. With those words, Nock unleashed a flurry of swift sword strikes. The system chimed, his stamina increased by 0.1, and the swordsmanship and martial arts prodigy trait activated. Nock smiled menacingly. Now it was his turn to be the main character in the arena. Alan, his opponent, couldn't understand why he was smirking. You're something else, huh, Nock? At that moment, the time reversal skill activated, and Theo's eyes, which were about to leave, suddenly widened in surprise. Nock remained still, as the gears of time turned, affecting everyone, even Theo, who was frozen in place. I've heard that phrase somewhere before. Alan, about to attack, is suddenly frozen in place. Nock smiles contentedly, his confidence restored, as he reflects that geniuses and commoners live life at different speeds. This is time manipulation. Everything seems to slow down. A skill that slows down the perception of time many times over. An opponent slowed down completely is different from moving faster yourself. Although difficult to fully utilize with the swordsmanship and martial arts genius traits activated, Alan's sword remains unsheathed, his fate sealed. Taking advantage of this, Nock seizes the opportunity to disarm him and regain the upper hand. Having just escaped the time, Warp Alan was momentarily surprised and wary of him, as Nock, resolute and confident, declared, I will be the victor. Alan's sword clatters to the arena floor, and his hand trembles from the impact. This enrages Alan, who glares daggers at Nock, while Nock confidently grips his sword ready to strike. This should be fun. Alan stuttered, a little intimidated. What are you? He didn't reply, dodging the question, and thinking to himself that he shouldn't let his guard down. Remembering the time reversal, a skill with only 5 minutes of use, he had to end this quickly. Nock said, seriously, I've been going easy on you until now. He continues to taunt Alan, trying to put him on the defensive. But now I'm not interested enough in you to do that anymore. Brother. Then Nock, with a triumphant smile, declared, let's end this quickly. Come up here, both of you at once. Alan and Haz were stunned by his words. What, ignoring his two brothers, Nock turns to Theo for permission. Father, grant me the right to fight both of my brothers at once. Theo was stunned, realizing his potential. Rotwell, equally worried, glanced at Theo, while even Talia, who had been so bitter, now frantically advised against it. What was he planning to do now? But Theo was the opposite, smiling with satisfaction, thinking, that temperament has changed, hasn't it? It seems my son still has secrets he's keeping. It wouldn't hurt to observe him a little more. With that thought, he granted Nock's request. I will allow this 2-on-1 match. The lady beside him immediately rose in alarm, calling out to him, but Theo ignored everything and let the fight continue. Let the battle begin. Alan grits his teeth as he retrieves his fallen sword. The two were furious. How dare this bastard humiliate us in front of father? Nock remains confident, smiling with satisfaction, as he raises his sword ready for the fight. The twin brothers also take their stances, ready to fight. Instantly, the two rushed forward with the speed of wind to attack as one, but Nock deftly blocked every strike from the twins. Alan, startled, yelled, attack, deeper on the left. Haz, losing his cool, angrily retorted, shut up. Suddenly, Nock notices something. A system notification appears, indicating that his subterranean sword technique proficiency has increased thanks to the time flow effect of the genius. He smiled, secretly calculating his next move. His proficiency had increased. Alright, so I can see the path of the blade now. The 2-on-1 battle rages on. Suddenly, Nox slammed into Alan's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. The twins froze, their eyes fixed on Nox. Talia, watching from the stands, couldn't bear it any longer, and called out to Nox, who was triumphantly watching them. How could the family disgrace change this much? That's what their faces betrayed. Then the two brothers turned to look at each other when Nox's voice suddenly cut through the air. Don't let your guard down. He approaches them amidst the chaos of battle. Before they could react, Nock unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, seizing the opportunity to attack. Nock realizes there's something even more dangerous at stake after this fight, but as he fights, he marvels at the weight of the sword in his hand. It's a sight to behold, and the audience is in utter shock. Even the man who was about to leave to end the match couldn't believe it, while Alan below was exhausted. Impossible. He loses his balance and collapses into the stands. Both brothers have been utterly overwhelmed by Nox. At the same time, the system announces that the genius's timeline has completely expired. Luckily, the brothers have fallen, leaving Nox standing tall. Is it over? With that, Nux lets out a sigh, while Madame Theo, seeing her sons humiliated, anxiously calls out H. Lane. Below, Nook reminds the referee to look over, saying that it's clear who the victor is. Right. The referee responds, of course. With that declaration, the victor is Svan Renhaver's young master, as Alan trembles with rage. Damn it all. His hand went limp and he tossed his sword away like trash. Meanwhile, Theo seemed pleased, a slight smile on his face which visibly relieved Nock, who bowed respectfully, saying, then, if you'll excuse me. With that, Nock headed straight for the exit as Talia rushed down to catch him, but his figure was already fading away. Talia watches him intently, determined to get answers from Nock, as evening descends upon the grand castle, and Nock finally finds a moment to breathe in the gardens. His hands were covered in blood. Is this blood? His eyes widened in surprise, realizing he'd exceeded the skill's time limit. The genius's time-bending skill had a fatal flaw. If used for too long, the user will suffer a negative backlash. The system appears stating the player's lifespan has decreased by 2 days and 17 hours due to the skill's backlash. A portion of the user's health is permanently taken, a terrible side effect that makes the body susceptible to disease. He looked at the blood on his palm and lamented his already incurable illness. Noe sighed, relieved this backlash didn't happen in front of anyone. Otherwise, his academy recommendation would be ruined. Speak of the devil, a voice calls out to Nock. It was Talia who had been following him, asking with concern, are you hurt? Talia frowned, clearly worried. Were you injured in the last match? Looks like Nock is in trouble again, as he sweats and silently curses. Damn it. Seeing Talia standing before him, Nock couldn't help but panic. Damn it, she found out. And why did it have to be Talia? He couldn't let her learn his secrets. Then sternly he said, you didn't let me finish. Talia interrupts him, saying he can defeat his brothers with that broken body. Nock's face immediately froze. What did she say? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, seemingly in one 8-year-old girl again. I misunderstood you. Memories flooded back to him. What she had witnessed over the past month was Nock never once holding a sword. On the first day, she only saw him clumsily swing a wooden sword. Could someone like him really win? Just moments ago, Talia was running away, her mind in turmoil. He must have some talent. I need to ask him how he awakened it and how he trained. She recalled Nock's earlier image, but after all the matches ended his demeanor when he was all alone. What was that about? Then Talia caught a glimpse of Nock's earlier demeanor. Why was he in such a state? Wasn't he supposed to have overwhelmed his brothers with his intellect and talent? Seeing him avoid her gaze, Talia silently affirmed that Nock wasn't useless. It was just a rumor. Her expression was somewhat incredulous. He simply trained hard to win at all costs. At that moment, Nock broke the silence with a few coughs. Seeing this, Talia rushed over asking, Han, are you okay? But the hand that tried to touch Nock was mercilessly swatted away. Nock, clearly agitated, snapped, don't touch me. But inside, he was a mess, realizing he'd admitted it. Because I've been caught up in this game for the past 2 years, my progress must seem incomprehensible to others, and even Nock is sweating bullets. She was supposed to kill him, but now Talia shyly whispers, Her face was like a scolded child. I'm sorry. Who could resist such a sight? But all Noah could do was utter a bewildered, huh. Then Talia began to speak her mind. I didn't think you'd be so serious about the sword. I heard you were weak from birth, which is why you only trained your physical strength. I apologize for misunderstanding you. Her eyes darted away, a hint of embarrassment in them. Pretending to be incompetent probably wasn't your intention, was it? The imp said, people can make mistakes like that. Even so, Nock was still confused about how to respond. She was as honest as she was in the game. Even knowing she carries the traits of a knight, she is the daughter of a prestigious ducal family. It must be hard for her to admit she was wrong. So he tells her that, if that's what she thinks of him, then please don't tell anyone about him bleeding. Hearing his reply, Talia immediately and firmly agreed. Of course I won't say a word. Nock then hesitantly glanced at Talia, thinking he wouldn't have to worry about anyone else finding out about this. With that, he walked past her, heading forward with a final reminder, keep your word. Talia watched him go as darkness fell and enveloped the castle. Inside, Teo smiles contentedly. It seems my judgment was correct. Then he turned to Butler Rotwell asking what he thought of Knox's talent. Roswell honestly replies, at first I couldn't understand why he allowed himself to be beaten, but compared to other children his age, and even other young masters, I believe he is the best. Hearing this, Teo is very pleased. I agree, and I don't know why, but I think he's still hiding some talent. Then Teo ordered Rotwell to observe all of Knox's actions and do nothing but watch, no matter what he was doing. The butler immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Teo slipped on his gloves, contemplating, I wonder if there's more. Teo stared at his palm, wondering if he had enough talent to inherit the Supreme Black Sword's power, then clenched his fist and declared, I don't have much time left. A statement that surprises the butler. Rotwell, what you're doing is important. Rotwell bowed, respectfully, I will do my best. Night still blankets the sky, but in one room, the lights are on. The system announces that the training quest is complete, and the first battle has been won. Inside, Nuke is speechless, as he stares at the information, a world that has become reality, yet the game system still exists here. The stat window is still displayed. Then suddenly, something else appears. You will receive a reward. You will receive 1 free stat point. X3 was immediately excited, feeling like he'd just won the lottery. But then he frowned, confused. He spent a whole month to raise his stamina by 2 points. You should have given it to me sooner. The stat I need to increase is luck. He immediately takes action, opening his stat window and tapping the system panel, adding 10 points to luck. Seeing this, he smiles with satisfaction. The reason is, because it's not a stat that can be increased through hard work and luck, is the most valuable stat in Lunatic. Nock's eyes then turned to the side. Let's see what this is worth. The system announces that a 27-time wide area sweep reward has been granted. You have received 1 random gotcha ticket. You have received 1 skill confirmation ticket. Seeing Nock sigh with relief, the welfare system is still here. That's good. Then he commanded, let's roll. As soon as he spoke, a massive gotcha machine with a somber tone appeared before Nock. Nock could only watch helplessly as this eerie machine whirred to life, but he steeled himself and reached for the switch, muttering to himself as he did. Let's see, with my luck, stat maxed out, I'd say there's a 95% chance of getting at least a mid-grade, probably. The eerie machine began to shake violently. White for basic and below silver for intermediate, gold for advanced, and rainbow for the highest tier. Nock watched with bated breath, praying for gold or better. The machine then ejected something, a brilliant golden light, but Nock remained calm. He was thrilled that the high-grade gold he received had finally appeared. He opened it, and the system displayed a notification. Level confirmed. Congratulations, you've obtained a high-grade essence. Nock was overjoyed, yet also a little stunned, unable to believe it. Then the system displayed the skill information. Supreme Tower high-grade incompatible trait. Effect. Reduces the combined stats of others by 20% when your total stats are lower than theirs. After reading that, Nock was as excited as a child with candy. This is a high-level item. I can't believe it. And now, a hidden skill appears. He glances to the side, thinking he still has more rewards to claim. The question arises, do you want to use the one-time skill confirmation ticket? Faced with this question, Nock contemplates the skill he's destined to receive. One of the hidden pieces can only be obtained through a Renhofer family member, and I have just the skill for it. Theo will soon gather all the brothers in the mana field. This is when I'll use it. Nock wonders. Isn't it about time for him to return to the Renfer training grounds? It's been a while since the Elden Academy graduation ceremony. Ryan von Renfer, the second son of the Renfer family. To train as a knight, he must be in the middle of some journey. Nock clenched his fist, knowing he had to find the hidden piece and deal with Gren. There's no time to rest. His only solace was the thought that he wouldn't have to worry about Talia anymore. Talia isn't the type to break a promise, so there's no reason for her to approach me. The next day arrives and light streams into the hall. Nock emerges, his mind racing, only to find Talia standing before him, staring intently into his eyes. He lowered his head, questioning, "Didn't we agree on everything yesterday? What more do you want from me?" Talia hesitated, then finally spoke. "Tell me." Not understanding, he exclaims in surprise, as Talia steps forward, striking her chest as she demands, "Tell me, how did you become so strong, so fast?" Faced with that question, Nuke could only remain silent. Then he closed his eyes, walked past her, and replied vaguely, "Secretly observe my training for a month." Talia, surprised, asks secretly. Unsatisfied, she chases after him. "Wait, at least spar with me. No, at least tell me how you train." Nock was lost in thought. From what he remembers, Talia is a character who always wanted to gain recognition from her sister. Thinking this, he turns to her and speaks plainly. "Before asking me such things, consider your own training methods." With a serious look, Nock tells her to consider her own talents. Talia is stunned, as if enlightened. Nock, frustrated, wondered what to say, having never comforted anyone before. He finally told her not to compare herself to others, then turned and left as if the devil himself were chasing him. Talia was left speechless. She frowned, sadly on the verge of tears. Did he just leave like that? The clear blue sky reflects upon the castle, as Nock, having narrowly escaped, wonders if she'll continue to pursue him. The maids, knights, butler, Roswell, and Teo await him, some lost in thought. As Teo observes him with a serious expression under the dazzling sunlight, he couldn't let her see him get the hidden piece, not when she could kill him. Could this be the Renfer family's horse ranch, reputed to breed the finest war horses on the continent? Nock mused, observing the sturdy steeds grazing peacefully. Butler Rotwell respectfully greeted Teo. "Greetings, Patriarch." "You summoned me," Teo replied, "so you've all arrived." Looking at his three sons, Teo solemnly declares, "I'm sure you all know why I've summoned you here. From this day forward, you will each choose the war horse that will be with you for life." Nock smirked, thinking, "I knew it, it's finally time." Horses are considered sacred creatures both on the continent in general, and within the Chver tribe in particular. If you decide to become a mage or a knight, you'll choose a horse when you're young, so you can have a companion for life's journey. Elden Academy teaches horsemanship, and later in the game, there are many large battles. You'll have to raise a foal from scratch if your horse happens to die. Besides, teleportation magic is incredibly expensive. Thinking about it, he frowned. That's an oddly realistic disadvantage considering how important horses are for travel. Nock regained his confidence, knowing he had to choose the best warhorse for himself. But then Teo suddenly interrupted. "So Nock von Vennerhofer, the winner of the recent match, gets first pick." Seeing Nock receive preferential treatment, the Allen twins were not pleased as Teo said, "I'll only give you one chance." Meanwhile, Nock simply smiled and observed the horses stepping further inside. Teo, with an uncharacteristic gentle smile, wondered which horse the youngest would choose. As Nock entered, he was greeted by the farm owner, bowing respectfully, and the horses curiously gazing at him. Nock thought they were all quite lovely, but as he searched for the right one, his eyes landed on a horse with a different shape and color. "It's this one," he thought, approaching the sickly gray horse. He smiled and declared, "I choose this one." The twins were both taken aback, and Teo's smile faded, replaced by a grim expression. Then he opened his arms and said, "I'll give you one more chance." Nock was confused, and stood there blankly, wondering another chance. He glanced at the trembling horse he'd chosen, as if regretting his decision, but his eyes remained firm. Then, Nock used clairvoyance, loading the target's stat window. Basic information, name unselected, gender, granted age 0. Species obsidian stone horse, attribute darkness grade high, and dependent on its development. It could even go up another level, meaning this horse could at least reach the highest rank. Seeing this, Nock couldn't help but smile, adding that it was a dark stone attribute, an extremely rare attribute in nature, and its name was based on the local gemstone. This was a rare horse indeed. But he hesitated, glancing at the displeased Teo. If the clan leader knew, he would have chosen this horse already. Nock then turned back with a triumphant look, though its negative traits made it unappealing to everyone else. Again, the negative stat screen death confirmed death effect, active time remaining 2 days, 1612. Nock could only manage a helpless wry smile. It was an even more troublesome trait than a terminal illness. After a moment he spoke resolutely, "I won't change my mind. I'll choose this horse." Nock fell silent, lost in thought once more, but with his knowledge, he believed he could save it. Teo couldn't understand why he was so determined to choose such an option. Does he see himself in that horse? In the end, he's just a sensitive and fragile kid. What a disappointment, he thought, offering one last piece of advice. I hope you won't regret your choice. With that, he turned and left, leaving everyone in shock. Seeing this, both Alan and H panicked and called out, while Nock didn't expect things to turn out this way. Is my choice that disappointing? The voices from outside echoed again. Young master, we'll keep watch. Please choose a horse. Butler Roswell himself approaches him. Master, please name your horse. Upon seeing this, Nock simply replied Roswell before falling into thought. Alright, a name is it. After a moment, Nock officially named it CC. I'll choose the name CC. He thought the name he once used to conquer the game, in Lunatic. It's a name that holds great meaning for him. As evening approaches and the sun sets, the room is illuminated by lamplight. Inside, the fated horse Nock chose is lying on a soft bed, tucked in like a CEO, while Nock is lost in thought. First, I can't let anyone know what I'm doing, so I brought it to my room, and now Nock is suddenly silent, staring intently. The horse also looked back at him, with its big round black eyes, and Nock looked into its eyes and marveled. Its eyes are full of life. He smiles contentedly, as if he's struggling with his own life. I guess you're the same, struggling to prolong your life, even by a little. Then Nock looked in one direction and called out to Rona. I know you're there. If you don't answer me right away. Caught red-handed, Rona slipped and fell to the floor. It's me, I'm here. She scratched her head, bewildered. How did you know I was there? Nock simply crossed his arms and replied, Caught, red-handed, I see. Why do you always fall? Then he pointed to the gray horse, telling me to take care of it. Rona couldn't help but marvel at the sight, a horse in a bed. She pouted, I can't believe it. I'm the one who has to clean this up. But Nock just smiled gently. It's a sick horse, so do your best. The horse in the bed was drenched in sweat, and Runa reluctantly agreed with a resigned look. Alright, I'll try to tame it. Nock chuckled awkwardly, secretly speculating. Well, this is a bit of a mess. What's about to happen next is pretty shocking. Can Rona handle this? She doesn't look well, standing before it, and the woman keeps asking questions as if horses understand people. Is your name Katz? Are you hungry? 3 days pass, and on a beautiful day, a loud scream suddenly echoes. It turns out it was Rona, cradling Gray and crying her heart out. The young master was dead. But Nock doesn't seem too heartbroken. He thinks to himself that she's crying as if it were dead. Remembering how Rona cared for Grey Day and returned its affection tenfold, I actually felt a pang of sympathy. He indifferently watched Rona lament, thinking he knew this would happen all along. There's no saving Grey anymore. Thinking this, Nox approaches Rona to comfort her, telling her she's cried enough. This is troublesome. I need to focus. Get up. Despite Rona's guilt, the young master calmly interrupts her, saying, Don't worry, they'll be back right by my side. This left Runa in a state of confusion. What? Young master, is your head all right? Nock could only force a smile and step back, then pull a scroll from his pocket. Seeing it, Rona shyly asked about the scroll, but without a word, Nock opened it and slammed it on the table. Instantly, a surge of magic ignited, and crimson flames erupted fiercely. Rona, who was just grieving now, stared in astonishment at the spectacle. Nock beaming exhales, while Rona concerned cautions him, Master, did you just use mana? This is illegal. Ignoring her words, Nock remained lost in his own thoughts. Time to test my mana control once more. He's determined to try again, and doesn't forget to warn Rona. If you make noise, I'll kill them again. If it dies, it's your fault. Only then did Rona cover her mouth with both hands, and watch as Nux quietly told himself, I need to focus. The entire room has turned a vivid, purple, red. Nuke continues to calculate, forgetting whether she's allowed to use mana or not. I couldn't even awaken my mana talents attribute. In this empire, those under 15 are forbidden from using mana except for members of the royal family. That law allows royal children to develop magical skills, which is far better than students who learn about mana later in life. His eyes filled with determination as he placed his hands on the magic circle, pouring mana into it like a waterfall. The purple flames intensify, and I can feel a faint energy at my fingertips. His eyes suddenly light up, and Nock laughs with satisfaction at the mana. Ha ha, this is quite interesting. Using the one-time skill confirmation ticket, Nock spread his hand, grasping the purple flame. I must have made a mistake. This is the magic I'm about to use. Then, a system notification appears. You have acquired the one-time use Necronomicon skill, a dark magic spell. An image appears of a skeletal hand grasping a book. Then a target is designated to become one of the undead. Across from the gray horse, the system prompt appears. Do you want to use magic? In Lunatic, the undead have two main characteristics. First, they are creatures brought back from the dead through dark magic and dark mana. Secondly, just because they're brought back from the dead doesn't mean they lack an ego. Rather, they're reborn into a more powerful existence. Most importantly, they display unwavering loyalty to their master. But only one family can turn corpses into the undead. They are a notorious dark family, the MB Ren Haver family, also known as a dark family. But unlike the Ren Haver Knights, the MB are a family of black wizards who can control the undead, so players unrelated to the Mass family can't use their skills. That's not right. He smiles wickedly. One-time skill selection, I chose the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. Suddenly from the magic circle, a pair of black hands emerged, catching Nox completely off guard. More and more strange black things enveloped him. They swarmed him countless and hungry as Nox coughed up blood. Seeing this, Rona panicked and cried out, "Young master, even though you're at your limit, you still reassure me, just a little more." As she spoke, Nox's face suddenly went blank. Once again, Nox coughed up blood, reaching his limit. Helpless, he slammed his hand down on the formation. His mana is depleted, damn it. But then his eyes light up as if he's found a glimmer of hope. It turns out, the mana had been accumulating within them, and they leaped forward with gaping maws. Then the system announced the skill had been successfully used. Nox watches in astonishment as his summoned creatures are reborn as undead beings under a stream of purple mana. Its once black eyes were now a blinding white. Seeing this, Nox finally reacted, exclaiming with joy, "It worked!" Meanwhile, Ronal was relieved to see Nox unharmed as he stood up. Nox stands wiping blood from his mouth as his newly revived, upgraded steed approaches. Stats appear: steel physique, extraordinary warhorse, courageous neutral and unwavering loyalty. Basic information: name Kas, gender male, rank high, age unknown, species undead horse, primary element obsidian, type darkness. Special trait: predetermined death will be erased for a limited time of 1 year. The growth rate of the pet will increase by 1.5 times, and as an undead, it can be summoned and released depending on the player's mana. Nox gently stroked Kath's head and declared, "From now on, I will be your master." As he pondered what to think, something suddenly shocked both Nox and Kath. It turns out Rona was overjoyed and ran to hug them both tightly. Nox, suffocating from the embrace, finally spoke. "Rona, what do you think you're doing?" She cried like she never had before, tears of joy. Then Rona began to ramble, much to Nox's dismay. "Master, something terrible has happened to me, hasn't it? How could you use mana on your own like that? And I think you're having some trouble too." But Kak frowned and turned away. Infuriating Rona. "Do you know how much I value you guys? Give me back my carrots." "Nay, nay." Watching the two of them having fun, Nox felt much more relaxed. He smiled contentedly. Now, for the next piece of the puzzle. A few days later, in the dead of night, Nox ascends the stairs as his horse whinnies restlessly in its stable. He continued on in his black cloak, his intentions unknown, carrying a glittering object in one hand and a map in the other. Holding the two items, Nox calculated his next move, noting the path hadn't changed much since it was a game. He folded the paper relieved. Nox's eyes are fixed ahead on the second piece of the Renhafer family heirloom, an item he must obtain, a key that can reverse negative stats, even cure incurable diseases. Thinking this, a sudden loud noise from the forest draws his attention. But as Nox gripped the sword at his hip ready to attack, there was nothing there. A look of unease crossed his face. Was he just being paranoid? But amidst the forest hung a sign, and Nox's face fell. This was no longer a game but reality. But the sign warned that children should not enter the forest of the lost, for they would become lost and die. Meanwhile, Nox is still worried, not wanting to die a second time. A notification appears: "You have entered the forest of lost children. Fail the quest, and you'll die here." The wind rustles through the trees as Nox walks on. In the Forest of Lost Children, a forbidden zone within Rena's territory, darkness and mist disorient even the most skilled navigators, making escape nearly impossible. Nox calmly thought to himself, this is the meaning of the name, a place where anyone can become a lost child. However, his eyes looked in another direction as he continued in the game. This name has another meaning. A treasure chest appears in his mind as Nox thinks, if I were strong enough to defeat the monsters, I wouldn't get any treasures here. Nox shivers, thinking. Moreover, the system will significantly increase the difficulty of defeating monsters for adults. How many times will I have to try before I can defeat them? Therefore, the difficulty of this forest is at least... Nox smiled. About 2.5 stars. Of course, the maximum difficulty is 5 stars. He really thinks this is the hardest game. He stretched and muttered, the truth is, I struggled to conquer this place last time without knowing what item I'd get. But now that I think about it, it's a perfect item for the incurable disease attribute, isn't it? With that thought, Nox began to move. Alright, I'll light the torch and carry it. The torch blazed through the forest as a terrifying scream echoed. A gust of wind blew the torch to the side and Nox gripped it tightly, lost in thought. The key to conquering the forest of lost children lies in the torch's smoke, blending with the night in an ethereal dance as he alone stands, observing the direction of the mist. Nox's eyes are firm. He's sure and confident, or more precisely, the opposite direction of the mist. Nox closes his eyes, thinking before moving on. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he gripped his sword tightly, turning to face the forest. How long do you intend to hide? He demanded. Why don't you show yourself? But the forest remained silent. He sighed in annoyance. Still planning to hide, Nox drew his sword and slashed at the bushes. Back in the past, Talia laments, I can't believe my beautiful appearance is useless. Gazing at herself in the mirror, she's furious, unable to understand. Suddenly a voice calls out Milan. It's Talia's maid, Emma. She approached with a pleading look. Please, Lady Talia, can you stop pursuing Master Nox? She continued. If you keep this up, I'll be scolded too. Talia, sitting in her chair, patted her chest and replied, "It's okay, Emma, I guarantee you won't be fired by my family." Emma quickly responded, "No, that's not what I meant." The lamp Emma held cast a bright light across the room, but she remained still. She thought to herself that, if not for the young lady, Talia would have been talented enough to take over the position. Emma wondered why she was so impatient, perhaps feeling inferior to her sister. She quietly approached the room, thinking the young lady must have given up and gone to sleep, but when she entered with her lamp, Talia was nowhere to be seen. Emma's face darkened with surprise, the lamp in her hand trembled, and she had a bad feeling. Don't tell me she went looking for Master Knox. Immediately, she shouts for everyone to wake up, prompting a chorus of confused voices. What's going on? Returning to the forest where Knox is, it turns out the one watching him is none other than Talia. From within the bushes, she blushed, embarrassed, and put her hands on her head. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Talia." She stood up, smiling shyly. "Hello," Knock asked. "Why are you here?" Knock asked, and Talia stammered, "No." Suddenly, Knock noticed a strange presence, and immediately pulled Talia back, shouting. She gasped in shock, as a foot with sharp claws emerged from the thick bushes. Its white tail wagged incessantly, a wolf with fierce eyes and a drooling mouth. Knock realizes what it is, thinking gray wolves. Is this their territory? Talia huddled against Knock in fear, armed with only a single knife, as the wolf circled them, its eyes never leaving their figures. It bared its fangs, raised its head and howled, the sound echoing through the forest under the moonlight. Yet Knock seemed unfazed. In stark contrast, Talia was terrified, startled by Knock's sudden charge. He rushed towards the gray wolf, engaging it in battle as the torch fell to the ground. The wolf, struck by his attack, immediately collapses, unconscious, as Talia watches in stunned silence. Amazing, it was just a wolf, but I can't believe he took care of it so easily. She looks towards Knock. Knock turned his handsome face smeared with the gray wolf's blood, and said, "I'll ask one more time. I thought I was being followed by my brothers, but what are you doing here?" Talia, embarrassed, didn't know how to answer, and stammered with a laugh, "Just taking a night stroll." Of course Knock didn't believe her, and raising his torch, he said, "Don't mess with me, or I'll leave you here alone." Talia looked panicked, and grabbed his arm, surprising him slightly. Gathering her courage, Talia explained, I wasn't doing anything weird. I just saw that you suddenly became extremely strong, so I wanted to become strong like you too. Then I looked out the window, and saw you there, and I wondered where you were going. I knew you had some special training methods. That's why I followed you and entered this forest without thinking." Knock, looking satisfied, thought to himself, "Now I'm sure of 3 things. He glanced at Talia, thinking she thought highly of him, and held no animosity towards him, which was a good thing. He stared at her, thinking she was a fearless little thing, to follow someone into the night. Knock sighed, knowing he couldn't abandon such a key figure. He then tells her to follow him from now on, adding, as he turns to leave, "Then let me make something clear." Knock said softly, "I'm not trying to help you. I'm just trying to resolve this situation so my family doesn't fall into a difficult position." With a look of remorse, Talia replied, "I understand. I'm sorry it was wrong of me to come here." Seeing her expression, Knox thought to himself that she definitely wouldn't dare do anything dangerous again. Suddenly Talia stammered, "No, thank you." He turned slightly to look at her while Talia shyly clutched her dress. He seemed a bit confused as Talia continued, "I'm just saying," but her expression suddenly changed. A pack of gray wolves slowly emerges, their eyes fixed on the pair as Talia cries out in fear. He stands tall, torch in hand, facing the snarling beasts. The gray wolves bared their fangs at them, and Talia fearfully clung to Knock, trembling. He handed her the torch and said, "Stay back. You'll only get in the way of my sword." And with that, he advanced toward the gray wolves, thinking that despite the variables he needed to focus. Knock surveys the wolves, realizing this area is in the prologue, meaning there won't be any boss monsters. But an elite monster is one step below a boss monster, an evolved form of the gray wolf I just fought. Gray wolf elite. Knock is concerned, but knowing the enemy is an advantage. The wolves immediately charged at Knock, but he knew that thinking wouldn't make things go smoothly, so he gripped his sword and lunged into battle with the vicious gray wolves. Sometimes the wolves' eyes grew sharper, and Knock's anxiety grew stronger. Before I knew it, they had me cornered. He stared at them as the wolves lunged. Gripping his sword, he thought, "I'll repeat this again, just like when I was Yu-chan playing Inner Lunatic." He thought, gripping his sword with both hands, raising it high, and slashing down at the wolves as if he were just a weak piece of trash. After fighting the wolves, he sighed wearily. Talia, holding her torch, exclaimed in astonishment, "Amazing, just amazing." I'm sure he's still holding back because his swordsmanship was far more impressive when he fought his brethren. Looking at the fallen wolves, she wondered, he's killed gray wolves before, but then she remembered Knock's words, "Stay away from me." She thought, I guess Knock still thinks I'm weak. Talia looked sad, but suddenly her eyes widened as a strong wind blew towards them, yet Knock remained strangely calm. He thought to himself that it was finally here. A paw with black claws appeared several times larger than the gray wolves from before. A pack of wolves 100 times more ferocious appeared before them, and he cried out, "Elite gray wolves." Elsewhere, a servant carrying a torch called out, "Young master, young lady, bring more torches here." A sign warns that the Lost Child Forest is a place where children can get lost and die, so no matter what, do not enter. A servant looks at the ground and says, "There are 2 small footprints. It seems these are indeed the young master and young ladies." With a worried look he continued, "I believe the young master has entered the forest of lost children." He added, along with Lady Talia. Upon hearing this, Emma sat down on the ground, stunned in disbelief. "No, it can't be," she cried anxiously. "What do? We have to go in after them." A bearded man spoke up. "Don't be ridiculous, that's impossible. It was Rotwell the butler." Emma cried out. "What? Why?" He didn't answer, thinking to himself, because this is a forest that even the Renfer family couldn't conquer. The forest of lost children is the Renfer family's greatest taboo. Even for the most powerful dark family in the south, there's a forest they can't conquer. Or more simply, they weren't powerful enough, the truth being that only children could enter the forest. And this forest can only be conquered by children, a fact that remains unrevealed. Butler Roswell wondered why his young master had entered the forest. Judging by the footprints, he didn't think he was lured by a mind-type monster. Judging by the footprints, he was moving very carefully. The brightly lit mansion was in stark contrast to the darkness outside, Roswell thought. And there's no sign anyone bypassed the area's powerful mana barrier, meaning Master Knox intentionally entered the forest. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the deep forest. He clenched his fists, thinking I was wrong. He looked ahead, realizing he could no longer deny it. He was no longer the weak young master of the past. Roswell then spoke, saying there was only one way for them to return. He said, the young master must use his wits and find a way out of the forest. Hearing this, Emma grew anxious, her face covered in sweat as the servants stood with torches before the terrifying forest. Tears streaming down her face, Emma clenched her fist, blaming herself for putting Miss Talia in danger. Back in the forest, Talia drew her knife. Her eyes were resolute, one hand holding a torch, the other a knife. Nock admired her, noting that even in fear, she remained focused. Then he instructed, don't attack recklessly. You could get hurt. Just stay out of this. He continued, conserve your strength and try to run. If she's attacked, that's the only way she'll increase her chances of survival. Talia's eyes remained resolute as Nock thought to himself, killing a Grey Wolf elite isn't that dangerous with a difficulty of only 2.5 stars. He thought to himself that he just wanted Talia to be careful and able to react to the threats around her, and complimented her, noting that she seemed to be catching on. Besides, she's not strong enough for me to trust her with my back. Nock looked at the wolves and said, now I'll announce it, and at that moment the genius's time was activated and a strong golden light appeared all over Nock's body. He thought to himself that he would use this skill and finish it off with one blow, as the wolf with 3 stripes on its left eye stared silently at Nock. Both he and Talia were a little surprised as the wolves bared their teeth at their prey. Nock smirks, don't tell me it's this wolf. Immediately, one of the wolves leaps toward him. Nock gripped his sword and slashed, but the remaining wolves didn't attack. Nock wondered, did they stop? A large wolf lay down its paws, resting peacefully. Suddenly, more wolves appeared, but Nock fended them all off as the pack relentlessly surrounded him. It howls loudly, and Nock turns back in surprise. Just as it was about to attack, Talia rushed in and slashed the wolf across its back. He turned to her as she shouted, watch out. She was hiding behind the bushes. Even though Nock told me to run if things got dangerous, I just couldn't. Talia's courage grew, Nox thought to himself. Talia, were you trying to help me? In an instant, she was perched in the tree. Talia, holding a torch anxiously, asks Nox if he's all right, worriedly inquiring, are you hurt anywhere? Seeing her like that, Nox couldn't believe Talia had just helped him. Suddenly, his eyes widened at a sound. Instantly he swung his sword, sending the wolves flying and panting. He turned to her saying, I'm fine. In his mind, he knew this was no time for idle thoughts. Hearing that she was relieved, Nock winces, realizing he's in a sorry state once again when something catches his eye. He looked down, realizing the skill's effect had been reversed. This was bad. A wolf's paw steps forward as he thinks, but the battle is far from over, the wolf's eyes burning with rage and ferocity. Nock smirks, thinking it's time to end this as the two size each other up. The wolf eyes him, circling Nock warily. It glared at him enraged. Instantly, the wolf unleashed its power and lunged. His eyes widened as he realized it was coming. Nock scanned his surroundings. He quickly dodged the wolf, suddenly panicking, then froze, thinking, that beast, don't tell me. Nock then realized, Min is too late. Instantly, the wolf viciously attacked him, everything happening in a blur. Seeing the situation, Talia cried out, Nock, and just like that, the wolf vanished. Badly wounded, he thought to himself, damn it. Nock gritted his teeth and said, is this really only a 2.5-star difficulty? It's incredibly strong. He then trudged into the forest. He pictured the wolf, realizing this elite gray wolf was far more intelligent than in the game. Nock then took a fighting stance, reassuring himself. I was too careless. He looked around, realizing he should have seen this coming, when he noticed how it controlled the other monsters. Who knew it could even use the terrain to its advantage? Just then, there was a rustling in the leaves. Instantly, the wolf attacked Nock from behind, prompting him to vow to remain on guard from now on. He then swung his sword, thinking he would counterattack, but the wolf dodged his blow. Nock was sweating profusely as the wolf glared at him with a ferocious look. Then it roared, and Nock realized it was waiting for the perfect moment to strike his weakness. He gripped his sword, recalling his clumsy swing, then gritted his teeth and roared. Suddenly, his face went blank as he thought of the parry skill, and the wolf howled, charging straight at him. As it roared, he realized he'd underestimated the situation. Had he become arrogant, assuming he could do anything just because he'd beaten this game countless times? He was stunned, thinking it was a foolish decision, then gritted his teeth, utterly bewildered. He then hurled his sword straight into the wolf's eye, thinking about a dagger. He looked at Talia, realizing that if their weaknesses could be exploited, so could the enemies, and the one to exploit them wasn't him. Nock then drew his sword, let out a great cry, and delivered a fatal blow to the wolf, which howled in agony. It roared in agony, and Nox's hands trembled. Nock has killed the wolf, and Talia calls out to him. Suddenly, she sensed something. In the distance, more wolves began to approach. They then fled into the forest, and Talia jumped down from the tree. She approached Nox and asked, "Are you all right?" He simply replies, "Yeah." He took my hand to wipe the wound and said, "I'm alive thanks to—" He stopped abruptly. He saw her tearful face and thought, was I about to thank the enemy, who will take my life in the future? He then said, "Don't worry, you have scratches from the wolf." Hearing this, Talia burst into tears, saying, "I knew it. You were injured before. Are you really okay?" Nock replied, "It's just a scratch." But Talia was still worried, and he reassured her, "I'm fine." She finally stopped crying, and said, "I'm just glad you weren't hurt anywhere else." Suddenly, a spider appears on her shoulder, and her face darkens. Hearing the commotion, Nock turns around wondering what's going on. "Are there still monsters?" she asked, clinging to him in terror. Seeing her like this, he tells Talia, who fearfully says, There's a spider." Her eyes filled with terror, as she saw the spider which only crawled closer, causing her to cling tighter to Nock. Seeing this, he thought helplessly, "How long is she going to cling to me?" He looked at her and smiled. "She's afraid of spiders." Nock gently kicks the spider away, saying, "If something like a spider scares you, why did you follow me into the forest?" Talia stammers. "It's a spider, aren't you scared of it?" He teased her, saying she could never be a knight. Hearing this, her face flushed red, and she shouted. "No," he finally says, "you can let go of me now." Suddenly, Nock coughs violently. Seeing her concern, he thought helplessly, then said, "I told you not to worry," which she was about to argue. But Nock thinks to himself, Talia must have her own worries. He smiles, realizing he survived thanks to her, even if he can't say it because she suddenly screamed. Talia continued to ask if he was really okay, to which he thought, "Thank you." Nock looks up thinking that all they need to do is escape the forest. It was now late afternoon, and the servant immediately knelt down, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm the one who killed the young lady." Seeing the situation, the butler wondered if they would survive. He looked up at the sky, realizing Talia's disappearance would cause problems between the two families, especially with so many children vanishing in this forest. He hesitated, thinking that some whispered the Renhofer family was incompetent. Suddenly, the soldiers shouted, "Lord Rotwell, look!" The group cheered. "The mist in the forest is gone." The butler was stunned, thinking the lost forest has been conquered. Talia's servant chimed in, "I'm not sure, but that's what I'm thinking, right? The mist is fading." The butler agreed she was right. He continued, "That means the forest has been conquered." He then said, "There's only one possibility what we're thinking has become reality." Hearing this, the maid couldn't hold back her tears and said, "So, Master Nock." At that moment, the two of them emerged. Seeing Nock emerge, everyone cheered. "The young master is coming." They whispered amongst themselves, marveling that he had conquered the forest. It's unbelievable that he emerged unscathed. The butler couldn't contain his joy, certain of what was to come. He looked at Nox, thinking that the hierarchy of the Renhafer family's descendants was about to undergo a major shift. Nox then looked around and asked, "Why is everyone gathered here?" Talia's servants cried out, "Lady Talia." They embraced her, overjoyed, saying, "We were so worried about you." "The family was very worried about your disappearance, my lady," the butler said, calmly looking at her. Hearing this, Nox says, "I can't believe the family is worried about a useless person like me. The dark reputation of our family is about to disappear." Talia then tried to comfort the maid. "Don't cry, ghost." The maid then said, "My lady," before tightly embracing Talia. Then she stood up and told Talia, "I will remind you of the 71 rules of the Stephen Renner family. Please follow me." Seeing this, Talia was embarrassed and said, "Emma, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Emma laughs and tells Talia, "No, how could I ever blame you? I'm just a lowly maid. The clan leader himself will reiterate the rules to you." Talia then pleaded, Emma." Seeing this, he thought that the maid also possessed incredible stamina. Emma then thanked him, "Young Master Nox, thank you so much for protecting our young lady." Talia, with tears welling up, says, "Even though I didn't intend to go with you." Nox interrupts, "You solved the problem yourself, don't be too disappointed." Her face flushes at his words. The afternoon sun streamed through the leaves, illuminating the grand estate. Back home, Nox tossed his bag and sword onto a chair. He said, "That's all there is to it," he grumbled, unable to believe Roswell was waiting outside the forest with the knights. That was unexpected. Was it because of Talia? Even so, he smiled, reached into his bag, and thought he had it. He pulls out a ring, thinking it's the missing piece. The system displays, "You have acquired a new holy artifact. You have obtained the Ring of Black Flames." The system displays its stats. Ring of Black Flames, low, mid-grade equipment, dark attribute +1 to stamina and mana. Requirements: only those who use dark magic can wear it. Nock puts on the ring, and a skull appears as the system displays a special effect that activates when you defeat an opponent while wearing this item. You will steal a small portion of their life force and make it your own. The higher the level of the defeated foe, the more life force you will gain. Nock looks at the ring, thinking that the only holy artifact capable of stealing life force is the Blackfire ring, even though he only possesses this one ring. He then resolves that it doesn't necessarily mean he'll live longer. Nock looks at the ring, thinking that a human's life cannot be extended forever, and that taking only a small portion of life force won't be enough to overcome his terminal illness. Nock puts on the ring, thinking as long as he can struggle and grow. Then the system appears, "You have equipped the Black Flame Ring." He looked at the ring, thinking it was better than a hopeless life on the brink of death. He could definitely feel his life force and mana gradually increasing. Nock then turned and called out, "Rona, I know you're in there, so come out for a bit." The door then opened. Rona peeked out, stammering, "Master, can you see through things or something?" He replied, "Maybe I can." She exclaimed, "Does that mean you can see me naked?" Enraged, Nock flicked her forehead and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She clutches her head and cries, "That hurts," then pouts, "Why does that feel even worse than your bandages?" At that moment, Nock put his hand down and said to Rona, "Enough nonsense, let's arm wrestle." Rona responded, again. Full of confidence, she says, "Master, if I win again, you'll give me a raise, right?" And so the arm wrestling match began. 1. Nock, now confident, begins to count. 2. As soon as they started, Nock defeated Rona in the arm wrestle. She couldn't believe it, stammering, "What just happened? Something's not right." Rona retorts, "Don't you think docking a maid's salary by 20% would tarnish the reputation of a noble's son?" To which Nock replies, "Ah, I suppose that's true." He continued, "But I'm known as the incompetent son of the Renhar family, or so they say." Then he smiled and said, "So I've decided not to care about things like honor anymore." Rona tearfully begs for forgiveness, but a system notification catches his eye. The chronic illness trait has activated, inflicting stage 2 carpal tunnel. The system then displays that he has contracted a first-degree cold, leading him to curse his disadvantageous traits. He then said to Rona, "Rona, I won't deduct your salary, but bring me a towel and some ice." Hearing this, she asked, "Young master, are you feeling all right?" Nock thought to himself, for now he'd settle for the ring and get some rest. But suddenly his injuries worsened, and he realized 1 + 1 = U. The remaining 2 secret pieces and the Black Flame Ring have been in the mansion for 6 months since I acquired them. Nock closes his eyes, lost in thought. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a chance to use it yet. A sign on the wall reads, "Noon Renher has been punished." He opened one eye, the other still closed, and began to speak. As he opened the door, he muttered to himself, "It's not like I caused any trouble. I even cleared out the Lackney forest. I can't believe they're punishing me when they should be rewarding me. What a joke." Nock turned to Rona for her opinion. "Does that make sense, Rona?" Rona responded, "Yes, but I'm a servant of the family. If I say something bad about the master, I'll get a pay cut. I assure you I won't let your wages be cut." "If you lean towards me," she grumbled, trailing behind him, "the master is too strict. How can he not understand your feelings?" He sat in his chair, lost in thought. He had tried his best to adapt to this life and be a useful citizen while watching them grow. He considered carefully he couldn't continue like this. His lifespan, even now, was dwindling. The system informed him that due to an incurable disease he only had 147 days to live. He was so angry that his fists clenched and trembled slightly. "This damn system is more devoted to my life than I am. Thanks for the detailed explanation." He slams his hand on the chair in protest. "I can't take it anymore. I have to go see my father and ask for his permission." He called for Rona, and she answered from behind the door. "Yes, I just heated up some water for a bath." Suddenly there was a knock at the front door. A man entered, offering a polite greeting. It was Roswell, the butler. He informs Nock that the master has summoned him, a statement that visibly surprises Nock. The scene shifts to a bloody battlefield littered with fallen soldiers and swords. A flashback reveals Teo valiantly wielding his sword. On a clear night, red clouds filled the sky as Pones flew to and fro, their fierce expressions hinting at a ravenous hunger, until a valiant warrior brandished his sword and annihilated them all. His hand gripped the bloodied sword, his eyes narrowed, assessing the situation, before unleashing a flurry of attacks that obliterated the pawns. He sat in his chair, closing his eyes as he reminisced about the past, about the day the monsters swarmed, those they captured, and the long night. His eyes fluttered open. It was all a nightmare. He sat in the chair in the silent room, contemplating the future. One day, perhaps one of my sons will learn to wield the supreme black sword. He mused, weary, but knew he shouldn't rely too much on sentimentality. Targeting the one with true talent was still much safer, because among them, that would mean killing me with his own hands later on. A voice then called out to him from outside. "Is the young master arriving soon, sir?" Butler Rotwell asked as he entered. The man replied softly, "Too late." He ordered him to be brought there immediately, thinking even I don't know how to erase the stop of knack yet, that little brat did it. I should praise him this time. He thought the reason for the delayed reward was due to strong opposition from the family's vassals. His eyes were glued to the report from the thorough investigation, making him ponder further. Those vassals didn't believe Nock, a child who was once good for nothing, could change so drastically, and began investigating whether he really cleared the forest. Therefore, an investigation is still necessary. Suddenly, someone opens the door, causing him to look up. It was Nock, who entered bowing respectfully as he greeted him. "It's a pleasure to see you, master." Seeing this, he told him to dispense with the formalities, and the boy immediately stood up and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he calmly said to him, "You must know that your impulsive actions were wrong." Nock lowered his head and replied, "Yes, sir." Dan clasped his hands together, saying, "Fulfilling my responsibilities is my duty, and even the incompetent deserve rewards for their contributions. I've called you here to discuss your reward." Hearing this, he blankly asked, "A wish?" He looked at him calmly and said, "I will grant you any one wish, anything at all." Hearing this, many doubts arose in his mind. "What you're saying, I can have anything I want?" Gazing at his enigmatic face, he wondered if a lunatic like himself deserved such a reward. His expression clouded with thought. Usually his father was so overbearing and strict, it felt like a shot to the head, or rather a stab in the back, as he immediately and clearly stated, "anything." He stared at him for a few seconds, then stood up and slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I will give you anything," as the head of Renfer. Then he continued, "This promise is absolutely genuine. I swear it on the eternal pages of valor." Seeing his serious demeanor, he thought to himself, "I thought he was joking, but he's actually serious." Then he added, "Of course, if the request is too absurd, I'll have to reconsider you. However, I trust you won't ask for anything like that." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Of course, father, please give me some time to think." To which his father responded, "Very well, I will lift your confinement for now." He then set a condition for Knox: he wasn't allowed to cause trouble like before. Knox immediately agreed. "Yes, master." He continued, "Always remember in your heart that you are a Renhofer." The next day, everyone gathered in the hall. A kind-faced girl smiles gently as the orange-haired girl bids farewell. "Then I'll see you at the Eldon Academy." Despite Knock's avoidance, she cheerfully tells him she'll see him later. Got it. Seeing this, the butler tells Knock, "Master, you should answer the young lady's question." Hearing this, he sighs helplessly and agrees. All right, he said, "but only if you become a proper knight before then." She was overjoyed and made him swear to keep his word. He promised. He told her not to panic even if she encountered a giant spider. Hearing this, her face fell, and she immediately punched him hard in the stomach. Knock takes the punch, regretting he ever mentioned spiders, and looks to the sky, thinking he should have said wolves. Gathering her courage, she tells him, "I'll be back after I become a proper knight, so take good care of your head, until we meet again." He's left stunned, lost in fearful thought. My head? Is she planning to chop off my head? Just then, the maid thanked him, expressing her gratitude to everyone, especially young Master Knock. Hearing this, he told her, "The Steeliner family's escort has nothing to do with me, so there's no need to thank me." The maid smiled and thanked him anyway. "Thank you for saving Lady Talia." Hearing this, he showed no emotion, then sighed and said, "I didn't intend to save her in the first place." He shooed her away, saying, "Leave me be." Looking back, he thought, so one person is gone. Wai Long watches the falling leaves, contemplating how he's slowly getting used to this strange life. Though the reason is unclear, he rubs his stomach and thinks it's kind of nice. Suddenly, the system announces that, due to a terminal illness, he only has 146 days to live. His face was blank with surprise as he gazed at the sky, thinking 146 days is no time to relax. A few days later, Rona entered the room and told Knox, "You'll need to find a new maid and attendant." Hearing this, he began to think, "A maid, now that you mention it." Just then, the butler entered and greeted him. "Good morning, master." Seeing him, he immediately asked Roswell what was going on. He pointed behind him and said, "Eldon Academy has sent a trainee maid to serve you. From today onward she will be in your service, so I brought her to introduce herself." The girl bowed politely, introducing herself. "Pleased to meet you, master. My name is DG Doctor. Love Vilya will be your exclusive maid from today onward." Hearing this, he introduces himself to her as well. "I am Nokvan, son of Levea." His eyes turned to Vovilia with great interest, and almost immediately, the system displayed a series of information related to her. Name Davilia, gender female, age 15, race human, main element earth, talent advantages, values, talent neutral focused, disadvantages, two-faced pitiful, like a machine master liar spy, endurance 8, mana 5, luck 1, will 3, charm 22. The system displays passive and active skills, including exceptional housekeeping. The player is currently following the orders of the von Ren Hafer. Then information about the current situation appears. The player being controlled is currently following the orders of the von Reinhofer. "I'll do my best to assist you. I knew they wouldn't let me leave this place easily." Theo von Reinhofer, one of the greatest villains and most powerful figures in the world, wonders how he achieved his current position. Did he rise to power through swordsmanship alone, There's no doubt he's talented, but the main reason von Renfer rose to lead the Renfer family is his deep-seated suspicion and distrust of everything and everyone around him. I have high expectations for you this time. Yes, sir. I heard you lost your position as heir to the Villia family. If you do well this time, the Renfer family will not hesitate to help you with that inheritance. I will support the young master with all my heart. No, I will watch him closely and report everything back to you. Don't forget who your master is. From this moment on, I can't hesitate any longer. Some stars may want to confirm if the person inside this body is Nox. Being possessed by a demon isn't uncommon in Inner Lunatic, and Nox has been possessed countless times in the main story, so it should be fine as long as he doesn't learn my true identity. But the problem is, DJ Chi Love Villia, though not central to the main story, is too good to ignore. She was originally meant to be the Villia family's heir, but her parents were murdered by her own uncle, and she lost her position as the family's next heir. Inevitably, she became a maid, serving the Renfer family to escape her own family's scrutiny, masking her true self with a cheerful, ever-smiling facade. But her strengths, genius, support, neutrality, honesty, her weaknesses, duplicity, suffering, robotic work ethic, skilled liar for self-preservation spy. Her mind is already exhausted and rotten, a character teetering on the brink of a complete mental breakdown. And so her final decision will be made before the first part of the main story begins. She took her own life. So what should I do? Is it right to alter the story by saving someone who's destined to die? Despite knowing it's like putting our necks on the line starting tomorrow, we're hunting monsters inside our territory's forest. And of course you two will follow and assist me. What's that? Hunting monsters in our territory, I'm calling in sick. Understood. DJ Chi, you can't just agree to everything, can you? It's only natural for a maid to be afraid of hunting monsters. It's a ridiculous request after all. And an immediate reply. Rona, I know you've used all your vacation days. You can't call in sick today. How could you do that? Have you forgotten already? I'm just a useless bum. If you don't listen to me, I'll dock your pay. I'll go easy on you newbies. How about just half pay? Would you like me to bring your bow or sword, master? And should I inform Lord Roswell that you're leaving the estate before we prepare? That's right. My top priority now is to extend my lifespan. Now that I can go wherever I want. Young master, wait for me. A few days later, the Lost Child Forest gradually transformed into an ordinary training ground after being dealt with as a ferocious wolf howled eerily. Nock moves with swift precision, his face expressionless, as he delivers a cold, calculated assault, his sword a blur of decisive power. The ferocious wolf could only whimper now, the last strike, bringing Nock some spoils. Having defeated the monster, Nock finally has a moment to breathe after stealing a sliver of the silver wolf's life force. That victory has also helped Nock extending his lifespan by 2 hours. He wondered if he'd taken down all the wolves in the area, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The corpses of wolves littered the grass, and he gained 2 hours of life from this hunt alone. Other wolves would share the same fate. 5 corpses lie on the grass, blood still fresh. Nock muses to himself, pleased. This hunt has been quite successful, hasn't it? Observing from the side, Dee smiled and asked Thom Nock. It's been almost an hour since we started hunting. Aren't you tired? Hearing this, Nock cursed inwardly for reasons unknown. Damn it, he thought to himself, without activating my genius period, it's taking me too long to hunt. Nock gently takes the bottle from the maid's hand, realizing he's only earned an hour's worth. He's exhausted from fighting, and though he knew the balance wouldn't be perfect, this is far less than he anticipated, and he can't always hunt monsters like this. Nock was lost in thought, but the biggest problem was the limited number of monsters in this area, while DJ Chi remained calm, and Rona panicked at the sight of the scattered wolf corpses, her face turning purple. Meanwhile, Nock was about to collapse, fearing his plans for a wonderful life would vanish like smoke. He sighed, realizing that the lack of monsters in this area was a huge problem. Faced with their dejected master, DJ Chi forces a smile, reassuring him. I can't believe you think the number of monsters is a problem. Anyone who heard you say that would think you've become some kind of weirdo. Rona cried out in disbelief. Master, what are you saying? Nock suddenly noticed something, his eyes widening slightly. Inside the forest, a strange light appeared, but Nock quickly looked away, telling his maids, there's nothing we can do, let's return to the mansion. Yes, master. DJ Chi thoughtfully asked. Nook, shall I prepare a warm bath for you? I'll prepare it at the perfect temperature. Nook expects nothing less from his talented assistant. He then said, all right, I want to bathe before dinner, so manage the time well. DJ Chi smiled radiantly. Yes, leave it to me. Rona chimed in hastily from behind. Young master, don't forget about me. I'll clean your room. Nook curtly replied that she could do whatever she wanted, and Rona immediately grabbed her basket and bow and arrow, and hurried off. DJ Chi maintained her shy and gentle smile, as Nooks called out DJ Chi. She replied, yes, Master Nook. His face fell a hint of sadness in his expression. I have a question for you. Hearing this, DJ Chi suddenly clutched the hem of her dress, freezing slightly. Nock stared at her and asked, who do you serve? DJ Chi was stunned by the sudden question. What just then Nock's power was supplemented with the genius support attribute, positive genius support, neutral focus, negative duplicity, and pitiful machine. Nock looks at the system board, then ponders that no matter how beautiful a greatsword is, it's useless if he can't wield it. And stares at DJ Chi, a thought flashing in his mind. He won't hesitate to throw it away. As the young master awaited an answer, confusion was evident on DJ Chi's face. Faced with the silence, Nock pressed on. So, is that your answer? DJ Chi was stunned, sweat starting to pour. I haven't said anything yet. DJ Chi quickly defended herself. Young master, I was interrupted before I could finish. I know what you want to say. He eyed D. Chi with suspicion. Don't worry, I don't intend to interrogate you any further. Nock continued, saying he was truly grateful to her for at least not lying. DJ Chi was silent, her eyes filled with unease, anxiety, and shock. Facing the trembling, DJ Nock calmly states that it doesn't matter who she serves. He will consider her one of his subordinates, a statement that only surprises DJ Chi further. Nock departs, leaving with the words, "Feel free to use me if you need to." That's all I wanted to say. DJ Chi could only watch him go. Meanwhile, thoughts resurface in Nock's mind, on par with having faith in each other. Don't you think it's more reasonable for two people to take advantage of each other? DJ Chi collapses, disappointment etched in her eyes. Nock had realized this, and thought that this was the kind of relationship he wanted with her anyway. As night falls, a gentle voice drifts from within the mansion. It's Rona, rambling in bed. Wasn't Nock a little too harsh? He would say things like describing Nock as a smiling devil while talking to Rona, and Rona even imagined his dark voice. What's the fun of training if you don't follow me? Rona, still upset, clenches her fist and mutters, "Every time we train." Then she turns and asks, "Don't you think he went too far that day?" DD simply smiled and replied, "Perhaps." Dichi gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting back to the rumors she'd heard countless times while in the Livia family, that Master Nox had undergone a complete transformation. She thought, feeling uneasy, that the rumors were baseless, as such a drastic change in someone was incredibly rare. DJ Chi then recalled Nock wielding his sword fighting off the wolves. But they say he defeated the twins in one blow and earned the right to join the academy, and he cemented his place in the family unlike me. DJ Chi began to despair, thinking of her own position, one who had been cast aside despite once being a worthy heir to the family. Her hand gently touches the pendant, remembering what he told her today. DJ Chi recalled Nock's words, "Then use me as you wish. That's all I have to say." DJ Chi wondered what did he mean. Soon after, a baseless rumor surfaced within the Renfer family. Rumor had it that DJ had been exiled from her family and was no longer worthy to serve the Renfer family. Her hand holding the letter fell in despair. The letter spelled it out, "Du Chi Villia. You useless head of the family, you have been sold off by your own clan and will be punished accordingly." Dijichi clenched her fist in anger and despair. The words of the letter burned into her mind. Stripped of her rights as a direct heir, she wept, her eyes filled with sorrow, yet her lips seemed to curve into a faint smile. "It seems I won't be able to stay in the Renharfer family any longer." Mian Man thought it was to be expected. The Renhar family is one of the top families in the dark lineage. DJ Chi thinks even though she was only used as a maid for one of their children. Leaning against the wall, she breathes a sigh of relief. A commoner stripped of her title has no right to serve him. She quietly opens the door, preparing to leave, knowing she'll soon be replaced and serving a new master. With that thought, DJ Chi turned and left, throwing open the doors with a hearty laugh. "Hello." The maids working in the kitchen all turn to look at her with slightly wary and distant expressions. He goes to maintain it. The weather doesn't seem to be cooperating today. The sky is darkening, and the birds are flying back to their nests. Suddenly, a white wolf howls in agony as it slashed across the chest, immediately collapsing to the ground. Rona watched as he decisively finished off the wolf, whispering to Digi. She couldn't believe there wasn't a hint of joy on his face after killing it. Did the young master seem more exhausted than usual? Today Rona couldn't believe her eyes. Because he's so different than before. He used to have some compassion. She's filled with questions, but today he seems a little... The whirlwind of events has changed Nox so drastically. Is it true? Of course she's worried about him too, which makes her a little uneasy. Nox's sword is stained with the blood of the wolf, an unavoidable consequence. He closed his eyes, plunged his sword into the ground, splattering the remaining blood on his clothes, seemingly waiting for something, and on the verge of disappointment. It should be appearing soon. Is it not coming out today? Nox knows that in the Forest of the Lost, a mysterious monster appears when the number of creatures drops to around 20%. A hidden boss. Sheathing his sword, he'd eliminated many white wolves, hoping to speed things up. He even considered killing the hidden boss to boost his stats, but I guess it won't work anyway. Suddenly there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes, and the leaves began to tremble. This caught Nox's attention as he was about to leave. Before he could see it, it suddenly darted in front of him and vanished. What is that? This is beyond Nox's expectations. The monster moved faster than the wind, its speed in a different league altogether, which only excited Nox more, confirming his suspicion that this had to be a hidden boss. Without a moment's rest, Nox was forced to battle a giant bee, a special Huangfeng king. Damn it, this thing is annoying. With his superior skills, he easily dodges the monster's attacks. but it's not an enemy I can't defeat. As he fought with all his might, one of the maids called out to knock, making him turn his head. The young master sees the shock on DJ Chi's face, unable to comprehend what just happened to her, hardly daring to believe she blocked the monster's attack for him, but he doesn't see her actions as noble because his confidence in his own abilities is ever present. Even without DJ Chi's help, it was an attack I could have dodged or blocked. Why did she save me? Knock froze for 5 seconds, unable to process what had happened so quickly, but he recognized DJ Chi's bravery against the bee monster. I wonder how many people would rush in front of a monster that suddenly appeared. As she fell, he didn't know what he was thinking. His words and thoughts didn't match at all. I'll take advantage of this, he thought, all to save her. Knock's anger was evident, his teeth grinding as if he wanted to crush the monster. Immediately, the system activated, and the genius time skill was triggered. While she sat crying on the floor, her parents didn't ask why, but just stood by talking back and forth. Why does our precious Chi keep falling? Wah. Mom's right, not a day has gone by when the wound on her knee has fully healed. DJ Chi watches their backs and the past anxiety surrounding her for a long time. That's what my parents used to tell me, that my wounds never fully healed, and it still makes her uneasy to this day. However, that applied not only to the wound on my knee, but also to the one in my heart. I wonder if that was a prophecy of my future. Knock suddenly turns to DJ Chi and asks, "Whom do you serve?" catching her off guard with his random question. Who do I serve? The figure of a man appears in DJ Chi's mind. It turns out it was her father smiling brightly, and the painful memories resurfaced once more. A man heartlessly slaughtered his own family, just to seize the position of head of the household. Dijich, now Ra's day will be mine. Her mind races wondering who she should serve. Another man appears, speaking in veiled words. Who will she serve? Feel free to use me as you wish because I will be using you as well. Meanwhile, he and Rona are extremely worried about her current condition. DJ Chi. System notifications flood Knock, declaring he defeated the monster and will receive a special reward. It's hard to tell if those are tears or sweat on his face, but you can see how worried he is about Dichi. Just hold on a little longer, Knock reassured her. Everything's alright now. I'm going to take you home. Rona also urged him to leave, saying they needed to return to the estate quickly. DJ Chi only sees him. Though gravely injured, he feels no pain, only self-reproach for his deceit. Is that the expression of someone who intends to use me? The eyes are the window to the soul. She listens to herself. I wonder why. The image of him before DJ Chi begins to fade like a fogged-up mirror. Why do I feel a stirring in my heart? Her tears and her rage suddenly cut through my thoughts. Within his words, Teo holds the letter, his face showing clear displeasure. This is indeed troublesome. The butler has already investigated her to the core based on our investigation. The letter confirms it. The Loya family has decided to completely cut ties with DJ Chi. In his mind, she's just a pawn, and the reason he brought DJ here was to seize control of the Via family. Teo's calculations were beyond comprehension, but in the end, she was left in the dark because they had lost their head of the family, leaving them in a very unstable situation. I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to seize the family. If the family is so unstable that even the heir's position is threatened like a knight on a chessboard, Theo wants to strengthen the family at all costs. With the Renfer family's intervention, we can force them to bow their heads somehow, but the letter in his hand contains troubling news for Teo. But what if DG is exiled from the family, stripped of all rights as a direct descendant, before any plans can even begin? Knowing she can't be exploited, he asks the butler for his opinion. What should they do with DG? Roswell always acts for the greater good, protecting the interests of his master's family. As regrettable as it is, we can't allow a maid unaffiliated with any family to care for the young master. We'd be ridiculed at Eldon Academy. It seems the butler has a plan, so I think we need to quietly resolve this ourselves. I agree with his assessment. Suddenly the door bursts open and the frantic maid blurts out news that enrages the butler. How dare you barge in here without permission, he gasped. I apologize. The servant's information caused the butler's expression to twist. Young Master Knox brought back a wounded maid from his recent hunting trip, he calmly reported. The maid was poisoned and is in critical condition, and he used a great deal of expensive antidote without permission. And so, I've come to report this. Rotwell immediately recognized Knox's discerning eye. Don't tell me he used the ginseng elixir. He hesitated, but then told the truth. The lines on his forehead deepened thanks in no small part to you, and that expensive herb. The worry on his face was clear, he couldn't control Knock anymore. Had the boy grown so close to that maid so quickly? With Teo wanting to keep her and Knock apart, no one could foresee the consequences of such personal feelings. A voice calling her name echoes through the mansion, waking her up. DJ Chiarona has been taking care of her. DJ Chia. You're awake, the tears just keep flowing. Rona clutched the blankets, sobbing. I'm so glad you're awake. Even now, DJ Chi is still worried about him. What just happened? Is the young master safe? Now she remembers his courageous figure. Why did she dare do that back then? With Rona's goldfish memory, a few key words are enough. The young master gave her a dose of antidote. Something about ginseng. She saw it all, he used it, and they said it was good. The royal physician was utterly bewildered. What did you say? Knock insists, ordering them to save her. Even Runa was surprised. He completely ignored the royal physician's refusal, and he said to use it on her unless he wanted to die, though Runa, his close maid, could badmouth her master at any time. I guess that explains his incompetence, and his injured hand is still bandaged. Dichi couldn't help but wonder. Ginseng. Why would he do this? Her hands trembled as she gripped the blanket. Wasn't he just using me? Rona tried to stop her from getting out of bed. Do you need more rest, G? Is your injury okay? But she only wanted to find him and ask where Master Knox was. It was only then that Rona remembered his instructions. He's gone to find Chamberlain. Oh, he told me to report back when you woke up. Before leaving, she reminded DJ Chi that she would return soon. Remember to get plenty of rest. After the door closed, silence fell. DJ Chi of course didn't listen, and was already out of bed heading for her suitcase searching for something. DJ Chi carefully tidies up the scattered books, neatly folding her shirts. I don't belong here. The truth is, DJ Chi is not only insecure but also makes things harder on herself. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere anymore. Though saddened, she silently clutches the necklace as she leaves. Gently opening the pendant, DJ Chi cherishes it because inside is a picture of her parents. Resolving herself, she removes the photo, gazing at it one last time before returning it to its owner. DJ Chi leaves a letter and the necklace, writing, Master, I heard you gave me some kind of miracle drug, which I'm sure wasn't easy to come by. Though she doesn't want to leave, she regretfully looks at the letter she wrote. Thank you for saving my life. Through the glass he could see the letter and the necklace. Her suitcase wasn't full, but it made her hands tremble, and his familiar voice was enough to stop her in her tracks. Where does she think she's going? It's unbelievable that Nock and she would meet on this very road. He hadn't even changed clothes before rushing to find her. I asked again, where are you going? Nock is furious and confused. Someone is dying, and all he cares about is how expensive the medicine is. Rotwell meekly replies, no, that's not it. He explained that if the Patriarch hadn't authorized its use, he couldn't administer the medicine. Besides, the clan leader wouldn't allow it anyway. DJ Chi is unconscious, covered in blood. Nock, his face darkening, demanded Roswell. Do you outrank me in this family? Answer me. Overcome with anxiety, he stammered, drenched in sweat. I'm sorry. He immediately ordered, I'll explain this to my father myself. You hurry up. Roswell, hearing this, got to work and replied, understood. Standing by the bed, Rona tearfully asks if she'll be alright as Roswell administers the medicine. Now that the poison's worn off, she'll recover soon. Rona then says, what a relief. Seeing Nock's dazed expression, Rona called out young master as a voice echoed through the luxurious room. Come and tell me privately when DJ Chi wakes up. What is it? Nock's father continued. You rarely come to me yourself. Is it about that maid? Nock kneels to the ground. His expression darkens. The master of acting has been activated. Teo remained seated as Nock spoke. Just one thing. Kwai bowed his head to the ground. I remember you once said you'd grant me a wish. Teo responded, that's right. Nock's eyes hardened with resolve as he told Dizo Servilia, I want you to give her to the woman who was exiled from her family. Teo lowered his head, looking thoughtful, as Nock pondered the butterfly effect that would impact the main story later on. What about Theo's spy? That no longer matters. Nock recalls the events of the day, remembering how she tried to save him, and he realized something. He thinks back to the past, to the answer she didn't clearly give him before. Nock recalled DJ Chi, kneeling, realizing that DG had already shown him through her actions. Teo replied, I understand. If that's what you want, it shall be done. In the next moment, Nock rose to his feet, about to turn away, but he spoke to his father, Chieftain. This unworthy son has one more thing to say. Theo agreed, telling him to speak. He says, even if you are my father. A notification appears warning that the effectiveness of the acting skill is decreasing due to your agitated state. Enraged, Nock cried out, please don't bother my people anymore. In the dimly lit room, Nock watches the blue-haired girl with a suitcase and asks, where do you think you're going? DJ Chi replies, about that, I'm about to leave this place. I don't think this place suits me anymore, she said, her voice trembling. Thank you for everything you've done for me. To this, Nock replies, I'll ask you again. With a calm expression he asked, where would you go instead of serving me? My maid, DJ. Chi lowered her head hesitant. But you already know the answer. I was ordered by the clan leader to monitor you. I deceived you. She spoke through tears, then wondered, But why are you trying to keep me here? But I deceived you, she cried. I wouldn't be able to say a thing even if you kicked me out right now. Then why? Nock wondered to himself as he looked at her. So this is DJ Chi's true face behind the act. This side of her feels more real. A person who chooses not to give up and manages to push through no matter how difficult and dark the moment may be. He quietly says, people often deceive each other in the beginning. But I've made a grave mistake against you, sir, he replies. That's exactly the reason why. Nock continued. After all you've done, you think you can just leave without making amends. Who said I'd let you go? Dichi responds, I'm sorry, sir. Nock reaches out to her saying, Dichi, you will stay here. I don't care what my father thinks, and I don't need the Vilya family name attached to you. I only need your talent. Hearing this, Daiduchi softly replied young Master Nock as he passed by, saying, I want you to stay and help me until you atone for your mistakes. As my personal maid. Hearing this, DG was stunned for a moment, but immediately burst into tears of emotion. She replies, I understand, master. Nock walks away, as DJ Chi turns to look at him, promising I will be by your side forever and will always help you. Nock smiles, saying, very good. Suddenly DJ Chi asks, you asked me this before you asked me who I would serve, right? He replied. Yes, that's right. She replies, now you know who that person is, right? Nock gently says, yes, I know. I already know who it is, amidst the lively chatter, but that's what I'm saying. Let me tell you that young master even threatened the apothecary, saying he would kill him. Rona excitedly shared the story, but the apothecary and Nock appeared, cutting her off mid-sentence, preventing her from badmouthing him to others. Rona asked, startled, you heard everything. Nock clenches his fist, saying, you're probably going to deny everything to avoid responsibility, aren't you? Rona, startled, quickly covers her mouth. Suddenly noticing DJ Chi, she asks, DJ Chi, are you feeling better? Don't overwork yourself. Let me do the laundry. She then rushes to grab the laundry, saying, young master, I'll go do the laundry. Nock thinks to himself, why does she always cause so much trouble? He turned to DJ Chi and asked DJ Chi, you know you'll be coming to Elden Academy with me in 2 months, right? She replied, yes, I know. I've already made some preparations for it. Nock was surprised. Prepared how DJ Chi replied, your essential medicines, emergency supplies, clothes, and a spare uniform for long trips. Seeing her like that, Nox realized DJ Chi no longer forces herself to smile in his presence. He was tired of acting, and never had a knack for it anyway. I feel more at ease seeing her like this now that we don't need to exchange pleasantries or meaningless small talk. DJ Chi seems to realize something as Nock observes her relaxed demeanor. In this situation, even if we're cornered, even if we turn our backs on each other, we won't betray each other. Nock closes his eyes, looking satisfied. Yes, this is enough. DJ Chi stands holding a water bottle, while Nock sits reading a book. He felt this tranquility was enough for his relationship with her. Just then, in that room, Vovilia asked Nox, by the way, young master, are you really all right? Her question caught him off guard, and he looked up from his book as she continued. Lately, negative rumors about you have been spreading. Upon hearing that, he stood up, stunned, and said, negative rumors. He thought to himself, I thought the rumors were bad enough already, but I guess they can get worse. Noct was hesitant, clearing his throat before speaking. Vilya blushed, embarrassed, and said, they're saying the reason you brought me on as a maid is because you like me. Hearing this, he staggered shakily, grabbing the chair and saying, the rumors. He thought helplessly, really? I didn't expect to feel so embarrassed, just by playing the part of Nox. Nox apologizes, and sighs. I'm sorry, Vilya, you're in trouble because of me. She replies, no, I'm not telling you because I'm having problems. Her face clouded with worry as she said, I'm just afraid the rumors will bother you. He sighed and told her, well no, you've heard rumors about me before, right? I'm a completely useless fool, the family's incompetent youngest child. Vovilia then said a little shyly, that rumor isn't so bad. Hearing this, he replies, you lie as if I'm chasing you away. Her face falls as she says, I've heard that rumor, and more. She continued, her voice hurried. Some say you're a pervert, is that true? Lilia stammered. Is it? Hearing this, Nock despondently covered his face with his hands. He sat down thinking that even though his image was better now, he used to be known as a bum. He scratched his face, thinking, right now I'm just a punk making a fool of myself. His eyes darted around as he thought, but I have to get my reputation back. He looked down at his hand, thinking that since Nock was the villain, he had to be cruel, so the protagonist could shine. Clenching his fist, he reminded himself that he wasn't the main character in Inner Lunatic. He waves dismissively, saying, forget it, let's not talk about those rumors. I have a mission for you. Nox calmly says, you know, to survive in Elden Academy, you're not the only one who needs to prepare. I do too. Valilia lowers her head and asks, what kind of preparation are you talking about? He thought to himself that DJ Chi's loyalty meant she only trusted one person, so revealing a little of his plan wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he needed her to understand him better, which would make it easier to control her. He then continued, before joining the academy I intended to learn magic and I need your help. Hearing this, she worriedly asked, even though magic is illegal in this kingdom, you still insist on learning it. Then she exclaimed, you're a bit shameless, aren't you? Hearing this, he happily said, of course I'm utterly useless and a pervert to boot. She then sighed and concluded, you're definitely incorrigible. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I know. Then with a serious face, she said, there must be a reason you've made this decision. I'll find some basic books that might be useful to you. Hearing this, she was pleased and thought to herself, excellent, she's very helpful. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Move quickly. Yes, prepare quickly. Hearing the noise outside, Nox turns and thinks, what's all the commotion about? A booming voice shouts, if you mess this up you're in big trouble. Young Master Gren has returned. Hearing this, he jumps up to look out the door and ponder. Gren's back from Elden Academy, isn't he? I almost forgot about this important event. A fleet of carriages awaits below. Nox smiles, thinking this is his chance to turn his life around. He then called out to Dee, smiling as he said, it seems I'll be traveling soon. Hearing this, she helplessly asks him, young master, what is it you want to do now? Cut to a dining room with a table full of food. At the table, Chow sips his wine and says, congratulations on graduating from the academy. Ryan von Renfer, Knox's half-brother and the son of Madame Theo, speaks up. Thank you, father. Knox then uses his power. Before his brother, panels began to appear, displaying basic information. Gran von Renhofer, male, age 16, race, primary affinity, hidden achievements, innate skills and active skills. Seeing through him, Knock reads his positive traits: quick to grasp situations, neutral, calculating negative fake values, social status, opportunistic, noble. Knock looks at Grian thinking he's an opportunist, just like his old professor said. Looking at the table, he thought the only reason Gry's true colors haven't been exposed is because Knock is an even worse, utterly incompetent fool. Then he smiled, realizing Gry is someone who knows how to perfectly play the political game. Knock watches Grian play chess, contemplating how his political prowess will easily lead to graduation. Eden is famous, but graduating is difficult. He realizes that less than 1,000 people pass the entrance exam, and only half of them graduate. Knock's father then spoke up. Grian, have you decided when you're leaving for Charters? Grian suddenly paused. Then with a smile he said, yes, I'll head south to Charters in 3 days. His father replied, if you arrive there at this time of year, there's bound to be a monster hunt. His father then began to describe Charters, a humble place outside Renfer, a neutral territory to the south, and on the border with East Tajalin, using the desert as a boundary. His father continued, it's not just desolate, it's teeming with monsters, making it the most forsaken land imaginable. He added, Grian's mission from the royal family is to stop the monsters from wreaking havoc in Charters. According to the kingdom's laws, one must complete their first royal assignment to become a knight recognized by the crown, and with winter bringing more monsters, it seems the royals are preparing for a fight. Hearing this, his father said, even though it's desolate, if monsters occupy it, the surrounding areas will be affected. He then told him, no matter what, don't let the Renharfer family down. Grian immediately obeys. I will keep that in mind, father. Knock thinks to himself, the mission there is not simply for hunting monsters. This place is tied to a number of complex stories. This is definitely more than just a side quest. Knock wiped his mouth, thinking that the chat was worth exploring. Knock then asks Gren if he's planning to go to Cha, to which Gren replies. Knock thinks to himself that if someone like him wants those things, he calmly said, let me come with you. He knew he had to join the Ch'ter expedition on his own. Knock's words shocked the other two. Then Gran asked, no, what did you say? What do you think Ch'ter is? Knock replies, I heard it's a neutral zone, where monsters suddenly attack and where bandits secretly recruit soldiers. Gran fell silent, then said, N, I've been hearing a lot about you lately. N thought to himself, Grit's skill is to see through people's hearts. He then asks, did you clear the Lackney forest with the Steiner's second daughter? Knock calmly replies, yes. He thinks to himself that the skill can detect why someone is reckless, and if the target's stats are lower than his, he can quickly see the reason. He thought to himself, simply put, this skill made him an expert in navigating the world and the political chessboard. Ryan then said, in that case, it must also be true that you defeated the twins and took in a commoner maid. He thought to himself, but his iron will was activated to counteract the effects of mind reading, and he calmly said, it's all true. Gren then said, I know you've defeated a lot of people lately. Gry's face turned sinister as he said, but I can't let you, someone who hasn't even been admitted to the Elden Academy, come with me on this mission. I don't want to be the one cleaning up after you. Suddenly he blurts out, wait. Knock's father then said, I think I can guarantee nothing will happen. Ryan then cried out helplessly. Well, he said, before leaving Grian, take your brother with you. Grian protested father. His father's face then turned ominous. This was an order, and his eyes turned to look at Knock. Seeing his father look at him made him sweat. His father then said, I will provide the necessary equipment for the mission. The father continued preparing for their departure in 3 days, as Knock stared out the door wondering what had just happened. He wondered why his father had so easily agreed to let him go, recalling his gaze and realizing it was because the madam would be accompanying him. He wondered if his father was plotting something and asked, what do you want? Gren's face twisted with malice as he said, Knock, have you lost your mind? Knock calmly replied, I could never be as crazy as you once were. Enraged, Gree asks, what? How dare you make such a mockery of me? He then grabs Knock by the collar, who tells him he should be more careful. Gree's face twisted menacingly, as he said, it'd be a shame to get hurt, especially after getting such a rare opportunity to attend. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The scream made him turn around to see Vovilia had spilled wine. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, causing Knock to turn around in alarm. It turns out Vovilia was the one who spilled the wine, and it landed all over Knock's clothes. Vovilia bowed her head in apology, saying, please forgive me, young Master Knox. I'll clean it right away. Please return to your room without me. Meanwhile, GR casts a contemptuous gaze upon her. Seeing this, Knox speaks up, brother, I apologize, but my maid has made a mistake. Her head hung low as the two turned and left, Knock excusing himself, I'll take my leave now. He cast a contemptuous look at his brother, saying, see you later, 3 days until the subjugation party. Hearing this, Grian flew into a rage, clenched his fist, and stormed out of the room. Knock then said, thanks. He then said, thanks to you, I was able to get out of that awkward situation. Vovilia replied, seriously, you really have a talent for getting into trouble. She then asked, but are you sure you'll be alright? After hearing her concern about the Chithe, Nock reassured her that everything would be fine, but suddenly a scream echoed. Young Master Nock, it was Rona who frantically asked, where did you say you were going? Nock looked at Rona, wondering if she'd forgotten he was her master, then turned away and said, rumors really do spread fast. Everything's already been decided. He thought to himself, is the rumor of the good-for-nothing son joining the Chael Day subjugation team? That's shocking. Vivilia then said, for once I have to agree with Rona. Then anxiously she added, I think the territory of those monsters is too dangerous. There must be hundreds of monsters and highwaymen there, if not more. He calmly replied, it'll be fine. I know what I'm doing. He thought to himself, this is exactly why I decided to come here, a chance to extend my lifespan. Nock then said, I'll be going on this conquest mission without you two, so I want you to stay here. Suddenly Vovilia spoke up, I'm sorry. Then she continued, but I can't let you do that. She continued, as your exclusive maid I am obligated to support you wherever you go. That's why I'm coming with you. Nock worriedly replies, you could get hurt. Vilia then replies yes and continues, but that could happen to you as well. She continued, I heard from Rona that you're incredibly weak and prone to illness. Could you even travel such a long distance without me? And you're so absent-minded, always forgetting your things. Your clothes need to be washed daily too, she continued. Can you really manage all of that on your own? Nock placed his hand on the door thinking, she has a point. Then he scratched his head pondering, this world is my reality now. What she said are basic needs I didn't have to think about when this was just a game. If something happens to me, her position in the Renhafer family will be in trouble. He thought, I guess DJ Chi has no choice but to follow me, then looked at her and said, all right. He then said helplessly, but you must obey my orders, and you'll need to learn how to ride them. Vilia replied, I understand. I've been getting closer to them lately. Hearing that, Rona exclaimed, you've gotten closer to them. Then worried she asked Daiichi, how did you do it? Vovilia explains, I used half a month's salary to buy the finest sugar cubes for the horses, and they opened up pretty quickly. Rona, furious, replies, aren't scarecrows food? That naughty horse. Nock replies cheerfully, well, you truly are a beast, just like your owner. He turned and left, saying, Rona will stay here, DJ Chi will assist me, and because you're coming, I need you to prepare thoroughly. He turned back, thinking she looked worried a moment ago. Seeing her teary-eyed, Nox patted Rona's head, wondering if she would be okay, when suddenly a knock on the door made them turn around. Just then Roswell entered, saying, Master Nock, the Patriarch has an item he wishes to pass on to you. Nock wondered an item from the Patriarch. He recalled his father's words, our clan will provide the necessary items for the mission. He wondered, is this one of those items? And I don't know why, but Theo sided with me at dinner. What is he plotting? Nock's father then said, you've arrived, Nock politely replied. I heard you had something to give me. His father calmly said, yes, but whether you can obtain this item depends entirely on you. The sword was already on the table and Nock, seeing it, said, this is, as he looked at the sword, recognizing it as the sword of the first Renher clan leader. He then wondered the sword of the first patriarch of the Renfer family. He was now extremely worried. Nock looks at his father completely surprised because he realizes this sword never appeared in Inner Lunatic. Even after clearing this game 27 times, I've never heard of this item. Why would he give it to me? Nock clenches his fist, thinking he absolutely has to have it, still not understanding the situation. His eyes were fixed on the sword, pondering its appearance, when his father spoke again. It may look worn to you, his father continued, but this sword has been with the first patriarch his entire life. It's a sword that has been with me my whole life. Nock then says, please tell me the test I must pass to possess it. The father then said, try holding the sword. Nock paused, considering, and looked at his hand. He grips the sword and lifts it high, its power radiating intensely. His eyes glazed over as he wondered, was his mana being absorbed? The sword was dark, radiating a terrifying power that left him stunned. The sword's color has changed. His father then says, as expected, you can now begin to sense mana. He was stunned as his father rose and said, excellent, just as I thought. His father then explained, this sword absorbs the user's mana and releases that power many times over. He looked at the sword and thought, it releases mana many times over. He then says, I guess this sword won't be easy to use. His eyes were vacant as the sword emitted a terrifying aura. Immediately, a warning appears. Your mana is being absorbed at an alarming rate. The system continues to warn of a sudden change. The actor's stats are becoming unstable. Noe, sweating, thought to himself, wait, it'll be too dangerous if my mana is absorbed this quickly. His father calmly laid out the condition. If you want that sword, his father continued, all you have to do is hold it for 10 minutes. He was shocked by this proposition. 10 minutes. He struggles to hold the sword, wondering if it's even possible in his condition. He thought that sly old fox. His father continued, revealing the sword's name, Stormbringer. Nock struggles to hold the sword as his father reveals its name, Stormbringer. The system displays basic information. Stormbringer has been weakened, classified as upgradable from mid to high tier dark element. He sweats as he holds the sword, and the system continues to speak. Special effect. Each time you kill with this sword, it will absorb your mana and convert it to its own stats. Then, the system says, after absorbing a large amount of the player's mana, the sword will release it and unlock its power. Nock trembled as he held the sword, thinking, what good is all this information now? Suddenly the system announced, your mana has been completely depleted, changing the energy source, leaving him utterly shocked. Then the system announced that it was forcibly converting the player's life force into mana. He struggled to hold the sword as it turned from purple to red. The system immediately warns that his life force is rapidly depleting, and he curses under his breath. He stared at the sword, thinking he'd have to give up here, but when he tried to drop it, he couldn't. Why couldn't he let go? Enraged, Nock cursed, damn this sword. His father glared at him, wondering, a storm herald, what kind of sword is that? A demonic sword grants immense power, but at the cost of the wielder's life. He thought the first patriarch used this sword to build our family's foundation. But while the Renfer family was known as a dark lineage, his descendants couldn't control the sword. He looks at his son on the ground, thinking that 9 out of 10 people collapse from exhaustion as soon as they pick it up. Holding that sword for 10 minutes is already a long time. Even I can only withstand it for about an hour. He pondered, yet he ordered his youngest son, still unskilled in mana control, to wield the sword. He continued even the recent chance rescue of a servant, and all the events within the family were connected to Nock. This is no coincidence. Nock collapses, lost in thought. He's improving faster than I thought. Perhaps he possesses the talent of the Sword Emperor. Nock still grips his sword, which is why he must be tested. Can he hold on to it for 10 minutes? He continues to think that Nock has the potential to become the greatest clan leader in history. Nock plunges the sword into the ground. He thought to himself as Nock gasped for air, he will surpass me. He gritted his teeth, glaring at his father, cursing inwardly that he would eventually be the end of him. His father calmly told Nock, just as I thought, you're hiding your strength. Suddenly a voice calls out, what did you say, father? He then departs, saying, this sword is yours now. He glared at his father, panting, and thought angrily, damn it, he has to restore my vitality before leaving. 3 days later, the expedition to Churs set off. Vilya then rode in on her horse, saying, there's so much to carry. She continued, good thing the dimensional pouch can hold it all. Meanwhile, Nock looked completely out of it, prompting her to worry. The young master was looking forward to this trip. Why does he seem so down? Nock sighs, thinking that, aside from the storm envoy, Theo gave her another weapon to bring along. Still annoyed, he thinks that losing his vitality like this is nothing to be grateful for. Suddenly he noticed Gryan and thought, Gry's carrying a lot, huh? Gryan was laughing and joking cheerfully. Of all the monsters he studied at the academy, he really thinks, making me carry all this stuff just to tag along is too much. But whatever, I'm using him anyway. Suddenly a voice calls out, hey, it's that way. Nock and Vovilia stared blankly ahead, where the 2 riders in front were arguing loudly. No, it's this way, not that way. Grian spoke up, lost already. His face stern and scowling, he wondered if they'd ever arrive, exclaiming, Jay, weren't you so sure you knew the way? Knight Captain Joe, hired by Grian, bows an apology. It's my fault. I've never traveled this road before. Gren then questioned him further. We're lost, aren't we? Foolish. Vilya then spoke up. Young Master Nock. Hearing this, he turns back and says, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about those useless clowns. Just then, he pulls the horse's reins, and his horse begins to stomp. Nock then spoke up. Brother, he continued, it seems we're in trouble. Hearing this, Grian replied, it's none of your business. He calmly tells him, you're lost. Enraged, he yells, I told you this isn't your business. Nock then spoke up. Your brother calmly says he can take us there. Gran grits his teeth, asking what? He looked at his brother, thinking how ridiculous it was that someone who'd lived his whole life in the mansion could lead him there. Nock calmly replied, you hired me as a guide, and I'm a pretty good one. Even the family's vassals praise my talent. Gryan eyed his brother and asked, did the vassals really praise you? He glanced at Nockvolia, thinking he was blatantly lying. Gray looks at Nock, thinking that being late would be troublesome, but what if Nock can't do it? Suddenly a thought flashes in his mind, maybe he can undermine his confidence. If that's the case, then even if we have to go around, it's not a bad thing, Ryan then said. If you're so confident, I'll let you lead the way. Nock smirks. He immediately took the lead, saying, this way. After a while, everyone had a fire going, and Ryan spoke up. Have we set up camp for the night yet? His older brother then yelled, how the hell did that kid find the path so quickly? He furiously shouted. This is uncharted southern territory. Even experienced guides struggle to find their way. He continued to berate them. How could he have done it? A young man spoke up, but he did find the way. Brian, now even more furious, shouts, shut your mouth. You expect me to believe that brat figured out the path so quickly? He continued to curse, unable to believe what had happened. Unbeknownst to him, I already knew the way child's play for a seasoned gamer like myself. He thought to himself that the Share's territory was a strategic center he'd been to hundreds of times. Vilya then spoke up. Young Master Nox, how did you find the way so quickly? He pointed and said, don't you see something on the ground? She looked down, confused, as he explained, footprints and feathers from an owl bear. He continued, it's a monster with the body of a bear and the head of an owl that lives in the south. Their habitat is the southern border, so by following these tracks we can easily find our way to Shter Des. Hearing this, she asked, "Is it okay to set up camp in the owlbear territory?" A voice then chimed in, "They're afraid of fire, they won't come near a campsite with lots of people." I heard the young master has changed a lot, but I didn't expect this. The three then looked at each other and said, "Isn't he even more talented than the second young master who studied at the academy?" Gur gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Shut up." He then asked Sus, "You're saying HZ and Alan lost to him?" Gren's butler, Sus responded. "Yes," he says, through gritted teeth, "I need to test its power." Suddenly Sus's face turned sinister, as he said, "I happen to have the perfect weapon." He then presented a bag and said, "This is Gree's face full of sinister intent, and QQ. Then he said, "It seems tonight will be a long night for Nock. Night has fallen, the fire is dying, the guards are asleep, and someone is in the bushes." Inside Nock's tent he clenches his eyes shut, then opens them lost in thought. Has it begun? He immediately grabs his sword. Favilia's weather seemed normal until the wind picked up and scattered the leaves. Before him stood a horde of monsters, and Nock's sword was ready. The disheveled monsters, armed with spiked clubs, glared menacingly, showing no surprise at all. Nock seemed half asleep. 4 monsters. So he had discovered something was amiss. That handful of dirt had caught Nock's attention. Could it be the cause? How could it have slipped past him? A single glance reveals its nature, earth and stone, mixed with a monster's pheromones. He's likely using the monster's mating season to lure them here, but if Nock knows the monsters, surely he knows who's bringing them. While Gren intended to use them to intimidate him, NC remained confident, always feeling powerful, declaring, "That is my prey and my life." Just then, the system announced that the Stormbringer artifact was responding to the user's will and mana as a monster, not unlike the Hulk charged toward him. To think that weight could compare to Nox's speed. A single strike is all it takes. His terrifying power radiates outward. Enraging the monsters, Nock leaps into the air, seemingly preparing to unleash all his power in a single devastating blow. The sword plunged down faster than light, as Nock sliced past the monster, who still gazed blankly at the sky, wondering about the stars while Nock landed on the ground. His face still stained with blood, he is now the picture of coldness. His zigzagging sword strikes bring devastation to the monsters. Before the monster could react, he sent it to meet its maker, pleased with his own magic power. Nock examined it closely. This sword is pretty good. The smile on his face shows how pleased he is with his performance. He was worried about recklessly consuming mana as if in a life-or-death battle, but his concerns were unfounded. What fun is there in stopping there? Nock wants to take them all on one by one. Nock is far stronger than before, proving his superior abilities. I feel like I can swing this sword any way I want. So smooth. After warming up, he's disappointed that all the monsters have fallen. Only one left. Too bad the monster realized it would die if it stayed, and now it's confused about whether to run or not. In its confusion, the monster couldn't think fleeing the abyss of death he brought. It wants to run, does it? Did I let it get away? Nock whistled for his horse. Nock's horse heard him, and knew he was needed, a true testament to their bond. Its blue mane shines brightly in the night forest. As Cock arrives, he grabs the reins and leaps onto the horse. Nock employs the age-old method of 4 legs being faster than 2, his resolve unwavering as he urges his steed onward, determined to vanquish the monster once and for all. Mounted on Cas, Nock confidently swung his sword at the monster, finally bringing it to a halt. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system notification he'd gained 9 hours after defeating the monsters. DJ Chi peeked out of the tent, worried about his condition. "Master Nox, are you all right?" Waiting around wasn't a good idea. She was the type to run out and search. Nox scolded her for not listening, saying he told her to wait in the tent. DJ Chi only cared about his safety, and hurriedly wanted to increase security. "There aren't any monsters at the forest entrance. Should we alert the night watch and wake everyone else just in case?" He stroked his horse easily, deducing that someone had deliberately lured the monsters here, something she couldn't fathom, still bewildered as to how Nock knew. Ryan von Renhofer could picture his brother Nock perfectly. He couldn't believe Nock had discovered the plot to use the monsters' habits against them. This is why he deliberately set up camp far away from us. DJD is no ordinary person. Once a lady of a prestigious family, she immediately recognized the hidden intent. "Does this mean the young master is trying to test your strength?" He gently pets his horse, saying, "That's right, you can sleep now." In the struggle for power, can brotherhood endure? Nock understands the situation all too well, perhaps thinking I can never become a candidate to inherit the family. That's why he thinks it's better to test my true abilities before making any further decisions. He's still not as strong as his older brother. So he has no choice but to resort to such a cowardly plan, just to get information and test my strength. Carefully, he sits down and sniffs the scent of what lured the monster here. He seems to know what he's doing, but I need to show him these pointless actions won't work on me. Dichi doesn't know what that item is for. "Young master, what are you planning?" Nock seems to be plotting against his beloved brother. Does she know how to lure more monsters out? Who knew he'd use a vial to collect their blood? Despite his doubts, Nock wants to give it a try. This must be monster blood. What thoughts run through his mind? These monsters are just like people. Tents slumber in the forest, and he knows they'll seek revenge for their fallen brethren. The natural scenery was no different from when Nock first encountered the monsters, and Ryan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the crystal ball light up. What's going on? He was about to go to sleep, so he's a little annoyed. The crystal detects the mana signatures of monsters. What? Why is it going off now? With that simple thought, he naturally didn't care. It's a magical tool that detects the mana of monsters when they approach. So, are the monsters coming, or is it malfunctioning? Despite Gren's careful reconsideration, he couldn't believe it. This was the crystal his father had just given him. He's still at the edge of the forest. How could a monster strong enough to activate the crystal be here? It's impossible. The loud noise outside made him tremble, staggering as he struggled to stay upright, and the servant's screams only enraged him further. Young Master Genus pulled back the tent, flap his face more tense than ever. You must run and report this at once. Ryan finally emerges furious at being disturbed before bed. What's going on? It seems their arrogance has backfired as the soldiers struggle to fight. The monsters have arrived in droves, and all he can do is cower in fear as sweat pours down his face. Damn it, arguing gets us nowhere, and we're still not done by morning. Why are there even monsters here? This area is a wreck. After the monsters came, take the wounded over there. He just blames others without looking at what he's done. Fools. Gren's dark circles were prominent from a sleepless night. He raged. You planted bait for those monsters on my tent. Sus quickly defended himself, but how could he bear Gren's anger? Impossible. How strange. I'm sure I sowed the seeds on Nox's tent. Meanwhile, Nox stretches and greets the new day with golden sunlight, even offering a special greeting to her. Truly a refreshing morning, isn't it? She persists. There's no other way. She's already prepared breakfast. Young Master Nox, let's eat. Nox wants to eat with you, thank you. She's asked to sit as well, but Dee refuses, saying she's a maid and cannot eat with him. And yet he immediately found a perfectly reasonable excuse: they were on a mission. If she were to prepare her own meals, it would be too troublesome, and it would be terrible if monsters appeared. Nock's mood changes rapidly. Who knows? How annoying. He teased her with a somewhat smug tone. Nock knows everything that's going on. Ha, 10 monsters. Haha, they might even show up here like they attacked my brother's tent. Seeing her silence, he asked, what's wrong? DJ Chi shook his head, sighing. I'm starting to think the master I serve has a pretty thick skin. Instead of complaining, he picked up his bowl and ate breakfast. Haha, she should get used to it. Ren continued to stand there, using his fingers to shrink the tent and run away, leaving his subordinates to obey. Yes, sir. I wonder what he's thinking about just sitting there with the spoon in his mouth. The soldiers saw the bloodstains on the tents and deduced that the bloodied tents needed to be discarded. Perhaps that's why I'll always be hunted by those ogres. Seeing Nock's concern, she asks what he intends to do. Should I help them? You're the one who taught them a lesson in the first place, so why bother? She didn't expect Nock to be so frank. So as long as they follow his lead, there's no escaping the monsters. That's right, even if I leave this place, the ogres will likely follow me. Nock seems simple on the outside, but in reality, every move is for his own benefit. I knew it from the start. As long as he doesn't give up on that idea, more trouble will come my way. But if he told her, she'd only worry more. He already had a plan, and he was looking forward to their arrival even more than General. But that's also an opportunity to extend my lifespan by eliminating more ogres. She watches him tilt the bowl without spilling a drop. Have you finished eating? Nock is more hurried than ever and must quickly take down some more monsters here. He stood there gazing at all things, bathed in sunlight. The area they passed through would never be the same again. Nock is ready for the journey ahead, so he packs up and sets off again, still unable to escape the monsters that cling to him like leeches. Under the bright sun, it brazenly roams the forest, but something feels amiss. Thinking someone was following him, he turned around. The monster caught off guard, panicked, not understanding what was happening. A swift and decisive blow mixed the earth with the monster's blood. The next morning, on the second day, sunlight streamed over the hills. Nock carries a wooden staff, repeatedly striking it against the ground, as he and Dee ride the same horse. She held onto his shirt tightly from behind, to keep from losing her balance, as he held the reins and wooden stick in one hand, and raised the other to his forehead, to shield his eyes from the bright light. I've got the lay of the land now. Nock and Gren led the way with the others following close behind. Nock worried that Charters was still far behind, but this was great. Ryan urged his horse closer to Nock, calling out to him. Nock. Nock and DJ both turned to look at him. Ryan asks, what do you plan to do about the monsters coming for us? Do you think we can lose them? Nock confidently replies, of course. He looks ahead, his expression serious, and continues, we could stage a large-scale conquest here, but I'm sure it would attract the attention of other monsters, so focusing on escaping this forest would be a wiser choice. His voice echoed slightly, ensuring no unexpected problems would arise. Ryan clearly didn't think so, glancing at Nock with suspicion. No problems, you say? Seeing Nock surrounded and greeted constantly, called young Master Nock and asked, since when did you know so much about monsters? Ryan grew even more displeased, wondering when Nock had suddenly taken command of the soldiers. Unaware of Gren's discomfort, Nock continued tapping the wooden stick against the ground. Just then, someone called out to him as young Master Nock, and a soldier couldn't help but ask, why do you keep stomping the ground? Nock nonchalantly replied to the soldier, because monsters can appear at any time. The soldier who asked was immediately stunned. Everyone was terrified, and the soldier stammered a question. Monsters. Nock smiled and nodded. That's right. The soldier couldn't believe it, but before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled, and the horses panicked, nearly losing control. DJ Chi was startled, as the ground before them cracked open, and something burst forth from below, startling Nock's horse. It frantically leaps back on its hind legs, while Nock calmly reins in his horse. Dee, who was sitting behind him, screamed in terror, while Nock, looking at what had just appeared, excitedly said, "It's coming." A massive monster erupts from the earth, its mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth as someone cries out, "It's a giant worm." Everyone quickly dismounted, trying to regain their composure as they stared up at the writhing giant worm before them. A monster resembling both a snake and an earthworm. In Lunatic, they're known as aberrant dragons, considered not fully evolved. As he gazed upon it, his face grew serious. For though they couldn't use magic, they were still terrifying. Remembering the ferocious monster chasing them, he thought, even compared to dozens of monsters rushing us, this worm is much harder to defeat. Nock imagined the giant worm chewing the monsters' heads, but he was actually looking forward to its arrival. While the soldiers were terrified, Nock laughed with glee, unaware that he was intentionally luring it out by stomping on the ground. Haha, what else can they do? He thought if they're not happy, they can go possess a game character and write their own walkthrough. Nock turns and shouts, "Everyone, prepare for battle and hide in the bushes." The soldiers' swords at the ready are taken aback. What thorns? Someone confused asked if they weren't going to attack it, but Nock didn't explain right away. He chuckled, thinking let enemies fight enemies. He remembered telling them, monsters. We'll be fine if we just get out of this forest quickly, he thought to himself. Back then, in the forest, a sudden loud noise behind the soldiers startled everyone, and they stopped in their tracks. They turned to look behind them, where massive, ferocious monsters emerged from the thick dust cloud. They roared ferociously. Nock looked at them, thinking he never intended to run. DJ Chi still clung to his sleeve, turning to him in fear, calling him young Master Nock. Her face paled, cold sweat dripped down, and the hand clutching his sleeve trembled with fear. So many monsters are chasing us. Nock lowered his eyes and comforted her. Don't worry so much, I've taken care of everything. He turned to her and asked DJ, Chi, do you know what kind of monsters the giant worms and the nobles hate the most? DG, not understanding, asked, what are you talking about? Another tremor shook the area, and she clung to Nock in fear. As monsters wielding massive mallets charged the giant worms, Nock exclaimed, those are the ones. The monsters roared, signaling their allies. Worms hunt monsters as their primary food source, and the monsters seek revenge. They are natural enemies. Nock watched the battle from a distance and calmly continued. That's how experienced adventurers know how to take advantage of this. Dichi looked up at his back, surprised, and asked, take advantage of this. The giant worm opened its red mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, and roared. It swoops down from above, snatching up one of the charging monsters, yet the monsters only grow more agitated. They split up using spiked maces to repeatedly strike the giant worm's massive body. The monsters were attacking each other, a fact that surprised DJ Chi, as everyone hid behind nearby trees to observe. Ren, pale and sweating, gritted his teeth, confused. Damn it, how the hell did Nock know this information? Nock suddenly reached out and felt the stones he had prepared on the ground. Chi, sitting beside him, asked uncertainly, so, we just wait now? Nock didn't answer, instead, picking up a stone from the ground, watching the monsters, and the giant worm locked in a fierce battle, their roars echoing. Kneeling down, Nock unhesitatingly hurled the stone in his hand, striking a monster squarely on the shoulder. Then more stones were thrown, each one striking the bodies of the monsters in the midst of battle. DJ Chi looked at Nock puzzled, and asked young master, Nock, what are you doing? She said, with some concern. What if the monsters switch their target to us? Why is he throwing rocks at them? Meanwhile, the giant worm in the battle has just defeated 2 monsters, and Nock's game system is constantly popping up with 2 notifications. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. You've gained 8 hours of life for defeating the monsters. Nock smirked, tossing the stone in his hand. Sorry, DJ Chi, but I need to hit those orcs at least once to get experience points. Of course he couldn't tell her that. Nook suddenly looked up, taking in the tense battle before him. 2 system notifications appear. You've gained 8 hours of life for defeating the monsters. Your stamina has increased by 0.1, and the giant worm has devoured the last monster. Nook thinks to himself the battle is over. Grenu, hiding behind a nearby rock, witnessed this and gaped in astonishment. Damn, it was good that he took advantage of the monsters, but in the end, they still lost. His lips tightened, his face paling with fear. As he worried, what should I do now? It's too difficult for me to take down that worm, so what should I do to escape? Suddenly Nock stood up straight and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He calmly spoke, everyone prepare to attack. Ryan and the others turned to Nock in surprise as he commands fire, flaming arrows or hurl spears into the worm's mouth. A soldier with a bow stammered in fear that, young Master Nock. Another soldier steps forward shouting loudly. Everyone follow Master Nock's orders, he yells, charging forward. At the command, they raised their weapons against the giant worm, which was lunging with its mouth wide open. Countless arrows and spears were launched, piercing the giant worm and causing it to roar in agony. Nock gripped his sword, a confident smile on his face, and drew it ready for his turn. The moment Nock fully unsheathed his sword, time itself seemed to freeze. The world suddenly lost its color. Arrows and spears froze mid-air, and even the soldiers stood motionless. Without hesitation, Nock lunges forward, the only one who can move in this frozen world. In the monochrome scene, the golden light of his magic shines with particular brilliance. Taking advantage of the frozen time, Nook leaps into the air, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes upon the giant worm. Each strike leaves a golden trail as Nock somersaults through the air, landing gracefully on his feet. Just as time resumes, the clock ticks once more, and Nock, back to the giant worm, sheathes his sword with a confident smirk, revealing the extent of the damage he's inflicted. Hot blood sprayed from the monster's body, and Nock's game system displayed a notification. You have gained 10 days of life for defeating the giant worm. The system indicates you now have 122 days to live. Nock turned to see the giant worm's massive body collapse to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nock thought to himself that 10 days was more than he expected, and looking at the monsters lying on the nearby lawn covered in blood, he was even more certain. I guess that was a mid-sized monster. Without those other monsters, I wouldn't have been able to kill the worm so easily. The system chimes in again. Your stamina is now 5, and the effect of the lucky growth stat has disappeared. Nock was a little surprised, recalling the moment he tore the paper with the magic circle, feeling a tinge of regret. Along with the curse of weakness, the hidden growth fragment I used has also disappeared. What a pity. Well, at least my physical stats have reached 5. Everyone rushed to Nux's side, and one of them asked worriedly, Young Master Nux, are you hurt? Nook turns to the others saying, I'm fine, you all did great. The man quickly replies, No, you're the one who did great. Everyone beamed with joy, chanting, You're amazing. Nook nonchalantly replied, It was nothing, let's reset the formation. As he spoke, a slight tremor appeared beside the giant worm's corpse, and the ground there began to crack. Sensing the anomaly, Nook quickly turned around. Panic sets in, as another giant worm emerges from the ground. It roared its massive tooth-filled maw wide open. Another giant worm had emerged, catching everyone off guard. Another one. Before he could think, someone called out to him. Young Master Nook, please step back. Nook stood frozen when he suddenly heard someone shout. Get out of the way. The man leaped into the air, delivering a swift and beautiful sword strike, cleanly slicing the newly emerged giant worm in two. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes lost in shadow. Nock watched in stunned disbelief. Wait, what's going on? He just took down that giant worm and he's even got its blood on his face. Nock couldn't believe his eyes. What was he doing here? The one who defeated the giant worm steps on its head, gripping the bloodied hilt of his sword, a confident smile on his face. Nock is speechless. What's he doing here? The sword genius. Everyone, including Gren, was caught off guard, and a buzz rippled through the crowd. No stared intently, recognizing the strongest of the inner lunatics, one of the 3 sword emperors alongside Theo, and a disciple of Paracelsus. Paracelsus, with gleaming eyes, still covered in giant worm blood. He chuckled. Hey, I just saved you and you can't even say thank you. Nook glared at Paracelsus, his hatred for nobles running deep. Sus angrily frowned, standing behind him, respectfully gesturing and loudly cursing. Paracelsus, you insolent bastard, do you even know who he is? Paracelsus, unconcerned, put a hand on his hip and ruffled his hair, looking away from the 2 men as he said, Oops, sorry, he's clearly driven you mad. He pointed at him and asked, Who are you? Paracelsus glances at him, then introduces himself with a smile. My name is Paracelsus. You can think of me as a mercenary. Nock stares intently at Paracelsus. With his past, his aversion to the nobility is understandable. But the real problem is this. Nock remembers the game's storyline, where Paracelsus was fighting someone else. He thought to himself his first encounter with Paracelsus should have been at the Elden Academy. He'd played this game countless times and never met him before the academy opened. Nock clenched his fist. So, something has already changed. Sus holds out his hand and asks Paracelsus, May I see your identification? Paracelsus crossed his arms and casually replied, Of course. Nock stood by, glancing at Paracelsus as Sus grilled him, wondering what he should do. And so, the group journeyed through the forest together, when Ryan, riding behind Paracelsus, suddenly spurred his horse forward and waved him down. Hey, you said you were a mercenary, right? Paracelsus turned to him with a cold look. Ryan pressed on. You're headed to Cheaters too, right? Paracelsus nodded, exhaling softly as he replied, Indeed, it's my first stop. I heard it's an ideal place to hunt monsters this time of year. Nock, riding nearby, overheard and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Monster hunting, huh? His expression turned serious. To further his training, Paracelsus traveled the kingdom before school started, intending to practice in various regions. Ren reached out to Paracelsus, trying to be friendly, saying, You look young. Are you traveling alone? You seem quite confident in your skills. Paracelsus simply glanced at him in silence, and Ryan chuckled before making an offer. I'm sure I can offer you a good deal. Become my monster hunting subordinates. Paracel raised an eyebrow at Gren's words, appearing to seriously consider the offer, a beautiful curve forming on his lips. Paracelsus lowered his eyes, then turned his head back to face forward, because you are the son of one of the Sword Emperors. According to Renfer, I'm actually curious about the two of you. Nock was surprised to hear him say that, and turned to look at him. Filled with rage, Soot shouted, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" Ryan stopped him, telling him to rest, then turned to Parcelus and said, "I'll give you time to think." As he watched Parcelus ride ahead, Ryan thought to himself that he had to recruit someone who could take down a giant worm with a single move. Ryan smirked his face, full of calculation, thinking that this would help him win back the soldiers' attention from Nock. As the setting sun cast its glow on the village walls, the small town nestled in the forest came into view, and Nock announced, "Brother, we're here." He thought to himself, this is Chatterders. They stopped their horses before the village gates where several people opened the doors to greet them. Nock surveys the scene, thinking it's even more desolate than it was in the game. In an empty wooden barrel nearby, 2 fat mice squeak incessantly. Ren was disgusted and repulsed by the sight. Ugh. A thin, dusty, and pitiful-looking child approached timidly, asking, "Do you have anything to eat?" Ryan recoiled in disgust, subtly distancing himself from the girl who on the verge of tears turned her gaze to Nock on horseback. Nock remained aloof, turning his face away as the girl lowered her head silently, fighting back tears. Paracel glanced at the girl, his expression suddenly turning cold as he clicked his tongue, and the group continued forward, where a middle-aged man stood waiting. The man raised a hand to his chest, looking directly at the group and said, "Greetings, I am Tigon, the leader in charge of protecting this village." Tigon smiled, then continued, "You must be Grion Renfer, fresh out of the Elden Academy, and that must be your younger brother, Nock von Renhofer, correct?" Tigon continued, "I was informed of your subjugation mission and your arrival." Paracel was distracted thinking about a chance encounter with one of the Sword Emperors. He watched Nock and Gren, the sons of Tavon Renfer, walk away. "I had such high hopes when I heard the Renfer family would be taking on the Chatter's subjugation alone." But Parcelus recalled Nock's sword strike that felled the giant worm earlier. While he dealt with that giant worm with such exquisite swordsmanship, I realized that kid truly is talented. He stared at Nock's profile, lost in thought. "In this city, I still think they're covering for the young masters of the noble families." Paracel's face grew cold. What a disappointing government. He observed the city before him and thought this city certainly can't function normally. Looking at Tigon rambling on before him, Paracel felt even more disgusted. These knights, busy extorting money from the citizens, couldn't even stand against the monster army's attack. Not far away, 2 starving children secretly watched the group, not daring to approach. Parael thought to himself that they had fallen so low that even a little food would satisfy them. Tigon led them to a prepared house, inviting them inside. "It's late, so I'll discuss the mission in detail tomorrow. This inn is simple, but I hope you can rest after your long journey." Finally, a chance to rest, and everyone happily dismounts. A flurry of voices rose up, "Let the horses rest. I wonder how many rooms are left over there." Nock went ahead with Parcel close behind. Ryan sensed his presence and turned around. Paralis raised a hand to his chest, smiling as he said, "About your offer." Gren looked at him with delight. "Oh, you've made your decision," Paracel replied with a smile. "I refuse." Ryan didn't expect this answer. His face turned grim, and he questioned him loudly. "Huh. Then what do you plan to do?" His voice was so loud that Nock, who was standing far away, could hear him. He turned back to see Ryan questioning Paracelsus. "You're not planning on fighting that monster army all by yourself, are you?" he continued disdainfully. "Well," Paracelsus still has his hand over his chest. "How polite of you," Ryan replied. "First, I intend to follow my original plan, a peaceful and successful expedition." Hearing this, Ryan immediately showed his contempt. What an unpleasant commoner. Paracelsus glances away, a knowing smile on his face, saying, "Skill leads to success, that's how the world works. The more capable one is, the more rumors surround them." With that, his eyes met Nock's. "Someone's not far off. It seems we've met again sooner than expected." As night falls and silence descends, the stars twinkle in the sky, and a light still burns in the stairwell of their lodgings. Nock opens the door, turns to DJ Chi, and says, "DJ Chi, get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow." He waits for DJ Chi to leave before closing the door. Nock's window flew open, and he looked down to see the same beggar children huddled around a fire. They endured their hunger, leaning on each other, clutching their empty stomachs as they tried to fall asleep, when suddenly, a voice echoed from above. "Hey kid." Startled, the child looked up. Nock, with a bag in hand, and his arm akimbo, asked the children if they wanted something to eat, revealing loaves of bread inside. As he handed them out, he said, "Here, eat up." The children all stood and eagerly reached out. The children eagerly devoured the bread, and the girl who had begged for food earlier teared up with joy, hardly believing her ears as she stammered, "Can we really eat all of this?" Nock nodded, shivering. Looking at the children before him, he couldn't help but feel pity, knowing he couldn't save them all, but guessing this is what a kind and generous person would do. As the little girl ate her bread, wiping away tears, she stammered, "Thank you." Nock sank into thought, wanting to create a future where these children wouldn't have to beg. To make it a reality, he had to survive in this chat first. In the dark of night he gave all the bread to the children. Nock didn't realize someone was nearby, hidden behind a wall silently watching the scene unfold. It turns out it was Du Chi. She also had a bag of things but didn't come out. She chuckled, thinking to herself, I knew it. He's just pretending to be cold. In the vast Charters region, someone was speaking. As you know, the southern Charters region is always a monster hotspot in winter. It turns out Tigon is giving No Ryan and the soldiers a tour. He continued, therefore we always request additional funding and aid from the royal family. Grian pointed to the wooden fence beside him, raising an eyebrow in doubt as he asked, You protect the village with just this? Tigon looked a little embarrassed. Yes, it's been a while, so they need repairs. Looking at the monster attack marks on the wooden fence, Nock thought to himself how harsh. He breathed a heavy sigh, exhaled, and continued to think. When the monster wave hits, they'll have less than an hour before being wiped out. He stares at the dilapidated wooden fence, lost in thought. This is Jiangfu, and I must decide whether to save this village, and in most cases I choose to help Chat. Nock suddenly smirked. The reason was clear, it was more beneficial to him. Chaters will be prime real estate in the future. Tigon turned to the others, a worried look on his face. The monsters are different from years past, attacking in greater numbers, and with more ferocity, leaving everyone in shock. Really, Nuke, standing in the back, pondered, unaware that the increased monster activity would actually help them in the future. To everyone's shock, Tigon continues, even worse, some villages have reported the appearance of unicorns. Ryan's expression turns grave as he furrows his brow and says, a unicorn will make things much more serious. Gran asked curiously, where was it seen? Tigon turned to him, replying that the wilderness was quite desolate, but Nock knew the deeper reason. One of the main reasons the Chatters region was invaded was whether or not they could avoid the Bingma's attacks. Nock thought of the powerful beast, with its wide wings, sharp claws and sturdy beak, its bright eyes shining with wildness. Bima, the lord of the wilderness, is born unstoppable and undefeatable. Nock's expression turned serious, but he planned to destroy it, as Tig led everyone to a desolate area, the trees withered and bare. Someone asked, is that the endless horizon of the wilderness? Tig replied, it borders Tahalin to the east, a neutral zone. It's known as a barren wasteland. Nuke pointed in that direction, then suddenly realized something. Ah, is that the place? But something feels off. With his arms crossed, Nock calmly states, Bangma are usually near Tahalin, not Charter's village. Do you know why they're here? Now, Tigon and John turned to him, their faces clearly stunned. Nuke stared at them, a coldness in his eyes. I've figured out who betrayed us in this massacre. The mission has begun. The blazing sun shines down on this desolate village as Nuke resolves to eliminate the dead weight within it. In the house where Nock and the others are resting, someone is flipping through papers, and they suddenly clench their fist, crumpling a sheet into a ball. It was Sut. He gritted his teeth, clenching the paper on the desk, thinking bitterly, I never worried about him before, because I thought he was useless, but who knew I'd fall for his scheme and lose Gren's favor. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth with a hateful look on his face. I worked so hard to gain Gren's favor. I won't let him live comfortably. As he was lost in thought, someone suddenly came down the stairs. It was DJ Chi, descending the stairs with a bag in hand. Sus sees her surprised, then a sinister smile creeps across his face as he looks at DJ Chi. Her name is DJ Chi, I believe, and Sus is watching her every move. I heard she's a commoner and a maid. As DJ Chi descends the stairs, a dark hand slams against the wall, blocking her path and startling her. Suddenly, the man reached out to her, startling her and causing her to scream. He grabs her arm and pulls her close, causing her bag to fall to the ground. Recognizing him as Sus, she grits her teeth and asks anxiously, What do you want with me? Sus stared at her like prey, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Oh, there's plenty. No need to be tense. I just want a little chat between the two of us. He tightened his grip on DJ Chi's hand, pulling her closer. DJ Chi struggled to break free, finally wrenching her hand away from his grasp. Massaging her aching wrist, she said, with concern, I don't think we have anything to discuss in private. Sus tapped his head, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Come on, what's wrong? I may just be a knight serving young Master Gren, but I want to have some fun sometimes too. With that, he lunges and grabs DJ Chi's shoulders, asking, You feel it too, don't you? DJ Chi, startled by his rough behavior, cried out, Let me go. She watched him pale, overcome by an inescapable fear. If she refused him, she thought of his isolation and loneliness, and Nock would lose Gen's favor. He'll be in trouble and attract unnecessary malice from the family. DJ Chi gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and desperately chose to give in, not wanting Master Nock to be hurt. Sus looks at her with greedy eyes, and says with a sinister grin, Thanks to your master's wretched favor, I've lost over 10 years of effort here, and I'll make you pay. Suddenly, a light flashes, cutting off Sus's hold on DJ Chi, accompanied by a familiar voice. Oh, you want something, I'll pay you back. His pupils dilated, and he exclaimed in shock as tears welled in her eyes, and she stared wide-eyed at the figure who had just appeared. Sus's painful screams echo. Ah. His blood splattered, and Nock stood there, his face darkening, as he gripped the bloodied sword, emphasizing each word. Nock's expression was cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He suppressed his rage with frightening composure, asking, "What price do you want me to pay?" Sus clutched his severed arm, gasping in pain, sweat pouring as he stammered, "Do you think you can get away with this? Even you won't escape the consequences." With that, he threatened loudly, "Do you think Master Gen will stand by and watch you do this to me?" DJ Chi stood frozen, filled with anxiety, not daring to speak. Nock looked at Sus as if he were already dead, appearing especially terrifying in that moment. "Are you threatening me with your brother?" With that, Nock swung his sword, severing his remaining arm. Sut collapses to the ground, screaming in agony. "Ah." He propped himself up on his severed arm, gasping for breath, glaring at Nock with hatred and shouted, "You bastard, even with your family backing you." Nock gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, held the blade parallel to his body, and looked down at Sut with a cold expression saying, "No, I'm not arrogant just because I have a family to back me." Nock's blade reflects in Sue's eyes, wide with terror, as Nock coldly declares, "You're the one." And without hesitation, he plunges his sword into Sue's body. Didi looked at Nock with fear and stammered, Lord Nock, what have you done? Master Gren won't let this go unpunished." Just then, Grai appeared with Tigon and John. He surveyed the scene, demanding, "What the hell is going on here?" Nock and DJ Chi turned to face him. Ren frowned, asking in disbelief if he had just killed Shoot. Nock lowered his eyes and calmly replied, "Yes, I did." Ryan immediately erupted with accusations. "How dare you," he says, stepping forward and pointing a finger at Nock. "How dare you act like nothing happened after killing my knight?" Nock stared back unfazed and replied, "Brother, you're approaching this the wrong way." Nock calmly looked at the furious Grian before him and asked, "Shouldn't you ask for the details of what happened first?" His face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, a clear sign of his rage as he roared, "Why did you kill Suit? If you don't have a good reason, you'd better accept the family punishment." Seeing Nock's back, DJ Chi clenched her fist, unsure of what to do. Faced with Gren's fury, Nock calmly replied, "I saw him trying to sexually assault my maid." DJ Chi stood there, hearing every word. Nock said, "As her master, how could I let that go?" Ryan didn't think this was a good enough reason, angrily questioning Nock. "Just for that, she's just a commoner." Nock suddenly speaks up, asking him what he just said, and Gren's pupils dilate as he freezes. Nock unleashes her power throughout the room, and darkness consumes his eyes. He asked Gren if he would take responsibility for those words, and seeing Nock's terrifyingly cold expression, Gren unconsciously loosened his grip. What this is Nock's power. His face turned ashen with fear, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Was his inept younger brother really this powerful? Ren tries to appear calm, averting his gaze. His threatening demeanor fades as he chooses to be sensible, saying, "You should have reported that to me first." Nock casually cuts him off. "Have you forgotten? I'm known for being incompetent in the family." Nock lowered his eyes and adjusted his collar. "I've never reported to anyone before. Why don't we leave this to father when we return to the estate?" Ren glared at Nock, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Nock, you bastard, you've won this round." That's what he thought, but he could only back down. "Very well, we'll let father judge this matter when we return." Nock nodded with a smile, a wise decision. With that, he turned to DJ Chi and spoke. "DJ Chi." DJ Chi quickly responded, "Yes, master." Then he walked towards him, and together they headed out. Ryan watched Nock's back, wondering when he had become so strong, and gritted his teeth in frustration. "And that sword he's carrying. I've seen it somewhere before. Not far away." Nock glanced at Dichi beside him and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryan eyed Nock's back, warily realizing he shouldn't underestimate him on this mission. Beside the well, Nock and DJ Chi search for clues, Nock suspecting a brawl amongst the soldiers. Nock glances to the side, continuing his train of thought. They've already formed factions and are being forced to make a decision. Nock pondered whether they would follow Gren or him when he suddenly glanced over at DJ. DJ Chi is trembling beside him, and Nock turns to Han concerned. "Didihi, are you all right?" Didihi lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice. DJ Chi turned to Nock, her face wet with tears, and asked, "Young Master Nock, you'll be all right, won't you?" Before Nock could answer, DJ Chi burst into tears, sobbing. "Why would you do that? If you make a big deal out of this, you'll only make more enemies, and you'll be in danger again." Nock replied, "You don't know who I serve, do you?" Nock said emotionlessly, "I am the Renhar family's incompetent one, so no matter where we are, don't bow your head." Digi stopped crying and looked at her young master with admiration. Digi wiped away her tears and told Nock, "Yes, master, I'll keep that in mind." Elsewhere, Gren slammed his beer mug on the table in anger, looking annoyed. Gren thinks, "How dare that incompetent fool get ahead of me," father said. Bringing Nock along would only be a burden. But now that he's on a mission, he's completely different from what I imagined. Gren thinks about Nock, wondering if that sword just happened to look like his father's. Instead of his previous anger, Gren seemed a bit wary, thinking, "I need to be careful around him. Now that I've lost Sute, who can I trust to keep an eye on him?" The doorknob rattled, and John entered the room, respectfully addressing Gren. "Young Master Gren, the situation on the first floor has been handled." John stroked his chin and continued, "But young Master Nock is quite different from the rumors." Gren thought, staring at John. "It's not just him who's different, but you too. Aren't you the leader of the cavalry, who's been in charge of this place for a long time?" I even investigated him to confirm his identity. So, how does this bookworm know this place better than you? I'm not paying you this much to do your grunt work, Gren thought to himself. Since the monsters haven't attacked yet, I'll use his cavalry a bit more. Ryan told John, make sure to get rid of all the bandits and monsters around here. If Nock shows any strange behavior, report it to me immediately. John responded firmly. As night falls, DG asks Nock, what have you been doing all day? DJ Kai was referring to the yellowish-green vial in Nock's hand, as Digo asked, were you just observing the walls in this village? Nock replies, no, they're not strong at all. Chi, confused, asks, then how do we stop the monsters? Nock turned to DJ Chi and said, let's go. DJ Chi followed Nock, asking, where are you going, doctor? This isn't the way back to the inn. Nock turns back with a bright smile. I think we need to recruit more people to our side. Nock thought to himself, even in a small village, there will be talent. Anila, the person he always recruits when he's short on Dez, a genius at making medicine, meaning she's his medicine cabinet. The two walked along the damp, gloomy path. DG asked Nock, is there really a genius apothecary hiding in a place as wretched as this? Nock turned back and replied, indeed. DJ Chi continued, if she's so talented, why would she hide away in a place like this? Nock replied, well, she has her reasons. You think this is the secret passage to conquer the catalyst? Because in the future, Alina will join another faction, not the Empire. If someone doesn't use the secret passage to conquer the catalyst, they'll never catch Alina. Suddenly, Nock spoke up. This way, follow me, watch your steps so you don't fall. DJ Chi replied, yes, do you really think someone is here? Suddenly, a place flickered with light. Dido excitedly tells Nock, that light, Nock, I think it's them. Inside, Alina was drinking and muttering, I can't believe I'm stuck in this place. How did I end up like this? Nock and Dido peered into the room, their six eyes meeting. Nock announced their arrival, thinking to himself, my apothecary. Alina, startled, cried out, who are you? Why are there outsiders here? Dichi, witnessing Alina's disheveled state, exclaimed, no way, master, is this the genius pharmacist you mentioned, a drunkard? After a moment in the room still filled with the scent of fermenting rice, Alina, with her head lowered, said to Nock, forgive me, I didn't know you were from a prestigious family. He replied, never mind, Zhuyan, I'm here to discuss something with you, so listen carefully. Alina responded with a slightly trembling voice. Okay, he looks at Alina and thinks, at this point in the story, she's just a genius character with the most potential, and a genius pharmacist. I have to recruit her. Looking at the Alina before him, he thought even she has her weaknesses. The system then displayed her basic information. Name Alina Gis, gender female, age 21, race elf. Her attributes include wood affinity, no achievements, a positive and cheerful attitude, talent as a pharmacist, craftsmanship, openness, and low-level unawakened spirit magic. Negative heavy drinker, stamina 6, mana 4, luck 5, willpower 22. Skills, innate skill, blessing of creation. Looking at Alina's stats, positive, cheerful, genius, apothecary, skilled, artisan, open-minded, low-level, unawakened spirit mage, negative heavy drinker. Nock is drawn to the words, heavy drinker. Nock sighs, thinking, I can't believe the family idiot managed to recruit such talent. Nock's expression changes. There's no one else, let alone a precious genius apothecary. Nock looks at the trembling, frightened Alina before him, and says to DJ Chi, she's a bit of a handful, but I have no other choice. Alina speaks up, I don't understand, but I'm sorry if I've upset you. DJ Chi leans in and whispers timidly to Nock. Alina overheard young Master Nox, I don't mean to overstep, but I don't think hiring a drunkard is the right decision. Nox, looking hesitant, replied, I know, but I'm out of options. DJ Chi, hearing Nock's answer, says, this is going to be complicated, isn't it? Alina then continues to question the two male leads. Oh, and aside from that, may I ask why you two came looking for me? Alina asked, her face tense as she awaited their response. Nock replies, let me be blunt, his expression turning serious. He says, work with me, Alina. If you follow me, I'll give you what you desire most. Alina, seemingly in disbelief, leans forward and asks, wait, what? As she was about to ask more, Alina saw Nock's piercing gaze, and she gripped her dress tightly. With a guilty look, Alina says, I'm sorry, but I can't agree. I have something I must do here. I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, Nox asked Alina, does this have something to do with your friend, May? Alina was shocked and a little panicked that Nox knew about her situation. Alina cautiously asks Nock, how did you know? Nock casually replies, as if expecting this reaction, that May is to be executed. Hearing this, Alina was shocked. This friend May must be very important to her. Seeing Alina's expression, Nox makes another request. But if she accepts his offer, who knows, he might just save May. Nock reached out to Alina, saying, so what do you think? Have I changed your mind? Inside the damp room, Alina sits alone, deep in thought, contemplating May's impending execution. Alina then recalled Nock's offer, I'll save her for you. Alina, join me. Alina sits, despondently, muttering a name. She muttered his name as Alina began to reminisce about the past. There was a brave blonde-haired girl who said, you want us to pay even more taxes. But you already raised taxes this month. Alina thought of May, her only friend, and how May had always protected her. In her memory, May said, "We're dying here, and the royal family sent funds for you, yet you still haven't repaired the walls." Seeing this, the Lord's face darkened, and he ordered May's arrest. Elena thought, if only it had been her who was taken, if only she'd been braver. Lost in thought, tears streamed down her face like a summer storm. She sobbed, "I couldn't save my friend. I can't do it alone." Elena thought of Nock, thinking he couldn't do anything either, probably. But she looked up at the ceiling and said, "I don't think I'll forget this anytime soon. I'll remember it for a long time." Elsewhere, in a bustling tavern, a large mug of beer is slammed down on the table. A sycophantic soldier spoke up. "So what did that Gren guy do?" Joe scoffed with disdain. "Just a fool," he continued. "We pretended to be a squad of knights, and he believed it instantly." Hearing that, the soldiers burst into laughter. One of them rummaged through his bag and said, "Even if it was by chance, it's worth searching the Knights of Joe's residence." With a wicked grin, he pulls out a golden knight's badge, saying, "We even got something like this. With NRU, we could get an even bigger job right." John pointed to the insignia and said, "If I show this to the Renfer family, they'll think I'm the leader of the John Knights and give me the leader's benefits." A soldier said, "It's a strange coincidence that you two have the same name." John muses that holding Grian for ransom would yield a hefty sum, being a member of the Renhar family. One person seemed out of sync with the gleeful mood, hesitant about John's wild ideas. He spoke up, "But is that okay? They're the most influential of the three dark families. I don't know if any gangs have survived after messing with them." These reminders seemed to dampen the mood, and they began to glare at the speaker. The soldiers began to curse the one who reminded them, calling him a coward, which is why they say he's stupid. His friend cowered in fear, unable to retort, and John raised a hand to silence the others, who immediately obeyed. He leaned against the table looking at his friend. John, his face contorted with anger, said, "Where do you think this is? This is Churs, a place even the royals have abandoned. We'll hold Grian for ransom, then flee across the plains. Even Renfer's influence won't matter in this situation. We just need to find a place to hide and live comfortably." One of them hearing this flattered him, saying, "Oh, that's our leader for you. But this time there's also that kid Nock. Do you think he's noticed us?" Hearing this, Jojoa pondered and said, "Ah, he is indeed dangerous." With unwavering resolve, he warned the others to stay away from Nock until the job was done. One soldier said, "Come on now, isn't he just a kid? You're being too paranoid." John ignored the comment and said, "That's right, all right, bottoms up." Suddenly the bar's lights went out, plunging the room into an eerie silence. A voice broke the quiet. "What's going on?" Another man asked, who turned off the lights, but John, with blood on his face, fearfully told everyone to stay calm. Yo touched the spot where blood had splattered the scent, triggering a sudden realization. He looked to his side where a soldier had already met his end. Seeing this, John was beyond calm. His face was ashen. His eyes widened as he backed away, avoiding the corpse. John cried out. What was going on? He stumbled backward, stepping on something soft. Looking down, he saw one of his close comrades lying dead on the ground. John's face filled with panic as his brain finally kicked into gear. He yelled at the enemy, "Who are you?" In response, Nock, covered in blood, appeared behind him, saying, "Why are you so rude?" Hearing the noise, John turned to see the face of the Grim Reaper. Nock and quickly backed away, saying, "You're not answering." Nock says, "Hiding in this hole like rats are we? How dare you steal from the Dark family? You overestimate yourself." "You seem to be mistaken, Nock." Before he could finish, Nock interrupted, "I know all the crimes you've committed, including embezzlement and your dealings with Tygan. I also know you're trying to use Gren." Hearing Nock hit the nail on the head, he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it." He says, "What do you want? Think carefully. If you take care of Gren, won't the family value you more? Just turn a blind eye this time. There's no need to risk your life." The disguised bandits began to surround Nock. Nock says, "Talking nonsense, without even hiding your murderous intent." Nock swung his sword, sending several soldiers to their graves. Nock scoffs. "You think I'm that stupid?" John yells, ordering his men to kill him. The soldiers surrounded Nock, but they were no match for him. He swung his sword, sending them to their graves one by one, until only John remained. Watching this, he thought, "Damn, has this guy been hiding his strength all along?" He took an offensive stance, thinking, "This is dangerous. I have to end this now." John begins to play his trump card, yelling, "Remember this, the dead are victims of their own stupidity." A surviving bandit says, "You're finished this time." The leader's signature sword technique, a wave of sword energy, flies toward Nock. Nock scoffs, "You're even more foolish than I thought." Nock takes his sword and blocks John's sword intent, which dissipates, leaving Nock completely unharmed. The system announces that he has destroyed the enemy's attack due to his sword genius. The crowd is stunned by the sight. One of them wondered how he blocked the swordsman's attack. As Nock dealt with the rest of the robbers, he turns away, speaking with disdain. "How dare you lowlifes ask what I want? I have." A system notification rings out. "You have learned the Southern Sword Technique." Nock emanates a blue light, declaring, "I have what I came for." John was suddenly terrified, covered in fresh blood, as Nock swung his sword, displaying the Southern sword style he had just learned. He didn't even flinch at the murderous gaze directed at him. All John could muster was the word, "genius." Nock closes his eyes, hair falling across his face. What does it mean to be a genius? In the white space, he looks down at his reflection. Nokdung's eyes are sad. Is it just someone more outstanding than others? Bare feet, walk on the ground, an arm raises before the mirror, he steps forward, presses his hand against it, gazing at himself. So, is it someone who has proven they can reach a higher level? Or is it something most people can't reach? He presses harder, and the mirror shatters. From the moment I risked my life, I kept asking myself that question. As shards of glass fly through the air, what does it mean to be a genius? He closed his eyes, smirked, and the moment he opened them, his eyes shone with determination as he stared at his opponents. With a mighty swing of his sword, he said, "Compared to the moves I'll learn in the future, this is nothing, but it's enough for them." The soldiers staggered back, struck by the sword, blood spraying as they cried out in pain. "Ah!" His mouth agape, he called for his commander, but their commander John was kneeling helplessly before this technique, the southern swordsmanship. The thought swirled in John's mind, a sword technique that took him 10 years to learn. How could a child like him know that? A foot touched John's kneeling knee, and it was Nock, standing right in front of him. Nock, with a terrifying gaze, said, "If you kill me, Tigon will never forgive you. He may already know what you've done." Nock leaned down, breathing out. "Don't talk nonsense. There are no witnesses to me killing you," John shouted. "Everyone alive here will see it." He put his finger to his lips, leaned in close, and hissed, "Listen carefully. John, leader of the bandits. It's simple. I'm assassinating you all." John broke out in a cold sweat. "What was that? Looks like you still don't get it. If there are no witnesses, this will just look like an assassination." With that, he raised his sword high, giving him a gentle smile. "Splattering blood everywhere. That's what the world will think." Cut to the echoing prison cell, where May hangs by her thin, shackled wrists, bloodied and disheveled. May, exhausted and covered in wounds, gasped for breath as Tigon frowned, annoyed that she refused to work or be sold to other nobles. He slaps May hard across the face, Tigon showing no mercy as he snarls, "Is that so?" With her last bit of strength, she retorted, "I'll never listen to the likes of you." He gripped her face tightly, sneering, "What can you do now? The only thing a wretch like you can do is squirm in the dirt." A glob of spit lands on his chest. He looked down for a moment, surprised. "What do you think you're doing?" A fire of anger ignited within him, and he slapped May repeatedly. May's face was bruised and swollen. "Or do you want to be sold to the Black Wizard?" She lowered her head, thinking her voice echoing. "May, I know you tried your best, but this concoction is wrong again." She crossed her arms unconcerned, "But this is a matter of talent. I don't think you have it in you." May sadly holds the potion. "How could this be? I wasn't talented to begin with, not in potion making, not in swordsmanship, not in anything." Her eyes changed the moment she called for Alina. When Alina brought the medicine heavens, she had nothing left to teach her. How could such talent come from their backwater village? But Alina was different. The teacher pondered if only she weren't a war orphan but a descendant of nobility, even low-ranking. She said, reaching out to pat Alina's head, "If only you could leave this orphanage." Unlike her, Alina was a genius alchemist and she never seemed to belong here to begin with. Alina sparkled and shone. Alina's eyes turned to May, but despite that, she ran to take May's hand. "May, let's play together." Alina seemed to radiate a sparkling light, and his radiant smile made me feel uncontrollably envious. That's why I decided to sacrifice myself for her. May was destined for greatness, while I was sure to amount to nothing. Alina smirked, replying, "I'm used to struggling in the dirt." Tigon looked at Alina in utter surprise. She continued, "What do you want to do after I die?" She stuck her tongue out, a provocative glint in her eyes. "Not my problem anymore. I don't want to be a burden on Alina." Fresh blood splatters across the floor. Enraged, Tigon raises his hand and shouts, "You!" A voice echoes telling her not to hurt herself. Tigon stops, turning toward the sound. "Alina would be very sad if you left here as nothing more than a corpse." From afar, Nock draws his sword as he enters, while Tigon smirks. "What wind blew you in here?" Nock continued. "Tigon, by royal decree, you are to be executed." From afar, Nock approached with his sword radiating menace. Tigon paused, glancing at Nock with a strained smile. "What brings you here?" he asked indifferently, blood still staining his lifeless face. "Tigon, you will be punished for your sins." Nock watches through the iron bars as Tigon tortures May. She hangs by iron shackles, utterly drained. "Your death is inevitable. Your colleague Yo is already dead, so you should just give up." Tigon closed his eyes and smirked, remarking on his misfortune, then opened them, glancing at Nock. "Did you come alone?" Without a hint of fear, he simply and decisively replies, "Yes." Tigon smiles confidently. "How interesting. It seems you've underestimated me, young master. You think you alone can defeat me while we're still talking through these bars." He gripped the sword at his hip, his resolve hardening. He replies, "Of course I can." Tigon glares with determination, swinging his holy sword. Things seem to be progressing quickly, but it no longer matters. Footsteps rush in as nearly 100 soldiers appear from nowhere, surrounding Nock in the room. Tigon raised her sword, shouting, "Kill him!" The soldiers charged, but he remained motionless. A moment later, Nock slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as a murderous aura filled the room. At this moment, the genius was activated for 5 minutes. The machine within him flashed briefly, hitting 4 minutes and 59 seconds, almost obscuring everything but the streaks of light tearing through space and the faces of pain and terror. In the aftermath, he retracts his leg in his familiar balletic motion, gliding past the soldiers, now behind him, already vanished. The genius machine reads 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Just 2 ticks left, and he's already standing before the bars imprisoning Mei right in front of Tigon. The genius machine's beams still wrapped around him, his legs in a beautiful pose. As he approached, Nock gently opened the door, raising his hand in greeting. The machine only clocked in at 4 minutes and 57 seconds, as Tigon remained frozen, staring at the soldiers. Even as he passed by, the man remained stunned, his senses reeling as the genius turned his sharp gaze behind him. With the clock at 4 minutes and 56 seconds, Nock brushed past him, barely noticing the light trailing after him, while Mei's face was pale as he reached out to her cheek. With the time machine counting down to 4 minutes and 55 seconds, he tenderly pours a liquid onto Mei. She slowly opened her eyes, dazed and confused, asking who he was, and he answered. "No von Renhofer," he continued. "Once she awakens, all will be over." Mei, perhaps exhausted, closes her eyes tightly. It was then that Tigon came to his senses. "How could this be? How could you have taken them all down?" He frowned, sweating profusely. Preparing to strike, Nock remained still, as Tigon inexplicably collapsed, his face contorted in terror, blood splattering as he looked back at Nock. Tigon's horror intensifies as blood splatters illuminated by Nock's blade. The soldiers are dead, and the room is awash in blood. Tigon lay defeated, contemplating his fate, when Nock suddenly spoke. "Don't think I'll let you die so easily." Tigon looked up, pleading as if his legs had been severed in that space. In his eyes now there was only Nock pain and fear. Nock hadn't moved, yet he had been utterly defeated. Tigon is stunned, words failing him to describe the person before his eyes. How could this be real? How could I lose to a kid like him? How could I, who always schemes, fail like this? Countless questions swirled around Nock before him. What did it mean to be a genius, as Nock's light suggested? Grasping at the pool of blood, Tigon wondered about it all, in that moment his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Nock. His eyes burned with a cold, dark light radiating intense killing intent as he advanced sword in hand. He couldn't believe it. Could he really be losing to a kid? In despair, he thought he was close to greatness. He remembered the captain of the Chater mercenary cavalry, his father, the most prominent man in the village. He was just a boy then, and everyone wanted to be like his father, until he witnessed him abusing a woman. He recounted how everyone respected his father, but then he saw him grab a woman's hair and drag her away in agony. He said to him, "Tigon, do you know why these men follow me?" He shrank back, fearfully replying, "No, I don't." Suddenly, he placed his hand on Tigon's head, startling him, then grinned sinisterly, his face darkening as he said, "It's because of power." He continued, "If you possess power beyond the norm, you can get away with anything. That's the law of a city, on the fringes of the Archie Empire." He looked up at him and asked, "Are you the strongest on the continent, father?" Suddenly, the man's expression turned stern, and he removed his hand from the boy's head. He released the woman's hair, and she quickly fled as he told him, "No." He continued, "Even I am just one of countless nobodies on this continent, and there are countless incredibly strong swordsmen, and many children your age, geniuses far stronger than I." Then he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. He said, "That's what you can expect from a continent drowning in a sea of bloody war." Returning to reality, looking at Noon's majestic sword, he thought, "The reason I've survived until now is because I decided not to confront such powerful people." But as he looked at the man before him, he silently called out his name, Noon Renhofer, thinking, "You must be one of those unattainable geniuses my father spoke of. To reach a talent as unattainable as yours, I tried to avoid this, but here we are." He looked at him desperately, sweat pouring down his forehead. He said, "The reason I face death and defeat like this is because I chose to confront you." Suddenly, a purple light appears as he stabs the man in the back with his sword, then withdraws it. Blood splatters everywhere, staining his face and clothes. Cut to Alina, sitting curled up in a chair, head bowed in thought. Suddenly a voice calls out, and Alina turns to see Mei, who has come to help maintain order. She calls out to Mei, who smiles back at her. Her hat falls to the ground, and she cries out for Mei. She hugged Mei tightly, sobbing, "I was so scared. I thought you were really gone." Mei comforts her, telling her that everything is all right now. Alina, also in tears, said, "I'm sorry." In her heart, she thought she was the selfish one. Seeing Alina cry so desperately, she thought about how she wanted to do as she pleased, leaving her behind. Jihei smiled as she watched them, then turned to her and asked, "But where is Master Nox?" "I need to thank him," she replied. "He must be dealing with the aftermath and discussing important matters." She asked in surprise, "Talking?" She replied yes, saying that he was likely having a heart-to-heart with his brother. She worried inwardly, though, perhaps that wasn't his true intention. Looking at the bright hallway, something must have happened. Cut to a house where a man taps his fingers on a table saying, "Jay, how long does he intend to keep me waiting? It's Gren." Resting his chin on his hand, he complained, "Why does he make a Renfer noble wait like this? Nothing's wrong, is it?" Suddenly a knock at the door draws his attention. The person opens the door and enters, prompting him to ask, "Who is it?" The figure replied, "It's me, brother." Seeing his face, he was surprised. "What's wrong?" he asked. "If you have a moment, there's something important I need to discuss." He crossed his arms, grimacing. Sniffing the air, he asked, "Why did you go and talk to him?" The blood spatter from before covered him, and now his face darkened as he stared at the man, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. His eyes narrowed as he said, "As I said, this is important." Cut to the Renhafer family estate, where a man holding a letter says, "In short, we've received word that Master Knox has purged the corruption within that village. He has delivered a fitting punishment to those involved." And across from him sits Tio. Butler Rotwell produced the letter saying, "He requests a special reward from you for this achievement, and that is..." He handed the letter to Teo, continuing, "I apologize, but I don't know what it is. My sincerest apologies." Teo opened the letter, thinking to himself that the decline there was getting worse every day. Remembering that gloomy place, he thought no one cares about it. The reason simple: because that place yields no profit. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, but things weren't so simple. That place was already a difficult problem for the Empire's family. He thought the east of Cheddars was the last line of defense. If that place falls, monsters will advance towards the central continent. He mused, a completely useless place that couldn't be abandoned. That was Cheddars. He thought that blighted land was worthless, then mentioned the bandits there included the extremely dangerous vermin Taigen. He continued, saying that dealing with them would be incredibly difficult even for Gry. Roswell replied, "Exactly," he said. "If if the bandits attacked him, the situation would have been much worse. If they can't overcome a situation of that level, they're not worthy of being part of the Renfer family. I placed the Black Sword Knight there in the first place, to prevent them from dying in critical situations." He then threw the letter on the table, saying, "More importantly, let's get back to discussing Nock." His face stern, he continued, "What I find perplexing is that Nock isn't generous enough to cleanse a village's decay without an ulterior motive. Now even in Chatters he wonders. He wants the royals to hand over control of that blighted land to him. Is there really anything to be gained from that place?" In his letter he wrote, "If I can complete this mission, I want control of Chatters and bring it under the Renfer family. Can you grant me this?" he added. "If I can't produce any results, I'll renounce my rights as the youngest son of the Renhafer family." He read it, then mused, relinquishing his rights as the youngest of the Renhafer family. Rotwell worriedly asked, "Are you going to reject this request?" His eyes hardened, and after a moment of contemplation he said, "No, I'll accept it." He continued, "If Nox can truly defeat them all, I'll certainly be able to obtain the right to give that place to Nox of the Purple Imperial family." Then he smirked and said, "Yes, this is my chance to see his management skills." Rotwell nodded in response, "I understand. If that's truly your wish, I'll send a letter to the Empire and begin negotiations to receive the substance." Theo instructed him to proceed immediately. Roswell bowed understanding, as Theo thoughtfully watched him sign his name on the letter. "No," von Renhofer, perplexed, asked, "How far ahead have you really planned?" The next morning, under a clear blue sky where birds soared, Gran trembled, saying, "You mean John and Tygon want to get rid of me?" His face darkened as he continued, "So I'm just a pawn to them," Nuke replied. "Unfortunately, that's right." Clutching his head, he gritted his teeth angrily, thinking, "Damn it, I'm sure the family has already investigated their identities." His eyes widened, blood vessels popping as he thought, "How dare they deceive the Renfer family to get rid of me? The vile bastards." He looked up at him, realizing that the dangerous purple aura emanating from him was even more troublesome. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you scared?" he chuckled. Gryan smirked, surprised. He clenched his fists, thinking that Gryan really wanted to provoke him, then clasped his hands together, trying to calm himself. He thought to himself that he had to restrain himself, or he wouldn't pass the test to become a knight. He sighed, realizing he had no choice but to accept this bastard's offer. He asked, "What do you want?" He cheerfully replied, "That's my brother, quick to weigh the pros and cons." He said, "I don't need much. First hand over to me the command of all the soldiers under you." He immediately agreed, thinking that even without handing over the troops, his life was already in the boy's hands. Seeing him reek of danger and death, he realized he didn't truly know how strong this kid was, no matter how much he hated to admit it. After thinking it over, he looked at him and said, "In return, you must protect my life, and the achievements are mine." He agreed but raised 2 fingers, saying, "Protect my life, and my achievements." Then he smirked and added, "That's 2 requests, isn't it?" Grian, though furious, tried to restrain himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll hand over the mining rights and items from my main mine." He continued, "So you better make sure you handle everything properly." Hearing this, he rises from his chair and says, "This price is nothing compared to your life, so don't regret it." Then he adds, "Well, I'll take care of you while I'm still in Chester." Suddenly his eyes hardened as he coldly told him, "Don't be impatient, brother." Cut to the lab shelves, overflowing with bottles, and below several vials of colorful potions. A voice echoes mentioning alchemic potions and corrosive potions. It's the apothecaries, Alina and May. Alina picks up the paper and says, "I've never done this before." "Well, I think it's possible." DJ Chi happily tells Nock it's good, but asks if he's really okay. She worriedly says, "The young master's plan is too dangerous. Though this isn't something a maid like me should ask, why must you use the code?" May worriedly added, "That's right, we can't sacrifice our savior for nothing," he reassured them. "Don't worry, I wouldn't have mentioned it if it were impossible." He thought to himself he understood their worry. Seeing the concern on their faces, he knew he had to lie about needing to retrieve something after the coding was done. He said, "I've thought it through, so no more questions." DJC replied, "Yes, I'll do my best to prepare what you need." He thought to himself that the chances of coding the early game abilities were virtually zero. Alina and May looked at him with concern, and he thought because no one had ever done it before. Then he suddenly smiled, thinking, if I wasn't here that would be true. He arrogantly thought, of course, no one but me could do it. Then, pointing to the map with a wooden stick, he said, "Let me explain the plan. I won't repeat myself, so listen carefully." Looking at the map, the secret passages here couldn't be unlocked through conventional means. They were hidden, only revealed to players known as Tuthui. The three followed his finger across the map, their mouths agape in astonishment as he pointed near the edge. He thought to himself, I am the purple water who cleared Inder Lunatic 26 times. He looked at the three of them and said, "Do you understand?" The three answered in unison, "Yes." He thought to himself, that's why I need to handle it with code at the DERS level. He smiled back at them, thinking to himself that the rewards would be great, and instructed them that they would put the plan into action tomorrow. The scene shifts to a large fortress gate, where he's feeding a black horse a carrot. Then he gently strokes its head, grips the sword at his hip, and says, with resolve, "Without risking your life, you cannot survive." His eyes sharpened as he thought to himself, so, this is the world I transmigrated into. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The monster's feet pound the earth, shaking the very ground, as he stands on the city gate, gazing at the thousands of monsters below, and says, "So it begins." He says, "Everyone prepare yourselves." Alina and May respond, "Yes, sir." Gren also spoke up. "Understood." He raised his hand and coldly said, "We only have one chance, remember that." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, sir." He wondered why these memories felt so fresh. Looking at the soldiers lined up neatly, he realized he had become Noe von Reinhafer. He stood bravely on the wall, his friends, aides, and soldiers behind him, as ferocious monsters advanced below. He thought the only strategist. DJ Chi anxiously asks young master, "Will you truly return safely?" She continues, "I asked the same thing yesterday, but this is too dangerous." But he cuts her off, raising a hand, and says with a smile, "Trust your young master." He continued, "I won't be poor." Looking at her face, he wondered, was it from that moment? He then quickly leaped from the city gate, descending towards the ground below, a sly grin forming, as he wondered, was it the moment he made a promise he couldn't be sure of fulfilling, knowing he was a short-lived man? He drew his sword and stabbed the wall, slicing across it before leaping down to the ground, and began to cast a spell, conjuring a purple orb in his left hand, which he hurled at a robot's face. The purple liquid spread from the sphere, corroding its body, and with a slash of his sword, he shattered it completely. The system displays that he has defeated the Iron Golem, and his southern swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Then beams of purple light began to sweep across the monsters, splattering blood everywhere. His eyes radiated murderous intent, but if not for that promise, he might have actually died. Then more monsters rushed to attack him, and he began to fight back. He thought to himself, so this is to be my stepping stone. The soldiers were also advancing to attack the monsters. He thought that if they did that, he could enjoy the game even more. His eyes turned wild as he bravely fought the monsters. He thought about what had now become reality, and smiled sinisterly. The frostmare appeared in the sky, and looking up, he smiled and said, "Here it comes." He coldly gazed at it. "Well, let's begin." The frost eagle fixed its sharp gaze on him, opened its maw, its eyes glowing, and lunged with its claws. Nock laughed maniacally as he stared at him, while the people on the city gate watched with wide eyes filled with worry and unease. Below the ground is littered with the corpses of monsters as Alina watches him bravely face the rock. "Is this a dream?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "I've never seen a knight so skilled." "Are humans capable of that?" May said in surprise. "Even knowing his skill, I didn't expect movements too fast for the eye to follow." She asks DJ Chi, "What kind of place is the Renhafer clan?" DJ Chi replied, "A family renowned for swordsmanship. The heir to the sacred sword is decided through internal battles." She placed her hand on her chest, continuing, "So, that's how it is." Her eyes sharpened, as she declared that the young master was the most promising candidate. Gree beside her clutched his head, seemingly overwhelmed by her words. In her heart she wondered why the young master didn't correct the rumors about him, but he must have his reasons. May spoke up. "I don't think all the rumors about him are true." With sparkling eyes and a smile she says, "He must have his reasons. Reasons for pretending to be incompetent, though I can't guess what they are." DJ Chi chimes in, "Yes, I think so too." She stepped forward, placed a hand on her chest, and dipped into a bow, saying, "Rest assured, the reason is compelling, for he is wise." Alina happily grasped her shoulders, asking, "You mean you want me to hide his true self, right?" Alina said, "Don't worry." May also agrees, "We'll keep our mouths shut." These words touched DJ Chi, and they quickly became closer. Below, the Equus screeches with a piercing cry, causing Grian and the others to wince and striking fear into the soldiers. He looked down to see him facing the hippogriff, biting his nails in disbelief. He's going to fight that thing. Insane. The hippogriff swiftly lunged with its claws, but he ducked and dodged to the side. He coldly raised his sword to attack, but it flapped its wings and dodged in time, soaring into the sky, making the battle even more difficult. He turned and glared at Gren, startling him as he remembered their plan. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "Damn it, I just need to follow instructions." Then he commanded his entire army, "Wait until the rock is within range of the wall, and upon his order fire." He shouted. "Understood." The soldiers roared back in unison. "Understood." A massive crossbow was prepared, aimed intently at the ROC, waiting for it to come within range, each arrow meticulously crafted to bring the beast down. Gren ordered the shot, and instantly arrows flew hurtling towards the rock. It panicked, wanting to flee, but it was too late. The arrow pierced its right wing, creating a gaping hole, and the beast plummeted to the earth. He smiled as his plan succeeded, thinking to defeat the Birdmaster, I must subdue its formidable aerial abilities. Then he bit the cork off the medicine bottle and downed it in one gulp. The system displays absorbed alchemic potion, temporary strength +1. He coldly gazes at the Birdmaster. He thought to himself that he had been preparing for this. Recalling his conversation with Grian, he angrily said, "What did you say? How dare you make me do such a lowly task?" He continued, building a ballista. "I could just assign it to someone else." He pondered silently, then spoke. "In that case, I'll go to the battlefield and fight the Beastmaster." These words immediately silenced him as he pondered. Then he asked, "How much do you need?" Back in the present, he looked at the griffin lying on the ground. Hai Long thought Grian's intuition was very keen, and he would be useful. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, and he thought to himself, the only remaining issue is the effect of Alina's potion. And staring at it, he said, "Prove yourself." The griffin saw him in its eyes, then spread its wings and soared into the sky. The wound on its right wing is revealed. It glances at the large hole in its wing, then immediately collapses to the ground. Standing behind it, he said, "Are you angry that things aren't going your way?" He coldly continued, "I can understand that this amount of damage is normally nothing to you." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he continued, "Because you are a Birdmaster, a high-ranking monster." His murderous aura terrifies it, and seeing the blood flow from its wing, he says, "An arrow struck your wing." Looking at it with amusement, he continued, "We've laced it with all sorts of poisons you'll love." He continued, "Just you wait, the real pain will begin in 5 minutes." But it struggled to stand viciously, raising its claws towards him. He calmly said, "Besides, when the clock strikes 5 minutes, he happily looked at it and said, 5 minutes is enough." Seeing its claws getting closer, he thought to himself that this pressure was definitely different from a fantasy game. Then with a sinister grin, he said, "However, I won't be poor." A magic clock appeared around it. Suddenly it realized something as countless slashes attacked it. G was using coded sword strikes. He coldly stated that, at least it wouldn't be today, then glanced over and shouted. Gran, who had been watching from the wall, wondered if that was really the Knock he knew, and clenched his fists. "All right." He immediately ordered them to fire. 2 arrows pierce the bird demon, and Knock erupts in maniacal laughter. Then he raised his sword, now glowing with power, pointed it forward and declared, "It's time to end this." 2 arrows strike the Birdmaster, causing it to scream in agony, its mouth wide open as the soldiers watch in stunned silence. Alina and the others watched with bated breath, while Knock focused channeling purple energy into his sword. He unleashed his deadly dark technique and charged towards the beast, who desperately tried to wound him, but he delivered a swift, decisive blow. He slices off its leg, blood splattering everywhere, while he coldly and emotionlessly watches it. The griffin can only helplessly watch him attack. He gripped his sword, bisecting the beast in one swift strike, finally ending the griffin's life, and calmly sheathed his blade. The magic clock shows exactly 11. He wipes the sweat from his face, then glances at the remaining monsters. Seeing their powerful leader fall, the remaining monsters trembled before him, then fled with lightning speed. He smiled towards the city gates. The people on the wall cheered in celebration of this victory. The system screen displayed, "Your lifespan has increased by 60 days after defeating the Birdmaster. Your remaining lifespan is 179 days. The people of the city teared up, embracing each other in joy, while Alina and the others looked at him with pride. He happily says that seeing everyone happy makes him happy too. Grian can't believe his eyes, thinking in shock, "Damn, how can this be?" He recalled the terrifying image of the fierce Birdmaster, a high-level monster. But remembering its fear of Novan, he wondered, how could such a powerful being be flustered by an unknown kid? He gritted his teeth, thinking that defeating it so easily meant he was at least on par with a swordsman. Sweat poured down his forehead. Watching the cheering crowd, he wondered if he had any choice but to acknowledge Noe's strength, silently calling out Noen Renhardt's name. If what he's shown so far is his true strength, he worried, then he might take a big step toward inheriting the family. He muttered to himself that he needed to make sure he chose the right side, then stepped onto the wall and appeared before everyone. Looking at the defeated golems and the Birdmaster, lying dead in a pool of blood, Gry crossed his arms and said, "I'll take care of the wyvern's body and bring it inside the city for safe disposal, and you can handle the distribution of the spoils later." Confused, he watched Gry rush off, saying, "Now get some rest." Then he vanished through the door. A smile crept across his face as he thought, "Looks like I scared him a little." He opened his system panel, thinking it was time to see the hidden rewards for completing the quest. The system displayed the acquired food information. Basic information, the heart of a high-grade wind attribute bird monster. Special effect, the heart of a bird monster, an untamed child of the wild, is an ingredient for making elixirs that change the drinker's stamina and speed. However, those attributes increase or decrease, depending on the alchemist's skill. Cut to the apothecary filled with vials for concocting potions. Alina holding the heart marvels. This heart contains the power of wind. As you said, if used correctly, we could create elixirs or equipment previously only rumored. He replies to just use it to make a normal elixir, and asks how long it will take. She replies that it depends, but with her current tools it would take quite a while. So he offers to provide her with all the tools she needs, and then makes his request. And while I'm at it, I'd like to invite you, Alina and May, to join the Renferon family as logistics support. This left them speechless for 5 seconds. They said they were just commoners, to which he replied, "Does that matter?" He said sternly, "I value your talents, so I will make good use of you. If you need anything from me, just say the word." Suddenly, his eyes hardened, and he said coldly, "However, I will not tolerate any act of betrayal, no matter the reason." He thought to himself that no one alive knew how to properly use the monster's magic core, especially since no one's ever seen it, as it can only be obtained by defeating a hidden boss that shouldn't be defeated, and only a genius can craft it into another item. Alina happily replied, "We would never do that. You saved our lives, so we will trust and follow you for the rest of our days." He smirked. That was a good answer. He was pleased to have recruited 2 geniuses in the game, thinking he had acquired 2 characters who were geniuses for beginners. Then turning away, he said, "We depart in 3 days, so be ready. You will secretly craft elixirs at the family estate. I don't want anyone to see what you're about to do, understand?" They replied, "Yes, sir." He opened the door and stepped out with Dichi following close behind. And so the 2 walked on, one in front, one behind, their footsteps echoing in the silence. As Dichi walks, she suddenly stops, saying, "Master, you're nothing like what I've heard." He asked what she meant, and she replied, "Some say you're selfish, only caring about yourself. Now I know you're not that kind of person, but can you promise me one thing?" She hesitated. "I don't know when that day will come, or if it ever will, but..." Her eyes filled with hope as she said, "If you ever find things difficult, please let me help you. I know I'm insignificant, and I can't understand why so many people dislike you." These words surprise him, and as he turns to leave, he says, "All right, if that day comes, I'll let you know." Seeing her staring, he quickly said, "Are you going to stand there all night? It gets cold late. We'll both catch a cold if you don't leave soon." She smiled gratefully, knowing he didn't look down on her. A moment later, suppressing a giggle, she placed a cloth on his forehead. He's sick in bed, and says, "I know what you're going to say, so don't bother." Embarrassed, she quickly said, "It's okay. Everyone gets sick sometimes. You'll get sick less often as you get older." His cheeks flushed from the illness. He gazed silently at the system screen. 2 system alerts appeared. You have a level 2 cold, due to level 3 persistent illness, and you have level 4 chronic cough. He thought to himself, how ridiculous this all was. Cut to Renfer, where a man shouts at the gate that both young masters have returned. Nox people return on horseback, and head butler Roswell notices something. He asked, "Are they Nox new attendants?" He replied, "Yes." Hearing this, the people around them began to whisper. "What? Is he already bringing women back? And 2 of them, no less. It seems you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Keep it down, do you want trouble? What if he hears us? Then heads will roll. Already chasing skirts at this age, back in my day. That incident with Luo Ranyi was a lie, wasn't it? But the chief said it was all true. He wouldn't lie." He thought to himself that no matter what he did, he couldn't change the image of himself as useless in everyone's eyes. "Never mind then," he said darkly. "Don't you all have anything better to do?" Must be bored, he thought, and they quickly dispersed. Rotwell approached him saying, "Young Master Nox, the clan leader, requests your presence in his private chambers." Nox thought to himself, the time has come. He stood before Teo with Roswell, the butler, behind him. Teo spoke. "You've arrived." Kneeling on one knee, he said, "You summoned me, father." The man narrowed his eyes and replied, "I have something to discuss with you, and I'm sure you have something to tell me as well." He nodded. He said, "I heard you were instrumental in helping everyone return safely from the ether and vanquishing evil there." Remembering the defeated bird, Master or Gren, he said that even Gren had to acknowledge my abilities. He replied, "He said that to you." His father confirmed it. He said that without me he wouldn't have been able to pass the night training. I was surprised, thinking, Gren, what's wrong with him? Why is he speaking so highly of me? He continued. "However, I didn't call you here to talk about such trivial matters." With that, he reached into the box beside him, took out a scroll and said, "You took on an impossible task and completed it, bringing honor to the Renhafer family." Then he handed the scroll to him. He took the scroll and the patriarch said, "So I will keep my promise to you." He unrolled it, revealing 2 red seals. He continued, "From now on you will be in charge of the waiting list." A satisfied smile crept across his face upon hearing that. He placed a hand over his chest, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you for your generosity, patriarch." Then the patriarch rubbed his fingers on the table, his other hand stroking his chin thoughtfully. He stared intently, seeing the unspoken words on the man's face, and wondered, what is it? Does he have something else to say? Suddenly he spoke up. Nock von Renhofer, our family's youngest son, are you interested in this seat? These words froze him in place, his eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in astonishment. Seeing his resolve, he gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, why is Theo acting like this all of a sudden? Elsewhere, a redhead stares intently at a small mirror in his hand, one that replays recorded images, specifically the footage of him defeating the Birdmaster. He stared at the fallen Birdmaster, his eyes leaking red syrup. Gripping the mirror, he said Birdmaster was poor, but behind him is Cams, bowing respectfully. He said, the Renfer bastards are finally making a move. He continued, from what I've gathered, they've seized control of the territories and cheddars granted to their youngest son. The redhead ordered Kramer, prepare for war. He worriedly asked, will we be all right? The redhead replied, they've taken what's precious to me. I have nothing left to lose. He immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Suddenly, his face darkened, then twisted into a sly grin, as he brought out a little girl with red hair, her eyes blankly staring at him. He stroked the child's cheek, saying happily, the moment is near. Then he stared intently at the child. The day I have this kingdom in my grasp. His scheme is coming to fruition step by step. He tells the child of the day of its awakening, then the scene shifts to the Renfer family. Hearing that, he fell silent, looking down before gazing back up at him. Suddenly Roswell the butler spoke up. Head of the family, isn't it too early to ask the young master this question? He closed his eyes and said, no, surely knowing the value and responsibility of being the family head. Then he opened his eyes, looking at him sternly, and said, speak now. Rotwell objected, I beg your pardon, but I disagree. More precisely, I think the young master isn't ready yet. What about the eldest young master, Gren? Theo slams his hand on the table angrily, declaring, you don't get to decide that. He bows his head, saying, I don't want to be the family head, father, and I worry about the great responsibility it carries. His father replied, are you my son, afraid of this seat? He looked at him resolutely and said, why shouldn't I be afraid? The father observed him for a long time, then stopped pressing him. He said, very well, I'll respect your wishes for now. He replied, thank you, father. Then he said, but you know talent will always reveal itself in the end. Humans are weak creatures, always wanting to test and show their strength. He started to speak, then stopped himself, bowing his head and saying, yes, chieftain. He said I should return as the journey must have tired me. He replied, thank you for your concern, father. Cut to his room where Di-Chi anxiously asked, did the clan leader scold you? He said, no, don't worry, it's nothing, and it's not something I can refuse. She looked at him in silence. She says, oh, by the way, Alina and May's accommodations have been arranged. He thanks her, saying she's worked hard. She replied, it's nothing, I'm just doing my duty as your servant. He looked at her and said, if everything in this world had rules, no one would hold grudges, fight, or steal. She looked at him in surprise as he praised her again, saying she had done a great job maintaining everything. She lifted her skirt and said respectfully, yes, young master, thank you. After she left, he thought sternly to himself, is it time to get serious? He thought of Eden Academy, the best training organization for knights and mages, and resolved to become the best there. After he left, his father said with a headache, talking to my son is indeed difficult. Roswell, the butler, interjected, saying that it was too early to discuss such matters with the young master, and that his answer might be different if he understood the meaning of his position. He immediately cut him off, saying, no, those are the eyes of someone who's already decided on their path. Seeing the fear in his eyes, he said, he looks like he's afraid of something far more terrible than my position, or even me, like the fear of staring into an abyss. He thought to himself, death is what he fears now. He thought in astonishment, but how could this be? Rotwell's words were presumptuous, but he continued, I believe what happened to the madam left a deep scar on the young master. Theo gave a bitter smile, saying, yes, he must resent me. He blames himself because to him I'm just a pathetic man who couldn't protect his mother. Rotwell continued, Chief. More importantly, I believe the young master has begun to take action, and this time it's a big step. His brow furrowed as he said, I know. He began to recall the past, a scene of death and war. With unwavering resolve, he coldly told his father, surrender and accept it. The power of a Grand Duke will be mine. She admires herself as her servant cleans up the dresses she left on the chair. That's Talia. She asked her maid, what do you think? Do I look all right, Emma? The maid replies, my lady, you've tried that dress on 20 times. She paces back and forth, picks up a blue dress and muses. This looks good too. What jewelry should I wear? She asked her. Are you that excited? She happily replied. Of course we're talking about me getting into Eldon Academy. She sighed. That's not what I meant. I mean, Nock, this is the first time we've seen him since he became your fiancé. She paused, blushing slightly. You're changing the subject. I thought this place would be better, she replies. Oh yes. Suddenly she fumed. You little devil, are you just giving me lip service? Turning away, she said, with displeasure. You always bring something like that. Cut to the Renhofer family's research lab, where a pair of black shoes appear. So it was Nock. He's as handsome as ever. Suddenly, he saw Alina slumped in a chair. She looked up, dark circles under her eyes, and wearily said, You're here. He replied, Yeah. Seeing her pale complexion, he asked, The elixir, but were you all right before this? You don't look so good. May crossed her arms, annoyed. She's always like this. Whenever she focuses too much, I have to take care of her. Alina smiled. You're the best. She then tells him, enough talk, please look at this. He turns to see what she's referring to, surprised by the elixir she created. It radiates a brilliant light as he reaches for the potion, and the system panel appears. This is a high-grade wind elixir, adding 1 to power and 3 to dexterity. He held up the potion, and she excitedly asked, how is it? The system displays a 200% increase in effectiveness due to being created by the genius pharmacist Alina. What a great elixir. He smiled to himself, finally having obtained it. He muses that the wind elixir not only increases strength by 1, but also dexterity. A hidden stat. Dexterity and a moment of genius are a perfect combination. He thought happily that receiving this item now was perfect timing, just as he'd expect from a genius pharmacist. He looked at Alina, thinking how much better things were with her as his assistant, and praised her for a job well done. Alina sighed with relief, seemingly having met his expectations. He then uncorked the vial and raised it to his lips. Then he drained the potion and his body began to transform, enveloped in a blue light. He was extremely pleased with the results, saying, now all preparations are complete. He then suggests they head to Eldon, now that his body has been enhanced with Alina's elixir, and the system displays Noon Renher's information. Male, 15 years old, main element, darkness, favorable attributes, sword and combat, genius, mana perception, genius, stone cold will, memorization acting, genius neutral, void exploration, unfavorable attributes, terminal illness, chronic illness, cold limbs, and demonic possession. His remaining lifespan due to his incurable disease is 150 days. His mana sense talent has been activated thanks to his mana stat reaching 10. The scene shifts to Eldon Academy, a place of dreams for many, and after a long and tiring journey, he and DJ Chi have finally arrived. Their carriage slowly comes to a halt, and he steps out. His dashing appearance in black was even more striking than usual, as DJ Chi stepped down from the carriage behind him. As he appeared, a buzz went through the crowd, one asking if the white hair and violet eyes belonged to the Renhafer family's youngest son. The other replies I heard, he's enrolling in the academy this semester. What a troublemaker. He chuckled, hearing them talk about him like that. Watch your mouth, someone might hear you, and you'll be dead. He glared at them coldly, asking, why so loud? Is there a dog barking nearby? They immediately fell silent, then scurried away as he entered the academy. Seeing this, DJ Chi sighed, but then noticed another carriage approaching, and a girl in a green dress stepped out. It's you, Talia's maid. She bowed her head and said, young Master Knox. DJ Chi bowed in return, trembling as he said, looks like you all arrived early as well. On screen, the acting prodigy trembles, but it's all a facade. Emma replies, yes, we were just discussing the Eden entrance ceremony. She turned to Talia in the car and said, Miss, please come out and greet Master Knox. Hearing this, Talia blushed nervously and exclaimed, Knox. She quickly fixes her clothes and appearance, saying, just a moment. A moment later, a pair of slender legs and adorable black shoes step out. Talia was as beautiful and cute as ever, blushing as she looked up at him. He thought to himself that she hadn't changed a bit. Then he recalled the past, realizing this had happened while he was unconscious, and the sword fell from his grasp. He stared at Voa in shock, shouting, What did you just say? She said, I'm talking about your marriage to Lady Talia. Everyone knows about it but you. He grabbed her shoulders, saying, that's the problem, I know nothing about it. Back in the present, he thinks to himself after checking it's true that the family agreed to the marriage without his knowledge. Damn it. Just then, Talia approached him shyly, saying, Hey Knox, hello, to which he indifferently replied, hello. Still, she looked at him radiantly, as Dichi approached and whispered, Is that Talia, your fiancé? Annoyed, he replies, Dichi, I told you not to talk about this. Talia asks, Are you all right? He looked away, avoiding her gaze, and replied, Yes, I'm fine. What about you? She smiled, pleased with his answer, and replied, Me too. Suddenly, a horse's cry drew everyone's attention. Another magnificent carriage stopped before him. He knew who was in the carriage with just a glance, thinking to himself that she was here, and as she stepped out, he recognized one of Eldon Academy's prodigies. This person is Elino Rivalin, the star merchant and head of the Rivalin family who dominates the continent. He never expected to see her here. Suddenly, Elino noticed him, and sarcastically said, Oh my, look who it is. She smiled and said, Isn't it the young Master Nock from the Renhafer family? I didn't think you'd be accepted into the academy. It's a pleasure to see you. He looked at her fake smile, sensing her ill intentions, and replied, Elino, is it? She replied, Yes, that's me, and introduced herself, a noble from the merchant family you always look down on. I'm Elino Jerivalin, and I never expected to see you again, she said, with a smile. I'm the noble from the merchant family you always look down on. I am Elino Jerivalin. I never expected to meet you again, like this Nick von Renher. He silently utters her name, Elino Jerivalin, the sole heir to the wealthy Jerivalin family. Their wealth could shake the continent, and she's destined to dominate the financial world. Her nickname was the Wealth Fox, he thought to himself as the screen displayed Acting Master, temporarily shaken. He saw her smiling at him, and uneasily wondered if she had met Knox when she was young. Flashback to when they were children at a party. Suddenly, Elino looked to his right, back to when he had harshly criticized her. You a noble, someone as low as you, how pathetic. I can't believe she bought her way into nobility. Does she think that'll change her family's past? The two stand facing each other as the adults begin to gossip about her. Stupid little thing, get out of my sight. Her words stung with hurt and humiliation. Back in reality, he worried that the strained relationship between her and Nock was karma from his past self. Though now it seems he's reaping the karmic debt. Even if he didn't cause it, he's Nock now, so he has to bear it. He avoided her gaze, looking at Talia and Elino, helplessly thinking he couldn't believe there were two people here who could stab him through the heart. Elino suddenly spoke up. What's going on here? You're acting very different than usual. Q retorted. What do you mean by normal? She smirked, saying, I'm sure you know. Are you the type who likes to hear the truth from others? Annoyed, he thought, damn it, I'm always having to overthink things. He angrily said, if you want trouble, get lost. Seeing his attitude, she says, just as I thought, you haven't changed at all. He asks what she wants. Does she want me to acknowledge her? She gives a fake smile and says, sorry, but I don't say anything to Renfer's useless trash. He thought to himself, now I know she doesn't have any positive feelings about me at all. Let's see her stats first. Activating Insight, the system displays Eleanor Rivalin's information. Basic info, Island Rivalin, age 15, main element, wind, advantageous trait, calculating genius, neutral acting, master, disadvantageous, Gin northern swordsmanship, frivolous, prideful, passive skill, eye of a wealthy merchant. After looking, he thought to himself, her stats aren't much different from what I knew. Well, that's a relief. He recalls that the Rivalin family, whose middle name is D, was bought by Eleanor's merchant father. Though she loathed her status, Elino had no choice but to use it, a cauldron of resentment stirred by the memories of her past. He gritted his teeth, knowing he was the worst person in her eyes. Suddenly, Elino bowed her head, hand on her chest, and said, fine, I'll leave as you wish. Unfortunately, I don't think we're close enough to wish each other luck. He continued to play the villain, saying, why would I wish someone as lowly as you good luck? She replied, yes, goodbye then. After she left, he said to Talia, let's go, the Elden Academy entrance ceremony is about to begin. Startled, Talia replied, oh, okay. Seeing her follow, he thought to himself that she was clinging to him. After all, as my fiancé, I can't just abandon her. I'll just use this situation and exploit her when I can. He thought sternly that he needed to stay vigilant. The academy was magnificent, with multi-tiered chandeliers illuminating the many students gathered to learn. Everyone curiously looks around the academy's great hall, where a lectern sits atop the steps. He sees it, and says, as expected, the descendants of many prestigious families have gathered here. He scanned the room, thinking some of them could be useful, and he needed to recruit them without disrupting the story, especially the strongest characters. He began to ponder, knowing that recruiting them would disrupt the original storyline, so he had to approach them carefully. He asked Jay, but I feel like a lot of people are watching me. Am I overthinking this? She replies, yes, many nobles are watching you. Seeing their hateful and fearful gazes, she sighed. It seems you're quite popular. He crossed his arms and said, yeah, I'm a little famous. Talia hesitantly asks, but their eyes are full of animosity. Does that count as popularity? Suddenly, a voice echoes through the hall. Can everyone hear me? Everyone turned their gaze toward the platform. He muttered, here we go. Behind her, a line of servants bowed low in greeting, as a little girl with white hair sucked on a lollipop, her feet wrapped in white cloth instead of shoes. It was Noah who cheerfully said, hello everyone. Everyone froze, staring at her. She's so small. Who is this child? Where are the professors? Seeing her on the podium, they whispered amongst themselves, what is a child doing at Elden Academy's sacred entrance ceremony? Did she follow her parents here and get lost? But she's greeting us. She's probably just being polite, he thought to himself, observing the situation. These fools see Noah as a monster, someone you can't judge by appearances. The system displays her name, Noah von Trinity. Age unknown, main element, Ice Thon Tich Solis, expansion of the Elden Academy, one of the four sages, advantage of genius mana detection, easygoing disadvantage, inferiority complex, short stature acts cute, lazy, passive skills, mana C aura of E, ruler active skills, water orb chilling light, boss blizzard. After witnessing such power, he thought to himself, I absolutely must not upset him. Talia tried to ask him something, but he cut her off. It's nothing, just keep quiet if you don't want to be poor. Noah cheerfully continued, nice to meet you all. I am Noah von Trinity, the Academy's newly appointed headmaster. She says, you don't know this yet, but... Suddenly her eyes light up, and with an icy, deathly cold expression, she says, if I hear anyone say little again. Then returning to her usual cute self, she said, that person will be poor, got it. And with that, she declared the Elden Academy's entrance ceremony would begin, leaving everyone bewildered. What a brown-haired man raised his hand, saying, we haven't heard of any such rule. She replied, of course. Noah coldly stated, this is a new rule established by the headmaster to weed out the trash. Then a blue light appeared beneath everyone's feet, as she said, everyone, it's a formation created by her. As she cast her spell, she said, "I hope you all make it back alive." He was surprised by the formation, but he was prepared. His eyes hardened, thinking that it was time to begin, and then everyone was transported elsewhere. He vowed to survive no matter the cost. They had been transported to a forest. A blonde bearded man was waiting for them, yelling for them to wake up immediately. The earthquake-like teleportation must have knocked everyone out, and this guy's got a shiny bald head. "This is Burn-On," he angrily says. "How dare you sleep in my presence? Have you all lost your minds?" Everyone began to stir, but one person was alert enough to stand first, drawing his attention. Knock. Seeing him struggle to stand, he thought to himself that at least one person was still capable. At this moment, he felt utterly exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he gasped, realizing he'd endured as much as he could, but the after effects of the forced intermediate teleportation magic couldn't be ignored. The man narrowed his eyes at him. The two stood facing each other when he was suddenly struck by the man's gleaming bald head. He thought to himself that it was as shiny as it was in the game, like a halo shining down. He remembered the image of him with hair when he was handsome. As mentioned before, he used to have a full head of hair. This is Butter, a professor of combat and a graduate of the academy from its earliest days. Players nicknamed him Cotton Candy Taco, an embarrassing moniker for his bald head, but he's quite skilled in footwork techniques. He figures there's no harm in approaching him. His brow furrows and he points at him saying, "What is it, white hair? Why are you looking at me like that?" He sighed, thinking, "Damn, was I too focused? I was staring at him unconsciously." He replied, "It's nothing. I activated my acting skills." The man said, "I'll give you this piece of advice. Remember this well, I have a very good instinct. If you dare think anything disloyal about me, I won't forgive you." He raised his hand and said, "Please, tell me the content of the test. Can we talk about something else later, Professor Fine? But before that, I'll wake up these sleepyheads. I advise you to cover your ears if you don't want to be stunned." He covered his ears, then used magic in his hands and clapped, creating a shockwave that woke everyone up. "What was that noise?" an angry brunette asked. "Who the hell made that noise?" Behind him, a hand silently strikes his head, making him want to log out right then and there. Turns out he's bald, as he says. "Is there a problem with me doing that?" Everyone stares at his shiny, glistening bald head. "Not only do you dare curse at me, but you dare frown at me," he angrily says, blinding everyone with his radiance. "Do you want to be poor?" The black-haired man began to apologize. "My apologies, Professor," he said, moving the unconscious students to safety, and a group came to carry them away. He began, "Now I'll explain the Elydian Academy entrance exam," and he listened intently. He thought to himself, the entrance exam is first. On this magically created island, we must hunt monsters with all we have. The reward is a mana stone that will drop from them. The less mana a magic stone contains, the more valuable it is. And this one glows a beautiful violet. He figures people will start to wonder why that is. Wouldn't more mana be better? He smiles, but that's only half the truth. They tested two things in this exam. First, mana sensitivity. He recalled the others struggling to wake up. That was tested and recorded by how quickly you awoke after being subjected to Noah's magic. And he was the only one to rise without Bo Nong's terrifying voice. The second test was the ability to sense subtle mana, allowing mages to push their limits on the battlefield. He muttered to himself that they had been sifting out the mana stones and gems from the start. He thought that was just how things were done here. Bo Yong begins to explain that this location is a labyrinth created by the headmaster of Elden Academy, Noah von Trunity, and it's filled with so many enemies that insects like them can't imagine fighting them. Then he said he'd make an exception and allow them to work in teams, and everyone began to look at each other. Suddenly, a sword appears next to him, and everyone receives one from the professor. He said, "You all better start moving quickly." A sudden silence fell and everyone looked around in bewildered fear. Then he left, saying he'd be waiting for them up ahead. And just like that, he was gone. The students began to stir. "Professor Burn-On, I still have a question. Did he just leave like that? He's really gone." The brunette who was hit on the head earlier said, "My head still hurts, damn it." Everyone began to contemplate the situation. Elino and the others were silent until one person raised their hand. It turns out she's saying, "Anyone want to help the princess with me? Princess Penelope is behind her." Elino also began to appeal. "If you work for me to pass this test, I swear on my family's honor that I will reward you." He watched from afar as people began choosing their groups, then turned and walked away alone. He thought to himself an inner lunatic and chuckled. Common sense and status won't survive in this damn game. As he walked, he thought knowledge is key here. To stop his incurable disease, he must seize every advantage. He stopped before a cave, then rushed forward, his eyes firm as he declared, "I have no choice but to do this alone." Meanwhile, Cotton observed the situation from atop a high rock. He put on his hat, hiding his bald head, and mused, "Even if it's harder than I thought, it's still strange how a new student could withstand the intermediate magic of the headmaster." He wondered, deciding to raid the forest alone. He mused, "Is this kid fearless?" But then he shook his head. "No, it's quite the opposite." He recalled the boy's expression. There was a reason he wasn't afraid. "It's all in that kid's expression. I guess a diamond in the rough is still a diamond." "Show me what you can do, Ren Hafer's hidden dragon." He narrowed his eyes, eager to see what Ren Hafer was capable of. "Show me your talent." His black sword is stained with blood, and the wolf is defeated. Beside it lie blue and pink mana stones. And he's taken care of those goblins too. But he didn't even bother with the magic stones. After Nock eliminated the wolf and the goblins, many magic stones fell from their bodies, but he didn't bother to take them. After he left, someone hiding in the cave wall watched him, a smile on her face as she followed him into the distance, the scene shifting elsewhere. Blood splatters as Talia, Pelopi, and Akina are cornered by goblins. Sweat pours from Talia's brow. She's clearly exhausted from the fight. She thinks to herself, where did Nock go? If only I had gone with him. Seeing her dazed, she yells, Talia, what are you doing? Don't forget your duty to protect Princess Pelopi. Take joy in that, and deal with these monsters, she replied. All right. Moments later they had both taken care of all the goblins. Pelopi held up a purple crystal and said, we've climbed pretty high, so this must be the purple crystal, right? E replied, I don't think so. Regardless, she's one of the 4 sages. She might have set a trap for us in this test, it can't be this easy. Pelopi nodded in agreement. She looked around, noticing everyone's exhaustion, and said, continuing on, like this will be difficult. The higher we climb, the more monsters, and the harder they'll be to deal with. China thought to herself, hardship or not, she would endure. Looking at Pelopi, she remembered her promise to help the princess reach the top. She pondered the Asian Empire was rotten to the core, and needed someone like her to take the throne and restore it to its former glory. She would do anything to make that happen. Talia said, I'm all right. Princess, allow me to gather those who can still go on and continue if that's all right with you. Beside her, China says, I think so too. Pelopi looks at them, hesitates for a long time, clenches the purple crystal in her hand, then lets go. She remembers the image of a blonde man and says, okay, let's go. Everyone, please endure a little longer. Cut to Nock, who is breathing out white vapor as the screen displays. You are suffering from level 3 cold feet, reducing your movement speed and respiratory ability. All stats are reduced, and you'll be slowed. He silently thinks, I knew it would be like this. He sighed, waved his hand and flicked out a magical flame, small but useful nonetheless. The screen displays that the basic fire magic has eliminated the cold limb debuff, and he thinks to himself that if this damn body is to be of any use, he must first warm it up. Then he looked up and said, close enough, I suppose. He took another swig and continued forward, his footprints sinking into the snow. Looking at the scene before him, he says, you can tell right away that this was made by the ice witch, Noah von Trinity. He smiles as he notices an anomaly. There's a bit more ice on the mountaintop than usual. He exhaled, closed his eyes, crouched down and touched the snow, sensing that this island was not what it seemed. Feeling the snow, he realizes Noah von Trinity created this place and calls it Noah's Labyrinth. Everything here is magic. He sensed the monsters, thinking, so all the living things and monsters here are from her magic. Then retracting his observation magic, he said, I don't care how much mana she has. Then he smiled, his eyes filled with determination and courage. He clenched his fist and said, that doesn't matter. Then on the frozen ground, night fell, and more ice monsters appeared filled with rage. They were dozens of times larger than him, as he raised his sword ready to face them. He thought to himself that ice goblins were feared because they were tough and could regenerate. He thought to himself that these creatures were the bane of newbie's existence, but they were nothing to him. An ice goblin lunged, but he effortlessly dodged to the right. Then another one behind him prepared to attack with a log, swinging it across, but he ducked just in time. It glared at him, then another attacked him head-on with a log, which he met with his sword. He angrily thought that Noah might be obsessed with talented students, to the point of madness, but not to the extent of snuffing out talent before it bloomed. He mused that moreover, ice goblins weren't so weak that students could eliminate them. They were at least mid-tier, lower class. If this weren't a test, its difficulty would be enough to kill someone. He pointed his sword at them, wondering what it all meant. Suddenly someone appeared behind him, the same person who had been following him earlier, hiding behind a tree and silently observing him. He suddenly realizes the ice goblins in this test attack in a repeating pattern, and he quickly slips past 2 of them. The first goblin always attacks straight down the middle, and the next one swings wide, but it's slower. Then comes the last one, the weakest, who will stab, but he quickly blocks the wood with his sword, smirking, so I can block that like this. He swiftly slashed at one, then struck another, gripping his dark sword as he impaled the last goblin through the chest. He withdrew his sword from the goblin's chest, blood splattering as the creature slumped over. The ice goblins have all met their end. He reached into their bodies and retrieved a crystal, saying, found it. A gray crystal. He thought to himself, the gray crystal that Noah hid by implanting it here is the reason why I haven't bothered to look for other crystals. I can exchange it for the scroll I need most right now. He thought about the moment of genius, and how he would upgrade that skill after this part of the storyline was over. Someone holding a purple crystal said to Alino's group, with this level we're sure to be at the top. The long-haired brunette says, I'm quite looking forward to it. The short-haired brunette beside her happily agrees, that's right, and the other girl adds, you're good at it. Alino calmly says, it's not bad, thinking to herself that this should be enough for a good result, just like they said. But she remembered Nock leaving alone earlier, and wondered why she felt so uneasy. She narrowed her eyes, beginning to recall the past. Back then, Elino was still young. After being humiliated at the party and returning home, her father grabbed her shoulders angrily saying, "You argued with the Ren family's young master." "Why," he said, "didn't I tell you? So no one can look down on our family." He coldly stared at his daughter. He continued, "We must climb higher and higher, even if it meant giving everything. You should have seduced him." She sobbed as her father scolded her instead of offering comfort, her eyes wide as he continued to berate her. She thought to herself that he had never considered her his daughter. Back in the present, she pondered, thinking like, no Renher. Why did he disappear alone when this test is useless? Does he know some secret about the test? She pondered, then addressed the group. "I have a proposition for you all." She smiled, adding, "The Rivalan family promises a great reward to anyone who wishes to climb higher with me." Everyone started to talk. "Don't you like this, Crystal? Climbing higher could lead to injuries." "I think this is too dangerous," she cheerfully says. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?" It seems the promise of a great reward has swayed some as several people volunteer to join. The blonde man said, "I'll go with you." The short-haired brunette added, "Me too." Another person raised their hand, "Count me in." In her mind she scornfully thought, "It's all for the money." I don't know what Nock is thinking, but it can't hurt to watch for a bit. She smiles brightly and says, "Let's go then." Cut to the snow forest where Nock has been slaying monsters. He stares at the corpses of the ice dwarves and the grey crystal in his hand, thinking that the reason for venturing out alone is simple. The rewards will be greater. He knew the chances of prolonging his genius moment were next to none. Almost impossible, unless he unlocked his hidden agility stat. He turned away and said, "I'll just have to deal with the attention." Suddenly he spun back around. A sword hurtles toward him. He quickly draws his own, deflecting the blow and sending the other sword crashing into the ground. His eyes widened in surprise as the figure spoke. "I didn't expect to find you here." With a smile, Gala Paracel said, "I'm so glad to see you, young Master Renfer." And that's when he began to panic. He stared at him in silence while the other man simply smiled back. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is strange. How could this be happening?" The system window displays Paracelsus age 15, primary element steel, advantageous attributes, sword genius, natural warrior medical genius, ruthless to the strong, gentle to the weak, disadvantages, lazy, nonconformist, despises nobles, passive, skill, supreme swordsmanship, active skills, holy sword, fusion, sword of the wanderer, basic vitality sword. He thought to himself, one of In Lunatic's strongest characters, one of the sword emperors. He wondered why such a powerful character was here. Shouldn't he be fighting the main character in this chapter and be moved when he saves Elino from danger? Suddenly he was startled. Wait a minute. He threw his sword at him again and he thought to himself, something's not right here. He quickly blocked the blade with his sword, wondering where the main character was supposed to be fighting him. He spoke, "That thing you carry? I'm quite interested in it. Give it to me." The screen displayed. Acting genius activated. Gritting his teeth, he angrily says, "Filthy thing." He begins to attack, and as he blocks the blow with his black sword, he realizes the protagonist of this world no longer exists. He thrust his sword at him, but he dodged it just in time, thinking he had to stop him here. "Damn it," he yelled. "Can you take responsibility if the plot changes?" He replied, "I don't know what you're talking about, but you've been suspicious from the start. When we met in the chats you seemed very familiar with that sword." And quickly retorted, "What do you mean?" "It seems you're afraid," he said with a smile. "Why not just hand over the sword, and we'll go our separate ways?" "Black crystal must be the key to getting a high score," he said. "What if I refuse?" He replied, "Then I'll just have to take it by any means necessary." And with that, the two faced off. Enraged, he says, "Damn it, you planned this from the start," to which the other replies nonchalantly, "Did I? But what can you do? You've fallen into my trap." He thought to himself that while this man might become one of the strongest, his powers were still incomplete, and even a genius would fall before his moment of genius. But he couldn't waste it on this fight. His eyes sharpened. He thought of Elino, realizing that if the main character truly didn't exist in this world, then he had to save her. He worried that this might be a gamble, but he had to take it. He spoke, "You're not the only one who knows the secret, Parcelus," he replied. "Now that you remember my name, are you going to beg for mercy?" He simply called out Sellers' name. Sellers nodded, smiling at him, and then he pointed his sword at him, saying, "I know you joined the academy to uncover the mystery behind your master's death." His friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by a terrifying expression as he glared and spat, "You bastard." He taunted, "Care for a chat." Elino's group had also arrived at the ice mountain, and she was surprised to see something. It's Princess Pelopi's group, and she calls out in surprise, "Elino Geravalan, I knew you'd come." Hearing this, Elino bowed her head in response. "I wouldn't dare stand in your way, princess." Then, her eyes hardened. She continued, "But there's something I need to confirm." As she spoke, Nock and Paracelsus chased after them. Paracelsus's cold eyes locked onto his prey, unyielding. He thrust his sword forward, but the man swiftly dodged. Seeing them fight, Pelopi said to Ekina, "I understand, but I have no intention of participating in a meaningless fight. If Ekina wants to join, I'll object and call the princess." Belalopi stated firmly. Objectively speaking, Ina, if they aren't seriously injured, we'll have little chance of winning. Watching them, she continued, and if they decide to join forces in this crisis, it'll be even more dangerous for us. Ekina was speechless. That's so true, I can't argue with that. Clutching the crystal, she bowed her head and said, I will follow your orders. Meanwhile, Elena was secretly astonished. How strange. The Novan Haver I knew was supposed to be useless. When did he get so strong, she wondered, through gritted teeth. She was so focused on the battle that she couldn't hear anything anyone said. Talia too watched the fight with growing astonishment. Ekina approached her asking, Are you watching them fight? Startling her, she said, Ina says, the Destroyer of the East is a new student. His name is Paracelsus apparently. Surprised, she asks, Do you know who's fighting Nox? The other replies, Yes. She begins to explain. The Silver Wolf Paracelsus was renowned from a young age for wiping out countless bandit gangs in the East. She replied, I see, but this time I have a different view of the Renfer family's fifth son. When she saw him bravely wielding the black sword against Paracelsus, she was surprised, saying she didn't expect him to be so skilled with a sword. If he weren't such a useless playboy, he could have been an excellent knight. The woman next to her countered, I don't think he's a playboy. She asks her, How do you know? But she doesn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, Paracel angrily shouts, You bastard, and swings his sword. He dodges, thinking it's just a natural reaction to his wavering resolve. He recalled the image of the two master and student, thinking that Sus was his only teacher, but he was now gone. He knew the reason for his master's death, dodging the blade, while thinking it was because of that bastard at the MS Academy. Losing patience, he said, Enough with the pleasantries. He then lunged forward, bringing his sword down with immense force, but I blocked it with my black sword, my genius abilities now fully awakened. He smirked. What's wrong? He looked at him and continued, I'm not the one who dealt with your master. This only fueled his rage, and his blade moved even faster, launching a series of attacks, but the protagonist evaded them all. He thought to himself that his attacks had become simpler. He may be a genius, but judging by his movements, he was still young. His black sword swiftly deflected the others, followed by a knee to the gut that took him by surprise. Gasping in pain, he stumbled backward, reeling from the blow. He grinned at me, sword in hand, and charged again, saying, Let's see if you keep running your mouth. He taunted, I'll say whatever I please, but inwardly he knew his opponent's attacks were growing sharper. I can't keep this up. He attacks with the black sword, but the opponent only becomes more frenzied. He mused that if his opponent used his master's swordsmanship, the sword of life, he would surely be defeated. There was a reason that sword was chosen as the sword emperor's technique. He gritted his teeth and while I was thinking, launched a full-force attack, saying, You're distracted. His attack was so strong that my sword was pushed back. He gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue, and angrily said, Trying to steal from others, like that you really are a commoner. Paracelsus' trait of despising nobles has been activated. He retorts, and those above us who created this damned world, those are the nobles. They clash again, and he says with disgust, How pathetic, you just need someone to hate. He says, You're wasting your own time. The two swords clash a battle of strength to see whose blade will fail first. He smiled, saying, Would you be satisfied if things ended like this? You probably wouldn't want to hear about your teacher, would you? Mentioning his master only fueled his rage. He glanced at Alino, thinking he just needed to stall a little longer. The monster attack would begin at exactly 9:00 p.m. The system warns that the time is 8:58 p.m. He then drops his sword, saying cheerfully, I can still get that information from you after I cut off a few of your parts. He glanced at him and said, You think you can get away with harming a noble? He glanced behind him, saw everyone watching their battle, and said, I'll think about that later. Don't you see we have quite an audience? He retorts, I don't care because this will be your last attack. The other scoffs, You're awfully confident, aren't you? He then lunged at him, eager to see just how confident he was, only to find him unnervingly calm and unafraid. He smirks, activating his moment of genius. He thought in shock, What? And the man coldly replied, Vanish. He then delivers a sharp blow, saying, I don't have time to deal with you. Suddenly, a dark aura rushes toward Elino, who remains completely unaware of the danger. She wondered in shock, how could he accelerate so quickly, even while fighting Paracelsus, the strongest of the new students? What else is there about him? Suddenly, she notices something behind her. It was then that she sensed the approaching danger, thinking something was drawing near. A dark shadow moved with impossible speed, and she felt a surge of fear. The dark shadow reveals a monster, and she cries out, A Nightwalker. It was humanoid, but entirely black, with glowing eyes. It's attacking her, and she despairs, thinking she can't dodge it. Is this how she'll die? Looking into its terrifying eyes, she thought, Is this all for naught? She covered her ears, paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a purplish-black light flashed past her ear. She opened her eyes in shock to see Nock using the black sword to strike the Nightwalker. He coldly says, What a pathetic sight. The Nightwalker now wounded flees, leaving Nox to watch. She asks in disbelief, Why would you do that? He sheathes his sword, replying, You brought so many people and couldn't handle this little thing. He thought to himself that this was a normal reaction, as Nightwalkers were mid to high-level demons, and he recalled its demonic energy, realizing it wasn't originally in Noah's maze. That creature is a true monster, one that sent Paracelsus's teacher to the grave, and is connected to this incident. Elena was meant to be a sacrifice, but after being saved by the protagonist, her cold demeanor will soften. He saw the expressions on their faces, and thought, however, that it was all meaningless now. He solemnly thought there is no main character in this world. Elena looked at him in fear as Princess Penelope spoke up. Those are harsh words. You may have saved Elena, but that was an unexpected situation. He bowed respectfully, adding, my princess. She continued, this situation should be handled by the professors of Eladin and Dean Noah von Trinity. Nightmares aren't the kind of demons students like us can deal with. He retorted that enemies don't choose their opponents, and he thought Princess Penelope of all people would understand that. Hearing this, she steps forward saying, do not insult Princess Novon Ren Hafer. She angrily continues, you know this situation is unusual, don't you? So that's why you stepped in to help. Seeing her, he thought to himself, dusty pink hair, vertical pupils, Veneno, the future head of the Zeno family, the princess's closest aide, known as, he recalled the image of a white serpent with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, thinking to himself that she was known as the Serpent of Greed. Clearly Renher and Janino are no friends. How could the dark and holy families ever get along? Nothing is ever that simple in Inner Lunatic. He retorted, I have no desire to speak with the Saint Clan's lapdog. She coldly replied, you insult the Zeno family. He calmly replies, so what? From above the cliff, a farmer shouts, don't antagonize each other. He then hopped down the rocks, landing with a flourish. You little whelps, he said. Is the test over? The man asked. He said, yes, the test is over. Then I presented the gray crystal I'd taken from the ice dwarves. He praised, I didn't expect anyone to bring back a black stone. Truly exceptional. Aside from being arrogant, I looked at him confused. Then he announced that the top scorer of the entrance exam was Nock von Ren Hackber, who brought back a black stone. Looking at the remaining candidates, he said, the rest of you who brought back amethyst stones will be ranked second. Anyone object? Suddenly, a hand went up. What about the Nightwalkers that attacked? Penelope asked. Is that also part of the test? It's not like the monsters from the void. We need a clear explanation, he replies, stating that they are investigating the matter. He observed, while not life-threatening, Eleno will receive separate compensation. Recalling his heroic rescue, he added, furthermore, white-haired boy, for saving your comrade, you'll also receive a special reward. He turned and said, I don't need it. He thought to himself that he couldn't get involved with Eleno like this, not even in a twisted world full of injustice, without a main character. It just wasn't right. More importantly, accepting the reward would imply that he intentionally protected her, and he had to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Why did you save me? He was startled, cursing inwardly. Damn it, just when things were going smoothly, his master acting skill kicked in and he coldly said, you just happened to be standing there when I dealt with the monster. She was shocked and confused by his words. He immediately regretted it, thinking, damn, I've dug my own grave. Eleno, Jerry Vanen, like her nickname the Golden Fox, was cold, calculating, and believed that everything in the world, including people's hearts, could be bought. With money unlike Nock. On the carriage ride home, Eleno wondered why Nock had saved her, and even refused the reward offered by Professor Bong. She recalled his answer that she just happened to be standing there while he dealt with the monster. She thought to herself, what an unbelievable lie. The man sitting across from her suddenly spoke, it truly is absurd. He is Rick Eleno's servant. He said, didn't the young lady once say that he was nothing more than a rogue? She replied, no, that lie isn't right. There must be another reason. That's what he said as she pondered with a pout. She then says, perhaps I should investigate further, and he obeys, replying, yes, I'll try to dig up as much information as possible. She stopped him, then opened a paper and said, I'll see for myself. If the Ren Hackber family finds out we're snooping around, they won't let it slide. The paper in her hand lists subjects, common subjects, basic physical training, arena combat studies, Atran Empire, history electives, royal, etiquette, foreign magic, and advanced combat weaponry. Meanwhile, Rick smiles knowingly, and replies, yes. Cut to the Ren Hackber estate, a place of high walls and blue tiles, clearly the home of a wealthy family. He sits in a chair resting with a maid beside him. She worriedly asks Master Knox, are you really all right? You look pale. Could it be scurvy again? A hot towel rests on his forehead. He said, if it were Barraberry I would have been sick and recovered long ago. Don't worry about it, he thought to himself, but it was indeed an awkward situation. He pondered, if there's no protagonist, someone has to take on that role. It's crucial for regaining my memories and finding the sender of those mysterious messages. With no other choice, he rests thinking of himself as the villain from the novel he transmigrated into. Suddenly his eyes snap open and he leaps to his feet, shouting that there's still one way. Shocking DJ Chi. Master, he smiles, it's the only way to play both the hero and the villain in this damned world. The scene shifts to a war-torn wasteland, where after a blonde-haired woman annihilates her enemies, soldiers stare coldly in one direction. The sky is a fiery red with golden clouds, and black smoke rises, creating a sense of oppression. It was Luna Dopp who spoke from behind. Lady Luna, the star orbits are gradually changing. Then he knelt and said, that person will awaken. She says, the continent will once again be bathed in blood. Then she leaves, saying, Dap, prepare. We must achieve our goal. You know what to do, right? She donned a black coat adorned with a crescent moon insignia surrounding a diamond with 4 branches, and coldly walked away saying, "For the downfall of the IM Empire, gamers immerse themselves in the game world. Something that gamers who have played countless games have noticed is the very fine line that separates the main character from the final boss." And Nock agrees. Both have similar experiences, including bosses who are absolute devils. Most villains in recent games have experienced trauma or lived tragic, unjust lives. The same goes for the protagonist. Simply put, even villains have their reasons for being who they are and doing what they do. He muses that everyone is always obsessed with villains like that as he walks down a street at night in a black cloak. What is he plotting? He thought, of course, that doesn't mean the protagonists and antagonists are completely the same. An antagonist is always an antagonist. They can never become the protagonist. He suddenly chuckled, saying, even if it only applies in the game. He mused that in a world about to be destroyed without a main character, the only way for a villain to survive would be, he deviously thought, to become both the villain and the main character. He headed toward the source of the blue light, staring intently at the magic circle in its center. He sighed, I don't like taking risks, but what must be done, must be done. I have no choice but to do this. The largest villainous organization in Lunatic, a group seeking to overthrow the royal family, he begins to cast a spell. He thought to himself that he would enter Lunatic as the scene shifts to the academy, where Professor Van Nong's group is staring intently at the other side. Across from them, the professors stared back with Noah in the middle, resting her chin in thought and pouting. Vernon asks Ross, "It's not dangerous, is it? You know something, don't you?" Ross replied, "You're the supervisor of this test." He asked, "Did you make another mistake?" This angered Vaughn. "You bastard, I told you I didn't do anything." Noah was sketching something when her pencil suddenly snapped, and she angrily asked, "What do you two think you're doing, Von Ong?" Then put his arm around Ross and said, "Nothing at all." He laughs, trying to defuse the situation. "Carry on, did we miss anything?" Her face twisted in horror, as she said, "I haven't said anything yet." Then she returned to her usual adorable self. "I already told everyone the specifics, didn't I? You two weren't paying attention, were you?" Suddenly the white-haired professor spoke up, diffusing the situation the headmaster was talking about, the enemy that appeared in the entrance exam and threatened the academy. She sighed. "That's right." Then she continued, "That person's goal may be to bring down Eldon Academy and overthrow the Empire." Remembering Elino, she said, "Elino Jerivalan is just the beginning. Do you know why this rising star in finance is being targeted?" Noah solemnly states, "That's right. And so, these recent events serve as both a test and a warning to the Academy. We must prepare thoroughly for what is to come," the professors said in unison. "Understood." Then she stood up, only to suddenly sit back down. She says, "Oh, there's one more person who could be considered quite dangerous." Vernon asks in surprise, "A dangerous person?" She replied, "That's right." She recalled watching him in the snow forest, taking down all those monsters. It was Noah, disguised as a student who watched him in her formation, and she calls him the most talented of the new students. Ross asks in disbelief, "Who is it?" He wonders if Noah von Trinity truly considers someone talented. This is the first time that's happened, since what happened with the princess. She utters the name Noah von Renhofer. In disbelief, he asked Nock, the infamous useless pervert of the Renhofer family. She replied cheerfully, "Indeed." She recalled the boy's sharp eyes, then paused hand on the door and smiled contentedly. Suddenly, she says, "He might even be stronger than me." The professors are stunned into silence. Enraged, Roos rises from his seat, finding it all absurd, as the gray-haired professor wonders if he misheard. The brown-haired professor next to him replied, "How could that useless guy?" Meanwhile, Roos was utterly shocked by this information. The scene shifts to a tavern where he enters through the door. The bartender sees him and asks, "What's a young man like you doing here? Are you lost?" He thought to himself that this must be Ken, the owner of the tavern that leads to the outside world. But his true identity was a little different. He sat down and said, "Moonlight Strokes, feathers a rich and powerful empire." He stared at him in stunned silence, and he stared right back. He said, "Go on in though, I don't know why that person gave you the code." He smiled and said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" He replied, "I'm Ken, that's what people call me, so I'll just head in then." Standing before a rack of wine, he contemplated the sequence needed to enter Lunatic's headquarters, and began selecting bottles according to a specific pattern. He picked up the blue bottle, counted to 3, then grabbed the yellow one, followed by the purple one counting 8-4. With that, a blue aura emanated. A blue light quickly appears, and he covers his mouth with his hand. The system displays you have been exposed to high-level magic. Your mana flow will be temporarily reversed, and your mana-sensing talent will be nullified. Another teleportation occurs, moving players to a designated location. He feels uneasy, thinking his stats are still too low, and he feels dizzy. After teleporting, his eyes widened as a sword was pointed at his neck. "It's Luna." She coldly stared at him, asking, "Who are you?" He called out to Luna, but she didn't care, and stabbed him in the neck, drawing blood. He said, "Leader of Lunatic, the only Sword Emperor, among the 3 unknown Sword Emperors. I'm here because of you." She coldly replied, "You not only know our secret headquarters but also who I am." "I'll ask again, who are you?" He said, "Noon Van Hoffer." Then raising his hands he said, I want to join Lunatic. Under the light of a full moon, Paracel sat by the window of a building, his loneliness illuminated by the silvery glow. He silently spoke Noon Renfer's name, pondering if he knew something about Old Man Sus's death. He recalled their fight, thinking he even knew my master had died. He must think one of the 3 sword emperors suddenly died at the hands of another. Looking at the moon, he muses that the Renfer family's disgrace is a joke that they would lie like this. Remembering the speed at which Noon Renfer struck him, he thinks in that instant he could defeat me in a speed battle. I've never seen anyone so fast, except for the old man. Looking out the window, he thought everything about this guy must have been fabricated from the start, the rumors and his actions all a lie. With that, he headed back to his bed. He flopped down, pondering, but why? He wondered why the Renfer family would hide someone so talented, but it wasn't his concern. He resolved to crush anything in his path, even a prestigious family. The turmoil in his heart mirrored the tranquility of the moonlit night scars from sword wounds, marking Paracelsus's chest. He rests his eyes closed, as old memories resurface. The queen of the Esteban von Arame Empire lost her mind, and attempted to rule through tyranny, leading to a division of royal power. Amidst the political turmoil, Princess Penelope, known as a hostage, was also rallying factions against the first prince. At that time he was still young, listening to his master say, you must choose a side if you want to survive. The man said, join the Elden Academy and consider which faction you'll support while you study there. They locked eyes, and the man said, that is your final mission. He was having a nightmare, sweating profusely as his master appeared in his dream saying, I've given you everything I have. But then a mysterious figure sent him to the afterlife, and he witnessed his master's murder. He spoke his final words, I'm sorry for leaving you behind. He jolts awake, in a panic drenched in sweat, glancing at his hand to see a radiant ruby shining in his palm. He scratched his head saying, if you're already poor, then don't haunt me, master. Then he got up and left the room cursing as he went. Damn it, why is the deceased appearing in my dreams? Cut to knock with Luna threatening him a sword to his throat. On screen, Luna, age 20. Her primary element is the moon. Strengths include swordsmanship and combat prowess, aggression, mind's eye, neutrality, composure. Weaknesses include cruelty, madness, bloodlust. Inherent skills, fighting spirit, fierce eyes, threat. Activation skill is Moonblade, mana burst. Other information will be revealed as the story progresses. He looks at her silently, calling her name Luna. She's one of the 3 sword emperors, a monster who fought alongside knights and reached the summit at only 20 years old. Luna's swordsmanship is unmatched. He thought to himself, unlike the dark sword, which he could only learn by becoming the clan leader, he could learn her swordsmanship if he gained her trust. Of course he had to join Lunatic and prove his worth. She asked him why a member of the Renfer family would be interested in a criminal organization like this. She plunges her sword into his neck, drawing blood, and the system warns of level 1 bleeding. He raised his hand and said, all for the fall of the Empire. She exclaimed in surprise. What? He quickly explained, you must know that we need to take down the Eld Academy first, which is under the kingdom's protection, before we can get to the kingdom itself. With a sincere smile he says, I'll be your spy. She scoffs, you think you're capable. He replied, of course. She pondered for a moment, then lowered her sword saying, you've got some nerve. What's your name? He rubbed the wound on his neck and replied, Nock von Renhafer. She calls out, and he appears kneeling on one knee and saying, yes, I'm here. She speaks of preparing the moon trial. He bowed his head in obedience and replied, yes. He handed him a black cloak saying, take this and follow me. He took the cloak and prepared for the trial. On a night like this, he donned the black robe thinking good, everything is going according to plan. Dap explained that after reaching the altar, he should eliminate all enemies that appear, and remember not to let the robe fall off. He asked why, and the man replied, because it's the only way, B won't recognize you. He thought to himself that he already knew the reason. The berserk state, one of the worst traits, trades sanity for power beyond limits. He looks at the blood moon and says, a crimson moon. When someone basks in its light, no one can keep their mind. More precisely, it's a state of frenzy. He thought to himself that this challenge required 2 conditions to be overcome. Still standing strong under the moonlight, beware of the berserk state. Remembering the monsters about to appear, he thought, and began to eliminate them. He pondered that the game initially provided no information on how to overcome this trial, because in a world with a protagonist, no one would join the Gata, opposing sides, so no one knew how to pass. But he smirked. I can do this, Luna said from behind. Once you join the challenge, only 2 things can happen. She laughed, saying, either you overcome it and become one of Lunatic's people, or you die here. His eyes widened, then he smiled. He told her, we'll see. He cut his hand, and as his blood dripped to the ground, a red light erupted, forming a magic circle beneath his feet. He looked up, and the monsters had already arrived. Looking at their ferocity, he thought, this is definitely a situation I can't handle right now. Each monster is a chimera, at least mid-tier or higher. He gripped his black cloak, thinking the sheer number of them was... but never mind. Then he threw off the black cloak, deciding there was still a way. He smirks with confidence as Luna wonders if he's lost his mind. The system displays a warning: the blood moon is causing the player to enter a berserk state. Be aware that you may lose control of your mind, and you won't be able to regain control once lost. He began to succumb to the berserk state, his eyes turning a vivid purple, and all of his stats increased by 1.5 times. Endurance went from 6.2 plus 1 to 9.3. Mana increases from 9.2 plus 1 to 13.8. Luck is at 10. Willpower rises from 11.3 to 16.95, charm to 26.2. The negative effects of Burke have been triggered. Luck and charm are not increased by BC. Due to Burke's influence, Nock descends into a frenzied state, clutching the black sword in his hand. The Crimson Moon display has thrown the player into an abnormal state. The system warns that you may lose control of your reason. Luna and Dap watch his transformation from outside, as the system's warning continues to blare. You will lose control of your reason, and his pupils begin to turn black. His eyes widen, and a sinister smile spreads across his face. All player stats have increased by 1.5 times. Active skill, Genius Moment, Mid-Grade, Dark Elven Swordsmanship, Bloodthirst Transformation activated. Your remaining lifespan due to terminal illness is 142 days. Seeing the dark aura emanating from him, Luna wondered if he'd gone mad, while he grinned, saying he couldn't believe he'd thrown away his cloak, effectively throwing away his life. Shouldn't we stop him? She asked, but was rebuffed. She says he wasn't the type to listen to warnings in the first place, crossing her arms and coldly stating, "Whether he's poor or not is none of our concern," he worriedly said, "but he belongs to the Renfer family." Remembering Theo's power, he fearfully added, "Theo von Renfer. If he intends to harm Lunatic, then we're in trouble, right?" She smiled, saying, "That won't happen." Then Chakna said, "No, I certainly won't let that happen." She asked him, "Did you ever think Theo von Renfer was the type to be filled with fatherly love for his child?" He replied, "Not at all." Then she said, "Let's observe for now." She mused that the reckless kid must have a plan. He replied, "I will heed your words." By now the monsters had arrived in droves. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and charged at him. A dragon beast lunged, but he leaped up and returned the attack. He raised his sword coldly, stared it down, and then brought the blade crashing down. Its blood splattered everywhere, even onto his face. He chuckled to himself as the world was painted crimson, a description of the New Moon challenge in Lunatic. He mused that some of his stats had increased slightly. He could feel the change within him. His talent, height, and shoulder width had all increased, becoming taller and broader. He's now reached a level that his peers can't easily surpass. Behind him, the dragon from before has already met its end. Then the monsters attacked again, and he frantically raised his sword, decapitating one. He glanced back, then swiftly swung his sword at the remaining monster, decapitating it. But that wasn't enough to scare the monsters, and they began to attack him again as Dap and Luna quietly watched from the sidelines. He braced himself, thinking about the abnormal state, one of the cruelest attributes in Lunatic and the only one that appears when encountering the Crimson Moon. He smiled to himself, thinking, but from the beginning, he came here with the intention of exploiting it. His eyes hardened, acknowledging the talent he possessed. The screen displayed, "Due to possessing 2 unique talents, you have neutralized the Red Moon's abnormal state, Swordplay, Genius, Combat Genius, and Mana Sensitivity Genius. The abnormal status has been temporarily nullified." He thought to himself, "It's simple. From this world's perspective, the level of talent is very unfair, and I'm someone who benefits from it." Holding the black sword, he thought, "So what?" He leaped, his figure silhouetted against the bright moon, creating a sense of courage and dread. He raised his sword a deathly shadow, then brought it down, beheading 3 monsters in the blink of an eye. Luna frowned as she watched him, and Dap was also surprised by the sight. The artifact's effect displays Black Flame Ring grants 2 days and 7 hours of life. "Now fearless," he says, "if you have a problem with that, try having a terminal illness." He then struck again, finishing off the remaining monsters. Luna seemed to say something to Dap, but he couldn't hear it over the chaos. He thought to himself that it was too loud, gripping his black sword and exhaling. Covered in the stench of blood, he moved away from the carnage and stood before her. He looked up coldly, asking, "Is the test over?" Dap agrees, saying, "The number of people with the talent to reach his level can be counted on one hand on this entire continent." She shouted, "Hey Nock von Renfer, you passed, come back," but he couldn't hear her, still slashing madly at the monsters. She said uneasily, "Has he lost his mind to madness?" Dap clenched his fist beside her, saying, "Perhaps we should deal with him now." On his side, he finally stopped after plunging his sword into the last monster, the sky still blood red. He stepped out of the magic circle, his eyes still wild, and approached Luna. His entire body was covered in the blood of the beasts, and his eyes finally returned to normal. He asked, "Is the experiment over?" She replied, "It's over." She continued, "Looks like we've raised a monster." Dap agreed. "Yes, that's right." He smiled, pleased that he had succeeded. After observing him, she thought to herself, "Nock von Renhafer, you truly are an interesting person," she called out in response. He bowed his head and said, "Yes, sir." Then he handed him another cloak, saying, "Take this. It's a cloak only noble members of Lunatic can wear." The screen displays that he has received a new item, and he smiles as he holds up the cloak. The system notes that you've received the Lunatic member's cloak, displaying information about the item. You just received a mid to high grade lunatic member's cloak with stats indicating a +1 requirement, and you must be an official member of Lunatic to equip it. Special effect, you'll receive the Oath Under the Moonlight perk, and lunatic members can confirm their identity through the cloak's pattern. This cloak is made from black spider silk, nullifies all light attribute abnormal statuses, and displays information about your new passive skill. The active skill, Oath Under the Moon, is of the highest caliber, and its effects only activate when wearing the lunatic member's cloak. A radiant moon pattern appears on the cloak, visible only to lunatic members, an additional perk based on game time. After 6 p.m., your attack power will increase 1.2 times. He put on the robe happily, thinking, excellent. Nock puts on the cloak and smiles, satisfied, thinking that his lunatic challenge conquest will be very helpful anywhere. With the passive skill, Moonlight Advantage, it has helped him a lot. It's a shame it only works at night, but this skill increases my attack power by 1.2 times, which is extremely rare in Inner Lunatic. He looked at the display screen, all his stats had increased, and happily thought he had gained another point of willpower. He thought to himself that this was the best possible outcome, then looked up. Luna stares him down, saying, "It seems you're asking quite a lot of me." He replied, "I don't think any rookie has performed as well as I have in the moon trial, so I believe I deserve commensurate treatment." She crossed her arms, pondered, and said, with a smile, "Not bad, brave though. I wonder how long you'll keep that tone." She turned and told Dap to bring that thing here. He bowed his head and replied, "Yes." He brought a white mask and said, "Here," as she took it. She hands it to him, saying, "This is a lunatic artifact, recently acquired the moon shadow." She continues, "True to its name, this item will create a doppelganger." She then looked at him and continued, "It should be beneficial to you, since you're a spy in the academy." She asked him, "What do you think?" Pleased, he lowered his head and said, "Of course." He happily thought to himself that he could finally touch it. He picked up the mask radiating red energy, silently called out Moon Shadow, and then put it on. The screen displayed, "You can use the Moon Shadow item to create a clone of the player. Please enter your name, attributes, and basic information." He thought to himself that this was the main reason he contacted Lunatic in the first place. Then a second doppelganger appeared, and he realized this item could create clones of the player. He thought to himself that this would allow him to be both the protagonist and the antagonist. Then he removed his mask and said, "Thank you." Commander Luna said sternly, "Listen closely, rookie. There are 5 ranks within Lunatic. Aside from the commander and vice commander members are ranked from 1 to 3. She continued, "Since you're new, you'll start with rank 3. He replied, "Understood." She said with satisfaction, "Prepare yourself for your first mission." Then she looked at him and said, "Don't disappoint me, no von Renhofer." Then he activated the teleportation and departed. After he left, she inquired, "Don't you find this kid rather interesting?" He replied, "I agree." But then he wondered, "I don't understand how he endured the wrath of the blood moon." She said, "I see your point. Anyone who isn't a genius wouldn't last 5 minutes in that trial." Recalling when he threw away his cloak, she added, "Even if he is a genius who can fight without a cloak." She clenched her sleeve, finally finding the courage to be recognized, and Dap agreed, "I concur." They look at the monster's corpses on the ground, and she instructs, "Keep an eye on him for now, see if he can entertain me, or be of use to the organization." Cut to Nock, who has been transported back to the tavern. The bar owner Ken saw him and said, "Are you in the middle of something?" He replied, "Sort of." He thought to himself that if he really went all out in Arthdal, people would ask why he did something so crazy. Of course he wouldn't do that, he thought sternly. He recalled the blood moon, wanting to resist the berserker trait. He realized he needed 2 genius traits, swordsmanship and combat, along with a genius for sensing mana. Remembering his frenzied state, he knew that only he could wield the blood moon's power here. Without further questions, he simply stated that Noon must have obtained what he desired, to which Noon responded, "Do you have a problem with me?" He replies, "I just think it's unfair. Introduce yourself." Noon is shocked and says, "Huh." With a smile, he says, "It's to introduce your name to the others." Noon replies, "I'm Noon Renhofer. Am I done here?" Pleased to learn his name, he said, "See you later." And with that, he left. He smiled and said to him, "Keeping up with the academy's schedule won't be easy, but for you hiding your strength will be even harder." He opened the door and left the bar. Before he left, the man hastily added, "Oh, and try not to stand out too much." Cut to the Renhofer estate. He opened the door to his room, thinking that the plan seemed to be progressing smoothly, but DJ Chi was already inside and she called out, "Infuriated young master, how could you skip school on your first day without telling me?" He froze, eyes widening, thinking, "No way, I checked on her before I left, and she was asleep." Seeing his silence, she asked, "Master, are you listening to me?" She continued, "I've told you countless times to stay away from dangerous things, even with all the false rumors spreading through the family." She said resolutely, "You still have a chance to rebuild your reputation." He could only sigh in resignation, asking how she was feeling today. "I thought the servants were supposed to be in class too." She rubbed her hands, replying blankly that nothing was wrong. Seeing this, he knew something was up. He thought to himself, "Nothing special. Even if it's a class for servants, most of them are low-ranking nobles. DJ Chi has become a commoner, making her a perfect target for troublemakers. She's not happy about it." Suddenly he handed her a bag saying, "Here, take this. If you run into any trouble during your studies, open it." She took the bag surprised. "This is," he grinned mischievously, "only open it if you're in trouble." He says it contains items specifically for dealing with unreasonable situations, to which she asks, surprised, "I can't open it now." He replied, "Not necessarily." She curtsied, holding her dress, and said, "I understand. If that happens, I'll open it." He said with satisfaction, "Good, don't hesitate. Use it whenever you feel you're in danger, got it?" She replied, "Yes, young master." The screen displays, "You have successfully joined an academy." He looked at the system notification, thinking in surprise. Finally, the new system message has arrived in your inbox. Would you like to open it? He selected open, and his eyes widened. An angelic girl with snow-white wings spread wide, her whole being, radiating a brilliant light that made him stare unblinking. Knox stared at the system notification, thinking to open the letter. A voice echoed, "Hello, it's been a while. Knock, if you're reading this, it means you've successfully enrolled in the academy, though I knew you'd easily become an Eldon Academy student. Congratulations." He pondered the speaker's tone as if they could see right through him. He guessed that this person must know him as the voice continued, but the arduous journey has only just begun. By now things must be tough, but what awaits you is far more arduous and painful, and only you can do it. As Tramgon pondered, the voice continued, "Because only you can see the end of this story." Afraid he wouldn't agree, the voice quickly added, "I know this sounds irresponsible, but I'll find a way to help you as much as I can." Then as he sat on the bed, a letter arrived saying, "It's not much, but please accept what's enclosed." After hearing the notification, he said dejectedly, "The contents of this letter don't help much." The system screen gradually disappeared, and he considered how to reorganize the information. He wondered who sent the letter, suspecting it was likely a master inner lunatic, someone who could freely interfere with the system and send him things. So it's almost enough to draw a conclusion. He thought to himself that he must focus on completing the main storyline as much as possible. Due to lost memories and completing the game, he reads the attached letter saying, "Just sweep away anything unresolved with a single phrase." Curious, he wondered what would happen and tapped the screen. Character system. He was suddenly surprised by what he saw. He saw 4 panels appear, the first bearing his father's name, von Renhofer. He paused for a moment, then tapped on Talia von Steiner's panel. He says if he guessed correctly, a series of system screens appear, showing Talia's image and his father's information. He was astonished, quietly contemplating an incredible possibility. He thought that initially, to use clairvoyance in Inner Lunatic, you had to meet the person face to face first, but now things are different. He can check the status of any character he wants. He happily considers this. He was certain his speculation was correct. This gift could only be sent by masters. Then his eyes narrowed despite what this crazy old man. Looking at his stats, 25.2, he exclaimed. His strength increased by 0.2 inches. Such a short time, he wondered. He held the title of Sword Emperor at that age, and he can still get stronger. Suddenly he smiled. "Ah, right, I guess I realized this when I looked at my stats." He looked in the mirror, revealing his real-world face. He thought to himself, "This world is just like the game, but it's not really a game," he said with annoyance. "This is so hard." And picks up the paper and says, "I guess I should be glad the class selection went smoothly." The paper lists his classes: Team Combat Techniques, Team Spell Techniques, Game Empire, History, Horseback Riding, and Teleportation. DJ Chi stood alone, isolated from the others who glared at her with unfriendly eyes. A red-haired maid asked the person next to her, "Hey, isn't that her?" She gossips, "Isn't that the one from the Ville class family who's now a commoner?" The gray-haired maid next to her says, "I think it is her. I don't know how she has the nerve to come all the way to this black market with her young master." The red-haired maid sneered, "If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to even show my face." The gray-haired maid added, "She must be trying her luck." The red-haired maid wouldn't let it go, continuing her insults, and with her looks, she can probably seduce any young master. The others mocked G. After all, she was just a servant to the rumored good, for nothing noble. The gray-haired maid said, "I heard he's quite lecherous, so she's obviously using her assets. Isn't she making it obvious?" The red-haired maid sneered, "Yeah, that's right." Another sneered, "And where is our house anyway? Oh well, we've already lost our reputation, so we don't need to worry about her anymore." Clenching her fists, she grits her teeth, recalling the countless insults she's endured. A fallen noble has no future. Everything here feels extravagant, but she endures forbidden from causing trouble for her young master. She then walks toward the gray-haired maid and says, "Excuse me, but may I have a moment of your time?" The brunette beside her stopped the gray-haired maid, sneering as she answered for her. "My time." "Yeah." She introduced herself. "I'm the Earl's daughter Gu of the Flores family, currently serving the young master." She crossed her arms and sneered at DJ Chi. "Do you think I have time to talk to a commoner like you?" DJ Chi says, "I just overheard you spreading baseless rumors about my young master." She scoffs. "So what?" She and the others sneered. "It's not my fault. The rumors about your young master are spreading through high society," she continued. "If you want me to apologize, I refuse." DJ Chi thought to herself that the young master was right. Status is extremely important here. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out the bag he gave her yesterday, thinking she had no other choice. As she opens the bag, a mini hologram of him appears, startling her. His face is cold as he glares at them, and the gray-haired girl screams, jumping back. DJ Chi speaks up. Young master said, I'm Nock von Renhofer. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't matter. He continues, if DJ Chi decided to open this bag, then one thing's for sure. Then he points at them. You or you over there. Gio's eyes widened in shock as she whispered, asking if that was the son of the Renhofer family. He then laughs ominously. You're all doomed. I'll be sure to send your heads back to your families. With that, the illusion vanishes. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent as DJ Chi froze, lamenting, Master, is this really something that can solve every situation? But Gigi was scared out of her wits. Kneeling on the ground, a far cry from her earlier arrogance, she fearfully asked, What is your name? DJ Chi sighs, revealing her name. I'm DJ Chi. The other woman pales, thinking the Renhofer family could erase my family from existence in an instant. Too cocky, earlier, now you're silent. She bowed her head. Miss G, please, I apologize for my disrespectful behavior. It won't happen again. Please forgive me this once. Her actions stunned everyone, and Ji-hye couldn't believe it actually worked. But she was still worried about the rumors that would spread. She thought to herself, how could I have thought of that? Then she brushed past Gi-go and walked straight ahead, ignoring Gi's cries and the prying eyes of the crowd behind her. Dichi and Nox walked together, and she asked him, Sir Nox, are you all right? Looking at his panda eyes, she worriedly said, Your dark circles are so prominent. He rubbed his eyes and said, I'm fine. He recalled yesterday's class selection form, saying, Somehow I completed the academy class selection without even realizing it. Suddenly, Elino's servant Rick blocked their path. He removed his hat and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, youngest of the Renhar family. Surprised, he asked, Who are you? He bowed deeply and said, Forgive my late introduction. I am Rick, the servant of Lady Elino, Jerry Vannon. He smiled. It is an honor to meet you. He wondered about Rick, cursing inwardly. What the hell is going on? The screen displays, You are trembling, but the genius's actions have activated, and you're no longer afraid. He's terrified to see him, thinking a dangerous character is approaching him from the very beginning of the story. Don't let his cute appearance fool you, this is Rick the Deceiver. In the next 3 parts of the main storyline, he betrays the Rivalan Merchant Company to carry out his evil schemes. He is a servant of demons and a devil worshipper. He remembered Elino, or rather the traitor who would stab Elino in the back. He crossed his arms, thinking that the enemy of my enemy is my friend didn't apply here. Because Rick is the worst of the worst, associating with him would do more harm than good. Then the man hands him a blue box, saying, This is a gift to you from the young lady. It's a precious artifact. He stared at the box and said coldly, Get out. He didn't know what was inside, and though he was curious about the artifact, he knew it was a poisoned apple he shouldn't accept. He was surprised that Nox refused. What was that about? He prepared to draw his sword, saying, Do you want me to repeat myself? The boy paled as he stared back. Seeing his sword drawn, the boy was terrified, but he turned his back and left him there, while Chi bowed politely in farewell, and she ran after him, calling, Lord Nock, wait for me. She worriedly says, You're tired. What if you collapse if you go too fast? He angrily replies, Do you think I'm that weak? She replied, You had a cold just now. Your body and limbs were cold at the same time. She stated firmly, I don't think anyone is as weak as you. He chuckled, knowing he was cornered, and said, I won't deny it, but I'm fine now. I won't suddenly become poor. Yes, I know, she replied, then anxiously added, But I still don't feel right. She says, You're always the center of everything. He replies nonchalantly, I guess I'm a little famous. DJ Chi pouts at him, and he thinks to himself that he means more to her than just her master. He's the one who saved her life. He looks at her, thinking that, in the case of characters with loyalty attributes, they are very worried about being separated from their master. Suddenly she asks, Also, why did you act that way towards him? Annoyed, he replies Rick. Seeing him impulsively draw his sword aura, she replied, Yes, you seem more emotional than usual. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Listen carefully. He warned her, saying not to get involved with Rick, no matter what happens. She wondered if it had something to do with his issues with Lady Elino. She pondered, He's not one to act like that. He must have a reason. Then bowing her head, she said, Yes, I understand. I will keep my distance from him, as you say, he said, with satisfaction. Good. He walks forward, thinking that with all that's to come, it's best to keep his distance from Elino. Besides, we've already attracted too much attention, he said sternly. From now on, we need to be extra careful. Inside the academy classroom, he walked in and sat down, gritting his teeth as he thought, Why did I have to endure this torture in the first place? This is exhausting. At the podium, the white-haired professor announced, Today you will form teams that will last until next year, and you will operate as a team during that time. He continued, To form a team, the most important thing is to understand the others. He muttered, Damn, I was too optimistic about my situation at the academy. The professor reminded them, Cadets who are acquainted with others, please form a team of 4 on your own, adding, You have 30 minutes. He worried, thinking it was impossible for someone like him who wasn't good with people. How was he supposed to form a team now? He raised his hand and asked, What if we can't form a team? The professor replied, You'll receive a failing grade. You won't be allowed to continue this semester, so pay attention. He looked at him and said, You can't do everything alone. Got it, Nook? He answered yes, inwardly, shocked. What? A failing grade from the start, he thought, knowing it would be nearly impossible to graduate. Even one failing grade would mean immediate expulsion. His eyes sharpened. He couldn't let that happen. By now, Pelope was surrounded by people. Princess, allow me to assist you, Echena said. Grant me the opportunity to be of service. Panacellus faced a similar situation, as someone asked Panacellus want to team up. I see how talented you are. Someone approached Lion. Lion want to team up, and you're rolling in money. He needs to figure out how to get in. A person who isn't good with relationships makes a friend. The blonde then asked Elino, want to team up with me? I'm great at moving around, even if I don't look like it. The brunette says, no, Elino will team up with me. I can offer you resources and connections. These are the things my family possesses. But she silently walks away. Then she suddenly stopped, stood in front of him, and spoke the name Renhofer, asking, it seems you don't like my gift. He silently nods and she continues, what do you think? You'll give me a chance to repay my debt, right? He replied. What are you talking about? She brushed her hair back, smiled, and said, I'll team up with you. He thought to himself, though it sounds arrogant, I knew it immediately. He realized he had no choice but to team up with her, adding another layer of complication. Then Talia appeared, saying, Knock, team up with me. Looking at Talia, he despaired, thinking he had another problem, wanting to join his team. Talia smiled and said, Knock, let's be on the same team. He sighed, realizing he'd forgotten she was just another complication. He thought to himself, I understand now. Talia was too kind. Whether she wanted to or not, she didn't want Knock, her fiancé, to be without a team member, so she wanted to help him. He thought to himself, then said dejectedly, This is such a headache. Elino mused, I'm surprised. Hearing this, he asked, What do you mean? She replied, I'm surprised someone like you has a girlfriend. He stared at her in silence, thinking that based on what Knock had done before, he couldn't deny it. But strangely, he felt quite angry. Talia then asked him, Knock, will you team up with me? Elino says, so we just need one more person, right? Seeing her decide for him, he angrily replies, I guess my opinion doesn't matter anymore. She calmly replies, you don't have a choice. He grits his teeth, thinking, her intuition is too sharp, just like Elino said. To restore my memories, I need to stay at Eldon Academy, and I need to do well. He thought grimly to do that, he'd need to be in the top 10% of students here. The first battle with the Demon King would be the first time he'd have to play both villain and hero. He thought to himself, everyone in class had already formed groups of 4 and were chatting happily. But his group's last member was Peo. He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Peo. Nice to be in your group. He thought to himself, what bad luck, the last one in our group is just an ordinary guy. The screen displays 5-year-old Peo's positive attributes, survival skills, obedience, meticulous preparation, piety, negative naivete. All stats are below 5 except for charm, which is 10. Suddenly he notices Peo's skill, weight and active skill, blessing of power. He smiled to himself, thinking, excellent. Even though his stats are terrible, he has the power of blessing. This is one of the most powerful skills in Inner Lunatic, capable of awakening the greatest strength in all team members. He thought to himself, even though it has no effect on the caster, he glanced at him thinking, but this is quite strange. How could a new academy possess such a powerful skill? This skill should only be possessed by monks and nuns in the monastery. I'll have to look into this later. Bio speaks up, saying, I'm really looking forward to working with you all. Elino introduced himself. I'm Elino Jerialin, let's all do our best. Talia also introduced herself as Talia von Steven Renner, saying, it's a pleasure to meet you all. He said with a sour tone, do I really need to introduce myself? Just try not to get in my way. About 30 minutes later, the professor spoke up. It seems everyone has their teams. I hope you all get acquainted this week. He continued, also your groups will remain the same until next semester. All right, class dismissed, he said with distaste. That old geezer, as Talia cautioned him from behind. Knock, I think you were a little loud, she said, but he didn't care. The better if he heard me. She cautioned, I don't think you should call the professor that. He waved her off, saying, whatever, we're already a team. She hurried after him, saying, hey Knock. She hesitated, then asked, what's your class schedule like? I was just asking, no reason. He thought to himself, surprised she'd ask him that. Is she stalking me? She quickly explains, I was just a little curious. Yes, it's just curiosity. He tapped her forehead and said, you want to know which subject is easiest to get a high score in, right? Did you think I'd tell you? She said in surprise. No, that's not it. He thought to himself that he couldn't let her get so much information about him. Then he left immediately. That would never happen. In the Academy's B district, he and DJ Chi went out to buy some things. Indeed, Eldon Academy. She said there were many things they needed to buy. She opened her notebook and said, magic tomes, writing implements. She glanced at him and continued, I guess that's why people say students here are always short on cash. He was casually choosing vases, but she didn't mind. He thought to himself that anyone who could graduate from this academy would attract the attention of many sponsors. Even if they're ordinary, he figures that unless their ability is useless, they'll be rich in no time. Suddenly a voice rings out, you bastard, get back here. DJ Chi nervously says, it's so loud. And he replies, this is where all sorts of people gather, anything can happen. He coldly replied, we don't need to concern ourselves. Suddenly he noticed someone and exclaimed in surprise, "What is that person?" Meanwhile, a rude, brown-haired shopkeeper spat on the ground and yelled, "Get lost. If you're not buying anything, stop blocking the way." The man he's yelling at is the son of one of the three dark clans, the young master of the Mavas family, Leon von Mavas. He may be broke now as his family recently went bankrupt. He worriedly said, "He's a good person. I hope the shopkeeper will let it go." He placed the item he was looking at back on the table, saying, "My apologies. I just wanted to examine the merchandise further." He snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. You've only held and looked at one item this whole time." He glanced at him saying, "Stop dawdling and get lost. The Academy's standards must have dropped a lot. I can't believe they'd accept a beggar like you." He lowered his head in silence, then looked up, his eyes, now a piercing blue, a green aura emanating around him. He said, "A beggar, you say?" He emanates a murderous aura, angrily declaring, "Even if my family is poor, you have no right to say that. We are not beggars." He activates the formation as skeletons rise beneath his feet. He thought in shock, is he crazy? Then he rushed toward him, thinking that even if the boy was provoked, he shouldn't do this. He thought in fear with so many people around, was he really going to use his magic? That dark magic was dangerous. Meanwhile, he summoned two skeletal demons, swords in hand, eyes glowing. Dichi, seeing him run, asked, "Master, where are you going?" He said, "This kid's insane. Looking into his eyes, he really might do something reckless. I have to stop him." She asks in disbelief, "How can you tell just by looking into his eyes?" He retorts that he's seen that look far too often. This made her worried and uneasy. The brown-haired boss, seeing Leon summon the skeleton, fearfully said, "Hey, do you know what you're doing?" He says, "How dare you?" But Lion yells at him to back off. Seeing him stand in his way now with the black sword in hand, Leon says, "Get out of here unless you want to be poor." Seeing him give orders, the man angrily asks, "What? How dare you order me around? Do you even know who I am?" Before he could finish, the man cut him off with a sneer. Then removing his hood, he said, "Do you need me to spell it out?" Everyone was shocked to see his face. He coldly stared at him, saying, "Do I need to tell you who I am?" Cut to the academy, where Emma is listening to her master. Talia wonders if being on the same team as Nox means he won't reveal his schedule, adding, "Is he just embarrassed because he's going through puberty?" She turned and asked, "Am I right?" Seeing her pitiful, tearful expression, the other woman quickly reassured her, "Lady Talia, please calm down. It's not as bad as you think. Though I can't guess what Nox is thinking, I believe he'll pay more attention to you." She replied, "I understand, but I'm all grown up now. I know what feels right and wrong," she says, "and I know I'm lacking, so I've tried not to be a bother." The pitiful girl recounted how she hindered Nox, which earned her some favor in his eyes. Then she stammered, "But..." The worried maid asked, "Yes, what is it?" She thought to herself, "This isn't good. At this rate, she'll be too upset to do anything. I need to do something." She began to regret her words. If she had known things would turn out this way, she wouldn't have spoken so highly of the young master to her mistress. She recalled what had happened in the carriage that day, when Talia had asked her this demon. She said, "Do you think my fiancé is being cold to me?" The maid replied, "Yes, perhaps he's just shy, because he's at that age, my lady." She asked in surprise, "So what?" She replied, "Yes, boys at that age are temperamental and unpredictable, so it's not unusual for Master Nox to act that way towards you." She glanced at Talia, who was happy after hearing her words, and now she regretted her carelessness. "Back then, I didn't pay attention when she asked me that. But now that I think about it, it seems she's begun to admire and notice Master Nox." Looking at Talia's affectionate expression, she thought to herself that she hadn't paid any attention at the time, just thinking Talia was asking a casual question, never imagining it would become such a serious issue now. If only she had given Talia better advice back then, instead of just answering her question carelessly. Back in reality, she nervously thinks, now she can conclude, that Lady Talia has fallen for Master Nox. This is progressing too quickly. Love is truly unpredictable. She quickly tells her, "My lady, there's something I need to tell you." "Actually, Master Nox isn't really like that," she said, prompting a surprised response. "Oh, so what do you think?" she says. "Since he's already engaged to you, the reason he seems indifferent to you at the academy is because, well, it's the academy. There are so many people there. He can't act like he's at home." Suddenly, she grabs her hand profusely, thanking the ghost. "You're right. Thank you for telling me about love. Those who've experienced it know more than I do." The maid could only force a smile, but for her mistress's happiness, she had no choice. Elated, the mistress pulled her along. "Thank you. Hearing you say that has cleared my mind. You're like a love expert. I'll come to you for advice whenever I have relationship troubles." She hastily said, "Oh, my lady." Seeing her smile so happily, she reproached herself, thinking I was wrong to do this, but I did it to cheer her up. "I'm so sorry, my lady." Something suddenly occurred to her, but Talia's words cut deep the maid, reflecting that she herself had never been in love and so was blind to matters of the heart. Just then, a knock at the door drew their attention. "I'm a maid from the Stephen Renner family," she announced. "May I ask what brings you here?" Elino asks. She says, "Oh, hello." She introduced herself as Elino Jerivalan, a fellow student and magic combat teammate of Talia's, and asked if Talia had some time to talk. Talia wondered Elino. Emma, surprised, asked her to return another time if she didn't have an appointment, but Elino smiled and uttered the name Nock von Renfer, stunning Talia and Emma. She says, I'm here to talk about him. These words strike Talia's deepest fear. She immediately went to open the door, coming face to face with Elino. She said it was a pleasure to meet Talia, adding, we've met twice today, haven't we? Once in the hall, and now here. Switching scenes to Nock, he says to the brown-haired boss, do you need me to tell you who I am? Everyone was shocked by his appearance, white hair and purple eyes. The boss seemed to recognize him, saying, are you a Renfer family member, enrolled in the academy here? He asks if this needs to be verified, prompting the man to apologize, saying he didn't recognize him sooner because of his cloak. He glared coldly and said, enough. Leave before I lose my temper over your behavior. He quickly scurried away, saying, yes, I understand. Lon silently stared at him, saying, I was talking to him. Why are you interfering? The skeleton glared at him before attacking. He grabbed the skeleton's head angrily, retorting, you were going to talk to someone else, he continued. With dark magic like that, he used his magic to crush the skeleton's head, shattering it instantly and defeating the undead warrior. Everyone stared at him in fear as a dark aura emanated from his body. Do you think the guard will let you get away with this? He said. These words shock him back to his senses, and he looks at the hand that cast the spell, saying, yes, I understand what you mean. Perhaps I lost my composure. Using dark magic without permission is against the kingdom's laws, but I lost control when he spoke of my family. He bowed his head and said, thank you for waking me up and stopping me. He replied, good, I'm glad you understand. Did you get what you needed? He then took out his pouch and tossed it to him, saying, if you're short on funds, use this for now. He opened it to find so many gold coins that he was overwhelmed as if he'd never seen so much before. Embarrassed, he asked, why are you helping me like this? We don't even know each other. He says, don't expect me to be grateful for something like this. I won't owe you anything for this. He replied, it's just a bit of money to me, don't worry about it. Then he suddenly said, but truthfully, I did have an ulterior motive. This surprised him. He said, of course I understand. No one gives anything away for free. He then began to withdraw his dark magic. The two skeletons fade away. He approaches him, holding out a gold coin, and says, I'll consider this payment a bribe to keep my mouth shut. But then holding the coin before him, he said, this dark magic controlling the skeletons, I can sense the distinct power of the Mava's family emanating from you. This has piqued my curiosity. Instantly, the gold coin emitted a blue light and floated into the air. He said, I'm curious as to why you possess the unique power to control skeletons from my family. Elino and Talia sat across from each other at a round table. Talia spoke, you said you had something to tell me. May I know what it is? Elino thought to himself, what's going on? Her reaction is nothing like what I expected. She's so elegant, she muses. Knock. Could he really have feelings for her? She smiles, dismissing the thought. She mused that someone like him would see marriage as a mere obligation, and she needed to get straight to the point with her. Knock was dangerous, she said, startling Talia. She picked up her teacup and continued. First, he's the son of one of the 3 most dangerous noble families in the kingdom. Then bringing the teacup to her lips, she said, and the truth is, there are countless negative rumors about his behavior. She lowered her head in silence, then suddenly spoke. She looked up firm and said, I don't think Knox is a bad person. Elino remembered the party she attended as a child when he humiliated her in front of everyone. Hearing this, she glanced over, then sighed, wondering if others felt the same. She stares at her in surprise, thinking, Talia von Steiner, you're so strange. How could someone as honest as you like a good-for-nothing like Knox? Staring into her eyes, she wondered what emotions lay beneath. Sensing a palpable hostility and anger directed at her, Talia says, let me make this clear. Knock may have flaws, but I don't think he's someone who would do something evil. She continues, although he's easily misunderstood because of his cold attitude towards others, that's just part of his personality. Her words surprised her. I've heard about your engagement to him, but that's no reason to speak well of him. Setting down her teacup, she said, I know, arranged marriages between noble families can easily change. Then sternly, that's not why I trust Knox. She was silent, saying that people don't change easily, but then said, I hope you remember one thing. She recalled when Nightwalkers attacked her, Knox saved her. He appeared just in time, slashing them with his sword. She said if Knock hadn't been there, she would have been destitute. She was so shocked and scared at the time. Talia says, I believe you know that very well. Returning to the present, she asks, so why do you still doubt Knox? Her words struck a chord, leaving the other woman speechless, before she smiled and said, it seems I misspoke. With that, she stands. Let's end our conversation here. Thank you for your time. She replied, very well, goodbye. Elino left, leaving Talia alone in the room. Outside the building, she stood blankly in the courtyard as Rick approached, calling out to Miss Elino. He smiled, asking, did the conversation go well? The young lady didn't seem angry. She asked Rick, what do you think is most important for a merchant? He replied, of course it's having eyes that are always cautious and suspicious of everything. She pondered doubt. It had earned her the title of Financial Fox and Star of the Financial World, but she still doubted his character, recalling what happened at the party that year. But has he really changed? She remembers her sobs from that day and tells herself not to be ridiculous. She clutches her dress, gritting her teeth, saying there's no way it's true. After all this time, he couldn't have changed, could he? Cut to Lion, who is now using his dark magic. He yells, "Everyone get out of here now," then he grits his teeth watching as everyone fearfully flees. He darkly glanced at him saying, "A magic shield." He thought to himself that the situation had become more complicated. He pondered that no matter how obsessed Lion was with money, it was impossible for him to remain calm when he used his family's magical power, a magic that was not passed on to outsiders. He glared at him saying, "If you want to bargain with me, you'll have to bring something worth bargaining with." He chuckled saying, "Are you saying I have to give you something? This magic is tied to your family, and I fear you'd trade anything for it." He glared at him coldly, retorting, "You speak as if you know me so well. Leon von Mavas, your family, like the Renfers, was one of the 3 most dangerous dark families wielding immense influence over the kingdom. I don't like how you use the word was," he retorts. He bluntly replied, "You must know that your family is not as powerful as it once was." His eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at him. He continued, "I know those people used territorial war to defeat the Mavas family head, and then they took most of the Mavas family's territory." Hearing this, he lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Are you trying to prove you know more about my family than I do? Are you provoking me to avenge them?" He shook his head. "Revenge? No, that's not why I'm doing this. What I want is the resurrection of your family," he said, "for a talented young head to be recognized, and for your family to once again become one of the leading families on this continent." He smiled. "Isn't that your true goal?" He says, "Not bad it seems, you know me quite well." Then he asks, "So how did you obtain the Mavas family's power like I have?" Casually, he replied, "I only recently realized that the magical power I possess belongs to your family." To which the other responded, "I believe you." Surprised, he asked, "You just believe me like that? Aren't you going to ask anything else?" He replied, "You've given me the answer I wanted." He thought to himself, so what he wanted from the start wasn't how he obtained his family's magical power. Grimm thought he wanted to know how well I understood him, why I interfered with his problems, and his promise to restore the Mavas family in the future. The two stood facing each other and he said, "Well, I'm glad you got your answer." He replied, "Thank you for your help today. I'll repay you in the future, as long as it doesn't involve money." Then he turned and said, "Don't worry, I don't expect you to repay this favor." The next day, inside an ice room at the Temple Academy, he walked towards Noah, thinking he was finally here. Seeing her smile at him, he thought of Nox's vitality, strength, and rest, thinking the time to enhance his moment of genius had come. He smiled at her as Nook initiated the moment of genius. Even among inner lunatic characters with the genius trait, it's considered the strongest skill, almost like a DLC for inner lunatic. At the time, he had already beaten the game, and the screen displayed that he was the first to complete Inner Lunatic 10 times, unlocking a hidden attribute. Your character has been granted the active skill, Moment of Genius, a skill only attainable when your character possesses at least 2 genius attributes. Back in reality, standing opposite Noah, he thought to himself that it had only been a favorite game at first, so he didn't even know what was in the DLC. If I hadn't made that decision, I'd be broke several times over by now. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Noah held up the candy in her hand and said, "You did great this round." "No, von Renhofer, it seems your family is raising a monster," he said uncomfortably, calling someone else a monster. "Don't you think you're going a bit too far, headmaster?" she said calmly, "but I'm not wrong." Her foot hit the ground, and a blue light appeared beneath her. With a sinister look and an unfriendly tone, she said, "How else do you explain my ability to fight the ice goblin so calmly?" Her eyes fixed on him as she continued, "Why would someone as talented as you be called useless? I just can't wrap my head around it." She recalls his father saying, "Is it because of the Sword Emperor von Renhofer that you have such a bad reputation? That can't be true, can it?" He thought to himself uneasily, "Damn it, it's no wonder she suspects me, because originally Nox was just a useless bum." The screen displayed acting genius activated. He smirked, thinking, "But not now." The screen announced, "You have stopped trembling." He tells her that whatever he was in the past is none of her business. She replies, That's true, but you know what?" She said, with amusement, "I'm interested in your talent. It's quite intriguing." Then with candy in her mouth and a sly look, she added, "It makes me want to kidnap you." He said sternly, "Headmaster, I don't think that's appropriate to say, and I'll pretend I didn't hear it." He recalled the image of her secretly following him when he took the entrance exam. He says, "Besides, you transformed and followed me." She smirks, "You noticed." Then she pulls out a piece of paper saying, "Let's see how long you can keep this from me." Seeing this, he thinks to himself, finally he's got it. She continued, "That's why I called you here. This is a skill enhancement scroll." She said, "It can maximize the effect of one of your skills. It's quite a valuable item." Though eager to possess it, he feigned ignorance, saying, "This is the first I've heard of such an item." She hands him the enhancement scroll, saying, "Here, take it." He happily reaches out to receive it. Holding the skill scroll, he felt something was off. As Noah smirked, he worriedly thought to himself, what was that fleeting moment of panic? Did he imagine it? But he pushed that feeling aside, unfurling the scroll, excited for what was to come. The screen displays that a new artifact has been acquired, showing the artifact's information. Skill Enhancement. Scroll, a high-grade consumable that can increase the effect of one of your skills by 1.5 times. The Skill Enhancement scroll is available. Do you want to use it? He tapped the screen and said, yes, please select the skill you want to enhance. He selects Moment of Genius, and the screen displays that he has used the artifact. He smiled as he saw his skill change the screen, announcing that his skill had become stronger. You have acquired Genius Moment Plus. The words Genius Moment Plus appear boldly on the screen. Golden light immediately envelops him, and a notification appears. You have acquired an early stage artifact. An additional effect will be provided. Skill effects are doubled. The duration of his Moment of Inspiration has been changed to 10 minutes. He smiles with satisfaction. He looked at Genius Moment thinking that it was a very difficult skill to enhance, because it was already an overwhelming skill from the start, so there weren't many ways to make it stronger. After he was done, the scroll quickly disappeared. He thought to himself that using the scroll to enhance the skill early on was a great benefit. She then asked, did you get the results you wanted? He thought to himself that he couldn't get involved with that day any further and replied, yes, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. She smiled and said, all right, go on. You must be tired after saving your classmate during that test. It reminds me of when I slashed the Nightwalkers. I stammered, thinking there's no point in hiding it anymore. He sighed. Yes, it was just an accident. He continued, please let it go. I don't want to attract the Academy's attention. She happily agreed. Of course, no need to worry. Go get some rest. He responded, sincerely thanking her for her generosity. He left thinking that Noah Von Trinity was indeed dangerous, and he needed to be more careful. After he left, the room was silent, and then she sobbed a few times. Sobbing, she says, I can't wait to see what kind of monster he becomes. Then she asks, don't you think so, someone? Cut to Eden Academy, where Professor Ross is lecturing. He said, so you need to learn about the properties and characteristics of each element. Sitting at his desk, he thought about the Empire's basic magic, which wasn't mentioned in detail in the original story. But the lesson isn't important. It's Professor Ross von Celesto. The screen shows he's 35, an Earth element professor at Eden Academy, with advantages like a thirst for learning, self-reflection, and skill with hidden weapons, but disadvantages like obsession, paranoia, psychological trauma, and a weak, apathetic psyche. He looked at him thinking he would play an important role in this chapter. Passive skill, vast knowledge. Active skill, call of the earth. Combat zeal. Basic northern swordsmanship. He thought to himself that he wasn't very strong, but knowing this information beforehand was good. He watched him lecture, impressed that he could become a professor with those skills. As the man announced the lesson would begin, he pondered to himself. This man seemed awfully proud and contemptuous of his fellow students. I wonder what talent someone like that has. Headmaster Noah has a mischievous side too. He explains that not only Academy students, but everyone on the continent possesses different elemental mana, continuing. Today, we'll see what kind you possess, and how it manifests. At that moment, Talia glanced at him as he bowed his head with his eyes closed, but suddenly his name was called, startling him. Student No von Renhofer, he answers. Yes. He asked if he knew what element he possessed, and he answered, darkness. He then asked what the characteristics of the darkness element were. Noah solemnly replied, unlike the 4 basic elements, it is turbid and does not mix with other elements. However, its destructive power is far greater than other elements. He continues, in return, it's notoriously difficult to control, and only a few individuals or families can use it properly. The students looked at him in awe as the man asked about the opposing element. He replied, the element of holy light. The professor was surprised by his fluent answer. If that's the case, he asked, if holy light and darkness clash, which do you think would prevail? To which he calmly replied, holy light. His hand trembled as he scoffed. One doesn't usually disparage the element passed down in their family. You're a special case. I'll ask just one more question. He stared intently at him and said, if you had to face someone who possessed holy light magic, what would you do? He smiled, saying, if that person doesn't yet know their advantage. His eyes sharpened as he coldly stated, then I'll take care of them immediately, ensuring they won't cause any trouble in my future. His words caused those around him to look at him with fear, their faces paling. Raskin wondered what he was thinking. Seeing him so calm after his answer, he wondered, what the hell is he talking about? In a large building, Rick sat on the bed, his left hand wrapped in a bandage. He groaned in pain, held a needle in his hand, bit down on the bandage, and then stabbed the needle into his arm. The red liquid flowed into his veins, his eyes glowed, the veins on his left arm bulged, and his face became terrifying. He throws the syringe to the ground, and an image of a 2-horned monster appears on his chest. He looks in the mirror and smiles. He leaned into the mirror, propping himself up and said, just a little more, and I'll truly become a demon. Suddenly, a red hand reached out from the mirror, saying, just as you say, House Jenfer. Pawn appears saying, you will become a demon, instead of a mere human. He begins to tempt him. You won't need to sleep or grow old. You'll transcend human limits. He kneels on one knee, a red aura emanating around him. I am in your debt. I will do everything in my power to resurrect you. Hearing this, he smirks sinisterly, then puts his coat back on, and picks up his hat, returning to his usual scholarly appearance. Cut to Class E, where Nox says, yes, while that guy is my natural enemy, he knows nothing about me. I'll take care of him. I want to make sure that guy won't cause any more trouble for me in the future, Ross says in surprise. You want to nip it in the bud before it becomes a problem. I hadn't considered that answer, he replied calmly. I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I just thought it was the most effective thing I could do rather than sit idly by and wait. The acting prodigy has been unleashed. He looks at him thinking unwavering eyes, upright posture, and unslumped shoulders. Seeing his upright and serious posture, he thought, Noonren Hafer doesn't seem to be joking. I'm beginning to understand why Dino Noah is interested in him. He thought to himself then, called the assistant instructor over saying, Assistant, prepare the imp to shock him. Yes, sir. His face darkened as he glanced at him saying, Didn't you hear me? I'm telling you to prepare for the test. He mused to himself that the kid's arrogance needed to be toned down, or he'd be difficult to manage later. Stroking his chin, he thought that a sharp sword must be forged in the fires of 1,000 trials. The students gathered at the platform as the head instructor pushed a cart covered with a white cloth which he anxiously grabbed. A blonde student screamed, It was Ross. These are the lowest-ranking demons provided to the academy by the association. A lesser demon with blood-red skin, piercing yellow eyes, and 2 horns on its head. They're called lesser demons, he said, as it bared its teeth inside the cage. A black-haired student shouts, A demon. He nods, saying that while they're a bit aggressive, they're not really dangerous. They're as weak as paper. Students can easily defeat them. What's with all the commotion? A brown-haired student worriedly said, This is just the first magic introduction class. The short-haired girl next to him said, Is this the standard that every student at the LD Academy needs to meet? He says, Now focus. You're the elite students who were accepted into the academy, right? He says, You must remember that your goal isn't to become a knight or a mage, but to eliminate all the demons on this continent, to protect the people. Then pointing up, he says, To do that you need to understand demons, and right now your knowledge is very limited. The blonde and brunette students exchanged nods, as he stared intently at the imp, listening to the instructor. You must all channel your mana into the cage to subdue the imp. He wondered, subdue a demon. In his heart he thought, Why is this thing here? He watched it emit a dark aura, thinking according to the original story this shouldn't appear until my 2nd year. Something's not right. He checked his watch and said, The test will end in 15 minutes. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes, as he thought, no matter how talented Renfer is, there's no way he'd expect a demon to appear in the first class. A new student will be tricked and scared out of his wits by the demon. He looked at him thinking, I'll teach you how the world works, Renhafer. Practice is the only truth. Anyone can talk the talk. Suddenly sweating and grinding his teeth, he said. He saw the imp cowering in fear, and he was shocked. What is this? He wondered in surprise what is happening to this demon. The other students are being hypnotized by their demons, but what about this one? He glanced at Talia, seeing her talking to herself. Little demon, I won't do it again. The black-haired girl holding the imp cage says, Something's very strange, while the gray-haired boy dreamily says, This cake is so good. The short-haired brunette, also holding a cage, says she feels like she briefly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Talia tearfully embraces the cage, apologizing to her imp. Suddenly, he raised his hand and said, Professor, I'm sorry, but looking at the trembling imp in his cage, he asked, Could you switch imps with me? I haven't done anything yet, it's trembling in fear, he exhaled. Uneasily, he wondered who was making such a terrifying noise in class, only to turn around and see the professor beaming, face flushed, drool dripping, practically glowing. He asked, Hey, how did you subdue that imp? I replied, Wait, I just said I didn't do anything. He clapped his hands excitedly, saying, Wonderful, how foolish of me to overlook your incredible talent. Then he continued, Excellent, I'll give you another chance. Then pointing at him he happily said, Listen up, he solemnly declared, I'm giving you the chance to become the top student in this course. He was speechless, thinking, the best student. Is it what I think it is? He recalls scenes from movies where he becomes a teaching assistant. Everyone was now awake, and the black-haired boy said, I'm so jealous he's going to be the professor's best student. The long brown-haired girl next to him said, He'll agree, it's a rare opportunity. But then he raised his hand and said, I refuse. Being the best student is just being a slave to the teacher. His words shocked the professor. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, You're refusing the offer. The students were stunned. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Elino and Leon, now awake, glare at him. Akina and Penelope were also surprised to hear him say that. Akina couldn't believe it. He actually turned down the offer and remained calm. What kind of person is he? She looked at him silently, calling out to Ren Hofer, as Eldon Vong chased after Roz just hours before. He hastily said, Listen to me, that filthy white-haired brat is unbelievably strong. He affirmed, I assure you that kid is insane. Raster replied, Even so, he's still just a new student. He continued, It's too early to draw any conclusions, just because he's achieved some recent success. Don't place such high expectations on a new student. Vuong Nong retorted. Ross, your problem is that you're too conservative. Headmaster Noah himself told us to keep an eye on him, saying he's definitely talented. What more proof do you need? That child is a talented student, recognized as the best by one of the 4 sages. Ross waved his hand saying, I need to see his abilities for myself. Don't concern yourself with this matter. These words angered Yun Nong, who shouted, "That attitude of yours, hey wait for me." Back in class, Nock's rejection of Ross left him speechless. "You refuse." He trembled in disbelief, asking, "Why?" The students buzzed with disbelief. "Is he crazy?" That was a chance to be Professor Ross's teaching assistant. He's the highest authority in the Academy's magic education department. Everyone was shocked by his blunt refusal, as countless people would line up to be the professor's top student. They couldn't believe he'd pass up such an opportunity. That's exactly what a Renheffer trash would do. He literally threw away a golden opportunity. That's why they say, good-for-nothing like him shouldn't be here. He heard it all, thinking, "Say what you want, I don't care." He held his head, thinking, one Alina was already a headache. Why did everyone around him keep making trouble? A black-haired student raised his hand and said, "Professor Ross, I have a question," he said dejectedly. "Speak," then glanced at him and continued, "Why did you give this opportunity to Renfer? Aren't there many students more outstanding than him?" He then pointed at Pelope and Akina, saying, "Besides, your power is light magic, right? I think the princess and Aina are both worthy of consideration for the top student position." He cursed inwardly, seeing how the guy was using his family's position to suck up to the princess. He sighed, thinking that the guy was smart, at least knowing the right people to suck up to. He'd remember his face. Ross then spoke up. "I'm the one who makes the decisions, of course, based on certain reasons." He continued, "If I don't explain, you might not accept my decision, and rumors of favoritism might spread." Then, sternly he said, "So I'll be blunt." His eyes widened as he explained why he thought I was the most suitable candidate to be his top student and assistant. He looked at me with a glimmer in his eye, and I thought helplessly, I already said no, and he's still so insistent. He explained, "First let's start with how she subdued the magic and controlled the demon." A moment later he thought to himself, "So this is Professor Ross's summary. First, for some reason I quickly subdued the demon. Though it was only a low-level demon, it wasn't easy to do on the first try, so it's no wonder Professor Ross was intrigued. Secondly, my talent, a genius with a keen sense of magical power. Professor Ross has been pursuing magic for a long time. He could easily distinguish those with magical talent from those without, and he proudly stated all the reasons why." He smirked, gazing at him with burning eyes, saying, "It's only fair to say you'll become my #1 student." He retorted, "I said I wouldn't be your assistant, Professor." He panicked, blurting out, "Nock, take your time to think it over." He placed a hand on Nock's shoulder, his face gleaming with anticipation, drool dripping from his mouth. "You're making a hasty decision," he said indifferently. "Please wipe your drool before you speak." He turned and left, saying, "There was a more suitable candidate here from the start, so I'd be grateful if you withdrew your offer." His departure left the man confused, calling after him with regret. Elino and Achina watched him in contemplation, while Leon and Talia remained silent. Bilelope says, "He's different from what I've heard." Echina replies, "That's my fault." She said, sadly, "My information-gathering abilities are still lacking." Bilelope replied, "It's all right, you've made me a bit curious about him." She wondered if Noon Renhofer would be a light to the royal family, or a dark cloud looming over them. Meanwhile, he stopped breathless from running to escape Ross's clutches. Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Does he see me as honey or something? He gritted his teeth in anger. Why can't there be one normal character in lunatic? Leaning against the door, he stared into the distance. I have to push him away to live a peaceful life in this academy. Cut to Renfer's residence, where DJ Chi, seeing his dark circles and pale complexion, asks worriedly, "What terrible thing happened at the academy, young master?" He responded in utter horror, recalling how Professor Ross would stalk him in the hallways and classrooms, trying to entice him to become his teaching assistant, his #1 student. Even in the cafeteria he sat at the same table saying, "Become my #1 student." And most terrifyingly, even in the restroom he could hear the professor's voice. Nock was terrified when Ras climbed onto the bathroom stall door and said, "Become my #1 student." The other student washing his hands outside stared at him. He stubbornly insisted, "Nock, have you thought about it? Become my #1 student." He coldly says, Professor Ross then turns to leave. "Please stop, leave me alone." The professor, unfazed, simply replied, "I love how rude you are. I absolutely love it." Back in reality, he gritted his teeth and told DJ Chi, "That bastard, Professor Ross keeps telling me to become his #1 student." She sympathized, saying, "I think he's just overexcited to have found such a talent." She asked, "But the Professor Ross you're talking about is the Academy's best magic theory professor, right?" He replied. "Yeah," she said uneasily, finding it strange. "I remember hearing he was a good, talented professor. Why is he so fixated on the young master?" He rested his chin on his hand, saying, "I know he's a good person, but his profile says he's prone to obsession, paranoia, psychological trauma, and emotional detachment." He looked out the window thoughtfully, adding, "The problem is his attributes." At the Renfer estate, soldiers brandishing swords shout, "Stop him, don't let him through." Gren's sword is stained with blood as he exudes a murderous aura, coldly charging forward. The soldiers panic, shouting, "Stop him, didn't you hear what the Patriarch said? We can't let young Master Gren in." He smirked a truly wicked smile. He calmly walked inside, passing a soldier, glancing at him with a sinister smile, and said, "That's not how a father treats his son, is it?" Inside, Rotwell and the others watched as Gren burst through the door, sword in hand, 2 fallen soldiers behind him. Rotwell was paralyzed by the terrifying aura. Has the young master become this terrifyingly strong in such a short time? Gren speaks up. I didn't think you'd return to Renhafer. He scoffed. Do I need a reason to return to my own home, father? He coldly looked at him and said, Is this still your home? He silently stared back, then smiled, saying, I'm sure I've told you, it's time to give up. He says, You don't have much time left, do you? His father calmly replies, That's none of your concern. He watched the demonic eyes and black hands reach for his father's body, saying, Demons have always been lurking around you. As your father weakens, they will grow stronger and devour everything in their path. Hearing this, his father replied, Sounds like you want that to happen to me. He says, Father, what I need to do here is very simple. He coldly looks at him and says, Where did you hide that sword? These words shocked him. What? He repeats himself, asking about the first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide? The Stormbringer, Gren asks. Where did father hide the Stormbringer? The sword of the first family head of Jingvan Renfer. Theo angrily asked Jingvan Renfer, How dare you mention the name of the first family head? You should forget about that. He sneers. That's important now. What matters now is becoming stronger and building a more powerful force. That's what truly matters to a noble. He said, You don't know what's truly important. To which he replied, If you know what's so important, then why did you let that woman live in poverty? Rotwell paled, thinking, No, you mustn't mention that woman in front of the master. Umber said, Did you just say that woman? You're being disrespectful to your mother. He coldly replied, My mother is Priscilla von Renfer, and she's the only mother I have. Remembering the blonde woman in the portrait, he said, That woman was your mistake, and she's just a guest in the Huff family. He immediately gave the order to leave, but when he protested, his father angrily retorted, I said, Get out. His murderous aura flared his face deathly as he coldly said, I don't want to be the one to behead my own son. He glanced back. You'll regret this, father. Before leaving, he said, Soon you'll understand it was all for me. He emphasized again, It was for me. He gazed at him pensively as Rotwell asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? He apologized for showing that side of himself, but was met with, Please don't say that. I swore loyalty to the Renfer family, but if the world knew that you, Jen, were colluding with demons, things would be dangerous. He covered his mouth, coughed, and said, So, I think you should choose a successor quickly. Theo pondered. Someone to try new things. He replied, Yes, and we've just received some good news. He continued. Nock topped the entrance exam this time at Eldon. Theo said, Is that so? If I remember correctly, the new headmaster of Eldon Academy said, Yes. Noah von Trinity, one of the 4 sages, recognized Nock's talent as he silently called out Noon Renhofer's name. He thought to himself that it might not be enough yet, but recalling his swordsmanship against Gren, he realized that if he truly had the talent he'd witnessed, he had great potential. Suddenly, well worried, remembering the majestic seat of the family head, and thought that Nock might one day sit in that position. Meanwhile, Professor Ross stubbornly persists, Become my disciple. Nock replies flatly, I don't want to. He hastily said, I'll sponsor you generously. You'll be able to graduate from Eldon Academy without worrying about any fees. He continued boasting of his great reputation, but Nock sat up straight and replied, I have tons of money, don't you know? I come from a noble family. Hearing of his reputation, he indifferently replied, What good is reputation? It's just an unnecessary luxury to me. He urged him, Nock, please reconsider. Nock gritted his teeth, thinking this nagging is driving me crazy. He sighed, recalling last night's conversation with DJ Chi, who said, Shouldn't you listen if he's truly sincere? She continued, I've been observing Professor Ross more, and this isn't like him at all. They say he's a teacher who focuses on helping struggling students. He listens intently to her words. He smiles, realizing she's right, he can't keep avoiding this. No matter how crazy the professor is, he'll give up once he realizes what I'm lacking. She replied, Yes, I also find him a bit strange. Back in reality, he said, even though he explained it yesterday. He asked, But I still don't understand why a professor as skilled as you would want me as a student. The professor replied, Because you excel. He quietly said, I want to know the real reason why me. He looked at him sternly, not the other outstanding students. He suddenly asked, Do you have time? I replied, I'm sure you've heard I'm a good for nothing. He exclaimed in surprise. What then? With a calm smile he replied, It means I have nothing but time. He chuckled. How amusing. Then growing serious, he asked, Then will you listen to my story? Enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the finest herbal tea I acquired from the Jolin merchants. He replied that he would listen as the man poured tea, and asked why he needed him. You mean a star pupil is just a means to an end for your research? He asked, surprised. Your research? He replied, Yes, to obtain someone weak, unable to use mana. He lowered his eyelids and slowly said, Only then can I fulfill my wish. That's why I need you, he said, gazing into his teacup. Because he didn't want anyone to be poor, because he was too weak to struggle with life. Then he said sadly, that it was like his son had been poor. Hearing this, he realizes that focusing solely on the inner lunatic in this world means he'll always be surprised by the untold stories behind each character. Born into the Celesto family, the professor was destined to rule the Prost entire clan. He had no special talent, yet he was accepted into the Eldon Academy, mastered a vast amount of theory, and became a professor, but his practical skills were always poor. You all always looked down on me. No matter how well I wrote, you never stopped looking down on me. He always overcame that inferiority with research, and after constant hard work, he became a professor, and even married a woman. Even so, no one truly acknowledged his achievements as a professor. All his accomplishments were made public under another's name, and everyone looked down on him. Despite everything, he had a son with his wife, his only child, who grew up and was accepted into the Eldon Academy. He overcame every hardship and graduated, telling him, "Father, I will work hard so people respect you," showing his filial piety. He said, "I was so happy to hear him say that." He continued, "My son joined the army directly under His Majesty and went to the front lines to fight. He wanted to return victorious so people would respect me and elevate the Celestia family name. Then tragedy struck," he said, mournfully, "but on the battlefield my son passed away. He was struck by an arrow," he said. "He died not long after the war began. He didn't survive being struck by a mana-infused arrow. He told me, 'Is that enough for you to understand why I'm obsessed with researching for the weak?'" He pondered silently, thinking this story isn't particularly special. In Lunatic's cruel world, there are countless stories like this. Then he looked up at him. Gazing at Ross's lonely figure, he wondered why the professor he saw on the screen and Professor Ross now seemed so different. He looked up at the sky through the window, and the protagonist realized he understood a little of the professor's loneliness. He spoke up, "I'm sorry, but after hearing your story, I'm even more certain. I know someone more suitable than me." Looking at him sternly, he said, "Someone who will listen to your story and take it more seriously than I can. I think that person is who you really need right now." His words surprised the old man who watched him leave, saying, "See you in the next class." Leaving him with his loneliness and sorrow, he gazed at the photo on his desk at his son's face and sighed. They're so alike. Cut to Renhofer. Back home, he sat on his bed, reflecting on the disastrous news he'd received upon his return. He worriedly asked, "What? Say that again. Who's returned?" DJ Chi responds. "The eldest son of the Renhofer family, Lord Gren, has returned," she said. "So, some of the guards have become poor." He silently called out his name, Gren von Renhofer. He thought to himself, the Grand Prince Li and the #1 villain of In Lunatic have finally begun to make their moves. The two pondered, thinking of the one who caused the worst ending. Suddenly, Nock asked DJ Chi, who was standing opposite him, "DJ Chi, you've been to our mansion recently, haven't you?" She quickly replied, "Yes, butler, Roswell summoned us, so Rona and I went." Hearing her words, Nock exclaimed in surprise. What his face turned serious as he thought that guy despises the head second wife, Nock's mother. The master truly loved her, not his own mother. Nox thought of his cruel brother Gen, wondering if he hated him, and if so, would he even harm Di-Chi. With that in mind, he sighed helplessly, wondering why Nock had so many enemies. Nock asked seriously, "Did Gry do anything to you, Di?" Chi hesitated, and seeing her hesitation, his fist clenched, trembling slightly as he wondered if that bastard had really bothered her. She had no choice but to confess, "Master Grian has been following me." Hearing this, Nock froze, and DJ Chi looked away embarrassed. She recalls the memory of Grian approaching while Didi was laughing and playing with Anna in the hallway. Seeing him, the two maids stepped aside and bowed respectfully. Gren glanced at them and scoffed. He gazed at Di-Chi's lovely figure, remarking, "What about that maid? She seems special." He then called out, "Hey, you!" DJ Chi paused mid-sentence, glancing at Gren as he approached, asking, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Di-Chi bows, introducing herself. "Greetings, young master. I am Master Nock's personal maid. My name is Di-Chi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Knowing her name, a sinister smirk creeps across his face. Formalities are over, and he proposes bluntly, "I want you to be my maid. I know you're capable of much more." Gran sinisterly smiles, exuding an eerie aura. "You possess the ambition that pleases me." DJ Chi quickly and politely refused. "I'm sorry, but I already serve Master Nox. I'm afraid I must decline your offer." Grian is shocked by the rejection. What he didn't give her trouble, he just threatened her. "I'm sure you know who I am, so why are you refusing me?" DJ Chi was extremely nervous, clutching at her maid's uniform. Gren sneers, "Does that cheapskate pay you well?" DJ Chi bravely retorts, "Simply because I wish to serve him." Hearing this answer, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Is that what you want? Whether you accept or not, isn't something a nobody like you gets to decide," DJ Chi retorts. "That's what makes you different from him. Mr. Nox always respects me, sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are, but hearing your answer, Anna is a little hesitant." DJ Chi smiles happily. "Above all, I want to be by Master Nox's side, to see what he'll accomplish in the future." Ryan, unable to intimidate her, sighed, thinking she was strange for wanting to serve a rodent like him. He offered, "I'll pay you 3 times what he does." She remained firm in her decision, bowing politely and excusing herself, leaving him seething with anger, barely holding back. Back in reality, DJ Chi tells Nock he wants me to be his maid, and even offered to increase my salary. Nock quietly asks, "How much?" DJ Chi calmly replies, 3 times as much. Nock is shocked, thinking to himself that even though he has money, the story hasn't even really begun, and he can't spend that much money yet. But she couldn't give up Chi. Seeing him silent, she was a little confused. Nock closed his eyes, sighed, and stood up to explain. If she wanted a triple raise like him, Nock reassured her, "Don't worry about that and just focus on your work." Seeing him like that, Dig Chi burst out laughing. Nock was confused by her laughter, and DJ Chi looked away flustered. "Oh, I'm sorry." Seeing her smile so brightly was like a bolt from the blue, and he wondered, what just happened? Did she just smile? No way. Nock hesitantly asks, "Have you decided to work with Garen?" DJ Chi smiled faintly, reassuring him. "You're overthinking it." Happily, she confides that she won't follow Garen, and her current salary is enough. Seeing this, Nox asks why she's smiling, but DJ Chi is evasive. "I can't say. You're giving me a direct order." That's an order, so she confesses the truth. "I just thought of something funny, that's all." Nock chuckled softly. DJ Chi, you're a terrible liar. Chi, stung by the remark, could only look away as he crossed his arms, thinking that as long as he didn't lose her, it was fine before threatening. "But that bastard Garen, once I catch you, you won't escape." Nock turned and left, still lost in thought. Of course that's a story for later when I'm stronger. Cut to the training grounds. The statue of the goddess spreads her wings, radiating pure light. There are 5 mandatory classes at the Elden Academy that new students must attend. Her hands cradle a tiny human. First, there's the history of the Empire, speaking of the creator god Aiden, and the strongest unified kingdom that humanity has forgotten. Students practice horsemanship, followed by the 3rd course knightly rules and academy etiquette. The students will work together, followed by the Empire's basic magic. The students will be guided by their teacher in casting magic, and finally the subject that Nock struggles with the most. Nock's face is pale, and he's panting. While everyone else trains diligently, he lags behind his body, trembling as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Yet despite his exhaustion, Nock is determined to continue his physical training. He struggled to keep up with the others, jogging and doing pull-ups, his body trembling as he strained to lift himself. After a while, he sat on the grass panting with a water bottle in his hand. Nock's physical strength has reached its limit, when a figure approaches, calling out, "How strange, Nock." It's the teacher teasing him, saying he looks like an ephemera. Hearing that Nock spat out the water he was drinking, wiped his mouth and asked, "What do you mean?" The teacher muses, "You excel at short-term gains," but then points out his weakness. "You seem to struggle with stamina, as if blocked by an insurmountable wall." As leaves swirled in the wind, Nock thought to himself, these Elden Academy instructors are something else. Just as he said, this ailment is like a heavy chain holding him back due to Inox's incurable disease attribute. Inox's stamina is stuck at 15, only half of his maximum. Helpless, he asked, "Aren't you an instructor? Why are you saying such discouraging things?" The teacher quickly sensed his discomfort, apologizing if he was being too blunt, but urging him to heed his words. The teacher continued to advise him, saying that reckless movement and training could shorten his lifespan. Faced with his teacher's enthusiasm, Nock reluctantly agrees. "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Nocturne was in turmoil, a countdown echoing in his mind. How could he ignore his teacher's words? The system notification blared, due to the incurable disease attribute, your lifespan is rapidly decreasing. As the system window closes, due to his incurable disease, his lifespan is rapidly decreasing. Nock, now furious, grits his teeth and mutters, "This is so frustrating." Paracel watched the whole scene unfold from afar, a smirk suddenly creeping across his face as he thought, "I still can't figure him out." He aced the entrance exam to take first place, but now he's hiding his strength. Nock turned and walked away. Paracel watched him go, thinking this must have something to do with his act of playing the fool. It seems Nock noticed Paracel's strange gaze. He sighed, cursing the annoying bastard, knowing he'd lose if they retested now. Cut to a bustling town where Nock, cloaked in black, walks through the streets. Suddenly a voice made him turn around. "Hearn fancy, meeting you in a place like this." It was Rick asking about the youngest son of the Renfer family. Nock frowned at the sight of him, annoyed. Why of all people? A big question arises in his mind. Is this guy following me? This weirdo is ruining the game. Rick seemed unfazed as a voice echoed through the bustling town. Fancy meeting you here," he sneers, emphasizing each word. "Long time no see." Renfer Nock's young master turned to look at Rick warily. He looked at him thinking Rick, real name House Jenfer. In his mind's eye he saw a Rick with a dark figure, bright eyes, and a sinister, dangerous smile, wielding red magic. The architect of a disastrous ending on par with Prince Louis Von himself. He calls up Rick's system panel to view his basic information. Real name House Jenfer, male age 15, human, demon hybrid, primary earth element notable. Attributes include negotiation and rhetoric, hidden weapon proficiency, neutral alignment. Disadvantages include cunning, and a northern swordsman's gait known as a traitor and a deceiver. Stamina 4, mana 4, luck 3, willpower 5, charm 12. Skills passive negotiation modifier active skill. Nock eyed Rick's stats with caution, noticing the emblem on his hand, and sneering, knowing he would later attack the Rivalan Merchant Guild and betray Elino. "So he's the #1 person I need to avoid?" Nock asks. "You're the one who brought me that gift before." Is something wrong? The system alerts him to the genius actor's wavering performance. Rick smiled. It's nothing important. I was just a little confused to see a noble from an influential family like Renfer wandering around without guards. Nox smirked coldly. That's none of your business. He laughed loudly. You're right. Suddenly Rick clapped his hands together as if remembering something. Ah, it's fate that we met here. If you need to buy anything, would you like my help? I have plenty of time to spare. Nock chuckled, testing the waters. Aha, I suspect that's the only task the Rivalin family had assigned you. Rick raises his hand to his chest, bowing respectfully. Great nobles have always turned a blind eye to servants who stray from their duties. With that, he glanced up mysteriously. Rick stared at Nock, wondering what he was plotting and why he had approached him. He then stated bluntly, I don't like gossips. Rick froze at his words but still responded with a smile. Yes, sir. He bows in apology. I'll keep that in mind. Cut to the Rivalin family's grand estate. Eleno sits at his desk reading documents as a maid approaches with a stack of papers, the documents the young lady requested. She takes them, remembering to thank the maid. Eleno opens the file and studies it intently, revealing Noon Renhofer's personal information. She stared intently at the photo. Noon Renhofer then pursed her lips, wondering why he had saved her. Eleno stared at the paper for a long time, then concluded that he had no reason to do so, beginning her analysis. First, the Renfer family had little contact with the Rivalin family. If he wanted something, he could have agreed to Professor Burnan's proposal, but he refused it. Eleno recalled Noe, returning the badge to Professor Burnan. She clenched her fist, still doubting that the youngest son of the Renfer family she knew was capable of such kindness. Eleno leaned back in her chair, certain that he had begun to act differently since the Goblin Forest incident. But she doesn't know what caused this change. She ponders again, then sighs. Eleno recalled Rick's figure propping her chin in thought. She too had noticed his odd behavior. His recent actions have been strange, and he's been gathering people within the merchant guild. Still, Eleno stands, figuring he can't cause too much trouble. She put the documents away, then turned to the window, a pensive look on her face. Suddenly, Eleno closed her eyes. She recalled unpleasant memories, tears welling up at her father's harsh words. How foolish, why would you do that, he roared. If necessary, you must offer everything you have. Eleno's eyes glazed over, tears streaming down her face, as helplessness and fear washed over her. At the Catholic church, a girl took Eleno's hand. She stared blankly at the person next to her, who was covering their mouth and crying sorrowfully, then looked ahead, to the image of Eleno's mother, lying amidst a field of white chrysanthemums. Mom, she called out, but thinking of her own mother, she could only hang her head low. Eleno's tears streamed down her face, and back in reality, she stared at the doorway while in the town with Nock and Rick. Rick enthusiastically showed him things like a shiny magic orb. There's no need to buy a high-end crystal ball for magic class. You'll get a free one that's even better in your second year. Next, he introduced a jar full of blue liquid, along with a cauldron and ladle for alchemy, suggesting he buy one made of special iron, as Rick led him through the stalls. He suggested that the usual items would be made in the empty chemistry room, as long as you met the minimum requirements, pointing out that the store over there was affiliated with the Merchant Guild, so you could buy them at a reasonable price. Then he stroked his chin, calculating what else he needed. Nock glanced at Rick, begrudgingly admitting that he had talent. He watched Rick joking with the merchants, assessing his rogue traits and negotiation skills. Nock lamented that if he weren't a demon, he would consider recruiting him. But Rick turned and asked, Well, I assume you've bought everything you need. Nock calmly replied, Yes, this is enough. He glances aside and asks, But I still don't know why you've come to find me. Rick seems momentarily stunned by the question. With lightning speed, Nock grabs him by the collar and throws him to the ground, then lifts him up again, demanding, What was your reason for approaching me? Despite being restrained, Rick provoked him. What do you mean? Nock slammed him against the wall, coldly stating, Don't waste my time. Rick pinned and in pain gasped. Well, it seems our little chat will have to be brief. He sneers. I'll cut to the chase and unleashes a surge of crimson magic engulfing them. Nock suddenly realizes the barrier looks like soundproofing magic, as Rick grabs his wrist, his face contorted, saying he betrayed the Renhofer family to serve the prince. Nock's right hand trembled in his grasp as black veins spread from Rick's heart, and Nock gritted his teeth asking, The one you serve isn't the prince, but a demon, isn't it? The black blood now takes the form of a two-horned demon. Rick, struck by the truth, remains silent, before unleashing another wave of dark energy. Praise be, you know far too much. He sneers. I don't think my master would like this. Nock seemed a little confused to see him like that. Two golden demonic eyes appear behind Rick. Where does he like that? Two demonic golden eyes appeared behind Rick. I don't think my master will like this. Nock leans in to whisper, and looking at the shadow on the wall asks, Do you really think your master will fulfill your desires? Rick replies with a smile, Of course. After a moment he releases Nock. I hope you won't regret this, Nock warned cautiously. Rick buttoned his shirt and the shadow vanished. Nock's voice echoes, I'm just saying that as a precaution. He turned to leave, but not without a warning. If you dare insult me or my family again, Nock's eyes turned cold. I will kill you. Seeing his seriousness, the man was stunned, then replied, I'll keep that in mind. Nock strode into the crowd, and the scene shifts to the academy forest where Vernon stands before a group of students giving orders. All right, everyone, gather around. Let's begin today's lesson. One student questioned, "Isn't that the crazy instructor from before?" The student next to him asked in disbelief, "Baldy." A student with glasses acted mysterious. "Be careful." He adjusts his glasses, saying it's okay to call someone who isn't bald, but it's rude to call a truly bald person bald. The student from before simply gasped, and Vernon, now enraged, spoke up, "Ahem." He tries to calm himself, thinking he can't crush the academy's seedlings just because of a bald head. Once everyone settles, Byrne speaks, telling them about today's lesson location. The natural scenery here is extremely poetic, with lush trees and grass and leaves fluttering gently in the wind. This is the Clariel Plain, a famous place in the Eldon Academy with many fragrant and exotic flowers. He suggests they learn basic horsemanship here, where many horses have already been brought. Burno stands akimbo. "Alright, try riding the horse you were assigned, or the one you brought yourself." The students were confused by this. "I haven't even had a chance to explore this place yet." Some people brought their own horses, the students whispered amongst themselves fearfully. "A horse, I've never ridden one before." A student in the back spoke up in resignation. Sigh. The red-haired girl asked, extremely frustrated, why they had to come to the Edie Field Academy just to learn how to ride horses. The blonde beside him was just as frustrated. "We don't have a choice. This is a required course, and failing it means expulsion, you know." Suddenly a voice called out. Nock happily leads his warhorse forward, and Byrne urges them on without delay. "Alright, you guys, give it a try. Hold the reins tight so you don't fall." Nock looked at Paraeolus in the distance, secretly praising him. "He's a good rider, but you forget, his father lived in the East for so long, he must know how to ride camels or horses." Everyone admired Nock's majestic horse. "Wow, isn't that a black steed?" He praises him, but still envies him. How could a useless guy like him own such a fine horse? The Renfer family is rich, but not as rich as the Rivalin family. Seeing their envy, Nock smirked with pride. This was truly a fine horse. He held the reins with arrogant swagger, the benefit of being a former player. The wind picks up, scattering leaves everywhere as a pink-haired student rejoices. I did it." The instructor approached to praise her. "Good, now, communicate with your horse and ride it." He looked at his student with satisfaction. "All right, it seems you're all acquainted with your horses." Then he loudly announces the purpose of today's training. "Now it's time for the official race of today's lesson." After the instructor spoke, the students were bewildered, asking in disbelief, "A race? But didn't we all just start riding horses today?" One student exclaimed in disbelief. "Isn't that a bit much?" a student said, pointing to the ferocious horse in the distance. "That horse almost kicked you to death." The black-haired instructor is losing his mind. The guy with glasses next to him guessed, "Maybe he's annoyed that you guys called him Baldy." Suddenly Buttercup walked over and rapped a student on the head, before sternly announcing the rules. "The rules are simple. Ride your horses, make a turn at the nameless corner, deep in the forest, and return here." The forest's interior was incredibly dark, and looked quite dangerous, but no risk, no reward. "The first one back here gets extra credit." Any questions? The students remained silent, and Nock, watching from afar, thought the rules were as simple as the instructor's shiny bald head. Talia approached from a distance, asking, What did you just say?" Nock sighs, urging her on. "Well, that's not too important, let's go." He touched his saddle, reminding her, "Nothing, just take care of yourself." Nock thought back to the sight of the horse surrounded by demonic energy. Though riding was a class everyone had to take, the event that occurred was also important. There was an episode about the first appearance of the demons. Nock grips his sword, defending against the encroaching demonic energy. Since this is their first appearance, events are unfolding to ensure the protagonist encounters them. The once beautiful forest has now transformed into a sinister, reddish-pink hue. The Ruhr demons that appeared in that episode trapped the students in the nameless forest. Nock slashed at the demons, and then the main character overcame them with the academy students. That's the sequence of events for this episode. He gripped the reins, thinking, but there's no main character here. The images of Paracelsus, Talia, Elino, Echina, and Pelope appear one after another. In a place with so many strong personalities, how will everyone fare without a leader? His eyes narrowed slightly. While careful consideration is important, action is also necessary. Talia hesitantly suggests, "Nock, would you like to come with me?" She glanced sideways, stammering, "I'm not scared, I'm just being cautious. After all, the forest is a pretty dangerous place." Suddenly, Elino appears from behind, saying, "Looks like she's confident enough to worry about others in the race." Nock, annoyed by her presence, asks, "Could you please stop bothering me and go your own way?" Talia chuckled. "Well, father, I guess that's what a race is all about, getting back as fast as possible." She was bashful as a young girl. "You go on ahead, Nock, I'm not good at riding." His face darkened. "The race doesn't matter." With that, Nock quickly left Talia standing there, wondering what could possibly be more important than the race. With preparations complete, the stableman shouted, and the race began. A chorus of shouts erupted as the horses thundered across the field, each rider focused intently on the competition. Everyone takes off at breakneck speed. Faster. The brown-haired student turned back to the others, determined to win. I won't lose to commoners who've never ridden a horse before. Provoked, the other student gritted his teeth, now enveloped in a cyan aura, poised to charge forward. It jumped, reassuring everyone. We know. The system appeared, revealing the magic circle due to the sensitive magical genius, and everyone was standing in the center of the magic formation. Talia cried out in confusion. What? The magic circle has been activated. The students are all confused. Huh? What's going on? Nock quickly tried to reassure everyone. This is teleportation magic, just stay put. Then a warning, unless you all want to die. As quick as lightning, the teleportation array activates, and the student cries out in terror as they vanish. They were transported to a serene place where a gentle breeze blew, and an oddly shaped foot stepped forward, his body shrouded in swirling magic. He smirked finally. A demon with many horns, was happy to be free. My chance for revenge has come. From atop his horse, Nock sternly tells everyone to stay put, unless they want to die here. With that, he slowly dismounted, tied the letter to the horse, and ordered it to return. I'm counting on you. Standing on the obscure matrix, the group looked around in confusion, asking, what's going on? Just then, more people were teleported in. Several hours passed and the harsh sunlight beat down on the forest canopy. Huddled beneath the green canopy, some collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, all seeking refuge in the shade of a large tree, lamenting, my head is killing me, where are we? One person asked, and another replied that they seemed to be in a forest. Hearing this, someone else immediately retorted, no, we were just in the plains. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, whispering what was going on. This is also a test. Nock frowned, sensing the aura around him. But when he realized the air was constantly emitting dark mana, he knew it must be teleportation magic. Nock then added, but unlike Headmaster, Noah's magic, the spell itself seems unstable. He turned and replied, I'm trying to figure out the cause, but there are definitely others here who aren't from the academy. Hearing this, she frowned and stepped closer, demanding, what are you talking about? If you know something, you need to tell us everything. Nock retorts, telling her to know her place. She's no princess. He retorts, I have no reason to tell you anything. Echidna grits, her teeth furious but helpless. Akina's face darkens at this, and she grits her teeth in anger as Elino chimes in. Instant teleportation magic, that's what you said, right? Nock nods in agreement. That's right, it's due to external influence. Hearing this, Elino wondered, why do you think so? Before he could answer, Talia chimed in hesitantly. I'm also wondering why you think that. Perhaps this is another test from the other professors. Hearing this, Nock sighed, thinking to himself that this is why those who live comfortably can't make it. They're too complacent. This is in Lunatic, one of the most notoriously difficult games. Cutting off his thoughts, he addressed them. The magical energy looks too unstable. System activated time for my acting skills. Nock explains that it's an unstable formation disregarding the target's safety and focusing solely on its function. After hearing him, Leon focused on the matrix and continued. Yes, the format is strange, and if the professors made it, they wouldn't want to endanger us. Leon affirmed that there was no reason for them to do that to the children of prestigious families at Eden. Then he said to everyone, I agree with Nock. What do you guys think? Nock reluctantly agreed, and Penelope, observing the matrix, realized its instability. There's definitely an external influence at play. Could it be from my brother? Realizing this, her expression changes, and with no reply, Lion continues, whatever we need to get out of here fast. One person replied, I agree. Lion continued, I don't think staying in this kind of mana for long is a good idea. Hearing them speak, she angrily retorted, is this dark family brat going to decide everything himself? Clearing her throat, she tells Nock, prove what you're saying first. Seeing her disbelief, Penelope interjects, stop. Penelope calmly stated, Ina, everything they're saying is true. If we stay in this unstable mana vortex for too long, we'll die. Hearing it from her own mouth, Echidna was stunned. Princess Penelope. Others noticed the magic circle and spoke up, realizing the deployment of the magic circle was indeed strange. More people chimed in. That's right, it's too inefficient. Their complaints never cease. The princess is truly sharp. She learned magic before us, didn't she? Just then, Parcels sensed something, and warily turned to look at him, quickly drawing his sword and slashing down, clearing his throat for order. Seeing Paracel's sudden action, Ichina exclaimed, what are you doing? Paracel turned and questioned. Can't you smell the blood? He said gravely. This is a mid-tier monster or higher its location is. Before he could finish, Nock interjected, warning them that a giant bird was swooping down upon them, and without hesitation, Nock leaped towards it. With a light and agile movement, he slashed quickly, passing beneath it. Nock looked at the group attacking the monster, offering a reminder. Everyone prepare yourselves. The bird, riddled with wounds from Nock's final strike, cried out in agony. The bird collapses to the ground, motionless. Nock speaks, knowing the danger of their situation. He raised his voice, I will lead the battle. Hearing this, some people voiced their opinions. Who's giving the orders? Some people protested Nock in command. A crazy incompetent. Penelope was momentarily stunned by his request. She followed his gaze, thinking to herself, a monster attacked, and I didn't even sense its presence. Was he the first to notice? An incompetent of the Renher family. Looking at the unopinionated crowd, Penelope wondered, Why has he suddenly changed so much? Nock von Renher shifts to a new location, and a voice rings out. Professor Bernan checks his watch, then scans the empty plains, muttering in frustration. Does this class not know how to ride a horse? Bonong was growing impatient, seeing no one in sight. Where is everyone? This is the worst test in history. Just then, Ross came galloping from behind, shouting, Bernan, something's happened. Seeing him, Bernan asked in surprise, Ross, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be teaching the sophomores? Ross urgently replied, that's not important right now. Where are the students? Bonong replies. They're learning to ride horses in the plains. He paused, a sense of unease washing over him. Wait, this feeling, he asked. What's going on? Ross replied that they had discovered a dark magic user within the academy. 3 hours prior, a massive magic circle was activated and they traced it to these plains. Trouble always seems to find us when Headmaster Noah is out of commission. Damn it, we have to hurry. Just then, a messenger horse arrived, and Bonong recognized the letter as being from the white-haired student. The letter said that demons had appeared in the nameless forest, and immediate assistance was required. The last line made them tense. Bonong exclaimed, the nameless forest, that place, Ross urged. Let's go quickly. Without hesitation, they mount their horses and ride off with haste. Bruno thinks to himself, it will take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use teleportation magic. Riding towards the nameless forest, they prayed for everyone's safety, unaware of the scene unfolding around the monster Nock had just slain. Nock wiped the blood from his sword as Ekina spoke. I hate to admit it, but your judgment was correct. Renfer Nock says to forget it. He doesn't need a forced apology. Princess Belalopi retorts that since he claims the incident was due to previous events, he should hand over command of all the trainees to her. Nock invoked the laws of the royal family, to which she replied that it could be dangerous, but decided that she, the princess, would personally take charge of all the trainees. Nock thought to himself how troublesome this was, then called out to Pielo. He spoke up from behind. Yes. Nook asked Pio to tell him the emergency protocol, and Pio, startled, agreed. Then he shouted, the top priority is protecting the royal family member, and command will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage. Nock turned to the princess and said, Princess, you're the only royal here. He thought to himself she was also the most powerful person the monsters would need to defeat in the future, because the lightning magic and destructive power she possessed were only passed down in the royal family. He continued, furthermore, even if everyone here dies, you must protect your life. That is the law of the royal family. Paracels frowned and stammered upon hearing this. Cutting her off, Nock began to persuade everyone, saying that he was the fastest to assess the situation and react in an ambush. Once again, Nock proposes to Pelopi, give me the power. The power to decide the life and death of everyone here, including her? Pelopi looked at him slightly troubled. Talia stood to the side, deep in thought, her head bowed. She looked at Nox, her heart filled with worry. Did he really want to be a commander, when everyone's lives were at stake? Unwittingly, Talia blurts out something astonishing, then falls silent, lost in thought. I knew I was right. Nock is a knight worth following. What's wrong with her? Seeing this, Nox cautiously says, if no one else has any objections, I will be the commander and take responsibility for everything here. If you don't want that, then prove you deserve this position. He smiled faintly. If you can, I'll gladly give up the command. No one spoke, but a sense of unease spread through the crowd while a man watched Enoch with a knowing smile. He glanced at the princess, thinking that if anything bad happened during her protection, the commander would face severe punishment. His face darkened, and he smirked, knowing that even if Inox started strong, mistakes were inevitable. As he watched Enoch, the man thought to himself that Enoch was drinking to ease his troubles, but only making things worse. Unable to hide his glee, he chuckled mockingly. Do whatever you want, you fool. Inox glared at him, unimpressed by his attitude. Sensing Enoch's murderous glare, the man flinched and turned away, muttering, damn, his eyes are terrifying. Seeing no objections, Nock declared, it's settled. He then commanded, from now on follow my lead or face the consequences. Echina, a bit nervous, glanced at Princess Pelalopi and then at everyone else. Nock has given the order. We move out. Follow me. As soon as he said that, Nock took the lead, but Alino stopped him after a few steps. Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're going first? Nock replied, I'm not good at explaining, so just stick close. Then without another word he headed into the forest, leaving Alino confused. He thought to himself that if she knew how many times he'd played this chapter, she'd be even more horrified. Only Nock understood the problem. Because you think I'm some kind of veteran of this damned game. Cut to a dark cave. Before him, an image of the knights fighting a wild boar is displayed within a crystal ball, along with a long-haired figure with a half-human, half-beast arm. Every move of the knights was within the demon Ruzer's sight. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from the stone beneath. Ruzer the stone emits a dense aura which slowly manifests into a monster with large teeth saying, devour those humans. Vader kneels before the monster with 6 blood-red eyes who orders him to eliminate them all. Vader slowly rises, reaching out to the monster with a smile. The monster continues, if you can manage it. At that moment, the monster transferred his dark energy into Jack Dare's body, causing a violent transformation. He says, I will grant you my power even though you are unworthy. After receiving this surge of power, Jack responds, yes, master. He looked at the monster, a confident smile on his face, and said, I'll handle everything. You won't be disappointed. With that, the monster vanished, and the stone fell to the ground. Standing there, brimming with power, Vdare exclaims, Eden, a perfect mission for me. He smirks, I will punish you for abandoning me. As he spoke, he watched the knight's every move through the orb, scrutinizing each one. Vdare smirked. Rascon Celestia returned to the knights as wild boars fell one after another in a bloody mess, and dusk began to settle. Below them lie the corpses of 3 boars. Nuke addresses the group as a true commander, saying they must now divide their tasks. He then looked at Leon and Paracelsus, saying, You and you help me out. Paracelsus was a bit displeased, but couldn't refuse. Nock sighed softly. Since you defeated me, I have no choice but to listen. Leon bowed respectfully. Though I am lacking, I will do my best if I can. Nock thought to himself, great, I've got the strongest new student on my side. Next up is, he looked towards everyone, and Nock continued, there are 2 ways to leave this forest. He said, we have to break the barrier from the outside, or kill the wizard who used teleportation magic within the barrier. Hearing that, Penelope spoke up, a little tense. In that case, Nock replied, yes, it will be dangerous. He advised everyone, but we have no other choice, Nox explained. Professor Veron will need 2 days to get here from the plains, as the crow flies. Our best bet is to survive as long as possible, while killing the wizard. He frowned, thinking to himself that he knew this event couldn't be solved the first way. Nock, if we want to get out of here, we absolutely have to kill that wizard. He's a mana user living in this forest. The atmosphere tenses as Nock declares, first we gather food. He pointed to the 3 wild boars and told everyone, we'll have to make do with this for 2 days. Seeing this, Paracel exclaimed, hey noble, what are you telling us to eat? Nock calmly replied, these are wild boars, what's wrong with them? Paracel sighed helplessly. Yeah, I know you're good, but your idea seems a bit off. This is a nobleman's hunting ground, he explains. We can't just eat magical beasts like this. They're poisonous. Nock replied without a hint of surprise. I know. He said, looking around, I know we can't just eat any plants around here. Paracel hearing this questioned him, confused. Then why did you tell us to eat this? How can we eat monster meat? Even starving in the East, I'd never touch these things. How long do you know my stomach will ache? He said, frustrated with Nock. Seeing this, Nock thought with dismay, this madman thinks eating monster meat will only cause a stomachache. He turned away, not wanting to talk to him, thinking it best not to get involved. Nock then added, go take a look, I have my own way. Then he picked up some grass from the ground. Nock tells Lion to summon the undead and have them protect the other students from the monsters, to which Lion immediately agrees. Nock sighed and told Parcel, I want you to protect the princess. Your words may be harsh, but your skills are excellent. Paracelsus seethed, unable to do anything, and muttered, I'll kill you later. With that, he huffily turned and left. Nock, unconcerned with Paracelsus's feelings, thought to himself, it's time to begin. Then he grabbed a large chunk of boar meat, and began using the herbs he had gathered, carving into the boar with his knife. The aroma from the wild boar meat Nock had cut began to sizzle over the fire, and the onlookers paled. They stared at Nock, mouths agape, and exclaimed, what is that? As they gazed upon the dark purple boar meat, they cried out in fear, look at that color, we're going to die. As the meat changes color, Nock places herbs on its surface, leaving everyone bewildered. Huh, one of them exclaimed. The meat's color is changing. Nock tells them, I'm just using this herb to neutralize the poison in the meat. Red scratch grass can neutralize poison from monsters of mid-tier or lower. The smoking meat and the boar are one such monster. Hearing this, one person exclaimed in surprise, is that so? A girl also commented, I think I read that somewhere in a book. Nock used his knife to cut the meat into pieces, as the others continued to chatter. But how could he be starving, living in the Renfer household? How does he even know how to do that? I don't know either. Nock smiled at the princess and said, what do you think, princess, rare or medium rare? Nock thought to himself that he skipped well done because Lena mentioned in the game that it would be thrown away as everyone salivated. Ross quickly gave chase. As a voice called out, Noah, can you hear me? Yes, the demons are at least of mid-level, Vernon replied, spurring his horse forward. The Academy recognized the gravity of the situation, and he quickly reported his personal status. I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Ross, a somber voice echoed through the comms. While Butter was rushing to report the situation, the sound of chewing filled the air, and the other professors prepared to mobilize. He froze, thinking he must have misheard. What was that? It sounded like someone was eating, but he quickly dismissed the thought. No, I know he's a bit crazy, but he definitely wouldn't be eating in a situation like this, Ross asked, confused. Principal, are you snacking? A rather surprised voice came from the communication orb. Oh, can you hear that? The headmaster sounds as carefree as ever. There's no need to worry too much. This nonchalant attitude leaves both Ross and Binan speechless. Noah nibbles on her cookie, calmly replying that they'll return safely. She took a bite of her cookie, while Ross and Binan were flustered. But if they were second-year students, it wouldn't be too serious. But Bo frowned with worry. They're only first years and haven't even been enrolled that long. Basically, they've only completed the recruit course, Ross added. In agreement. Indeed, he muttered through gritted teeth. They haven't even been properly trained in basic defensive magic. Before he could say more, the communication orb echoed, signaling the end of the call. The two were stunned by the headmaster's abruptness. He hung up. Yeah, he hung up. Boong tightened the reins, making a decision. Damn it, we're out of options. Let's do everything we can. He then sped off, leaving them bewildered, as Boong suddenly remembered something. Using his best skill, Nok flew after Bio Nong with grim determination. I won't let you die in a place like this. In the forest late at night, a group gathers around a campfire to eat after a long, tiring day, when they notice Nok pouring boar blood onto the forest floor. Leon was utterly perplexed by this strange act. Why was he spilling boar blood? Paracelsus explains, arms crossed. If you use the blood of a powerful monster, weaker ones won't dare approach. He looks ahead nostalgic. We used to do this all the time. Paracelsus looked at the group and slowly said, traveling at night is the most vulnerable time for attacks. Leon understood, and nodded gratefully. Understood. Penelope slowly approached Knox and called out his full name, Knox von Ren Haver. She bowed her head gratefully, thanking him for keeping them safe, but Knox remained grounded, speaking plainly about their current situation. We still have a long way to go. There are monsters all around, we haven't defeated the wizard and the night is far from over. As the night deepens in the silent forest, the group rests around the fire, trying to recover their strength. Penelope looks at them with contemplation. I know, but the truth is, no one has died yet. I think that's thanks to you. She muses, her eyes falling slightly. Having made up her mind, Penelope turned and said, I apologize, Nok, please forgive her. Rude behavior towards the Dark Clan, influenced by the negative emotions everyone harbors for them. Nok was bothered by her tone. Why is she worrying about me? I don't like the way she's talking. He quickly waved his hand in refusal, saying that she didn't need to worry about someone like him. You can't thank a useless wretch abandoned by the Black family. The royal family would be shocked. Bilal quickly explained that it was all a matter of perspective. His image is reflected in her sparkling golden eyes. But I am different. She subtly tugs at her pants, declaring that if it means saving more people, she'll join forces with evil. Without hesitation, Penelope declared, I will agree without hesitation. But Nok, unmoved, coldly interrupted her confession, saying that it shouldn't be said aloud. Seeing his serious and adorable expression, Penelope covered her mouth and giggled. I'm just kidding. Feeling teased, Nok crosses his arms with a cold, nonchalant look, noting how quickly she changes her tune. Let's talk about Penelope Vaughn, also known as the Benevolent Princess, but her biggest flaw, seeing her with the scepter, Nok concludes she's likely extremely pragmatic, glancing at the sentimental girl before him. She's a dangerous figure willing to sacrifice lives for her beliefs, and in Nok's mind, Penelope could easily trade the title of Merciful Princess for Cold-Blooded Princess. A black-gloved hand gripped the pouch, which emitted an alluring purple light, and Nok stood to make an announcement. Now we'll form teams of 4 to set up tents. I have a few, so each group come and grab one. He announced with a sigh, a spatial bag sure is convenient. The others quickly had something to talk about. Why would he bring something like that? What the heck is it? Perhaps it's because of his family. I heard they get thrown off a cliff to survive when they turn 5. Oh, no way. Nok endures the baseless rumors. I didn't realize there were so many false rumors. It must be because they're from the Dark family. The group quickly split into teams, claimed their tents, and began setting up camp for the night. Watching the busy crowd, Nok warned them to be careful. Talia hesitated. Careful of what? He quickly changed his mind, crossing his arms and coldly replying, nothing. Nok then stood by the fire, assigning tasks to everyone, and instructed them to take shifts guarding the area. He secretly makes a decision, it's time for him to begin. Nok sternly analyzes that there is a problem in the Academy's second act of this ambush. Recalling the fight with the demons, he knew that if they didn't quickly kill the barrier-casting witch, they wouldn't be able to overcome this story. It was late, and the moon shone on the group, busily setting up camp in the forest. Before long, the others were exhausted, yawning as if they hadn't slept in days. Soon after, the night watch succumbed to exhaustion and fell fast asleep. A figure wielding a weapon pierced someone's body, blood staining their hands, accompanied by whispers, and the white-haired boy with dual swords, walking under the moon, was being followed. If no one kills, the witch slowly walking under the mystical moonlight with a sword stained with energy in hand, this story cannot be completed. He quickly jumped up, sword in hand, shouting, "What's going on?" Those nearby were also awakened, as he frantically shouted to rouse everyone. "Everyone wake up, something's happening to the princess." Penelope steps forward, confused. "What's wrong?" The student immediately reported that a large number of mana-wielding creatures were gathering nearby. From the sky, a stream of dark energy gathers, looking down on the group below as if plotting something, and China quickly raises her weapon to protect Penelope. "Princess, please stay behind me." Paracelsus calmly drew his sword as well. "Oh, they're here. Boar's blood is nothing compared to real monsters anyway." He quickly turned to the boy behind him. What was he planning to do? When Talia didn't hear Nox respond, she called out to him, and Nox Paracel looked around in confusion. A book emanates a soft blue light like a life-giving magic. Leon steps forward using magic to protect everyone. He's temporarily occupied elsewhere and has entrusted this battle to me. Akina is furious. What he swore to protect the princess, and now he's run off somewhere else. Lion neither confirms nor denies it, stating that he isn't running away. She loses her composure and shouts, "How do you know that?" Massive clawed feet tear through the grass followed by helpless screams. But there are too many of them. It's too dangerous. Monsters of all kinds, from ground to air, snarled, ready to attack. A girl spoke up, her voice filled with worry. Ekina was right. There are too many monsters to deal with, but Leon calmly reassured her, it's okay. He quickly casts a powerful spell, a surge of intense blue light erupting forth. Bellalope and Ekina stare in astonishment at the sight before them. An absurd amount of mana. What in the world is happening? As he casts his spell, Leon reflects on what he's seen. He also recalled the moment Nock gave him the black stone before leaving a puzzled look on Leon's face as he stared at it. The shimmering purple stone made him wonder, what kind of person are you, and why entrust me with this responsibility? A green light enveloped Leon, protecting him from the monster's claws. I am the head of the Mavas family, he declared, resolutely, into the void. As a result of this battle, the ferocious demon wolf lunged forward, mouth agape, ready to tear Leon apart, only to be cleaved in two by a blue light. An emerald sword appeared, piercing the demon's flesh, causing it to bleed profusely. A knight wielding a sword appears swiftly, felling the ferocious demon wolf, then cleaving the monster in two to everyone's astonishment. A legion of skeletons, zombies, and knights emerges, charging into a chaotic brawl with the demons. Looking at the ferocious demon wolf before him, Leon wondered, I'm very curious. No v. Renhaver. The moment you entrusted me with the magic stone is still vivid in my mind. Why you, Leon mused, gazing at the alluring purple glow of the stone in his hand. He still couldn't understand the young man's decision. Why entrust me with such a great responsibility? The knight in iron armor swung his sword, cleaving the charging werewolf in two before wading into the horde of undead skeletons. Lion muttered, you won this round. His eyes flashed with a cold, arrogant blue, declaring himself to be Lion von MB. The clear night sky twinkled with stars, a comforting sight. Deep within a forest, a barrier glowed with red inscriptions and crisscrossing chains. Ignoring the potential danger, Nock casually strides past the outer edge of the barrier, his foot deliberately landing on the crimson magic circle. With a cold, arrogant gaze, Nock uses mana detection to nullify the magic that suppresses magical power. He quickly receives a notification. The subjugation of a rogue member is in effect, increasing attack power by 1.2 times. Nock stands within the barrier, his familiar sword in hand, and coldly asks, how much longer do you plan to hide? The demon descends from his hiding place, a wide grin on his face. How amusing. He lands gracefully, black and red magic swirling around his feet. Who would have thought a mere student? He grinned, amused that I was not only found but dared to be challenged. The demon's dark energy surged forward. The system also announced that his acting master skill was activated, and he smirked derisively. Those words don't suit you. Know your place, demon, wrapped in your dark aura. Seemingly insulted, the demon is enraged, veins bulging on his jaw. How dare you? He immediately stomped the ground, using the momentum to lunge forward, his sharp claws reaching for Nock's head as if to crush it. Not one to be trifled with, Nox raised his sword to meet the sharp claws, then unleashed a graceful strike that sent the demon reeling backward. He stared in disbelief at his smoking hand, then his eyes turned fierce as he growled, Who are you, Nock? Coldly refused to reveal his identity. That's none of your concern. Purple veins throbbed beneath his pale skin, a truly terrifying sight. How could this be? The demon, unleashing incredible power, threatened, Let's see how cocky you are then. He shot forward like the wind, dark red energy gathering in his right hand, ready for a surprise attack. Before the demon could strike, a swift sword sliced through his arm. The limb with its sharp claws fell in disbelief. His face was still stunned, as if he'd suddenly become a one-armed swordsman. Nock analyzed the first exchange. Before the demon could react, he lowered his stance, gripped his sword, and thought, I don't even need to use skills. The demon's arm arced through the air, before finally hitting the ground. The demon pale stared at his arm, then at Nock, the difference in their power now obvious. Where his arm had been severed, a new one, quickly regenerated, but Nock remained unhurried, knowing that even with demonic power, he was no match for him. The demon roared in hatred. How dare you? He transformed his arm into a sharp blade threateningly. Don't think you've won yet. From afar, he reaches out to grab Nock. You're still far behind me. Nock didn't back down quickly, raising his sword to counterattack, leaving no openings. His eyes slowly glowed with a mystical and noble purple hue, his brow furrowing slightly. Nock had activated his swordsmanship and martial arts genius traits, now able to easily counter the demon's attacks. His hand quickly gathered a powerful stream of purple magic, and Nook sneered with disdain. He swiftly seized the demon's left breast and crushed his heart. The demon could only cry out in pain as Nock kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The system notified him that his acting skill had been activated. He squeezed the demon's arm and said contemptuously, You really thought you could beat me? The demon lay humiliated on the ground, powerless, grinding his teeth in regret. I should have been more careful from the start. How could this bastard from the Wren-Haver family ruin my plans? He lamented his current predicament. Seeing Nock looking down at him, the demon thrashed and screamed, "How dare you, a lowly being, treat a disciple of the Demon King like this?" Nock didn't hesitate, raising his sword to strike. The demon, speechless with rage, could only sweat and stare. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, drawing Nock's attention. "Stop!" Ras quickly intervenes, stopping his action, and blurts out the truth with a flustered yet earnest expression. "Stop, that's him. My student." Hearing this, Nock was shocked that this person was his senior brother. What Ras quickly approaches, bowing his head sincerely. "I sincerely apologize for what happened, but it's true, that man is indeed my student." The demon smiled mockingly. "Just a student? How absurd, Professor Razvan Celestia." He stared directly at him, sneering. "Did you ever consider me your student?" Professor Ross's back seemed to slump under the weight of those accusations. "You abandoned me after I lost an arm in the Royal War. I was expelled from the academy for being considered useless." Vadarak roared in resentment. "How dare you call yourself a professor? Are you trying to weasel your way out of this?" Ross clenched his fist, his voice filled with regret. "It's true, I wasn't paying attention to you." He hastily tries to explain himself. "You misunderstand me. I only did it because I care about you." Ross looked sadly at the student he once cherished. "I don't want you to follow the same path as my son." He feigned, lying there stunned by the hidden truth. "I had no choice but to banish you when you so desperately wanted to go to the battlefield. People must decide their own fate." Remembering his past of running away, he bitterly says, "Ross, you were too arrogant. You're the one who made me a wandering piece of trash." Hearing these criticisms, Ross could only close his eyes in regret. "I truly never imagined you'd become this." But looking at his grotesque form, he sadly asks, "Is this the magic you desired? Is this truly the magic you yearned for?" Images of days gone by flood the minds of these two tormented souls. Hearing this, Vader seemed to lose all strength, his lips tightening, then he sneered, as if nothing could move him anymore. Vader lay on the ground, his expression unreadable. It was useless, too late. He quickly lunged backward, escaping the tendril's grasp, and charged toward the defenseless Professor Ross. He growls, his face contorted in rage. "I'll drag you down with me." Professor Ross was horrified by the hatred in Jack der Levon. Celestia's eyes as two streams of magic collided, the crimson and black encroaching upon the violet and black. In danger, Professor Ross instinctively raises his hand in defense, but not feeling the expected pain, he lowers his arm and glances over. Nock Backlit offered a gentle warning. The fate of a devil worshipper was sealed. Two intense streams of magic clashed violently, as Nock, sword in hand, declared that the only end for evildoers is death. He darted behind his head and swung his sword coldly, while feigning horror as he looked back in disbelief. Besides speed, the system announces that his acting master stat has been activated to its peak. At this moment, Nox's compatibility level and all attributes have increased, and he smiles triumphantly. "I understand the weariness you bear, but it's beyond my power to change." Nox's eyes began to shift. The system quickly announces that the synchronization level between the character, Nox von Wren-Haver, and the player has increased, while Jacker's severed body flashes a tense, unrepentant expression. Nox's head suddenly throbs as the system issues a warning the player may lose their identity. Jacker's body is sliced in two, his face frozen in horror, while Nox remains expressionless as demon blood sprays across his defeated face. Glimpses of blood reveal the figure of a boy with a sword shining under the moonlight. Nock glances back, his face looking strangely bloodthirsty and bizarre. After ending the battle with the Demon King's disciple, he slowly walks toward Professor Ross, Jacker's body quickly turning to dust, slowly dissipating without a trace. Ross kneeling on the ground, his face haggard as if aged a decade. His face was pale, a mix of pity and fear after what had just transpired. After a moment of silence, Ross bowed his head in resignation. He softly calls his name, but his face remains emotionless, still speckled with blood. Standing there covered in blood, he obediently answered his professor. "Yes." Confused and unsure, Roz instinctively seeks guidance. "What should I do, Professor?" Nock, standing where light and shadow meet, looks puzzled. "What do you mean?" Ross hangs his head, devoid of his usual vitality. "You know, don't you? Your research was meant to help the weak. But now you don't know anymore." Clenching his fist in anger, he wondered if the research was even worth it. The old man hung his head like a child who'd done wrong. Why continue, if he couldn't save even one student? Ross seemed to have lost the light in his eyes. He had lost his purpose. Nock remained silent, watching the respected professor slowly reach a dead end. Immediately after, he gently reached out to wipe the blood from his face, hesitating. Little Nock frankly expressed his opinion, not really understanding the relationship between his teacher and him. Ross looked utterly bewildered, while Nock calmly analyzed that this was a gamble. Once Professor Ross's research is published, the game's crafting and enhancement system will be unlocked. His eyes darkened as he gazed at the man before him. The professor needed to continue his research. Nock's hand loosened slightly as if hesitating, but then clenched again with resolve. "Is that all I desire?" He looks away, lost in thought. Nox's eyes turn purple once more, and the system warns that the player's emotions are mixing with Nox Von's ego as rain begins to fall, signaling the acting master's attributes are stirring. Nox's cold voice cut through the sudden rain as he slowly stepped forward saying, "Actually, I don't have a problem with it. Using Professor Law is the best option for now." Nox bowed his head, encouraging him. "I think that research is very useful." Then he thought to himself, "Why should I worry?" Ross avoided his gaze and mocked himself. "Don't you see how pathetic I am?" Nox simply lowered his eyes, unconcerned. "No, I think you've done your job well." He offered a strained smile, his face wet with rain. "I understand. Professor Law is being affected by my past actions." Nox steps into a puddle rippling the water. "That's why I'm worried. Everything he says sounds so genuine. My response will greatly affect him." He coldly gazed at the man before him, dejectedly hanging his head in the downpour. Hiding his eyes beneath his messy hair, Nox admits, "Actually, I'm very lazy," which makes Ross look up in confusion, "so don't give me too much homework." His voice slow under the heavy rain, Nox said, "I don't like tea. I prefer coffee." He continued to express his desires. "I don't need money, and I don't care about fame." Ross, lost in the fog of Nook's words, stammered, "What do you mean?" Nook smiled wryly, but thought to himself that Ross's research was different, and perhaps Nook's sincere smile, despite his disheveled appearance, held great value. "For the future. I believe so." His eyes were firm, perhaps thinking of the future as Nook silently admired the professor who helped create this beloved world. He slowly knelt before Professor Ross, silently chiding himself for misjudging him, his knees quickly becoming muddy and wet from the rain. Before the professor could process it, Nook called out his name, and Nock NC quickly made his intentions clear. "I'll become your student." Ross was moved and astonished, his eyes widening. Nock NC, on the other hand, felt relieved nothing had changed. He only saw the professor's back on the screen. That strong back, and I, the only rebel here, need to rethink things. He quickly offered to accompany the professor if needed. Nock gives the most genuine smile he ever has, hoping to learn from his master and grow in the future. A downpour drenches the forest as the two open their hearts. Leon stands silently before the corpses of the demons in the rain. Paracel sheathed his sword and sighed regretfully, silently watching Leon face the corpses of the monsters. Paracelsus glanced away and sighed, wondering who could have predicted things would turn out this way. He wondered to himself, what kind of undead are these? Thinking back to the earlier vision, Paracelsus shuddered, realizing they weren't ordinary zombies, and stared suspiciously at Leon's back. "What else awaits us here?" Belalopi asked Echidna in astonishment. "A powerful undead army." She frowned in contemplation. "That's dark magic, right? Its power is terrifying." "I don't want to admit it," she thought, bowing her head in honesty. "But it seems the Mad Bat has returned. The rumors were true." Pelopi walks away, not forgetting to give an order, and Leon von Marb commits that name to memory. Echidna bows, respectfully promising to continue monitoring and gathering information. Leon looks down at the purple gem in his hand, and falls silent, a slight grimace on his face. A high-grade monostone. "Without it, I'm not sure I could have defeated those monsters." Thinking of the stone's owner, Leon felt frustrated. Did he foresee this? The group around them looked in shock toward the voice. Amidst the downpour, the group braced themselves for anything, as the ever-concerned Bono rushed over asking, "Is everyone all right?" Paracel didn't even turn around. "Perhaps, Master." He continued, "Did anyone die?" Belalopi quickly explained, "No one was hurt. Everything is stable here for now, but there are still many issues to resolve." Bo respectfully bowed to the princess. His bald head reflected the light, a sign of the dire situation. "Forgive my intrusion." He quickly added, "May I ask who the student was that quelled the monsters here?" Belalopi quickly responded, "His name is Nox von Renhaver, but I think—" She hesitated, then continued, "He posed no threat to the other students. Thanks to him, we were able to survive." Baron couldn't believe his ears, and quickly asked, "Really?" Lon quickly confirmed, adding an explanation. "The magic stones he provided were very useful," Paracel added. "He also solved the food problem for everyone, so I'd say he's been extremely helpful in every situation." Upon hearing this from the students, Bronte's expression was priceless, and the others quickly chimed in. "Renhaver may not be as bad as everyone thinks, but not entirely good either." Another person chimed in, "I can confirm his actions. It's true, he goes too far sometimes, and he treats people at the academy pretty badly." Others quickly chimed in, "I even heard he attacked someone in 2 Alley on Merchant Street." "Really? Wait, did he have something to do with that person? So that's why he did it." Vernon thought, gritting his teeth, "That white-haired brat is responsible." Furthermore, the magic barrier has vanished. The demons are annihilated, and the barrier's restrictions are lifted. We've confirmed it's a large-scale transfer gate. The magic barrier won't disappear unless destroyed from within. A blinding light flashes as he wonders what's going on. "I should have come here sooner, to solve the problem if I had been faster. But time was too tight." Nox smirks, pleased with himself. In that case, did he solve all the problems here? Bjornen's face was drenched in sweat at the thought. A pristine white castle with classic architecture, towering pillars, massive domes, shimmering stained glass windows, and radiant gold walls. Sunlight bathes the structure, creating a magnificent scene that evokes a sense of noble elegance, enveloping the space in an aura of ancient mystical beauty. Nock sits diligently in his room, pen in hand, furiously writing on paper. Suddenly the system announced that acting was being activated. Nock stopped writing, pursing his lips in thought. The system informs you that you cannot be swayed. He looks down at the paper he's writing, on his heart heavy. Nock recalls that after the accident in the forest he had no choice but to become a disciple of the eccentric Professor Razvan Celestia. The system announces that acting is being activated. The system announces that the performance is being activated. The system announces that the performance is being activated. Nock realized that to unlock the sacred relic system in the future, Razvan's research was essential, and in Inner Lunatic, Professor Razvan never died. But now things are different. If I don't save him, I'll face the consequences. Lost in thought, Nock accidentally elbowed Professor Ross in the face, saying coldly, "Oh, sorry, were you bothering me? I mean, I reacted unconsciously, because you touched me." Ross laughed and said, "It's okay, I know you did it on purpose, so you don't have to play innocent with me." Nock coldly retorts, "Knowing that you still chose to bother me. I know the Imperial Code still has laws regarding sexual harassment." Ross retorts, "For someone who acts like a disgrace to a prestigious family, you're saying some pretty smart things. The Empire's laws lost their meaning a long time ago, when it comes to the relationship between a commoner and a noble." Nock persists, saying, "I don't think that's something a professor at Eldon, an institute directly under the Imperial family, should be saying, right?" Ross turned away and replied, "It doesn't matter as long as you don't tell on me." Nock thought to himself, "He's really crazy." Ross caresses the precious bracelet in his hand, then says, "This time I recommend you and Leon von Mavas. I'm talking about my recommendation to the royal family for the two of you to enter Eldon's treasure room and retrieve a relic." Nock is stunned, asking, "What, you actually did that?" Ross replies, "Yes, as you know, I can be quite persuasive. Going this far for my beloved student is no problem at all, so don't feel pressured." Nock is extremely excited, his cheeks flushed, and he says nonchalantly, "Who said I felt pressured? Since he went through so much trouble to prepare such a gift, I'll gladly accept it." Ross sighed inwardly, "You seem happier than when you became my disciple." "I'm just overthinking things, aren't I?" Nock happily clenches his fist as if to seize this opportunity. He considered the Eden's treasure room to be an unexpected blessing, a vast chamber with soaring ceilings, exquisite chandeliers, and a soft golden light illuminating the intricately patterned tile floor. Towering pillars support the roof, and stained glass windows adorn the walls. In the center of the room, large wooden chests are stacked high, covered in dust, creating an ancient and mysterious space that sparks curiosity about what lies hidden within. Nock enters the room, thinking that it's co-owned by the royal family and the Rivalin family. Though there are many great relics here, he knows exactly which one will be most effective. If he could acquire it now, his growth would accelerate exponentially. With that thought, he began his search. Suddenly Nook stopped in his tracks as Talia spoke up from behind him. "I can't believe you, of all people, got the chance to open Eldon's treasure vault. Looks like you've got yourself a good mentor." Nock replied with annoyance, "Think what you want." He thought to himself that Elino's stake in the Rivalin family's trade had been recognized, so she was allowed to accompany him. Nock sighed, hoping she wouldn't cause him any trouble. Talia continued, "If you think I'm unwilling to part with the relics I've donated, you're mistaken. I want to make sure you're properly compensated for saving my life." Nock retorts, "You still like to make things difficult for me as always, huh?" Talia changes the subject, asking, "You've heard from Professor Ross about how this will proceed, right?" She takes the key and opens the door, revealing a blinding light from within. Talia asks him directly, "Which relic are you planning to take?" Nock replies, "What I'm looking for is..." Talia is shocked to hear Nock's words. She shouts, "What did you say? What is it that you want?" Nock asks, "Do I need to repeat myself?" Talia is perplexed. "I don't know why you'd want such an antique. Though I suppose it's not surprising for a rich kid's hobby." Nock wonders why she didn't just give it to him first, and Talia, struck by an idea, says, "Wait, before that, no von Renhofer, I need to see if you're worthy of receiving an item from this place." After hearing Talia's condition, Nox was stunned and asked, "I'm not allowed to talk about this." She explains, "It's my special right as the one who forgot to gift the relics. After all, Rivalin's trade network has seized control of the entire Black Strait." Suddenly, eerie and brilliant smoke enveloped Nox, leaving him bewildered as magic illuminated the entire room. Nock thinks to himself that this is spatial magic, something he's seen countless times in games. Talia, as if reading his mind, asks if he isn't surprised. He replied that he'd already experienced things far more surprising than this. Talia invites him to sit, and Nock agrees. "All right." She gets straight to the point, wasting no time, and begins. "No, von Renhofer," he replied, "go on." He thought to himself that she was making him work for the relic, but it was just a formality, so it wouldn't take long. Talia asks Nock why he saved her, startling him. He asks, "Is this a test?" Talia replies, "Asking questions is my right." Nock Dan clasped his hands together, his face deep in thought. He said, "Like I said before, I'm simple." Talia interrupts, "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I can tell when you're lying." "Oh, maybe you already knew that." Nock was startled, gritting his teeth as he thought, damn it, there's something I forgot. In Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting and genius acting is that genius acting can see through the lies of others. This means what Elino said was true, he did call her annoying. Talia exclaims that he said the same thing before, and Nock, struck to the core, is at a loss for words, wondering what to do now. Talia sat regally sizing up Nock, who looked incredibly annoyed, and he retorted angrily, shut up, you must have lied about wanting to hand over the creation yourself. Talia countered, does that even matter now? Resting her chin on her hands, she spoke as if she'd won. What's important is that you'll be at a disadvantage if you don't answer my question. He figured that she would be suspicious if he deliberately avoided this meeting, so facing her directly here would be better. Nock suddenly speaks up. You're asking why I saved you, Talia replies. That's right. He replies, because it's somewhat necessary for me. Talia is stunned, and asks, necessary why? Nock pondered, his expression serious. I need you for my plan, he replied. This leaves Talia speechless, unsure of what to do next. She asks, what is your plan? Nock casually replies, I don't think I have any reason to reveal that much to you, do I? Talia is angry but can't argue. She clenched her fist and asked another question, to which Nox replied, go ahead. Talia recalled the past and asked, what happened in the ballroom back then? Did you save me, because you felt indebted to me for what happened? Nox quickly replied, it's not because of that. Talia was stunned and asked again, not because of the past. She thought she was part of his plan. What could this mean? Nock clarifies, stating that everything he said is true, though she may already know it. Talia provokes him, saying keeping too many secrets isn't good. Noklian retorts, saying she's one to talk. Talia turned away, replying that many people said he had changed, to which Nock coldly inquired. Talia turns away confused, and says, I don't believe that. Even though you saved me, I still remember exactly what you said to me before. She hesitated, and turned back, and Nock, his head bowed, urged her to do as she pleased. Talia paused, asking, what, he continued, criticize me and hate me as you wish. You have the right to think whatever you want. I told you to do whatever you want. Your perception of me won't change anything. Nock glanced at Talia, resolving to stand his ground. He coldly stood and said, are you finished? I've received the creation, so I'll be going. He leaves Talia alone, heartbroken, her illusions shattered. Talia thought with a pang he really had changed. A vast room with towering bookshelves filled with ancient tomes. Sunlight streams through the large windows, illuminating the wooden desks piled high with books, and a large bed with soft pillows rests against the wall. The floor is covered in thick carpets, creating a warm and luxurious space, a private library for a noble, where they can immerse themselves in the world of knowledge. Talia sits on the sofa, sipping tea, lost in thought. Gazing at her reflection in the teacup, she drifts away. Why would Nox choose that creation when there are better options? Though it's not terrible either. Rick spoke up, but it's not the best. Honestly, I don't know why a knight like him would need an orb. Talia added, I don't understand what he's thinking. She sadly lowered her head, lost in thought. She thought there were many better items, like swords, elixirs, shields, and top-tier armor. Instead, he chose an old, worn-out orb. She wondered, is he doing this to make me feel indebted? Rick replied, well, I don't think you need to overthink it, do you? He doesn't seem like he'd do you any harm. Talia set down her tea, wondering if it was really okay to think so simply, but she had no other choice. She asked Rick, how is the merchandise business going? He replied, everything is going well. The capital's nobles and talent fit are importing Rivalin's household goods in large quantities. It's all thanks to you, my lady. She replied, I'm glad to hear that. I want you to keep observing Nock, and report to me if anything happens. Understood. Rick bowed his head in response. Understood, lady, please don't worry. Meanwhile, Nox stared at the orb he'd obtained from Talia, as the system announced, acquired high-grade artifact, Supreme Sage's Orb. Basic information. Highest level. Sage's Orb, a high-grade equipment. When conditions are met, it will evolve to the highest level with dark properties. Mana stat -2, stamina plus or -1. Equipment requirement 10 mana at birth. Special ability grants the passive skill, Mana Self-Recovery. Displaying information from the skill acquired from the artifact, the passive skill, mid-grade Mana Auto-Recovery, a dark attribute. It automatically replenishes mana for mid to low-tier skills, amplifying their power and effect. He smiled, pleased with the orb's information. Nock thinks about the great sage's highest form, a sphere, and how lucky he is to possess it now. A mysterious dark aura swirls around the orb, and Nock says, Elino probably doesn't know this is a top-tier item, but there's a special way to use it. The system alerts that the conditions are not met. The artifact cannot reach its full potential. To do so, he must reveal the original owner's true name, which would upgrade it to the highest level, the artifact's first master. She's one of the 4 Sages of Death who will appear in the future, and also one of the characters I often chose as my master in the game, but it's too early to activate it. Nock reasoned that if he activated the artifact, his identity would be revealed to her, and since it was only the first half of the game, this level of power was enough. DJ Chi asks Nock why he chose that orb when there were countless other items in Eldon's secret vault. I've also heard there are thousands of items for knights. Nock cuts her off, saying, haven't I told you? I'll be using magic as well, so I need both types of items, he exclaimed. Oh, I guess I really didn't tell you. Haha, looks like I forgot. Nock smiled at Dichai's utter bewilderment. She sighed, wondering what she was going to do with him, as Nock dropped a bombshell on Dichi. Didn't I tell you? He said with a smile. I'm going to learn magic. She replied, wouldn't it be too difficult to learn two things at once? I don't doubt your abilities, but, he held out his hand and said, if it really doesn't work out, I can always live off the family fortune. She looked at him awkwardly and said, Master Knox, I just bragged to the others about how diligent you've become lately. He listened, then stared blankly at her and said, did I tell you to do that? She says, you know you can be really mean sometimes. He looks at her and replies, I'm a good for nothing, remember? Closing her eyes, she chides, you also enjoy playing around with women. He scratches his head sheepishly, I'm truly being framed for that. She recalled him saying, I've heard it all. In the past, the master was quite the philanderer. She stared at him intently, saying sternly, and now he's paying for his mistakes. He replied, I wouldn't know about that. Then he leaned back onto the soft bed. Suddenly she notices the letters on the desk telling him, you've got mail. Then picking up the letter she said, it seems to be from the royal family, and they want you to read it yourself. He sat up abruptly surprised, and said, what? The royal family? Why would they send me a letter? She handed him the letter saying, Ekina asked me to deliver this to you. Please read it. He opened it wondering why the princess was paying him so much attention. I can't allow any more variables to arise. The letter reads, Greetings Nock von Renher. Thanks to your timely intervention, I was able to save my life. She said, therefore, according to the laws of the Empire, I want to bestow upon you a reward. I invite you to our Empire's capital, Talon Fisher, to personally receive it. He pondered reading the letter. You will depart in 3 days, at 9:00 a.m. I hope you will accept the royal reward. The letter ended, sincerely, Pilop von. He sighed. Damn, she wants someone from the black family like me to come to the capital. What kind of reward is this? G worriedly said. Considering the conflict between the black and Saint families, this could be a trap. He mused that they could have ordered him there at any time, then said, G, you stay here. Surprised by his decision, she exclaimed. But Master Knox, he replied sternly, this is my command. She could only obey in silence, her face uneasy and worried as she watched him, as he thought to himself, Talon Fisher, the stronghold, built by Emperor Esteban and the royal faction. He knew the Holy Family controlled that place. A veritable hell for the Black family, despite its magnificent fortified walls. Yen Ranki thought he couldn't believe she'd told him to come here. What was she thinking? He recalled Pelovon's image from the game, remembering key points from his lunatic playthrough. First, whether the player's main attribute would be useful. When fighting others, he thinks that if he chose Sword Genius in combat, the road ahead would focus on swordsmanship or combat. But if he chose Mana Sense, Genius, the path would be that of a mage. The scene shifts to a caravan traveling down a road, as he sits in a carriage pondering the second key element factions. The player must choose between opposing factions, leading to significant consequences. He looks out the window, thinking as Belelepi asks, did you need something from me? He replied, it's nothing. How could someone as insignificant as I am bother you? The princess smiled, saying, please don't say that. Those words hurt me, you know. He silently stared at her, saying nothing. Among the factions in Lunatic, the two strongest are the royalists, led by the princess, who looks dignified and powerful with her scepter. He mused that the other faction was the radicals, led by the dark families, and finally the merchants with their vast capital. They're trying to decide the fate of this continent, and the merchants will only grow richer, arrogantly plotting to seize it for themselves. Though each faction has its own methods, one thing remains constant, the relationship between the Renhafer Black clan and the royal family. It's safe to say their relationship is the worst. As he pondered, Pelopi spoke up, smiling. I'm walking into the tiger's den. Is that what you're thinking? He looked at her in surprise, wondering if she was trying to probe him. I'm playing the part of a useless guy, so I can't back down now. He replied, I apologize, but it's true that I'm not happy about going there. She feigned tears, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, don't worry, I'm just accompanying you to the capital to reward you for what you've done for me. He retorted, your little lie has gone a bit too far. She dropped the act and said, oh dear, you've figured it out. A moment later their carriage arrived in the capital, and he turned to her sternly asking, what do you want from me? She smiled, gazing at him with affection, and said, it's simple, I just want. Moments later their carriage stopped before a grand gate. As they dismounted, they were greeted by several figures awaiting their arrival, when a voice suddenly echoed. I heard we had guests, and I've been waiting with bated breath, said a man with radiant blonde hair, dressed in regal attire. He said, what a surprise. Pelopi, this is First Prince Lu. He smiled at the two of them as she looked at him with worry, and he silently lowered his eyes, then stepped forward, bowed, and said, the last sword of the Renharfer family, I present myself to Prince Li. She said, fearfully, I heard you were supposed to leave for the war in the north. He stroked his chin, smiling. Somehow that got cancelled. Then looking at him he said, with such an important guest I should give you a warm welcome. Suddenly he smirked sinisterly, his face darkening as he said, I'll speak to the Emperor about this myself, and you as well. He placed his hand on his chest, and bowed his head saying, yes, your highness. He glanced at him, smirking. Let's meet often. He bowed. It would be my honor. He inwardly cursed, displeased by the encounter, and wondered why he had to run into this lunatic now. As he watched him leave, he thought of Louis von A., the Empire's first prince who held more power than Penelope. He recalled his sly eyes, and remembered him as the one who always caused bad endings in Inner Lunatic. He inwardly cursed Louis von A., the Empire's first prince, and the only one with a higher claim to the throne than Penelope. Remembering his sinister face, he thought of him as a notorious madman. As he watched him leave, he glared darkly, while Penelope trembled, clutching her dress, her face filled with worry and unease. Seeing her like that, Akina quickly asked, "Princess, are you all right?" She held out her hand and said, "I'm fine, just a little surprised." She turned to him smiling. "Nach von Renhafer, you must be startled. Let's go inside and talk." He responded clearly. He thought to himself that the princess and Prince Lai's relationship was truly like oil and water, just like in the game, and pondered how he could use this to his advantage and survive. Night falls, and the stars twinkle in the sky, as he rests in bed, contemplating his reward tomorrow, and deciding to get some rest. He sighed, as long as no assassin is crazy enough to try and take me out. Then he closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a knock on the door snapped him awake. He sat up, reached for his sword, and cautiously eyed the door. The knocking echoed again, revealing two cloaked figures. The girl at the door said, "It's me. Can you open the door?" He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't an assassin. He gets up, walks to the door, and opens it to reveal Penelope and Akina. He asks, "Princess, what brings you here so late?" She said, "It wouldn't be proper for me to stand in the hallway." Then she stepped inside, telling him, "I'll head in first." Akina also entered, saying, "The princess has a proposition for you." Then she solemnly stated, "I will protect this place, as the royal palace has many eyes and ears." He silently nodded, then closed the door behind him as she removed her hood, saying, "Have a seat." He agreed, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what could possibly bring her here at this hour?" He glared at her, suspecting what was coming. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time." Suddenly she said, sternly, "But I need you to promise me," she continued, "depending on your answer, you may never return to the temple." Her face saddened as she said, "No, perhaps you will never be able to return to the Black Her estate. I order you in my name." With a sharp look, she requested, "Please pull the strings for me from behind the scenes." He responded, "I knew you'd say that. You need someone to deal with the eldest prince, and sever ties with the Black family, which is usually easier." Then he sat down and continued, "A useful tool. You must want me to be your pawn." She replies, "Indeed." He says, "But..." She paused, surprised, and asked, "But why?" He casually crossed his legs and said, "You're wrong if you think I have no other choice." He smiled at her calmly, calling her Princess Penelope. Cut to the next morning, inside the royal palace where he knelt bowing before the king, with Louis standing beside him. King Esteban's face was blank, his eyes wide as he leaned back in his chair, struggling to turn his head towards him. He said, respectfully, "I am honored to meet you, great moon of the empire." He was a legend of the empire, but now seeing him so different from his valiant days, he felt a pang of regret. Esteban had lost his mind, and was now blasphemously called the foolish Esteban. Just then Lai spoke up. "So I hear you wish to request something of my father," he continued. "Surely a worthy reward for saving a member of the royal family." He bowed and said, "I was only doing what was necessary." He thought to himself that Prince Li had become the head of the royal family after Esteban lost his grip on his position. Seeing his sinister face, he thought to himself that he had to be extremely careful. He raised his hand and said, "Very well, the royal family will grant the Renfer family's knight candidate a gift to reward you for saving my beloved sister." He looked at him smiling kindly and said, "Tell me what you desire." He replied, "Yes, Prince Liam." With a sharp gaze he declared, "If I may allow me to enter the river of evil." This request shocked the prince, who widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" The officials were shocked, but he thought to himself that their surprise was understandable. The River of Evil was a mystical place accessible only to royalty, and the sacred families rumored to grant miraculous stat boosts. Leo smiled, thinking to himself how useless and naive he must be, looking down on him, believing all bastards from the Black family are the same. One of the officials objected, "That's impossible." Another added, "How could a member of the Black family enter the River of Evil?" A purple-robed official spoke, "Indeed, even if he saved the princess, this is unacceptable." A black-haired official angrily asks, "Isn't that a river? Only the sacred family can enter." The purple-haired man behind him agrees, "Exactly." Hearing this, he knew his prediction was right. There were many objections. He closed his eyes, thinking this request was enough to avoid saying he didn't want a reward. Suddenly, Penelope spoke out of turn angrily, saying, "How dare you raise your voices before His Majesty?" He looked at her in surprise, as she continued, "There's no rule that says only the Holy Family is allowed to enter the River of Evil, right?" He looked at her uneasily, thinking he was starting to feel uneasy. Why is Penelope speaking up for me? She looks so determined. I thought I made it clear I wouldn't follow her plan, that I wanted her to give up. Goron protested, but she cut him off before he could finish. "I don't like making a scene, Goron." Silence befalls the palace. He stares at her smiling face, recalling her parting words, and clenches his teeth, a sense of unease washing over him. He recalled last night when she set down her teacup and said, "Very well." Then she stood and said, "Now I'll be going." Then she walked over to him, "But please remember." He glanced at her as she leaned in and said, "There will come a time when you have to make a choice." Penelope's words rang true, further complicating Nock's thoughts. If the time to choose between factions had finally arrived, he had no choice but to support the princess over the Grand Prince to avoid a grim fate. But in this situation, Nock knelt in the main hall, head bowed, thinking to himself that he couldn't openly support the princess. He quickly looked up, stared straight at the person in front of him, and hurriedly asked, "Will you grant my request?" Ly frowned his face, showing clear discomfort, but then a smirk crept across his lips. Without making Nock wait, Lee said, My brother makes a good point. There's no law that says the heir of the Black family can't bathe in the river of evil." The Crown Prince's casual declaration shocked everyone in the hall. Their eyes widened, hardly believing what they'd just heard. "Your Highness." After a moment, Ly continued his next words, causing Nock to look up. But from above, Ly looked down at the kneeling figure, and slowly said, "We can't just break the rules that the royal family and the clans have upheld for so long." He paused, then continued, "Therefore, I will administer a test." The words sent a shock through Penelope. Even she didn't expect him to make this decision. "This means I will confirm whether Nock von Jaber is worthy of receiving the blessings of the River of Evil." Below, Nuke froze for a few seconds, trying to process what he'd just heard. He never expected things to go this way. The image of Alino flashed through his mind, and he felt helpless, thinking, "It seems like everyone wants to test me." After a moment of silence, Nock finally spoke. "May I ask what the test entails?" Ly didn't hesitate, replying, "A duel with me." Nock froze, hardly believing his ears, and asked again for confirmation. "Pardon." With a calm demeanor, Ly replied, "I've heard your swordsmanship has improved remarkably, so demonstrating your skills in a duel with me would be a fitting display of etiquette, don't you think?" He paused, then continued, his sharp gaze sweeping over Nock. "Because the River of Evil is the Empire's sacred river, and should only welcome those who are worthy." Nock remained silent for a long moment, not rushing to answer, as if his opponent thought facing him was a good idea. Even before setting foot here, Nock had carefully considered every possibility, so despite Louis's words, he remained calm. "However, I'm not here just to take a beating." After some deep thought, he finally makes his decision. "Is that okay?" It's unclear what Louis is planning, but a triumphant look spreads across his face, and he smirks slyly. He quickly said, "Then we'll meet in the training grounds in an hour. Feel free to choose any weapon you want." Nock respectfully replied, "Understood, Your Highness." Listening from the sidelines, Penelope grew increasingly worried, but Nock calmly replied, "I will do my best." In the vast hall, Nock turned and left, as all eyes followed him. Penelope hurried after him, calling out Nock von Ver. Hearing her call, Nock stopped and turned to face the princess, who scolded him before he could speak. "Do you have a death wish?" Penelope, her face etched with worry, asked. "Don't you understand my brother's intentions?" She continued, explaining that victory or defeat was irrelevant. He was simply trying to prove himself. Nock listened silently to the princess's words. "He wants to trample you and disgrace your family." Nock was silent, understanding the crown prince's true intentions, and said calmly, "I know." He continued to predict what would happen. "If I win, they'll accuse me the Black family's bastard child intentionally sabotaged the prince. But if I lose, the opposite will happen. If Nock loses to Luis in the upcoming battle, the first prince's reputation will only grow. They'll spread the word that he defeated a rising star of the academy." After analyzing the two most likely outcomes, Nock calmly concludes that they'll probably spread the word to everyone in the kingdom, making Penelope even more worried. She looked at him, asking again, "Even knowing all this, you still want to agree to ease the princess's worries and figure out a way to deal with the situation?" Nock countered, "But what if there's another option?" Penelope was stunned, unable to believe it. "Another option?" Nock quickly offered an alternative. "What if I could win without committing a capital offense?" he concluded. "Would you back me then?" In Lai's chambers, the princess stood as two maids adjusted his armor, one with red hair, the other with white, meticulously tending to each piece. Suddenly, Luis looks at the brown-haired maid, startling her as he calls out to her while she's holding a piece of armor. Still frightened, she slowly looks up at the Grand Prince. Lee asked, "Who do you think I am?" She immediately bowed, trembling, and quickly replied, "You are Luis von A, the Empire's second son." "Indeed, Your Highness." The maid's answer pleased him, and he chuckled. "Yes, I am the rightful Prince of Talon Fisher, and no one would dare ignore me." But as he said this, his expression darkened. That brat was different. He paused, then finally spoke the name, "Not von Hacker." The brown-haired maid carefully observed the Grand Prince's expression, and seeing his anger reassured him, "There's nothing important for you to worry about, Your Highness." Hearing this, Louis immediately turned his gaze, and the brown-haired maid bowed her head respectfully, saying, "Please, do not worry." Despite her best efforts to appease the first prince, she received a painful slap in return. His face darkened, his voice laced with disgust. "You think I'd worry about some insignificant brat from the Black family?" The maid trembled, not daring to look up, and stammered, "I deserve to die." Lu Wei looked down at her, and after a long pause he said coldly, "You better not cross me." Looking at the maid below, Li continued, "Fair, how long do you think Esteban or the Empire's son has been gone?" This time Fa wasn't quick to answer carefully, considering her reply. Lai didn't need her answer. He turned away, a triumphant look on his face, and declared, "Soon the Empire and all its power will be mine. Therefore, certain actions like those of today are necessary. Do you all understand?" The maid bowed her head, and quickly replied, We will never make such a mistake again." Ly said, "Indeed, you shouldn't." With that, he turned to the head butler and said, "Head butler Y, look at that maid on the ground and then have her taken away." Immediately 2 men followed orders, seizing Fao as she struggled desperately, begging, "Please, your highness, just one more chance." Li glanced at the maid and said, "You see opportunity. It comes often for people like me. Even if you were born a noble, your blood isn't royal, is it?" 2 men, one with purple hair, the other with blue, seized Fagio, and as she was dragged away she desperately cried out, "Your highness, prince, your highness." Ignoring those words, Louis thought to himself, "No matter how promising they say you are, you can't win a battle in which your defeat is already determined." As he said this, his face grew more sinister, wondering what kind of face Noe would make when he cried. In the stands, the nobles watched on while below Nock faced Louis. Above them all, Esteban remained bowed, with Princess Penelope at his side. Lu Wei smugly eyed his opponent, but in contrast to his arrogance, Nock remained calm and collected. Finally, Lu Wei spoke, feigning friendliness. "Let's both do our best." That's what he said, but Louis harbored a more sinister intent. "In the end, you'll have to play along in my little performance." Noon bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand." The referee raises his hand in the arena, signaling, "All right, both sides prepare yourselves." With the signal, Nock and Louis Y drew their swords, and the battle between the Empire's Grand Prince, Louis von Acom, and Noon Erber began. The match begins, and Louis rushes forward, thinking that no matter how skilled his swordsmanship, he can't overcome the prestige of royalty. The light from his sword grows brighter, reflecting his thoughts. "No matter your talent, you're just a bug from the Black family. Here, before the royalty and the church, you won't dare raise your sword against me." A flash of light, and that smug look vanished as Nock blocked his blade. "What?" Ly was stunned, his face frozen. "You dare point your sword at royalty." Before he could finish, Nock swung his sword, forcing Li to retreat a step, then calmly spoke. "Your highness, wasn't I ordered to give it my all?" Nock's entire being radiated a dark power as he asked. Li dodges, his face contorted with rage. "What? You dare point your sword at a member of the royal family, you bastard." As the black smoke dissipated, Nock's voice could be heard as he respectfully addressed, "Your highness." Black smoke surrounded Nock, who remained on guard, and said to Lai, "Didn't you tell me to use my full strength?" Nock swung his sword again, and Lai instinctively retreated, narrowly dodging the blow. "You're the head of the line of succession. How dare an insect from a dark family challenge my power?" He couldn't contain himself any longer. Nock calmly replies, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm simply following your orders." Li grits his teeth in anger and says, "Fine, you want to play it that way." He swings his sword back, light emanating from it, "Then I won't hold back anymore." Despite Nock's reputation and many victories, Li remained unconcerned, his contempt growing even with his fame in the Black Zone. He was still just a nobody. Li chuckled, confident against his opponent. "There's no way he can defeat me. You've received a high-class education from the royal family." From the sidelines, the referee observes the prince's every expression, finally announcing that the match will end when one combatant falls or yields. Lai retreated, preparing to attack again as the referee's voice echoed, stating the simple rules were now fully explained. Li immediately lunged to attack Nock again. 2 streams of light, one gold and one purple, contrasted sharply as Li swung his sword, but Nock swiftly blocked the blow. The 2 swords clashed, sparks flying as Nock kept his eyes fixed on the sword outside. The referee, having observed everything, began to form an idea. He may have created this mess, but his combat skills aren't up to par. Nock swiftly dodges Lai's attack. Though talented, Louis was too late to react to what he'd created, but he was still no match for Nock. Knowing he couldn't dodge the attack, Lai closed his eyes and waited for the sword to fall, but after a long moment, he slowly opened them. Contrary to Lai's expectations, Nock didn't continue the attack, but instead sheathed his sword, leaving him surprised. Why did he stop? Growing impatient, Li asks, "What are you doing?" Nock replies nonchalantly, "I have no opinion on the rules of this match." After a pause, he continued, finding the lack of excitement rather dull. Nock's response piqued Li's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What do you want?" Without delay, Nock proposes an alternative. "How about we wager on who wins and loses?" Perhaps not expecting this, His Highness frowns and silently observes Nock. After a moment's thought, Liu Yi smiled, as Nock's idea conveniently played into his own plans. He thought, "This will make it easy to get what I want." Without delay, Liu Yi agreed. "Very well, that will make things more interesting. I accept." Nock suggested they set the stakes after the fight, but that proposal was rejected. Liu Ye says, "Sorry, but I'm rather impatient, so I'll just say it now." Without hesitation, Nock agrees. "I don't care about gods." L.Y. chuckled quickly, stating his terms. "If I win, He looked at Nock and said, I want you under my command instead of Pelopi. Nock, confused, asked, what do you mean? But Lai wasn't fooled by the act. He continued, saying there was no point in pretending. Lai suddenly recalled the past, blurting out, weren't you captivated by my sister? That's why you saved her in the forest. Upon hearing this, Nock cursed inwardly, realizing the misunderstanding. He quickly explained, my apologies, but I saved Princess Pelopi simply out of duty to the royal family. I have no other intentions, he continued, nor do I have any reason to do so. If it weren't for Lai's assumptions, he'd be much more relieved right now. Then this will be easy. He emanated power immediately, changing the initial condition. Become my knight. I want you to be my shadow, not the shadow of the Renhofer family, and swear allegiance to me. After hearing the condition, Nox replied, if you win this match, I will. Though he said that the power gap between Nox and Lai was too great, and he considered another possibility. And if I get hurt here, then I'll just blame you. Watching the fight from above, the princess was worried, thinking of who he would blame: the Eden family, Ren Hafer, and Pelopi. With that thought, Ly immediately lunged forward, swinging his sword with immense power and a triumphant grin. Blame your own foolishness for not realizing the outcome was decided from the very beginning. Li lunged forward, his sword drawing ever closer. I could see at a glance that my blade couldn't pierce those creations. A sword hurtles toward Nock, but luckily he dodges it. Still, evasion alone won't solve the problem. I can't break through those creations to hurt him right now. Nock smirks at his opponent. A bright orb appears. The creation of the Great Sage, the highest level celestial body, is shining. The system immediately asks, name the owner. To use the celestial body, you only have one chance. Will you use it? Nock smirks and after some deliberation finally decides to use this item, thinking they'll be surprised he knows the Celestial's owner, but his survival comes first. Before his opponent could react, Louis swung his sword again. Nock dodged, trying to find a way to destroy the golden armor. There was only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor. As Nock finished the command, a bright gem appeared from within him, identifying the celestial owner as Von Callius. The gem shone again. It was the Philosopher's Stone, the highest grade celestial body now radiating brilliantly. Once confirmed, the system immediately announces that the user's name has been registered. Nock von Renfer, the celestial being, will remember your name as its second owner. Once the owner is determined, the Great Sage artifact transforms according to its master's power, emitting a dark aura as the system announces a temporary surge in mana. Lu Wei stood defensively against Nock, tossing the orb into the air. The Great Sage's remains, quickly unleashing its power, its light threatening to obliterate everything, as Lu Wei braced himself with his sword. He looked up, gritting his teeth as he asked, what are you doing? Holding the treasure only made Nock more confident. This match? Louis asked him. There's no rule against using magic, is there? Caught off guard, Louis angrily shouted. What? Lou couldn't believe Nock's power. He really underestimated him, a half using magic. Why? Watched the sphere above grow brighter, his mind racing, thinking about the immense magical power. Black energy radiated from the sphere as Nock calmly asked, you're familiar with this, aren't you? It's a magic bullet. Why? Looked up his face, growing more panicked. The orb unleashed immense power, revealing a bottomless dark circle from which purple arrows began to emerge. They all rushed towards Nock calmly watches on, saying, I hope you can dodge them. Magic continues to emanate from the creation in Nock's hand. Having said what he needed to, Nock politely called out, Your Highness. From the depths of the black hole, more magic arrows shot forth. Li struggles to defend himself, his initial confidence now completely gone. 2 more arrows follow, but Li manages to dodge them just in time. Another arrow strikes his shoulder and he instantly feels the pain. He grits his teeth, thinking how unpleasant this is. As Lu Wei deflects an arrow with his sword, another assailant rushes him from behind. He immediately senses something is wrong. Before he could react, an arrow pierced his back, sending him hurtling forward. He couldn't believe it, questioning how this was even possible. Wasn't the Ren Hackber family famous for their swordsmanship? The ground is cracked from their battle, and after the surprise attack, quickly regains his footing, marveling at his opponent's magical talent. Lu Wei focuses on his opponent, unable to let his guard down as he coughs up blood, thinking to himself that if he had been born with this power, he would never have been able to win. Above him still floats the dark orb, and behind him arrows await the command to strike. He looked at him and said, I know what you're thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrows unleashed even more magic. Nock clenches his fist, explaining to Lai that there will be no tricks. He extends his hand, and the arrows above follow. He continued, At least this is better than the 100,000 layers you're hiding behind. The more Lai heard, the angrier he became. His face twisted in anger as he roared, How dare a wretch from a dark clan mock me? Arrows hung motionless between them, awaiting Nock's command. Nock looked at him and replied, Weren't you mocking me first? Lys was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Nock remained calm, revealing what he knew to Li. Didn't you arrange this match to mock the Black family and deny my achievements? Above, Pelopi and Aina were relieved to hear Lisa's intentions directly from Nock. Forcing a biased match in your favor? Surely that damages the royal family's honor. Lai was stunned by the accurate accusation, unsure how to react, and glared at Nock with a deep frown. From Lai's hand, a glowing blue cube appears. As it fully materializes, magic radiates from it, enveloping L. In an instant, a blue aura surrounds them both. It emanated from the cube in his hand. Inside, Lee glared at Nock, cursing the bastard, knowing this would lead to his defeat and humiliation. Not understanding, Nock calmly asks, "What do you intend to accomplish with this?" Liu Yi angrily retorts, "That's not something you should be asking me." His face twisted with rage as he continued, "I've heard a lot about you being crazy, but I never thought you'd dare to defy me like this." Faced with the Grand Prince's defiance, Nock calmly listened, knowing that when this fight ends, the royal guards will come to kill him. After a moment of silence, Nock finally spoke. That's what he said. From his sleeve, Nock produces another orb. He spoke, "Do you want me, your prized disciple, to die here?" As the headmaster was mentioned, the orb glowed, and Lai stared at it in disbelief, shouting, "What a?" Voice emanates from within, laced with disdain. The orb glowed brighter, its demonic energy intensifying as the voice continued, "Since it's a request, I shall grant it." Hearing this, Lai quickly recognized the voice's owner. Could this voice belong to the newly appointed headmaster? The sphere spoke once more. "Have we met before?" Noah said with a smile as she fully materialized, addressing Prince Lee. Noah coldly says, "While you're not very likable if you intend to kill my precious disciple with your power, then, as one of the 4 saints, I'll wager my honor to kill you." Lai grew increasingly panicked, rendered speechless. Nock remained still, leaving everything in the headmaster's hands for the time being. He smiled faintly, remembering a conversation before the match began. A voice from within the room saying, "I heard the royals are planning to reward you." Nock sat across from Noah asking, "For saving the royal family, or so I hear." Noah cheerfully replied, "That's right." His face darkened and he said sternly, "It's not going to work. I'll die if I go there." In contrast to his tension, Noah calmly ate her cake, listening intently. "As you know," Nock sighed, continuing, "hardly anyone from the Black family has ever returned alive from there." Noah calmly took a bite of her pastry and replied, "You're right. Nom nom nom." Seeing Noah's lack of concern, Nock immediately snatched the half-eaten pastry from her. Nock held the cake high, preventing Noah from reaching it, and sternly asked, "Even now you're still eating cake?" "Why does the cake have to suffer?" Noah says, chasing after him. He finally relented, bending down in helpless supplication. "Please just listen to me," Noah said, taking the cake from Nox's hand. He continued, "If the headmaster speaks up, the prince will stop tormenting and bothering me, right?" Noah laughed, saying that she wouldn't get a reward then, and she deserves one for doing well. Nock paused, considering, then replied, "That's still better than getting a reward, and only having my head to show for it. I don't understand how things got so complicated." Hearing that, Noah excitedly said that magic has developed to the point where limbs can be quickly reattached. "But I don't know about the head." Noah's answer was infuriating. Clenching his fist, Nock asked, "Did you really say that to your disciple?" Seeing his resistance, Noah changed tactics. "So, if there was a safe way to go there and get the reward, what would you do?" Noah asked, producing a blue crystal ball surrounded by mana, while Nox kept saying, "There's no way, there's a way like that." The orb reflected Nock's image, and back in reality, Nock glanced at Noah, realizing the crystal was a form of long-distance communication device. As she casts her spell, the orb emits even more mana. Nock continues to speculate that unlike other artifacts, it can transfer magic to the other side. He glanced at Luis, again hesitant. Furthermore, after the long fight, Lee was exhausted, and his armor was starting to crack in places. Besides, Noah's presence here gave Nock some peace of mind, knowing that, no matter how strong the prince was, he couldn't touch the leader of Eladin and one of the 4 saints. Nock looked away, saying sarcastically, "How strange the headmaster is, never usually this helpful." Noah immediately said, "Nock, everyone can hear you." Noah forces a smile, his eyes gleaming, as he says, "If you don't need my help anymore, I'll be going." Nock turns away, avoiding her gaze. "Oh, I was just saying that I still need your help." The 3 look at each other in silence as Leah's weak body emanates power. He struggled to his feet, forcing himself to speak. "It's just..." After a long pause, Louis lowered his voice, pleading, "It's just a misunderstanding. If I had known you were Headmaster Noah's beloved student, I wouldn't have done that." On the contrary, Noah was not pleased with him, and immediately corrected him. "Who is your headmaster? Don't act like we're close. I was close to your father, not you. And you're not my student." Noah finally rebuked him, a statement that completely humiliated Ly, who could only grit his teeth in anger, powerless to retaliate. Lai immediately changed his tune, trying to explain, "I apologize, so what can I do to appease you?" Noah didn't say much, simply replying, "Beg." Staring him down, she continued, "Beg my disciple for forgiveness, and I'll spare you." Nock glanced at Noah, forcing a smile. He thought to himself, never expecting him to go this far. Hearing that he had to humble himself before Nock, Lee clenched his fist, trembling with anger. But after a moment of silence, he was finally forced to speak. "I apologize." Nock, pleased with the attitude, said with a hint of triumph, "Because I am so merciful, I will forgive you." Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but tease him. How embarrassing. Looking at the barrier surrounding them, Noah said, "I'll be watching the match, so let's keep it fair and drop the barrier." Unable to defy her, L could only resign himself to nodding in agreement. "Yes, yes." The ground suddenly cracks from a small blow, and while Lai still holds the blue cube, Nock closes in with his sword. He could only resign himself and say, I understand now. Nock's eyes lit up, his hand clenching into a fist. His movements were so fast only the flash of his sword could be seen, as his opponent's head was struck. When the barrier fell, the audience witnessed the outcome. Nock stood victorious. The loser beneath him is none other than the first Prince Lai, leaving the nobles in stunned disbelief. From the stands an old man booms. A member of the Black family dares to challenge His Highness, she exclaimed. What? The bearded man next to her looked utterly bewildered. How can this be? Even Pelarapi can't hide her shock at the outcome. She stammered. How could this be beside Ekina? A voice full of disbelief wondered. Does that Nox have 2 lives? Echina's eyes remained glued to the arena as she wondered. Does he have 2 lives? To be so reckless? Pelopi, sensing something mysterious about Nox, said. Speculation is pointless. Ekina suspects he's hiding something. Penelope wonders if a powerful force is spreading through the AIM Empire. Nonsense. Penelope's final guess seems to be correct. Noah, a major figure, was truly protecting him, so could there be something else behind him? Penelope's eyes remained fixed on Nock, as she quietly told Ekina, we must bring him under my command at any cost. Ekina reluctantly replied, yes, as much as I hate to admit it, no Ren Hakber's skills are impressive. Immediately Ina recalled Nock's appearance in the forest. She recalls his exceptional talent during enrollment, and his striking presence at the ceremony. Nock wields a black sword. He stood there, his eyes fixed on the figure on the ground. Ekina continued, furthermore, this match shows he has no intention of joining Grand Prince Li's faction. Penelope smiled, then turned to Ekina and whispered, then we must act. Ekina asked, do you have a plan? Penelope lowered her head and gestured to Ekina. Ekina immediately leaned in to hear the princess's plan, but as she listened, she couldn't believe her ears and stammered, are you serious? A soldier with a beard bellowed, get the Grand Prince to the infirmary and cover this up. The maids around them listened intently, filled with worry. Everyone moved quickly, and the butler instructed the nobles, who had watched the entire match, warning them not to breathe a word of what happened today, to anyone understood. Below chaos reigned, but above, the princess reveled in it, listening to the cries from below. Your Highness, please wake up. Amidst the surrounding chaos, Nock stood silently betraying no emotion, while 2 maids rushed to support Elle, and soldiers frantically attended to the first prince, calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness. As darkness falls, night envelops the magnificent palace. In a quiet room, Nock sits on the bed weary, rubbing his forehead relieved to be alive. He recalled Lys in the arena, cursing the mad prince under his breath. Then he remembered Lys pulling out the jade cube, and couldn't help but think, no wonder they call him the architect of bad endings. Finally, he recalled Lai charging at him with his sword, placing the jade on the bed. Nock hesitated. After all, he vaguely remembered the owner of this jade, thinking to himself as expected, his items are quite useful. Nock juggles the jade like a ball, amused thinking, it's useful not just in the early stages, but even in the late game. The jade in his hand emits a dark purple aura, and Nock stares into it saying, I can't deny that having this makes dealing with the prince a little easier. Sitting on the bed, his face relaxed, he muttered to himself, next time I'll rely on more than just luck. A knock at the door caught his attention. More wary than ever, he wondered if the Grand Prince had come for revenge. Nock gripped his sword, thinking it was too soon for that. Sword raised in defense, he asked, who is it? There are 2 people outside, cloaked in black. I can't make out who they are. The person who knocked replied, it is I, No von Ranhackber. Only then did he realize it was Ekina and Penelope. Ekina continued, the princess wishes to speak with you privately. Huh, it's not the Crown Prince coming for revenge. After a moment, Nock hesitantly asked, now? Aina bluntly replied, yes, right now. His face showed a hint of confusion and worry began to creep into his heart. This could be troublesome. He couldn't refuse the princess, so he stepped forward, opened the door and said to them, come in. Standing opposite Nock was Penelope, the princess who passed by him without a word. Aina followed, leaning against the door as she waited. Nock cuts to the chase, asking, what brings you here? Without waiting for Penelope's answer, he clarifies, if you're here to question my duel with the Grand Prince, the outcome is already decided. Penelope simply chuckled, replying softly, no, why would I do that? Nock von Ranharken, don't play dumb. Nock, confused, asked, what do you mean? Penelope chuckled, can you imagine me having dinner with him? Seeing him still standing, Penelope told him to sit and they sat down across from each other. Nock spoke seriously, princess, it's almost midnight. There's no need to rush. You could have come at any time. Looking at Penelope, Nock sensed she didn't seem too concerned about his worries. No, it's fine. Nock frowned, wondering what she was thinking, wandering around at this hour. Remembering the other nobles he knew, their tongues were sharp, but he couldn't say it to the princess, so he muttered to himself, if rumors spread, she'll be the one to blame. Penelope voiced his concerns directly. Are you afraid of a scandal? He avoided her gaze quickly, replying, that's right. The princess entering a child of the lower world's room at midnight is already a problem. Penelope simply responded, I think so too. That statement left Nock stunned. What did she say? Penelope, however, remained calm, continuing, scandal is inevitable, which is why I've come. This only confused Nock further, a barrage of questions echoing in his mind. What? What is she talking about? Explain yourself, you lunatic, he finally snapped. Princess, if you don't explain clearly. Before he could finish his sentence, Belalopi called his name, Nok von Ren Hackber. Nok looked up and quickly replied yes. The princess closed her eyes, then opened them wide, staring directly at him as she spoke his name, finally revealing her intentions to marry him. The crimson moon casts an eerie glow, painting the surroundings in a blood-red hue, as slivers of light pierce through the tiled gaps. In a vast, solemn chamber, a large round table sits at the center, surrounded by 6 chairs, each meant for one person, but only 4 are currently occupied. Luna speaks softly. She looked at everyone and asked, did that rookie really head towards the river of evil in the capital? The hooded man with 3 long scars near his eyes replied, yes, it seems so. It looks like the royal family is involved. Luna sighed. So, that's their decision. Tesk, do they even realize the trouble they're walking into? A blue-haired woman chuckled, saying it was just as she'd expected. Lunatic Marine's very own member. Marine hesitated, then continued. That's why you can't trust kids. Seeing everyone's silence, she went on. There must be a reason the captain accepted him, but I still don't believe it. Before Marine could finish, the man beside her interrupted. Marine, watch your tongue. That man is a member of Lunatic Kai. Kai sternly asks, does the captain need your permission to recruit members? Marine, realizing who she's angered, hurriedly explains. Vice Captain, I didn't mean it that way. But Kai continues to scold. Insubordination is unacceptable, especially in an organization like ours that stands in opposition to the royalty. The argument ends when Luna speaks up. Enough, let's talk about the new recruit. Sparks flew as the iron hook scraped against the door, and another man with a hook for a hand called out from behind. But Captain, that's lunatic member Grego. Unlike Kai, who criticized Marine, Gregory agreed, saying, I think Marine has a point. Both the captain and Marine turned to CGO, who continued, it's been a while since the lunatics recruited anyone, hasn't it? What sparked this idea? Luna didn't elaborate, simply stating, I'm intrigued. But Sai seemed to understand her, countering, there's no way our captain would be interested in a rookie, right? Or does it have something to do with his family? Luna replied sternly, no, it has nothing to do with the Renhar family. She continued, it's simply his connection to Lunatic. But the kid really seems to hate his family. That statement surprised Kai. That was quite unexpected. To be certain, Marine suggested they verify this information. Marine continued, why would a Renfer heir willingly help a criminal organization? This needs to be verified. Marine's words held merit, and Luna pondered for a long while. After a moment of thought, she spoke. Very well, Marine makes a valid point. Finally, Luna ordered, let's do it. Assign the rookie his first mission, she continued. We'll see what he's capable of, and if he'll betray us. Because this was Marine's idea from the start, Luna looked at her after making the decision, and asked, what do you think? Marine frowned, recalling her early days, and feeling a pang of injustice. She hadn't even received a mission in her first year. After much deliberation, Marine finally agreed, but there was no way to verify this. She replied, okay, I think it's fine too. The scarred man quickly spoke up. I agree. Kai didn't object either. Sounds good to me, Gregory said, so I'm in. With no objections, Luna turned to Marine and gave her the order. Now that's settled, Marine, you'll be taking the lead this time as a senior, Luna said with a smile. Hearing the word senior, Marine was overjoyed, stammering, I'm finally a senior. She thought to herself how sweet that word sounds. Marine grins, thinking, rookie, I don't know who you are, but I'll show you what a real senior is made of. Finally, someone asks, may I ask what this mission is about? Beneath the academy lies a dark and ominous basement rumored to house the cursed pawn demon stone. Luna recalled it, and this was the mission, a hidden staircase in the academy's basement, where 72 demons were concealed by Eladin's guidance. Reports indicate that the demon pawn magic stone is located there. After the brief introduction, Luna finally addressed the main objective. While the rookie stalls for time, we'll steal it. Looking at Marine, she asks, Marine, support the rookie. Can you handle that? Marine eagerly responds, of course. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her, oh Marina. It was Lunatic Eel who approached. Eel looked at her happily, congratulating her. Congratulations. Finally, you're out of the organization's basement, Eel continued. Do your best, Marine replied eagerly. Yes, I'll do my best. Elsewhere, the princess gazes at Noah and softly speaks his name, Noah von Reinherz. She quickly made her proposal, you must marry me. The sudden offer left him in shock. What? But he knew the marriage wasn't so simple, so he asked, what reason do you have for that conclusion? Without hesitation, Belalopi stated, you must know my position and influence within the royal family. Hearing this, Knox felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself, so that's it, I thought she was head over heels for this guy's face. That was a shock. Belalopi looked at him, then continued. The royal family is currently divided into 2 factions. The Emperor Esteban is in poor health and could pass at any moment. Knowing this, Belalopi explains, my father, King Esteban von Achim, is gravely ill, and rumors say he will soon abdicate the throne. Holding her teacup, Belalopi continued, of the 2 factions, one is led by my brother. First, Prince Li's faction holds the majority. Pelopi paused, then continued. The other faction belongs to me. Princess Penelope's information makes Nox suspicious, and he asks, "Why reveal such important information to me?" Setting down her teacup, Penelope replied, "Indeed, my faction is currently at a severe disadvantage. My brother, Prince Li, has more trust than I do. He's the firstborn and has made more connections with the nobility. Among those nobles, each seeks their own gain, and Li is the one who provides it. They've secretly discussed the rewards they'll receive once he ascends the throne." After hearing everything from Penelope, Nock understood the situation and asked directly, "Princess, do you want to become the new king?" Penelope replied, "That's part of what I want. I can't stand by and watch Lis the First destroy the empire my father built." The mere mention of Lis filled Penelope with dread. "You understand, don't you, that veiled cynicism and the way he treats people like tools?" Nock softly replied, "Yes, I know." At the same time, he thought to himself that this was why Lis was called the bringer of the dark end. "I already know that." Penelope stood up and continued, "I also need a force to help me." Leaving her seat, she approached Nock, a powerful force the prince hadn't targeted and wouldn't easily overthrow. Nock immediately asked, "Are you saying that's me?" The full moon outside cast a faint light into the room, and after the question Penelope answered without hesitation, "Exactly." Having received her answer, Nock makes his decision, saying, "I apologize, princess." He thinks to himself that if the princess is involved, there will be no turning back, and he needs to avoid this. Penelope voiced her expectations of him, saying it would be too easy if he lacked ability or was betrothed to the Steel Liners. This made Nock awkward, unsure of what to do. The system immediately alerted the hesitant player his acting genius trait wavering. His thoughts wavered as well, and he inwardly resigned himself to his fate. He knew it himself, and couldn't help but wonder. He asked Pel, "But are you sure you'll be okay with someone like me?" Nock patiently tries to reason with Penelope, saying his reputation may not be enough to serve her even with his skills. But the princess doesn't seem worried, instead saying, "From now on, this will be our plan, so listen carefully. You saved me in the nameless forest, didn't you?" Nook affirmed her question, and Penelope's hand instinctively reached for his. "Even though you were born into a dark family, you saved me." Nook was slightly surprised, his eyes fixed on her hand, holding his, and he answered with a yes, a sense of unease rising within him. "Indeed," she says, "but something feels off." Penelope looks at him and asks, "Should we say you fell for me first or was it I?" The princess's words stunned him. "What?" He kept asking, "Princess, are you serious?" Penelope held Nock's hands tightly, explaining gently, "Nothing is truly impossible. Royals can choose their partners as they wish." And looking at his dazed face, Penelope wonders, who knows what might happen? Penelope wondered if she might actually fall for his handsome face. Night falls on the grand castle, and Nock finally gets to rest, but can't help but sigh helplessly as he lies down. DJ Chi looks at Nock and whispers, "Master Nock." DJ Chi held a newspaper, her eyes fixed on the headline as she continued, "Looks like you need to make some corrections." The headline screams that Princess Penelope fell in love with the knight at first sight. The opposition saved her. This is news about Princess Penelope, who has been embroiled in numerous scandals recently. Princess Penelope has announced her engagement to Envon Renfer, the youngest son of the Renfer family, her classmate and spouse from the Elohim Academy. Nock sighed, staring at the article, and helplessly replied, "So the news is already out. When the princess wants something, she gets it. I've heard so much has happened, but how did things end up like this?" DJ Chi couldn't help but wonder. "I really don't get it." Nock sat up and replied, "It's simple, we're caught up in the royal family's succession battle." DJ Chi asked with concern, "Succession struggle?" He curtly replied, quickly explaining Penelope's actions. She was using him to prevent Prince Li from ascending the throne and to seize the crown for herself. That's why she suddenly chose me to marry. DJ Chi's face showed a hint of worry. "I've heard Prince Li has been gathering forces to his side lately." She finally reveals her own reasons. "But Renhar is a dark one, and I don't really want her working with us," Nock quickly replied. "That's the reason." DJ Chi didn't understand, and quickly asked, "Yes." Nock's face is etched with helplessness as he continues. She said, "It's because I'm incompetent." DJ Chi was embarrassed, unsure how to respond, as Nock sat on the bed, unable to stop himself from cursing, "That damn princess." He ruffled his hair in frustration, saying, "She used me because she knew my family abandoned me, damn it." Suddenly, Nook looked up, his eyes snapping to one side. He grabbed his sword and headed back the way he came, leaving DJ Chi confused by his sudden change in demeanor. He hid behind the wall, signaling DJ Chi to be quiet, then peeked through the window, wondering who would come here so late. The full moon hangs in the sky, but magic has painted everything in crimson hues, and a figure stands atop the palace roof. Nock looked up, his eyes widening as he observed intently, then suddenly ducked down, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with interest. It begins. Under that influence, his eyes suddenly turned red. As Nock receives the information, Luna's first mission arrives: recruit new members and contact the assistant in the Marine Academy library. Standing next to Nock, DJ Chi stared intently, moving closer, her eyes fixed on what lay ahead. Nock silently offered a wry smile. Across from him, Marine stood watching, intently, carefully observing Nox's every move through her binoculars. Lowering her binoculars, she grudgingly admits he's as handsome as rumored, every move noted by Marine. Despite her earlier compliment, she still can't change her perception of him. He's just a kid, not worthy of Luna's recognition. Finally, Marine says, I give in, I have to confirm it myself. With NC, Marine feels a little interested to see if he can become the new face of Lunatic. In the vast library, everyone was engrossed in their work, oblivious to what was happening around them. As China approached Nock with a tall stack of books. Opening a book, Nock muttered, Professor Ross, why did he come back? Slamming the book, shut. Nock gritted his teeth, something's not right. Before leaving, Ross told him to find the headmaster immediately. He then handed the stack of books to Nock, forcing a smile as he asked, Sorry Nock, can you take care of the cleanup here? After handing off his work, Ross didn't forget to say goodbye. The more Nock thought about it, the angrier he got, blurting out, That bastard behind Aina. Stop it, she interrupted. Don't call the professor that. Nock turns, still annoyed, asking, Do you understand the struggles of a graduating student? Akina repeats the question, puzzled. Graduating student, Nock muttered, turning away. Becoming the professor's pet is more trouble than I thought. Finally, he warned, So be quiet and orderly, I'm about to lose it. Akina responded curtly. All right. Almost everyone was already seated in the library. Nock walked out carrying a stack of books when Aina suddenly called out to him. Annoyed, Nock says, If you're just going to talk nonsense, don't blame me for ignoring you. Akina replies, That's not it. It seems we just don't like each other. Nock turns, retorting, Just think about what you've done. His words strike a nerve, causing her to feel ashamed. With a sigh, she finally says, I'm sorry for what happened with the princess. I don't expect you to sympathize with me. China's apology surprises Nock, who wonders why she would do that. He cautiously asked, What do you want? Aina replied, I heard you have someone you're going to marry. Before Nock could answer, Akina continued, I think the princess announced the engagement to make you suffer more. Nock cautiously asked, Are you talking about the engagement? Actually, I was a little surprised, but why are you the one apologizing? China replied. Simple, I didn't ask you, a member of the Black family, to support our side. After all that talk, we're finally getting to the point. I just want to say that the princess isn't that kind of person. Nock remained silent, then finally said dryly, Keep the princess safe, while his mind raced. He recalled the characters he'd met before, and couldn't help but feel that this one was different from any he'd experienced in the game. Nock looked at his hand and muttered, How frustrating. He wondered, is this amusement or sympathy as a gamer? Nock clenched his fist, telling himself, Forget it. After a long moment of thought, he responds to Aina, leaving her stunned and in disbelief. I believe she has her reasons, he continued. All I can do now is sort through this mess of books, so just leave me to it. Akina looked at him, bowing respectfully, as she said, Renfer, I sincerely thank you. Nock placed the book on the shelf, adding, Just act normal, don't say such polite things. As the book is placed in the empty space, it suddenly emits a faint red glow, prompting Nock to immediately retrieve it and cautiously survey his surroundings. Incomprehensible words appeared on the cover, and Marine Corps successfully sent a mission request. Nock thought to himself that he didn't like the way they contacted him. He turned to Aina and said, Wait here, I need to check something. Ina turned back to him and replied, Do whatever you want. Book in hand, he left the library. Opening it, strange ancient characters appeared, and Nock read aloud, Demons, sealed, in the night of slaughter. The Pawn's Monostone is hidden beneath the academy, and this is the mission Luna has given him. He thought to himself about the plan to steal it, to swipe the academy's internal structure information, and deceive as many people as possible. A smirk crept across his face, it was finally beginning. From this moment forward, Nock has determined his first move, Inner Lunatic, the true beginning of this brutal game. Nock clenched his fist, chuckling to himself, finally it begins. Inner Lunatic, his eyes glowed red, mirroring the crimson sky, a harbinger of what's to come. The first act of this hellish game begins, and in the palace a few rooms remain lit, revealing Emma's fearful expression. The maid looked at the figure, huddled under the covers, and asked worriedly, My lady, are you all right? Emma hesitated. You've been like this for 2 days now. If you're not feeling well. Talia remained silent, clutching the blanket tightly in her hands. Emma looked at her mistress, then at Nox, wondering how he knew the princess. Remembering the published article, Emma seriously considered that no matter how handsome he was, choosing a partner from the Black family was. Remembering the clan leader, Emma trembled with fear, knowing he would kill Nox instantly if he found out about his daughter. Emma's face hardens as she realizes the potential consequences. This could lead to conflict between the two families. The maid approached the bed softly, calling out to Talia, Miss, please stop. Suddenly, Talia stood up straight, dropping the blanket. The maid was surprised by the young lady's sudden change. Ah, my lady. Talia stepped out of bed and faced her, her eyes hollow and empty as she whispered Emma. Terrified by her mistress's current state, the maid trembled and stammered yes, thinking to herself, how frightening. Talia touched her body, smiled and said, Today I've finally come of age. Emma stepped back, still trembling with fear, not understanding her mistress's words. What do you mean? Emma asks. Talia replies grimly, I've realized someone has stolen what is mine, and now I've finally learned. With that, a smile crept across her face. Father was right. Talia repeated the words her father had once told her, if you don't want to lose anything, you have to become strong. Emma didn't know what to say, she could only stammer. Yes. Again, Talia asked softly, Is that so, Emma? Emma didn't know how to respond and could only remain silent. Talia remained silent, her gaze intensifying Emma's fear for her young mistress. All Emma could do was think, "Save yourself, Master Knox." Speaking of Pawn, that's a long story. Duke Pawn, the demon who caused the massacre that led to Minox's death. Pawn the demon who reversed Noah's time, turning him into a child and killing him in the main storyline of the first part. Knox cloaks himself in a black robe, concealing his presence. Having learned everything about Pawn and his own abilities, he knows he can't kill him with his current strength. Step by step, Knock approaches the water, thankful he's wearing white as he immerses himself in the river. After bathing in the river of evil, my stats randomly increased, and I received a system notification. A hidden fragment has been discovered bathing in the river of evil. His hand gently touches the water, and a golden light surrounds him. The system then announces that the stats have increased by ±2, and mana is randomly and continuously added. Mana increased ±1. Mana increased ±1. Water pours down from above. But that's not all. Knock continues to recite the ancient incantations, and as soon as he finishes, the system notifies him that a hidden piece has been activated. The two ancient and dragon language symbols light up, and Knock now holds everything in his grasp. The player has learned ancient language and dragon language. He couldn't help but think that if he weren't marrying the princess, this would have been an incredible discovery. Then a voice called out to him from above. "Looks like you made it on time. I thought you might get lost on the way here, the path is quite treacherous." The person was Marine. Knock turned around and asked, "Are you Marine?" Marine replied, "That's right, Marine is my call sign." She held up a finger signaling, "Listen up, you're being rude." Marine reiterated, "I'm your senior and your guide, and I'm 2 years older than you, got it." Knock simply replied that he understood. Inwardly, he thought that Marine was actually the most annoying person in Lunatic, as the system quickly displayed her information. Basic information. Name, Marine. Gender, female. Age, 17. Race, human. Main element, water. Title, official member of Lunatic. A long list appeared with positive attributes: cheerful, admiring, trustworthy, strong, a mana-sensing prodigy, an archery genius, a know-it-all vitality, 12 mana, 12 luck, 6 instinct, 13, charm, 20. Skills: passive auto-aim, active water bullets. Nuke thought to himself that there was one thing he really hated about her. Unaware Marine smugly declared that he was now her junior and must speak respectfully to her. Nuke didn't back down, saying bluntly, "What are you saying, old woman?" though the last part he kept to himself, noting her negative know-it-all trait. Hearing his words, Marine angrily shouts, "Are you calling me old-fashioned? Not at all." She frowned at him, then pointed directly at his face, declaring the world was nothing but trash. He calmly replied that she seemed to enjoy rambling. Marine then jumped down, declaring, "Therefore you need to respect me." She was incredibly arrogant. She reminded him, "I joined Lunatic a few years before you, and I'm also 2 years older." He replied, "I heard that already." He then asked her, "So, what will you do if you earn the respect of someone like me?" Flustered, she replied, "Well, Lunatic has rules." Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind them, and he warned her, "Wait, someone's coming. Let's head back to base first." Seeing him like that only angered her more. She sighed, resigned. "Haha, it's your first mission, so I'll let it slide this time." She snapped her fingers, and a magic scroll appeared before him. Marine offered her hand, saying, "I'll teleport back to base like you said." She reminded him, "Tear the scroll first." He smiled and took it. Knox surmised that it was a low-grade teleportation scroll. He tore the scroll in half, releasing a burst of magical light. Sensing the magical energy, he marveled that it was just like the game. A purple light emanated from the scroll, enveloping him. The two vanish in an instant, and moments later, a burst of light erupts within the base as she groans in discomfort. Ugh. Her head spinning, she groans. "How many times have I used this teleportation scroll, and I still can't get used to it?" As soon as she finishes, Marine calls out, "Sit down for now. Although I've already given you a brief overview of our first mission, I'll explain it again, so listen carefully." Marine asks, "You've heard of the Night of Slaughter, haven't you?" Both then think of the sealing stone of Pawn. He casually replied, "Of course." Knock recounted what he knew. The great demon Pawn was sealed, thanks to the combined efforts of Headmaster Noah Swordsman Celsus and Lord Theo. That's why the day of his defeat is remembered as such. She agreed. Yes, Pawn is very dangerous. He was a monster that even the most talented swordsmen and sages of the continent could barely contain, she recounted, recalling their helplessness. Suddenly, Marine emphasizes the purpose of their mission. The seal has been in place for so long, they can't pinpoint the exact location of the Soul Stone. He calmly states, "But now we've found its location, and it's beneath the academy. So Lunatic gave us the task of creating a diversion to destroy that magic stone." Right. Seeing this, she complimented him, saying he caught on quickly. She says, "Aside from calling me Miss instead of Senior, you might actually be useful." Knock annoyed tells her to drop the petty issue. Seeing him like that, she paused, taking offense. Trivial. He asked if the plan to seize the stone had been decided. Marine sighed. Roughly it's scheduled for the Eldon Academy's free study hall at night. She then explained the plan to him. He would be responsible for keeping the other students and academy teachers occupied in the school so they couldn't interfere. Seeing this, he wondered if it was even possible, asking, what if we accidentally damage the magic stone and Pawn is revived? She smirks, as if he doesn't know how skilled Captain Lunatic is, confidently stating, he's the youngest swordsman of the three who saved the ruined continent, so what you said won't happen. He lamented, if only things would go as smoothly as Marine says, but that won't happen. He knew Pawn would be resurrected in this part. Though not in perfect condition, even the slightest slip-up could lead to the Academy's complete destruction. This main arc's first chapter is called Rookie Guillotine, Labyrinth, and Carnage. Nock secretly resolves to play both hero and villain to save the Academy's characters, reminding himself to stay focused. Nock then asked her, I want a detailed explanation of the plan. In an old basement, someone was walking towards the red light. Before him was an orb radiating a terrifying energy. Rick stared intently at it, then suddenly said, everything is ready. He raised his hand and requested, now all you need to do is create chaos on Earth as you did in the past. A voice emanated from the stone, praising, well done. Although it's difficult to fully regenerate because those bastards made me lose too much magic, this is enough for now. The voice within the stone asked, you're Rick, aren't you? To which he placed a hand over his heart and replied, yes. B reminds him that if he succeeds, he'll become a true demon, not just a half-demon. Warning, don't disappoint me. He then gives a sinister smile as back at the academy everyone gathers together, and he feels utterly helpless. Eleno glances at Penelope, who looks relaxed, and then at Talia, whose face is dark. Suddenly, Penelope speaks up. I'm sorry, Talia, I hope you understand. She says human emotions can't be controlled at will. Annoyed, he looks at Penelope and says, Princess. He then looked at Talia with worried eyes. Talia. She fell silent, then suddenly smiled. He immediately felt uneasy, like he was going crazy. He'd completely forgotten to pay attention to Talia, and now trouble was brewing. She was radiating a terrifying aura. Talia glares at Penelope with animosity, while Nock, witnessing this, can only shake his head and turn away. He sighed, wondering, how did this happen? Cut to the school's assembly area where a voice echoed. Hey, did you guys hear? A student with glasses said cautiously. The school is selecting the top 7 students for nighttime tutoring. Another student wondered. Extra training. Does that mean those chosen get extra credit and privileges? The student next to him sighed regretfully. If only I had done better, I could have participated. The boy with glasses quickly extinguished his hope. Stop daydreaming. You couldn't even make it to the intermediate level. Besides, that position will belong to the nobles anyway. The glasses-wearing boy glanced over with disdain. Even if we commoners score high, we can't get in, the blonde said, as if I didn't already know. I'm well aware. The glasses-wearing student scoffed. Those nobles only think about themselves. They always talk about fairness, but look at them. His gaze turns to the noble students, laughing and joking. How is this academy any different from the world outside? Another student wondered, how could they understand what the elite were thinking? The girl beside her wondered, whispering, but who are the chosen 7? What are the conditions? He scratched his head, guessing. It must be based on scores. The blonde was now in tears, determined to get a high score no matter what. But the most surprising person is him, right? Just as he finished speaking, footsteps approached. Nock strode confidently forward, hands in his pockets as the crowd murmured. His handsome face shone brightly, captivating the other students. Seeing Nock, they couldn't help but whisper, isn't that the troublemaker from the Wren-Haver family? Though quiet, he heard every word. Nock thought to himself, I knew it. People are always talking about me wherever I go. I don't want the attention, but what can I do? Nock glances over a rookie killer. The most important part of the Demon Pawn storyline is a bizarre scene and a large surge of magic appearing in the middle of the magnificent castle. Nock quickly thought of his target score, an A+. He scoffed, finding it ridiculous. If he doesn't get a good grade, he can't participate in the night study event, and if that happens, he can't connect all the events together. An annoyed student muttered, that bastard is so irritating. The gray-haired student, green with envy, gritted his teeth and asked, he must have bribed someone, right? The glasses-wearer nonchalantly replies, yeah, probably. The gray-haired boy seethed, that guy's an enemy to us all. Let's get him expelled from the academy. Another student, annoyed, chimes in, idiot, haven't you heard the latest? He put his arm around the gray-haired student, revealing a secret that made him pale. Rumor has it he's engaged to the princess. You bad-mouthing him is a death wish. Hearing this, everyone grew fearful. What if he overheard our conversation? From afar, Nock cursed inwardly, I heard everything, you idiots. He didn't care, closing his eyes and sighing. Nock sank into thought, realizing he couldn't ruin his relationship with the lunatic organization over academy matters. He looked up, realizing that for someone like him planning to leave the Wren-Haver family, the organization was something he needed to exploit. He saw his name at the top of the list. The most crucial 7 days of night classes were about to begin. Nock turns to leave, thinking to himself that the demon pawn will be resurrected, and he must stop him. Back in the hall, Nock grimaced, realizing he'd forgotten to check who was ranked below him. Below him were Pelopi von Imtalia, von Stieliner, and Echidna von Xenos. Nock watched the scene unfold helpless. Is this some kind of real-life love triangle? A battle between the old flame and the new? He's caught in the middle of them. Nox grits his teeth, clenching his fist. Damn it, this is a disaster and I haven't even done anything yet. Talia narrowed, her eyes smiled sinisterly, and then said, I see, Princess, you sound bitter, but you turned to look at him. Nox is a very kind man. Talia's lips curled slightly. So, I think it's only natural that you've developed feelings for him. Pelopi responds with a polite smile. Oh my, thank you for your concern. As she finished speaking, Talia blurted out something that startled Penelope. Her eyes glazed over as she declared, I don't think I can stay silent and let this go. Her words leave Pelopi and Echidna stunned, as Talia speaks with unwavering resolve and a hint of provocation. The Stuno family values victory above all else, and what's mine will stay mine. No matter who you are, do you understand? Metalia flashed a pinkish-red glint of murderous intent, and Pelopi chuckled nervously. Then good luck to you. She brushes past him. I heard this marriage was arranged by your clan, Belopi remarked with a sly glance. Someone seems to think this marriage is serious. After a moment's hesitation, Nu says, even though you're engaged, I don't care. His eyes dart to the side, catching sight of a crimson magical energy swirling in the hall, revealing the words, everything in the academy will soon unfold. Nuke stares lost in thought. The scene shifts to him inside a prison cell, when a voice calls out, it's Marine, perched above her eyes as cold as ice. She sternly asks, what are you planning? As she finishes her question, Marine lands on the ground. She landed and immediately confronted him. Why are you spreading rumors that you're engaged to the princess? Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Nock looked away. So she's already heard the rumors. Honestly, I don't know what happened either. He insisted, but Marine replied sternly that the decision had already been made. Evaluating new recruits is my job. She drew her bow, declaring, I have to confirm whether you're worthy of lunatic and whether you'll betray us. Nock sighs defeated, then quickly draws his sword, preparing to attack. Then don't come to regret it. Marine is amused. She reaches back and draws an arrow, and Nock is now extremely wary. She nocks an arrow, firing a powerful shot. You're the one who should be worried. The arrow flew towards Nock, who deflected it just in time, but Marine had already appeared behind him. The royal archer fires another arrow, and Nock quickly turns to face it. Marine smiled, drawing back her bow, and warned, I'm going all out, so try not to die. Marine readies her bow, a smile on her face. I'll hold back, she says. It'd be a pain if you died. Instantly, an arrow of blue light and water hurtled toward him, and as he dodged, he realized Marine hadn't been lying. He realized she was truly a descendant of the lost legendary lineage, the merfolk. He watched her prepare to fire another arrow, realizing she inherited their bloodline, and the power in her water bullets was not to be underestimated. Even Luna, the leader of the lunatics, would have trouble completely blocking that. Attack. The screen displays genius acting skill is being strongly activated. He jumps back as she continues to aim her bow at him. He thought it best not to provoke her too much, watching the arrow fly towards him. He blocked the attack with his sword, realizing he couldn't earn her trust with his current strength. His eyes sharpened, realizing this could end in disaster. Water swirled around her bow, and he knew he had to achieve absolute victory in this battle. Then a powerful aura emanated from him. She declared that he may have gained the captain's recognition, but he was still the lowest-ranking member. Seeing his indifference, she angrily demands, "What's with that attitude? I want an explanation." She drew her bow again, continuing about his relationship with the princess, activating a water formation, and summoning countless streams from the ground, yelling about everything that had happened around him. The water rises, trapping him as she angrily asks, "Can you still call it a coincidence?" He raised his sword and coldly said, "You simply don't want to believe me, do you? So it's pointless for me to explain." She draws her bow water, gathering around the arrow's tip. She gritted her teeth. "Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant attitude." A tall wall of water appeared, blocking his vision, then turned into a whirlpool, immediately engulfing him in the sea. He coldly says, "You think such a petty trick will work on me?" Then he slashes at the swirling water with his sword. The slash cuts through the water, and it quickly dissipates. She immediately seized the opportunity to jump back behind him. Marine quickly drew her bow again, saying slyly, "I never thought something like that would work in the first place." She releases the arrow, saying, "All I needed was a small opening." The water arrow hurtles toward him. He suddenly turns to see the arrow behind him. The screen displays that the talent's moment skill has been activated, and your sense of time has been reduced. He could feel the arrow's movement slow compared to normal thanks to his skill. He casually dodges, thinking he didn't want to reveal his abilities just yet, but it seems he has no choice. His evasion stuns her. Her eyes widened as she wondered how he could dodge it from less than 10 meters away. Meanwhile, he raised his sword and struck the slash, cutting through the water and instantly surrounding her. A dark vortex quickly engulfs her water current, and she exclaims in shock, "What are you?" "That's not power a 15-year-old should possess," she continued, staring intently. "What's your goal in joining Lunatic?" "What do you want?" He coldly pointed his sword at her. She chuckled, "No matter." Reactivating her water magic, she declared, "I'll just find out myself." She then raised her bow and arrow to the sky, firing streams of water that shot towards the ceiling, forming a large arc around him. He raised his hand, conjuring a black orb, and released it into the water. Immediately, black arrows shot from the orb, piercing through her water streams. Her jaw dropped in shock, and then the two exchanged blows. She thought to herself, he's truly dangerous. She gritted her teeth, thinking even if he doesn't intend to exploit Lunatic. Looking at her water attacking his black arrows, she thought to herself, he's talented enough to be a threat to the captain if he ever intends to. Too rebel. She could sense he wasn't fighting at full strength and angrily thought that bastard is holding back against me. Why? Is he holding back to exploit us, or is it because I'm also a member of Lunatic? Just then he spoke. How long are you going to stand there and think? It's hard enough holding back with you. She yelled, I knew it. How dare you make a fool of the supervisor? Her face darkened, as she thought, I can't win. Is this the difference in talent between us? Even I don't know. Clenching her fist, she thought firmly, I'll definitely lose if I don't give it my all. Remembering the Lunatic members, she worried that they might all be defeated, and called out Noon Renher's name. He listened intently as she declared, I cannot recognize you as one of the Lunatic. She raised her bow again, continuing, You are indeed exceptional, but I cannot fathom the intent behind your actions. Her eyes narrowed, as she declared, I will follow Lunatic's laws and eliminate you as a potential threat. Her arrow glows, and he thinks this is it, the Mermaid Clan's secret water bullet. If I get hit, I'm done for in my current state. He's worried he can't dodge it, but there's nothing he can do now. And then she attacked him with the water bullet's secret art, the arrow fiercer and more resolute than before. Suddenly, a knife strikes, deflecting the arrow. She's shocked. A voice rings out, Marine, what do you think you're doing? It was Luna. She said I assigned the execution mission to Shin Pyong. Her eyes flashed as she angrily asked, So why is his execution part of it? He turned to look at her. Marine exclaimed, in surprise, Captain. He nodded. Greetings, Captain Luna. Standing above him, she said, The same goes for you, Shinping. If you two don't explain this situation clearly. Stern looks at them both, saying, I'm punishing you both. Luna's blade deflects Marine's arrow, sending it off course. Luna asks again, What exactly is it you're supposed to be doing? Marine speaks, then leaps into the air before landing. She questions Marine, whose mission was to attract the attention of the professors and students, along with that rookie. Then with a sharp gaze, she says, This wasn't part of the plan, was it? Startling her. She lowered her head and replied, I apologize, I only wanted to confirm his loyalty to the organization. She retorted, That is my job as leader, not yours. Then picking up the knife she had thrown, she noticed the blade was cracked by the arrow. She coldly says, Look, you've damaged his sword with your skills. She continues, It seems you were eager to deal with this brave rookie with your archery, weren't you? Her words struck a nerve, leaving the other woman speechless. Then glancing at Nock, she says, I understand. I've also noticed that he hasn't done anything to prove himself. Suddenly, she exuded a murderous aura, her eyes dark as she said, But you've gone too far this time. There's only one reason to eliminate a Lunatic member you remember. The other woman timidly replied that it's only when someone betrays the organization, to which Luna coldly warned, Don't repeat this mistake again. This is a warning. Then she turned to him and said, You too, brave rookie. He replied, Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Marine was now feeling incredibly ashamed and remorseful for acting on his own accord, when Luna suddenly called out to the new recruit. Then, she continued, Could you come outside with me for a moment? He was surprised to hear her say that, and he replied that he would. The moon hangs full and bright in the night sky as the two meet outside to talk. She said to remember this, she had no choice but to discipline them. He replied that as a Lunatic member he had already achieved so much that such things didn't hurt his pride. She pouted at him and he explained, I just meant it's okay. Marine still doesn't trust me. She said that she rarely acts like that, it's hard to explain, but there must be a reason behind it, and hopes he understands. She suddenly chuckled. One more thing. You owe me a life. Recalling when Marine attacked him with a water arrow, she said, If Marine's arrow had hit you, then you'd be dead. He agreed, smiling in response. To put it simply, that was a close call. She asks, Aren't you surprised? He calmly replies, When you do this kind of work, flirting with death is just part of the job. She smiles unimpressed. Perhaps that's why Marine doesn't like you. Suddenly, her eyes sharpen. She said, Just one arrow, leaving him confused. What was that about? She says, I'm talking about why Marine joined Lunatic, just one arrow. She continues, Marine isn't that strong, but with just one arrow, an arrow always ready to be fired, it can sometimes contain immeasurable destructive power. She ominously says, I couldn't even block it head on. He realizes that's why his sword was chipped. Suddenly sensing something was off, he thought. But it's strange, if Marine is so strong, why didn't she appear in the main storyline? Marine of the Marine clan is the last descendant of a lineage that can control water, archery. Luna says, so that's how she's able to unleash that power. Of course she stops mid-sentence. He glanced at her, thinking to himself that the Marine were an anomaly among the races lost to time. They were mentioned in Lunatic's main story, but never appeared. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, Next time I face her, I'll make sure she doesn't get time to fire an arrow. This made her laugh. You sly brat. She then touched his forehead, telling him not to even think about facing her. Do you know how dangerous a Marine can become when they go crazy? She asked. As I said before, you almost lost your life. He sighed, smiling helplessly, then looked around and said, this place is bigger than I thought. He thought to himself, an arrow fired with destructive power. Seems I have a nice card to play when needed. As he left, he noticed she was still standing there, saying, Rookie, you're strong. She stared at him intently and continued, you can defeat Marine even before she goes berserk. Her hair danced in the wind, her gaze drifting to the right, making her beauty all the more captivating as she said, not only that, you're detached and rational enough to eliminate enemies without hesitation. He smiled, replying, you flatter me. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened and she said sternly, therefore I have a request. The two stand face to face as she says, if you feel Marine is about to go berserk during this mission. Then she gave her orders, take care of her, she continued, you're the only one who can. These words widened his eyes in surprise. Cut to Eldon Academy, where a professor is writing on the board. He says, only those who have opened their upper middle and lower dantian can become complete knights or mages. He continues, although natural talent is important in the end, only those who work hard can unlock it. As he, Penelope, and Akina listen to the professor, Kital Talia glares at him, sending a chill down his spine. What's going on? What did I do wrong? At least they could explain it to Talia, my fiancée. Penelope teases. Her gaze is quite intense, isn't it? Annoyed, he replies, can you really say that? He thought to himself, I never intended to sit next to her in the first place. He recalled her words, we're engaged anyway. She smiled, saying that if they didn't sit together, people would get suspicious. He thought angrily that she should separate work and private life, especially as a princess of this nation. She laughed innocently, at least some good came of this. Because you're engaged to me, Prince Li can't easily dispose of you. Back in reality, he thought irritably, if you can't say something reasonable, just sit quietly. Suddenly, Penelope noticed Talia in the back, who had been staring at them. When Talia saw Penelope looking at her, she turned away. Then someone approached him, and he turned his attention to her. He exclaimed in surprise, huh, you? She introduced herself as Iana Vider. He thought to himself, Iana von Cider, the next head of the Cider family. She's a mana booster. He thought of her alluring succubus form, known for its enchanting ability to drain men's vitality, to empower herself and others, and understanding dawned on him, causing her to blush in surprise. Leon sighed. Evening classes are tiring. Morning classes followed by evening classes seem like a bit much. Ichina chimes in. If I'm not mistaken, there are still at least 3 classes left today. Are you sure you'll be okay? He replies, no, I don't think I'll be attending any more classes. The other asks in surprise, what do you mean? Suddenly the ceiling shook, causing the lights to sway, and the entire classroom trembled. What's going on? They exclaimed. Ceiling lights fall and shatter as Yino cries out, what was that? But he calmly rises, thinking that the main plot has finally begun. The confrontation with the great demon pawn has started. A dark aura spreads as Rick stands before B, a sinister smile on his face. He thinks to himself, let the battle begin. He recalls his conversation with Marine sitting across from her. Lunatic gave us the task of creating a diversion, so they could destroy the magic stone, right? She says, looks like you're pretty smart, she muses. When I activate the barrier, isolating that area, the students will naturally attack the maze. She continued, we just need to buy as much time as possible. Back in the classroom at Eden Academy, wires connected to the lights were breaking, electricity was leaking, and a lamp fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Panic grips the classroom as Talia weeps, and Alino struggles to cope. Leon glanced at Penelope, thinking that Marine seemed to be doing her job well. His eyes hardened, realizing the clear goal was to delay as long as possible. He told Pelarapi, Alino, and the others, staying here is too dangerous. Leon added, they've activated 2 spells. He continued, the first spell is a spatial barrier, cutting us off from the outside world, and trapping us here. Then raising his hand he said, the second is a refinement spell, randomly altering the structure of this building so we can escape. He thought to himself how clever that was, then cut him off, saying, we need to defeat the refinement spell first. Penelope agrees, saying, right, we can't break through that barrier in our current state. Yana adds, yeah, I agree. She continued, this refinement magic is similar to the refinement magic often used on buildings. This surprised him, and he thought, what? He thought irritably. Yana wasn't supposed to do anything in this episode, so why is she talking so much? He lowered his head and thought, has the original story changed? He said, listen carefully, we'll need to undo the refinement spell first, just like Leon von Mavas said, which surprised Talia. Undo the spell. He replied, that's right, all magic has its purpose, thinking to himself. Of course she wouldn't know that. She hates using her brain. He continued, once we achieve the objective or forcibly dispel the refinement spell, we'll be free. This gave her a headache. Lion explains, simply put, if we can withstand the burden of this magic, it's likely to disappear. He looks around and says, first we need to assess the state of this building. He then told everyone, let's split into 2 groups to investigate, adding, then let's meet back here in an hour. Meanwhile, Marine, cloaked in invisibility, raced up the stairs, thinking, no Renfer seems capable of defeating me. Standing on the opposite staircase, she saw him with Elino and Talia, thinking that large-scale magic wouldn't defeat him and he'd gained the trust of others. She then leaped into the air, caught the stone statue, and somersaulted to a safe landing, standing on a statue of a girl saying, "Well, it's time to deal with the maze first." A sinister smile creeps across her face as she thinks, so they call this the Labyrinth of Dreams. Then covering her mouth, she pours a red liquid from a white vial onto the ground. She planned to cast an illusion spell driving the adventurers mad with visions of their sweetest dreams, while spreading the blood of a lesser demon, which she then used to draw a spell on the ground. She smugly thinks that no matter how strong the Elydian students are, they won't be able to withstand it. The spell takes effect, and red gas quickly spreads towards them. She thought she'd spilled enough imp blood to hold them for at least an hour, trusting that the rookie could endure it. Suddenly she's surprised to see him and the others collapse, but he's trembling, seemingly having a nightmare. He sheds tears of anguish, shocking her. "Impossible, I set it up so that rookie could withstand it." She picks up her bow and arrow, gritting her teeth. "Something's not right, I have to keep going." The moon hangs bright in the night sky as Luna and Dap soar through the air. She calls out to Dap, "Let's begin." He replied, "Let's do it." A vortex of pink light then swirled into the academy. The two land on the ground and he asks, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Noah Von Trinity is a formidable opponent, or so you've told me." The two then rush to a so-called answer room. Finally, the door opens and he says, "We've arrived." A blue spell appeared where the warriors rested, and as Luna stepped inside, it shattered. A massive monostone sits at the center, surrounded by protective barriers. A voice echoes, "I knew you'd come." "Noah finds you interesting," G says. Standing before them, she announces, "The leader of Lunatic, and one of the 3 sword emperors." She stares at her, saying, "The last heir of the Moonlight Sword, Luna." Luna replies, "Noah Von Trinity, please step aside." Drawing her sword, Luna declares, "The magic stone is an item that will bring destruction to this world." Noah smiles, "You already know my answer." Luna then held her sword forward, and a red light immediately enveloped it, as she unleashed a horizontal slash. This strike tears the earth asunder, and Noah is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, her eyes widen as Noah says, "You know what?" Ice arrows hurtle towards them, but she deflects them with her sword. Appearing behind her, she said, "Luna, I love facing strong opponents." Then she smirked, "And Pawn is the strongest demon I've ever fought." She coldly asks, "So you're going to revive him?" "To fight and prove she's stronger than him," she replies. "What if I said that's exactly what I'm going to do?" she said, her eyes gleaming with a dark, deathly light. "Then I'll just have to deal with you," she chuckled. "And how exactly do you plan to deal with me? Haha." "For that reason," she says, narrowing her eyes. "Not for my sake." With those words, she lunged toward her. The two sides clashed fiercely, while inside the protective barrier, the magic stone radiated a murderous aura. Rick's image appears on the monostone, a sinister smile on his face, as he places his hand upon it, causing it to crack, and Pawn to gradually escape. Within Nock's dream, the gentle blue sea ebbs and flows, sunlight glistens on the water, and the sky fades into twilight. His eyes gazed distantly at the sea, wondering where he was. Suddenly he's startled by what he sees: an angelic girl, with pure white wings floating above the sea. His eyes widened in surprise, and he reached out trying to stop her, shouting for her to stay. He rushed after her. "Don't go." He stepped into the sea, determined to bring her back. The waves surge, and she's gone. He blames himself for losing her. Regret and resentment etched on his face, he stood blankly in the sea, tears suddenly falling. He raised his hand, surprised. In the distance, the bright sun was setting into the sea, illuminating the entire sky. He stared unblinking, when suddenly a voice called out, "Nox, come on, wake up now." He suddenly awoke, his eyes still wet with tears. Nox realizes it's Talia, waking him up. He wipes his tears and asks, "Am I crying?" She was crying too, saying, "Yes, but I don't know what happened to you before." "What was that? What did I see before? Was that a dream?" He recalls the image of the angelic girl, thinking that although his memories are hazy, he remembers her, and it seems she was trying to tell him something. He turned to see Elino and Talia staring at him. "That was embarrassing, let's just forget it happened and move on." He thought to himself, now is not the time to worry about such things. The monsters begin their assault, and he realizes it's time to focus on the second labyrinth. They're all ready to fight. Talia's blade, wreathed in crimson fire, strikes a monster, while Leon unleashes dark magic surrounded by an eerie green glow. The summoned skeletons rush to attack the monster, but their size is no match for its own. It slams its hand into the ground, crushing one skeleton, while another stabs at it with a weapon, the blow knocking the monster off its feet. Skeletons swarmed the monster as Leon unleashed his magic purple arrows, piercing its head. He smiled, thinking this basement was safe, then glanced at Akina, casting spells, realizing, of course, there was an expert here. Suddenly he stomped on her foot, causing her to scream in pain. Gritting her teeth in anger, she spoke, but he feigned innocence, saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." He thought to himself that he needed to stall for time as well. Then once the monsters were defeated, the group gathered together. Lon wipes his mouth, looking exhausted, and says, "Somehow we made it through the second maze." Bellalopi speaks, "Yana, you look exhausted." She replied, "I apologize for my inexperience." She timidly asked him, "Nox, are you all right?" Annoyed, he says, I'm fine, don't compare me to those weaklings. Eleno teases, you were just crying and it hasn't even been 3 hours, yet you're acting tough. Suddenly Penelope interjects, you'll be in trouble if you keep talking to my future husband like that. She immediately changes her tune cheerfully, saying, oh dear, I apologize for my inappropriate behavior. My princess, he says, rolling his eyes. By the way, what's the third maze like? She continued, I'm really worried. The second maze alone was this difficult. He smiled, thinking to himself, finally, it's my time to shine. He thinks grimly, the boss of the third level of this maze. He smirks that boss. His eyes sharpened a sly smile his own. Cut to the magic stone, and Rick says, so you've finally awakened. He happily says, Lord Pawn. Suddenly Louis I appears, saying, hey, can you hear me, Rick? He replies, I adore you. Holding a vial of red liquid, he says, everything is proceeding smoothly. You have nothing to worry about. Hearing this, he happily says, it should be, this is my only chance to become a hero. He then says, understood. Then his image disappears, but as he fades, the boy grins wickedly. Fool. He holds the bottle thinking, you think defeating the awakened Lord Pawn will grant you power. He pours the liquid onto the ground, musing, even weakened, you can't defeat Lord Pawn alone. He poured out the liquid gleefully, saying, this will make things much easier for me. The bottle immediately shattered into pieces. B also appears inside the cracking magic stone, which shatters, revealing a red hand with sharp crimson nails. Lord Pawn appears 4 horns adorning his head. The boy kneels, saying reverently, I offer you my utmost respect. Lord Pawn, I am Minosis Jenfer. He glanced at him, clicked his tongue and said, I can't believe I was awakened by the likes of you. He sighed. Or perhaps it truly is thanks to a miracle that I've risen once more. He called for Oslis, who responded, yes, Lord Pawn. He says I can feel it. Outside. Luna is fighting Noah. He says, that familiar scent, the scent of the humans behind that wall. Both sides are evenly matched. Looking at Noah's smile, he asks, is one of the 3 humans who sealed me away behind that wall? He angrily demands, answer me. He replied, that's right. And with that, the demon lord's rage began to swell, his aura turning dark and ominous. In the maze's dim light, he begins adjusting his doppelganger's appearance, contemplating the final trial of the 3 challenges, and calculating the final challenge in the boss maze. In reality, it wasn't much of a threat to begin with. Why is that? Because he could already defeat it, and the reward for doing so was too tempting. With one sharp strike, the boss fell. The information appeared clearly before his eyes. Name, Noon Renher. Gender male. Age 15. Race human. Primary element darkness. Achievements none. The reward for defeating this boss is 3 random stat points, along with positive attributes: swordsmanship, genius, combat, talent, mana, sensitivity, insight, steel mind, acting talent, and neutrality. Darkness manifest. Negative lifespan, limited mild illness, cold limbs, yin invasion. These stats appear in midair. Strength, 65, plus 2. Magic, 132, plus 3. Luck, 10. Willpower, 113. Charm, 263. Hidden stat. Speed, unawakened. Along with active skills like Genius Moment, Overwhelming Presence, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Fire Magic, Shapeshifting, and Dragon Words, based on special attributes, the player's remaining lifespan is 147 days. His eyes scanned the stat screen, noting the steady increase in both mana and health, a welcome boost, but his role as a lunatic member was to stall, preventing their escape from the labyrinth. Therefore, my solution is to use the Moonshadow creation to alter my appearance and place my clone in the boss monster's old position. Since it's my clone, it's naturally stronger than the boss monster. In the still air, Talia steps forward. Knock, where have you been? He responded indifferently, telling her to mind her own business, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just stall them until time runs out. The clone appears blocking their path, declaring they shall not pass. Talia asks confused, Who are you? Knock steps forward worried. His clones have independent thoughts, but they're all based on his own consciousness. If this conversation drags on, they might sense something's off. Leon suddenly speaks up. Someone with such a sinister aura can't be human. The way Akina spoke, I knew there was something off about that face. Knock's expression darkened. You people. Talia stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the mysterious figure. Who are you? The doppelganger calmly replied. Sane, a wandering mage, happened to have some magic activated near Aiden, and I got caught up in it. Talia blushed. How strange. You remind me of someone. Knock worried, cursing himself for the small talk as he drew his sword. He's just a monster anyway. Don't listen to him, kill him. Panicked during his attack, he feared they would discover his secret if he spoke further. Blades of energy tore through space, but the doppelganger dodged with ease. Both are forced to retreat defensively, as Knock says to Talia. He's proving to be quite strong. Talia focuses her power. I don't know, even if you ask. A terrifying force is unleashed, forcing the clone to retreat. Talia adds, looks like your swordsmanship has slowed down, hasn't it? Leaving Knock speechless. The Yang Dry set its sights on the doppelganger, as Talia charged in her crimson blade, leaving a fiery trail. The clone dodges and gathers energy for a counterattack, but Talia emerges from the shattered bones, exploiting a blind spot to strike. But the clone quickly dodges and Talia lands a kick to Nock's gut, causing him immense pain. Nock, what's wrong? Talia asked, turning to him. Elino was worried as well. What's wrong? Nock grits his teeth. It's nothing. He suddenly remembered two things he had overlooked. First, the doppelganger took 50% of his stats. That means my current stats are only half of what they should be. And second, even if the clone is the one being attacked, I'm still the one who feels the pain. Talia strikes, leaving a gash on Nock's sleeve. This is more complicated than I thought. Can I endure until the time runs out? Meanwhile, as Noah and Luna clash, an explosion erupts. Bond emerges from the smoke, infuriating Luna. Noah, in the end, you came and ruined everything. Don't you care about saving humanity? Luna raised her sword to the sky, gathering energy into its blade. Noah is amused, so you weren't serious when you fought me. Kid, I've tried to destroy that lowlife countless times. But there's only one way to destroy a Grand Duke of Hell's magic stone. Kill it the moment it revives. I just didn't think it would revive so quickly. Luna, I've seen what that child can do, so I think it's time I played my own card. Luna unleashes a fatal strike, splitting the earth in two. Noah uses her power to hold him in place as Luna focuses all her strength on one final attack. Bond stood firm and a massive explosion erupted. They were both shocked to see Pond still standing. Is this all you've got? Just a powerless witch and a mediocre girl? Then you shall die here, B roars, gathering energy and unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that obliterates everything around them. The clone staggered from a deep wound to its abdomen, and before it could recover, Talia's blade flashed, cutting a long gash across its arm, as a horde of summoned skeletons charged relentlessly. Lion casts his spell and unleashes it, determined to eliminate this formidable foe. Lion grins with excitement as he clutches his injured arm, seething with frustration. That guy's really excited, huh? Oh well, this should buy us enough time. As he raised his hand to act, the road suddenly cracked wide open, shocking him. What's this? The ground cracks around her, and before she can react, a chasm opens up, swallowing Elino whole as Talia reaches out in horror. In that perilous moment, the doppelganger executed a series of rapid leaps to rescue Elino. Elino, who had been awaiting death with her eyes closed, opened them to find herself in the doppelganger's arms. Is she all right? Elino blushed and looked up shyly. Why did you save me? The clone gently carries Elino away from danger, sets her down, and asks if she's hurt anywhere. A tender scene that fills him with dread. This is insane. Was the one who saved Elino Yu-chan's persona before I took over? More importantly, something's wrong. This energy must belong to the demon Lord Pawn. Sensing something amiss, he rushes toward the strange energy, prompting a panicked cry from Talia Nock. Where are you going? Meanwhile, he struggles to salvage the dire situation. Damn it, where did I go wrong? If we can't stop that beast, we're done for. The battlefield is now a desolate wasteland of smoke and fire. Luna rose from the rubble, surveyed the area, and spotting someone in danger rushed forward, shouting a response. The man gasped weakly. I'm fine, deal with the king first. Luna gritted her teeth and turned back. Noah, I'll hear your explanation later. Noah rises, tossing her hair back after the tremor. My, you're awfully relaxed. Perhaps now isn't the time to be so carefree. As Pawn's figure appears, Noah immediately prepares to fight. Luna looks at Noah, realizing that despite her bravado, she doesn't have much mana left, maybe enough for 2 more spells at most. She herself has used Moonlight Sword twice and doesn't know how much longer she can last. Pawn's voice echoed through the space. You're too weak. Luna was taken aback as Pawn continued. Playing with you has been fun, but I've thought of something even more amusing. There are too many people here. Are they all your students? The two were mortified by those words. Noah, trying to stay calm, retorted, compared to the last time I saw you, you're even more crude and filthy now. He then acted impulsively, true to his nature. Take a good look, see how weak you humans are, and why you can't defeat us. A surge of energy fills the space, terrifying Luna. No, she quickly leaps up to attack with her sword, but Pawn is faster, forcing Luna into a defensive position, and in that moment, Noah swiftly flies behind Pawn, using her skill to block the powerful energy blast. Bond's attack with his remaining hand is useless, and Pawn's sharp hand injures Noah, triggering painful memories. It was the same back then. I couldn't protect them. In that sea of fire, their horrifying screams echo. Amidst that tragic scene, little Noah cowered in the corner, her parents clutching their aching hearts. Noah cried out in anguish, I don't want to see or read anymore. Even the power I desperately sought can't touch the demon. Noah is thrown against a stone wall, the impact leaving her breathless and unable to fight, leaving Luna to protect her and face Pawn alone. The situation is so hopeless that Noah can only whisper, it's too late. Suddenly, a purple sword flashed through the air and struck down with immense force, deflecting Pawn's powerful attack and causing it to explode elsewhere, forcing Luna to shield her face in surprise. That attack. Noah clutched her wound and weakly asked, what was that? He appears, saving them both. Headmaster, are you going to give up here again? If you lose your student after losing your family, you'll have nothing left. Noah weakly asks, how do I know that? He didn't answer, instead declaring, I, Nock von Ren Hackber, by the ancient rule of the Black Sword, will kill B here and now. The sword in his hand emitted streaks of dark purple light, signaling the immense power contained within. As he rushed forward, he quickly picked up the mask he had dropped, looking at it with concern that he had safely retrieved it. But that's not the point. Damn it. Marine follows close behind her face, etched with worry as she hears those words. B has awakened after all. What can I do? Luna's far too powerful for us to handle. So what I can do is… Marine turns to face Noe Renhofer. As your senior, I'll make sure you survive one way or another. He cuts her off with a firm tone. Don't be ridiculous, I won't run. A Renfer doesn't shirk responsibility, but this isn't something we can handle alone. He turns back, his angry gaze fixed on Marine. Would you be okay if Commander Luna died? Those words pierced Marine like an arrow, leaving her frozen. As he continued moving, he quietly analyzed Marine's characteristics, admiration, and unwavering faith emotions she clearly held for Luna, the woman who saved her and rose to the rank of commander. Therefore, I will exploit your traits to the fullest. He stopped and turned to look her in the eye. I heard Luna saved you from the lab. Are you saying we should just let someone like her walk into death's door? Meanwhile, he reminded himself that he was the villain, a cunning character in Inner Lunatic. Remember? Marine gritted her teeth, her body trembling with anger. So what do you suggest we do? We're talking about Pawn, the one who gives even sages and swordmasters a hard time. He replied curtly, use the bow. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura descended, creating immense pressure that put them both on guard. Marine stared ahead nervously as he muttered, looks like Pawn has revealed himself. We won't be able to stop him unless we work together. Marine suddenly understands. Did you hear about my archery skills from Luna? There are more important things right now. Seeing her expression, he wondered if she was hesitating. Marine erupts in anger. You know how powerful my water archery is. If I use that technique, I'll turn into something else. And you might die. He silently observes her for a moment, Marine, the one who fully inherited the Sea Clan's power. Then with a resolute voice he says, you overestimate yourself. I won't die by your hand. Prepare yourself. In this desperate situation, he's forced to gamble, for no one can stop Marine's barrage. But he had to, if they wanted to stop this cursed game's ending. Seeing Marine grit her teeth, he decided to deliver the final blow. What's wrong? Have you grown attached to me so quickly? Sensing their weakness, Marine focuses all of her power into her bow, no regrets. Rookie replies without hesitation, you think I'll regret it? His resolute words only strengthened Marine's resolve. He wouldn't take back what he said, would he? Now I see why Luna called you a stubborn rookie. He turns his back, ready to receive her powerful attack. Even so, truth be told, I don't like you much. In this moment of life and death, he grips his sword, his entire body ablaze with energy. Stormbringer drains the user's mana to its absolute limit, significantly reducing it and temporarily impairing mana sensitivity. He shot off like an arrow. At the point of impact, his attack successfully blocked the fatal blow aimed at Luna, but that terrifying power was redirected elsewhere. Though moving with incredible speed, his stamina was faltering, leaving him breathless. And Marine was already charging up another shot. He gritted his teeth, waited, and swiftly dodged the deadly shot, not forgetting to leave a word of praise. Her archery was indeed remarkable, firing such a lethal arrow at her own junior. Before he could finish, another arrow came hurtling towards him, forcing him to dodge again. He turned towards the arrow, a sense of unease washing over him. Yana von Sater, stop hiding, and show yourself. Or are all the descendants of the three great dark families twisted? Hearing the challenge, Iana appeared, and he realized I was lost. He quickly proposed, I have a suggestion. If I remember correctly, Iana is on par with Paracelsus and R. Meaning, he turned to Yana, can't you use your magic to create an illusion to stop her? Marine, you're out of control right now. Yana paused, then replied, alright, I don't want to die, but you'll help me replenish my dark magic afterward, right? Recalling this made him uncomfortable. He wasn't interested in how they replenished their magic, but in this desperate situation, he had no choice but to accept. But I agree, let's begin. I'll deal with her. Yana yelped, nearly hit by an arrow but resigned herself to the task. Understood. On the ruined battlefield he saw Noah and Lao, and the deaths of her family and friends flashed through his mind, written in her biography. A figure with a crazed expression, yet enduring the greatest suffering. He presses forward with fierce determination. At least protect her now, before you become desperate and throw everything away. He pleads with Noah, are you going to give up again? If you lose another disciple you'll have nothing left. I'll end Pawn here and now, so lend me your strength. B slowly observed him with a cold gaze. So it's you who deflected my attack. You smell familiar. A dark power hidden in the shadows, and that sword I see. Suddenly, a terrifying power emanates from Pawn's body. The enemy has inflicted the terror debuff. Noah and Luna stood frozen before that power, as Pawn suddenly asked, you're the sun, aren't you? He quickly sensed the anomaly in the air, and with his sharp combat instincts activated his iron will to neutralize the encroaching fear. The sword in his hand sweeps away the overwhelming aura, but Pawn, now grasping his fighting spirit, sneers, what will you do? A confident smirk plays on his lips. Grand Duke Pawn, I've heard you're a weak demon sealed away by my father. The head of the family said you weren't even worthy of the title of Grand Duke. These words drove Pawn mad and he roared, "You insolent brat." Seeing his reaction, he realizes the game's description of being overly emotional is accurate and he must exploit this trait. Information about the opponent appears in his mind. Basic information: name B, gender, male, age unknown, race demon, primary element fire, achievement Grand Duke of the 72 Demon Legions. Information about his opponent's attributes and stats flooded his mind. Advantageous traits: sensitive genius, mana suppression, neutral mana, pure demon. Disadvantageous traits: malice madness, slaughter supreme power, along with stats of physical strength, 26 mana, 29, luck, 6, willpower, 27, and charm, 16. He reviewed his own skills: the passive skill Art of Fire, and the active skills Fire, Fury, Calamity, Flame, and Judgment. Looking at the situation, he couldn't help but feel excited. This foe is stronger than anyone he's ever faced, and that Fire Rage attack he just blocked was lethal. Calamity Flame is a continuous damage skill, extremely dangerous due to its probabilistic nature, and Judgment is a Fire Sword attack skill, all incredibly powerful. Suddenly, Luna's voice echoed from behind. "What are you waiting for? Do you know where it came from?" Seeing Luna appear, he suddenly understood that with her help defeating Pawn wouldn't be a problem, but only with certain items. For now, he'd have to defeat him with what he had. In the heat of the moment, a voice calls out, "I have a way to defeat Bondin. Please cooperate with me," leaving everyone surprised. Luna exclaimed, "Marine, she's alive," and received a response. "Of course I promised, didn't I?" Before he could finish, Bondin flew into a rage. He unleashes his sword, attacking them both. "How dare you ignore me when I'm right here?" He quickly turned to block the immense power, shaking even the Smoke Master. Was this his judgment skill, he wondered? Luna whispered, "I'm confident Marine can break through and control his power." Nodding, he watched Luna charge into battle with Pawn. As Luna leaped for his head, Bond quickly raised his sword to block. "Don't forget, I'm still here, Pawn." The battle raged on, and Noah turned to him saying, "All right, brave rookie, I'm leaving it to you, rather than us both dying here." He quickly lays out a plan. "You can still use area magic about 2 more times, right? Please cast a large-scale shield around Area 1 and keep everyone out." Noah questioned, "So you want me to protect the students?" He affirmed confidently, "I'm sure you will." Noah smiled, "How stubborn. But that's what makes you precious." As large-scale magic is unleashed, signaling an imminent, fierce battle, B flies into a rage and strikes the ground. "So you're resorting to tricks now." Not stopping, he soared into the air, preparing the final blow. "You think stalling will help you win?" Pawn's sword descends, forcing him to pour all his strength into his weapon to defend all while taunting him. "Is that all the power of a Grand Duke amounts to? You're nothing but a child." B scoffs, "Ha, you blocked me a few times and now you think you're him." System notification: the opponent has applied the fear debuff to the player. B continues to taunt, "How boring. Your father was 100 times stronger, and even he couldn't kill me, only seal me away. I'll tear you apart." Even with the added power to his sword, he felt he couldn't hold out much longer. He desperately activates an attribute, Iron Will, which negates the fear debuff. He had to try. The system announces the Stormbringer has absorbed the player's maximum mana. He deflects the terrifying attack, but at the cost of vomiting blood. Looking up, he's relieved to see Noah nearly complete the skill. Is the shield forming? Noah responds, "Almost there." The plan to eliminate B. Luna is trying to hold B back, worrying him. "Damn it, wake up already, I'm reaching my limit too." Marine, even though you're just a side character in the game destined to die and disappear, I still don't want you to die. No wanting it is ridiculous, the system warns incessantly. Warning, your mana is depleted, energy is being converted, and your lifespan is rapidly decreasing. He presses on, thoughts flooding his mind. She deserves to live. She has the right to seize her own life. So, with his remaining strength, Z focuses all his power to attack Pawn and shouts, "Please wake up, Marine." Meanwhile, in a strange place, Marine lies surrounded by cold, sharp-eyed researchers. As Marine opened her eyes for the first time, she thought the air wasn't fresh at all, but filled with the pungent smell of chemicals, along with a row of lenses lined up like soulless eyes watching her every move. Those found, experimental instruments were enough to make anyone shudder. Children were turned into test subjects before her very eyes, their eyes vacant, their bodies lifeless, as knowledge was forced into their minds like needles piercing their souls. And before she could fully grasp the knowledge and language she had been taught, Marine realized one thing. The chemical tank reacts as she emerges. This research facility, her origin with its cold white walls, is where she must desperately prove her worth. Because that was the only way she could survive in this cruel world. She was having a device implanted in her brain surrounded by a bunch of people with syringes waiting. In the stifling air of a closed room with pale fluorescent lights, she lay as a voice echoed, "H-210, do you hear me? H-210, that was the name they gave her." "Yes." Marine immediately sat up at the command, and then followed the other researchers. Marine didn't know why, but they led her to a tank containing a bizarre creature, one of the test subjects in their attempt to recreate the power of ancient races. That's how Marine learned that many war orphans had become test subjects here, and a researcher approached with cold eyes, ordering 210 subjects to move the mass. So Marine always had to smile brightly and pretend to be the most useful of the soulless puppets. And so Marine forced a smile and did as they asked. She had to prove she could best handle the seafolk blood within her. Only then would Marine avoid the fate of those missing children. Then one day, in a rare moment of gentle sunlight, someone came to her with a warm smile. Marine was sitting alone when a voice echoed, "Hello. From today on, a researcher from the Institute will be living with you." And so, Marine began living with her in that small, cozy room. Of course she had no say in the matter. Like a cow led to slaughter, she could only do as she was told, a dull, lifeless look slowly creeping into Marine's eyes. Contrary to her initial worries, Jay always asked questions with a gentle and caring voice. "The Research Institute is boring, isn't it? You've been through so much. Is there anything you like?" Jay's attentiveness surprised Marine, a warmth like sunlight breaking through as she gently brushed Marine's hair, suggesting the name Marine instead of the clinical H. 210, adorning her hair with flowers, a kindness unexpected in her dark existence where she was treated as a zoo animal or a worthless experiment, leaving Marine startled by her reflection. But Jay wasn't like the others. She treated Marine like a real person, with genuine love and care. Amidst days of laughter in the vibrant flower garden, Day watered the plants and playfully splashed Marine, bringing a pure sunlit smile to her innocent face, treating her not as a tool but as a person with a heart capable of love. One night, beneath a sky full of stars, Marine wondered with innocent eyes, "Then why are you so kind to me? Everyone says I'm a monster because I was forced to receive the blood of the Aquaman. I'm just a weapon destined for the battlefield and death." Day was shocked to hear this. Touched by Marine's sincerity, Jay affectionately strokes her head and confides, "Since you've shared your secret, I will too. My family was taken hostage, which is why I'm here." With tearful eyes, Marine asks worriedly, "Jay, do you want to see your family again?" "Of course, Marine. If I ever leave you, would you want to see me again?" Marine clutched Jay's sleeve with trembling hands, whispering, "Jay, are you going to leave me?" In the silent night, Jay rests her head on the girl, overflowing with affection. "Yes, that's family." Marine, still clutching Jay's sleeve, tilted her head up to ask, "So does Jay see me as family too? Is that why she's so kind to me?" "That's right. And there's another reason why I want to protect you." That made Marine curious, so she asked what it was. It was because she was still young. That answer warmed Marine's heart, and she happily closed her eyes next to her. "Children should be protected by adults, so you must also protect the younger children." "Yes, I remember." And the two of them leaned on each other and slept, living with her in peaceful days. With warm affection, Marine gradually felt things becoming more stable, and the power of the seafolk began to awaken as she mastered her abilities. As she trained and listened to Jay's stories, she wondered if she'd ever been happier, considering her dark childhood. No, definitely not. Listening to the stories, Marine felt immersed in a beautiful life. And as is so often the case in this tragic life, such moments of happiness are shattered for the pettiest of reasons in this cruel world. One gloomy day, Marine and Jay are suddenly surrounded by cold-eyed strangers. "How long must I wait? I've already told you. To strengthen the royal family, we must have the power of the Marine clan." Dee tries to protect Marine with his frail body. "Don't call her a Marine. This child's name is Marine. She's a person." Marine trembled behind him, wringing her hands and shedding tears. But those cruel men continued to pressure them. "No. It's just a weapon, and weapons are meant to be used in war at times like these." Awaken the tool, then grab Marine's hand, forcing her to show her face. Jay tries to stop them, with all his remaining strength, begging them not to. One of them, eyes crazed, shouts to silence her before slapping her hard across the face, declaring that she violated royal military law and must be dealt with immediately. She's slapped away, but she grits her teeth and crawls toward Marine, who struggles and cries out for Jay. But the others quickly ordered, "Drag him away." Jay continued to struggle desperately. Meanwhile, Marine desperately screamed, "Stop." Suddenly Marine breaks free and cries out with furious eyes, "Stop!" Instantly, a soldier drew his sword, a crazed grin on his face. "Ha!" A weapon swayed by emotion. "How about this then?" Before Marine's horrified eyes, Jay is brutally slashed. "If you're a tool, act like one. Remember that, or next time it'll be your right hand." Dee clutches his arm, fighting through the pain, as Marine's rage ignites like a wildfire. "Even if I'm not, what about her? We're all human, so why treat each other like this?" But to them, she had no right to speak such words, and they dismissed her, saying, "A weapon like you has no right to question us. Just follow along obediently." Those cruel words pushed Marine to her breaking point. "No, you're the weapons." A colossal power erupted like a tsunami, engulfing her body in a terrifying, brilliant blue light. She desperately tried to stop her tears streaming down her face. "Marine, no." But Marine, consumed by rage, had lost control. With fiery eyes, she drew her bow and unleashed her power like a fateful arrow tearing through the night. After the powerful shot, the surroundings were devastated like a desolate battlefield. Debris scattered everywhere, and dust swirled in the wind. As Marine regains consciousness, she looks around the unfamiliar landscape in confusion. In the silence, a figure approaches, calling out H2's name, causing Marine to worry. Luna approached, her voice warm and deep. According to the report, that seems to be your name. I'm Luna, leader of Lunatic. These words only confused Marine further. She exclaimed, who is she? Where's the lab? Furthermore, then as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly asked, what about Day? How is Day? She was a girl with brown hair. She took care of me. Luna softly replied, Jay is dead. Those words cut through Marine's heart like a knife, unable to believe what she was hearing. Stuttering, she asked, She's dead. Luna nodded softly. Yes. And to be clear, you're the one who killed her. Hearing those words, Marine panicked, her face darkening as if falling into endless shadows. She recoils, trying to deny it. No, it can't be. Luna stood still, calmly explaining that Lunatic's mission was to attack the royal laboratory where children had been kidnapped and experimented on. But it was all over before they arrived. In the stirring wind, Luna recalled the moment before they met, when Day trembled and pleaded, please help me take her with you. Luna knelt down and gently asked, is she stunned by the power of the great sea tribe? The goat hurriedly defended Marine, it's not her fault. She's just a child forced into experiments by adults. Take her with you and let her live a normal life. She did nothing wrong. She's never killed anyone. Luna stares at the scene before her, certain that she killed her, Jay and the others. In horror, Marine covers her mouth, realizing she killed Day. Day died because of my attack. And I believed the power they gave me would save her. But in the end, I couldn't save her. I've become the terrifying weapon they wanted. Seeing Marine hesitate, Luna spoke, join the Lunatics. Marine looked up in surprise as Luna continued. If you want revenge on the royals who caused you so much suffering, memories flood Marine's mind, demons her sister Jay once told her about in fairy tales. Demons whisper sweet deals to the weak-hearted, but I have nowhere else to turn. Though hatred will only drag me down, my grief for Jay has set me on this path. The decision is made. Marine says, I'll go with you. Let me join Lunatic. Luna urged. From now on, call me Captain. Your skills are what matter at Lunatic. You really are talented. If you learn to control your power even a little, I'll raise your rank immediately. Deep down, Luna knows that even though that power and talent don't belong to her, she has to run to her, like a moth to a flame, to help her, because Luna saved me and G, whom I killed. In the gusting wind, Marine awakens to a voice. Oh, hello. Marine was taken by surprise. Who is she? I just used water arrows, and I was definitely going berserk. So how is Iana Vader still alive? Iana quickly explained. I understand if you're a little confused. I used my abilities to restrain you, so don't worry about losing control. That's why Nox trusted her with Marine. Looking around for a familiar face, Marine asked, where's Nox? Iana replied, he's fighting. Marine was alarmed. What, I have to go now? She dashed off, prompting Luna to call after her. Wait, it's too dangerous. Another voice echoes. Has she finally awakened? Luna is alive, and so is Director Noah. Marine overhears Long, worried that it's Captain Luna. A report like that means he must still be alive. He responds, that's right. You understand the situation, don't you? You're under Yana von Sater's charm, yet you're aiming your arrow at me. Marine reels back in shock. What? He continued, Bone moves very fast. No matter how well you aim, he'll easily dodge the attack, so when I get him in position, I want you to aim your arrow at me. If you do that, Marine interrupted. What kind of fool would sacrifice himself like that? He replied, I'm not sacrificing myself. Marine remained unconvinced. After all, who asks someone to attack them from behind? Just trust me, I won't die, he says, struggling to hold back Pawn's terrifying sword. Marine kneels, preparing. I can trust what you're saying, right? He replies, yes. He struggled to fend off Pawn's terrifying sword, his words igniting a spark of hope in Marine. For some reason his words bring me a sense of relief. Just you wait, my arrow will tear through you. B stood tall on the battlefield, his cold eyes radiating arrogance and undisguised contempt. If I could regain my original power, you wouldn't even be able to touch my toes. What an unsightly scene. In the air, a blazing sword streaked, radiating a terrifying, blinding light. He quickly recognized the impending danger and narrowly dodged it, but the blow's incredible force cracked Noah's defenses. Luckily, it was still strong enough to contain the sword's energy. Luna, worried by his heavy breathing and exhaustion, anxiously asked, You're not stupid, so you must know that. That arrogant rookie. Noah's shield is reaching its limit, and his magic is almost depleted. Noah struggles to maintain the shield, his stamina waning, and it can only withstand the flames once or twice more. When are you going to put this grand plan of yours into action? Determination etched on his face as he gripped his sword. Just once, break through his barrier, 3 layers fortified with high-level magic. Bond slowly approached the two, his eyes analyzing his opponents, calculating that their attacks weren't too strong thanks to that thing. Strong enough for him to endure. But if that impenetrable barrier can't be broken, the plan is meaningless. Luna raises her sword in defense. Luna placed her faith in him, her voice soft, hoping the plan would work, and she began to brace herself. Bond roars in fury, calling Luna a naive fool as he charges with immense power in his grasp. Acting like you're all that when you don't know your place. The power in that arm is surging forward. Luna calmly unleashes her skill head-on, moonlit sword, form third stance. The silvery light of the moon envelops her blade, its pure power, ready to tear through anything. Moonslash emerges from the crimson light, catching Pawn's attention as he hastily raises his hand to defend, but Luna's power pierces through his guard. She attempts to follow up, but is thrown back. Pawn smirks. Not bad, but you haven't touched me yet. You've only broken through the first barrier. He's too familiar with these tricks, easily predicting and blocking the next attack. Vermin. You're asking for death, he shouts. Now fire. Now I know your power is at its peak. Unleash the arrow. A smirk crept across his face. Die. Who said I was going to die? He activated his genius moment skill in a flash, his mind racing. First, by design, the sea creature's arrow speed is at least 400 kilometers per hour. Drawing the bow from the rooftop, the distance is about 3 kilometers. Secondly, it will take at least 3 seconds to reach me. Of course, I'm no mathematician, and this isn't an exact calculation. Betting on my instincts, the instincts that have kept me alive in this damned world for 3 seconds, I'm betting everything on my calculations. He swiftly dodges. B could only watch as his flames were pierced by a strange power, which then struck him, causing him to cough up blood. B coughs a few times, then smirks, confident that the final barrier remains unbroken. Victory is mine. He smirks. Who said it couldn't be broken? He quickly equips the Lunatic Squad's conquest artifact, the Stormbringer, which drains the user's life force to its limit. The special effect of Lunatic Squad's conquest is activated, increasing the player's attack power, and then the active skill, Limit Break, is triggered. This is an incredibly powerful enemy. To defeat it with a single blow requires sacrificing a large amount of life force. And note that the life force of enemies killed by Limit Break cannot be absorbed by the Black Flame Ring. Do you want to activate the skill? Without hesitation, he smiles and makes his choice. Activating the skill, he poured all his power into one decisive strike, a stream of dark light enveloping the tip of his sword. Pawn looked at him with disdain. You trash, no matter how much you struggle, you can't change anything, and raised his sword to meet the blow head-on. Two terrifying powers clashed and countered each other, but he gradually gained the upper hand, shocking Pawn. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward, striking Pawn twice. Black sword style, first form Black Path Severance. The sharp blade bisects Pawn's head and cleaves straight through his body, leaving him stunned as he's torn asunder. He gasped in despair. No, it can't be. I just woke up, only to be defeated by you, and then he faded into nothingness. He slowly rises, his body so broken from the battle that he can barely hold his sword. His life force is dwindling, and his equipment fades into the sunlight, leaving only smoke. And as everything faded, he collapsed, exhausted. Warning, the player's life is less than 30 days. So, he falls unconscious after a hard-fought battle, leaving Marine in stunned silence amidst the aftermath. Is this the power of an ordinary trainee? Before her, Bond had completely disappeared, leaving behind an eerily peaceful scene that made her contemplative. Even Commander Luna boasted about her arrow's speed, yet he dodged it at this distance. She was speechless. Was that even humanly possible? Under the pale sunlight, the recruit lay motionless on the ground, completely exhausted, and Marine smiled faintly with relief. It seemed an impossible talent had joined her ranks. Her eyes deepened. Perhaps he surpassed even Commander Luna, maybe even his own father, von Renfer. She tilted her head, pondering why such an incredible talent would hide himself. The image of him in class flashed in her mind as Marine continued to ponder. Perhaps he thought his overwhelming talent could cause trouble someday, so he hid himself under the guise of a troublemaker. She nods slightly, as if understanding something. Perhaps being too close to his servant is part of it. Now I understand. A faint smile graces her lips. A handsome and witty new recruit, her eyes gleam with determination. With Commander Luna and the new recruit, this might actually be possible. Her voice dropped enough to bring down the foolish Emperor Esteban Vaughn. A cold smirk played on her lips. Of course his daughter Penelope would have to die in the process. Noah silently stared at the spot where Pawn had vanished, leaving only a wisp of smoke that condensed into a mineral. Luna suddenly realized something. This was why Noah had allowed the great demon Pawn to awaken. Her cold gaze swept the ground, intent on destroying the demon stones. Luna asked in a low voice, "Isn't that right?" Her eyes flashed with suspicion. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed strange. Why her, the one who suffered the most? The demons let Pawn awaken. If it was just for revenge, wasn't that too risky? Noah smirked. Yes, I did consider revenge, but unfortunately my abilities don't quite reach that level. That's all there is to it, kid. Luna paused for a moment, then replied, I understand. She looked up at Noah with a determined gaze, but next time I expect an explanation. Noah responded softly. Heh, that's great. Luna took the opportunity to warn Noah von Trinity that she'll need to be at full strength when they meet again. She also knew that stronger enemies were coming. But before she could finish, Noah interrupted. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the child. With everything done, Luna had no reason to stay any longer. Excuse me, I'll be going now. Noah watched Luna disappear with a faint smile, then turned to her student. Thank you, my student. In the silent space, the shield above shattered, then vanished into nothingness. Soon after, hurried footsteps echoed as the rescue team arrived. No, Principal Noah, are you all right? What exactly happened to the magic stone seal that was broken in the museum basement? Noah giggles, dodging the question. Just a coincidence, that's all. Heh heh. Ross shook his head in disbelief. A coincidence? How could it be? Ross was shocked to see his motionless body sprawled on the ground. Ah, my student Knock, wake up. While the crowd busied themselves with the aftermath, Noah was still being questioned about what had just happened. But even weakened, who defeated Pawn in the end, it seems the headmaster dealt with him personally. Noah simply responds with a cryptic smile. Hung, I don't know. Vo realizes something's wrong. That look means she'll never tell us. The two stood there, perplexed, wondering how to report this situation to the royal family. Ross and Vong exchanged glances and began to pass the buck. Hey, you figure it out. Why me? You do it. Noah departs deep in thought, for the monoseal could not have broken on its own. It must be their doing. As expected, Noah clenched his fist, thinking vaguely of the royal family. Her face darkened, meaning they were definitely here. His eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with resentment. Those filthy demon worshippers dared to taint his territory. Inside the infirmary, a tense atmosphere hangs heavy as he remains unconscious. He's not dead, is he? He's been unconscious for 3 days now, Talia said with concern. No, I have to contact my father and get some elixirs. Di-Chi quickly stopped her. Wait, Lady Talia, let's observe for now. Lon shook his head, sighing. Why did he rush in like a moth to a flame? Lon defended him. Don't say that. He must have had his reasons. Talia shot up. This won't do. I have to go myself. Di-Chi quickly tried to stop her. Lady Talia, wait. In the quiet room, he had awakened, but the noisy sounds outside only made him more tired. This is the first time he's been afraid to wake up. He glanced down at his body, which had recovered at an unbelievable rate. The system alerted him. The blessing of moonlight and the blessing of frost were being transferred into his body. He sighed, staring at the ceiling. With these two blessings, he was stuck. He pondered the academy must outwardly support the emperor. He frowned slightly. A student belonging to a criminal organization in a place like that. He glanced out the window, thinking that Noah probably healed him to gather information. He decided he needed to play possum and stall for as long as possible. As twilight streams through the window, he awakens from an unplanned slumber, muttering, "Did I fall asleep?" He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he would finally have some peace, but Ino's familiar figure suddenly appeared beside the bed. "I knew it, you were already awake." He sighed helplessly. "Sigh, what is it, Ino? It's so late." Ilino cut to the chase. "I'm only going to ask you one thing. That slug-like person we met in the labyrinth, what exactly is your relationship with him?" His breath hitched at the question, his body tensing as he struggled to remain calm. Ilino's piercing gaze bore into him as she whispered, "Did you know that?" Her voice echoed in the stillness. "Whenever you lie, your pupils dilate slightly and your hands tremble a bit," she said softly, "but your tone is so smooth that it's hard to doubt you." A wave of unease washes over him as he thinks, "Damn it." Disappointment creeps in, as he realizes his acting genius wasn't enough to fool Ilino's. Determination flares in his eyes as he thinks he can't let things continue like this. He has to uncover the true purpose behind it all. He spoke slowly. "Snail and I are connected." Ilino responded quickly. "Is it blood?" Her eyes fixed on his face, their eyes shockingly similar. "Is that so?" Fear crept into his heart as he heard Ilino's revelations. "I see. So, this is the secret seal the family hid in Lanehabor village. I've heard they call these seals talent cages, shackles that bind the extraordinary. Sen must have fallen victim to one." A strained smile appears as he replies, "The Lanehabor family, no matter how degraded, couldn't have fallen this far." Ilino gazes into the distance, lost in thought. In truth, everything had been strange from the start. She sighed, softly. It seemed he never intended to harm them. He looked directly into Ilino's eyes. "So, what do you want from Sen?" Without hesitation, Ilino replied, "I want to repay you." Her eyes gleamed as she continued, "Renee, that man has truly left a deep impression on me. I intend to bring him over to our side." He realized Ilino's intention. "So you want me to be the bridge?" Ilino smiled. "That's right. Someone as capable as you is more than qualified." He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rising emotions. Did she think poaching talent from the Lei family would be so easy? Before leaving, Ilino gently instructed, "Tell him to come to the Rivalin Merchant Guild headquarters in a week." She walked away into the sunset. "I'll be going now. I hope everything works out for you," DJ Chi said, his voice laced with worry, as he walked with him. "Young master, you're far too reckless. I've warned you before, but this time you've truly gone too far," she continued, saying the head of the family would surely speak to him privately, but he quickly cut her off, begging, "Please don't tell the family. I don't want to cause any more trouble." DJ Chi replied softly, "I've already sent the letter. There's no turning back now. As a maid, it's my duty to report the young master's actions." He stormed into his room, slamming the door in anger, exhaustion etched on his face, as he thought I should have stayed down longer. A hesitant voice broke the silence. I think you know this already, but if I, a half-demon Kilbus, want to absorb dark magic..." She paused, then continued, "There's only one way. Can you help me?" He thought to himself, hearing those words, that what he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. She was finally here. Thoughts raced through his mind. Succubi creatures like her were notorious for being living nightmares, draining the life force of men. He reassured himself, but everyone was wrong. There wouldn't be any of that nonsense they imagined. Inner Lunatic is an academy work for all ages. He thought to himself, there's no way he'd be doing things like that with a succubus, so he could rest easy for now. After a moment of thought, he asked, so, what do you need me to do? Yana hesitated. Well, could you hold my hand for a bit? Just about 10 minutes. He eyed her suspiciously. That shouldn't be a problem. He pressed further. That's all you need, right? Yana replied, flustered. Yes, that should be fine. He looks at her with curiosity. I have a question for you. Was there a reason you followed me that day? Yana hesitated, then continued with a trembling voice. It's because you're also a member of the Dark family, and there are some things I wanted to know. She hesitated, then continued. Sir Nox has also changed a lot recently. Before, you probably would have looked at me with a sharp gaze. What do you mean? Are you saying I wasn't like this before? Yana quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry about that. He takes off his coat and sits on the bed, recovering his magic. Yana softly replied, yes, yes. As his magic was drained, he mused that Iana von Serre appeared innocent and pure, unlike a killbost, something he knew from playing the game so many times. He mused that this was another side of Yana she had yet to reveal. And after the time was up, exactly 10 minutes no more, he intended to get up. Unexpectedly, unable to pull away, he turned to see Iana breathing heavily, her eyes strangely alluring. He quickly jumps up. Is his time already up? So that's all for now. Yana suddenly grabs his arm, refusing to let go. She shyly whispers, it's still not enough for me. Information about Yana flashes in his mind. Yana von Seda, female age, 15 race, succubus, main element, darkness achievements. Her strengths, keen senses, enchanting beauty, innate charm. A genius at sensing neutral mana, 2 personalities, weaknesses, timid and lonely. Stats displayed, strength 7, mana 9, luck 8, willpower 6, fortitude 26. More information on her skills appears: her passive skill Pheromone Attraction, her active skill Blood Drain. The B system suddenly blares a warning in bright red. The character is currently experiencing an abnormal state of dual personalities, with a complete 180-degree change in temperament. He's been pushed onto the bed and can't escape, despairing over Yana's abnormal state, her dual personalities. He thought frantically, damn it, why now when I can't recover my mana? Yana pinned him down, and he begged her to calm down, warning her that she would regret this. Yana, with a seductive look, begins to unbutton her shirt. Do you hate me? How strange, she continues in a mesmerizing voice. I've never met a man who hated me, Iana purrs, drawing closer. Then let me give you a dream. What kind of person is your ideal type? He struggles to break free, saying, I told you to stop. Yana moved closer to him, saying, just one kiss. Come here and hold me. Then you'll feel much better. Luckily, Marine arrived just in time. This little brat, she says with a sharp tone. Senior is busy dealing with the case, yet sneaking around flirting. Yana looked at Marine in a panic. Who are you? Marine quickly conjures a water orb and blasts it at her, sending her staggering and collapsing unconscious. He watched the scene in bewilderment. What the hell was going on? Marine explained calmly. I only transferred a little magic power. She won't be hurt or anything. Marine smirks as he stares at her, while she returns his gaze with a complex look. I never thought we'd meet like this. He quickly put on his shirt and tried to explain. Well, I hate to admit it, but this is a misunderstanding. Marine turns away and asks with a worried tone. Is your body all right now? He replies indifferently, as she can see. I shared some of my magic with her, but I'm fine. His attitude annoys Marine. What's with that attitude? She continued, her voice laced with reproach. I only did it to save my own life last time, no thanks needed. He cut Marine off. All right, I only did it to save my own life, no thanks needed. He walks away, infuriating Marine, but she smiles for a moment before yelling out. Your attitude really is a problem. Do you think seniors are easy to bully? I'm 2 years your senior. Hearing that, he gives a slight smile before leaving. That evening, elsewhere, 3 people gathered in a serious meeting. One of them spoke. So according to you, Nock defeated the demon. Is that correct? Luna affirmed sternly. Yes, Rotwell said, utterly incredulous. The young master was able to do that. Teo beamed, radiating a powerful aura, which Rotwell believed would cause a storm for the family. In the dead of night, Luna seeks out Tavon Renfer in his study, and the atmosphere becomes incredibly tense. After a moment's thought, Teo said carefully with a helpless tone, I don't know what Nock is thinking. He's a complete mystery to me. Actually, that's not all. As Nock's father, he had some reliable guesses, but it was best to keep them to himself. If I had to guess, it might be because of his mother's death. That bloody night, Teo remembers the sea of flames engulfing the castle, the blazing fire in the dark night, the ashes flying everywhere, creating a striking yet tragic scene. Nock was there, witnessing the monster's slaughter and his mother's beheading with innocent eyes. Those innocent eyes went blank as they witnessed the horrific scene. Theo realized he had watched his mother sacrifice herself right before his eyes. After that, he went berserk and caused chaos, not letting anyone near. He paused, realizing that Theo could now avenge his mother. He had done it himself. He chuckled, thinking of his child now grown, no longer crying uselessly, but acting with purpose. Luna paused, then gritted her teeth as she exposed him. I think you're lying. She didn't answer right away, because she was still wondering what he was implying. She didn't understand his intentions. She eyed the dangerous man before her, a power only those of the family bloodline could inherit. Darkness takes form, eyes narrow with a mysterious, sinister glint. The image of Nock writhing in pain reminds her it can only be activated when one is pushed to their breaking point. Luna's expression turned serious and calculating. Now that the rookie had joined the organization, Luna liked he would be safe. She told herself, with fierce determination, that he was now completely beyond his control. I can't let that happen again. Teo remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, he spoke, stating it was only natural she was so sensitive. Teo chuckled, offering an unrelated philosophical response. Parents should always understand their children. She questioned, since when were you such a warm fatherly figure? Luna angrily reminded him that his eldest son had joined the royal faction. She emphasized each word, stating that he had sided with the demons to attack their enemies, because he had been around long enough to prove he was a seasoned old fox, and her taunts weren't enough to make him confess everything. He didn't answer right away, but echoed her words, as if this were a heart-to-heart between citizens of the country. A bloody storm will soon sweep across the continent. Not wanting to listen to his nonsense any longer, Luna turns and leaves, reminding Tavon Renfer not to forget his promise. Her voice, laced with steel, threatened him. She would kill his son, or anyone, if they stood in her way. Luna glances back. It's the lunatic way, and part of our contract. So, set aside your emotions and focus on the objective. As red smoke filled the room, she vanished, leaving only her final warning echoing through the obscured space. He pushed himself up, confirming she was gone, and limped to the window. He gazed into the distance, lamenting that all was already done. His eyes narrowed, revealing a bewitching purple glow. He believed the Empire's downfall, and the 72 great demons' conquest would soon begin, while in another palace the girl tried everything to persuade the man. Simply put, I'm drawn to you. This persistent plea continues. So please sign a contract with our rival in guild. We'll ensure a worthy reward. With that, Elino slowly took a sip of her tea, then stood up, pushed the contract forward and declared, Let's make a deal. She stared at him, and when he didn't respond, she gently called out to him. Len then hesitated, bowing his head with a worried look. I'm sorry, but I have family matters to attend to. Elino Rivalin, now even more confident, sipped her tea and said, Nock told me all about your family situation. Suddenly a radiant aura emanated from her as she delivered shocking news to Zen. He gave his permission, so don't worry. How could she say something so shameless? If he could, Nock wanted to expose her right then and there, sneering, I never gave permission. Zane turned away, dejected, thinking I must have taken down that demon insect a little too early, and gotten a bunch of resources. His expression turned thoughtful, but now she wants me to work for the Rivali Guild. How can a lady say something so despicable, and where does that confident boasting come from? He hesitated, then spoke. Yes. Seeing his formality as a barrier to cooperation, she smiled. Just call me Elino. He awkwardly declined. With all due respect, I'm more comfortable addressing you as Miss Elino. What a rigid and stubborn person. She stops smiling and looks down at him. You're similar to Nock in some ways, aren't you? She concluded, rubbing her stiff neck, and decided to pull out all the stops to persuade him. If you don't want to play nice, I'll play rough. I didn't want to complicate things. But mentioning this caused Elino's eyes to sharpen like knives, his serious tone revealing that a Renfer branch family was involved in handling the kingdom's dirty work. She gazes at her reflection in the teacup, musing that they infiltrated Eladin Academy with their members for a secret mission. What do you think will happen when it reaches Headmaster Noah? She asks, a smile playing on her lips, her eyes sharp as if to say he won't be safe if he continues to refuse. Though not a direct threat, it's as if she's holding a knife to his throat. He retorted, I didn't think you were the type to exploit someone's weaknesses, Lady Elino. She calmly sipped her tea, refuting his prejudiced view. I'm a merchant. I have no reason to be kind. He gritted his teeth, hesitating to ask. So what do I need to do? Setting down her teacup, she cut to the chase. Sign it. Elino placed her hand on the contract, her beautiful face urging him on. You're not going to work with me. Late at night outside the palace, Sen clutched the pendant as he wandered along the lake. Looking at it in his hand, he murmured, the pendant of the flower spirit. Hesitation flickered across his face as he realized the value of the gift, an overwhelming creation only obtainable near completion. He stared intently, as if the answer lay hidden within this priceless artifact. Elino's methods were certainly forceful, yet persuasive. After threatening him, she sweet-talked him and offered this valuable gift as a token of her sincerity for respecting him. Her serious face revealed that it was both a gift and his contract fee. Those were her exact words, and of course he knew its endless uses. An absurdly powerful item layered with advanced magic. He stares at the pendant, mesmerized by its radiant aura. He could see the advantages but also the disadvantages. It was good, yes, but it had magic that could be used to track him. It's not ideal, but it seems Elino genuinely wants to cooperate, though it comes with considerable complications. After putting the necklace away, he pondered deeply. Inside the magnificent palace, a light but nutritious breakfast was served, no less luxurious than a high-end restaurant. Elino sat in silence when suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoed from behind. "It seems you're quite fond of this fellow." Rick brazenly comments on his master, noting this is the first time she's personally invited someone for recruitment. She ignores his questions, instead issuing a warning. "Since when could you question my actions?" An alarm bell rings in his head, and knowing he's outmatched, Rick quickly explains himself. "How could someone like me ever go against you?" He forced a smile, adding, "Don't worry, you know, I'm not stupid." She glared at him with disgust, wishing he were mute, as long-held suspicions began to surface. Rick was acting strangely. Perhaps it began after Headmaster Noah dealt with the pawn demon. Her eyes suddenly filled with worry. It was too soon to say, but she had a bad feeling. Before he left, she suddenly said, "You should be careful." Elino chuckled, reminding him that any decision he made from now on would affect the lives of the originals. He chuckled at her words, then smiled like an obedient servant. "I'll keep that in mind, President." With her matter settled, he turned and left. This trip has been very rewarding for him, Rick thought. Indeed, I was right. Elino, eyes sharp and face etched with worry, thought to herself that Noe von Jaber was a dangerous individual. Rick, weighing the pros and cons, knew he had to deal with him quickly, and perhaps that foolish prince as well. He was utterly determined, convinced with extraordinary power. "Knock, whatever your goal, things won't go your way this time because of you," Rick thought, laughing maniacally. He paused, then continued, "You're as good as dead." With that thought, a devious smile crept across his face, pleased with the plan he had concocted as he walked on, leaving no trace as he targeted Knock. Images flashed, beginning with a man named Noon Renhub, a name he acquired in this new world. The images continued, revealing Knock's face from the inner lunatic story. But he denied it, insisting it was someone else's name. A mechanical voice echoes in the air, "Welcome back." Knock's image remains still, and he no longer denies that it's someone else's name, continuing his own train of thought. "But now it's the name I've taken, and I'm quite used to this role." The images that flashed before his eyes were Yu-chan's experiences as Knock, and he opened his eyes, now full of power and resolve, awaiting the system's presence. The moment he opened his eyes, that mechanical voice echoed again, activating the genius's timeline. As the mechanical voice faded, the timelines held by a mysterious force began to spin wildly. Images of Knock's life flash by bloody battles, Knock wielding his sword monsters like Pawn and more. But it doesn't stop there. Other moments appear, like the girl with white wings, the radiant angel, and a cloaked figure praying as Knock sees himself crying once more. A tear falls from his eye down his neck, as if to say that many promised to be by his side, but the more friends he made, Di Luna Digi Elino, his friends, appeared in his mind, and he realized he was being tormented by even greater loneliness. Perhaps time has stopped, and the system asks, "Do you want to start a new game?" After the system goes silent, Knock finds himself in another space, but the person in this space isn't Knock anymore, but Yu-chan. He sat in his gaming chair, mind racing, and wondered, "Where am I? My room." Before I was possessed, he turned to look around, noticing something different and quickly realizing the problem. But what is this strange feeling? He runs a hand through his hair and sighs. He continued to speculate, finding the whole thing very strange. "I used to lock myself in a dirty, trash-filled room to play games, but now I'm striving for change. So who am I?" He clutches his head and stares at the computer, a space now vastly different from his memory, the desk free of trash. At this moment he wonders what his relationship with Knock is, and why he ended up inhabiting him in this world. Everything in that world is mine, yet not truly mine. That's right, no Ren, I know that because I can't shake off Knock's enormous shadow, I'm always drowning in pain. Uncertainty only breaks me down further, and makes me feel more alone. I have to face the reality before me. Yu-chan continues to drift through this world, the relationships he's forged, slowly anchoring him to this place. "I'm not the Knock I once was." Back in reality, Knock stands before his father Teo, who speaks. "Let me ask you something. Did your mother have anything to do with why you risked your life to kill the demon Pawn?" Knock can't answer, haunted by the memory of his mother's death during the massacre. How haunting. Father Theo, still without an answer from his son, continued. "From that day on, I knew that was when you started to become different. You pretend you don't remember, but you really do care. If I were Knock, how would he react in this situation? I don't want to think like that anymore." As soon as he stopped thinking, he turned, drew his sword, and slashed at his father, answering, "Are you saying I'm hiding my strength?" Teo reacted instantly, dodging the blow, and spoke gently to his son. "That's right, no von HS." Seeing his father dodge the surprise attack, he swung his sword again. This time, it wasn't a wild swing, but the black flash technique he had broken free from Knock's shadow. He began to think powerfully that this name was now his, even if he was a villain, ridiculed by others, and destined to die. Along with the past that others scorned, mocked, disbelieved, and denied. The baseless slanders of the past can no longer hinder his powerful resolve, for he refuses to accept his fate, and has struggled to delay his demise. His attack is unleashed on his father, but Teo immediately draws his sword and strikes hard, causing the attack to collapse. The son's inexperience is clear when fighting his father. Teo was now teaching his son, "This is how you use the black flash. He swung his blade at Nock with the same technique Nock had used before, but this time he shattered it. Nock is blown far away, fully aware of the power gap between him and his father. He knows he must complete this story with the limited time he has left. The system's voice echoes as the player's genius trait is activated, but his thoughts remain unbroken and resolute. I tried to do it, but this is why I'm desperate and terrified of impending death. If there's anything I need to overcome, it's the predetermined death that awaits me. The system's voice echoes, but this time its display is a dangerous red, executing an immediate command, restore lifespan immediately. Elsewhere, Gren discusses their journey as DJ Chi points to a map asking if they'll continue north from Chatus. Hearing this, Gren replied, "Yes, we'll continue heading northwest." Immediately, a soldier in the group said, "But sir, that's too dangerous. It's not just the beasts. The real problem is the Tahalin kingdom, who are extremely hostile to the Renhub family." But Gren calmly states that's precisely why he's going there now, shocking his companions. Digichi, Rona, and Alina all turn to Gren. Meanwhile, Grai calmly and confidently continued, "Send a letter, tell them a noble from the Renhub S family is coming." A red system screen appeared with that mechanical sound. Warning, the player has only 27 days to live. Nock is now in a different timeline, currently at the academy. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, he crossed his arms thinking, "Damn it, how did things turn out like this?" After sacrificing my lifespan to Stormbringer to defeat the demon, Paniana approached me when time was running out. "You awakened the Sakibus and Ilino essence. Someone is trying to recruit my other self into their guild. If I don't restore my lifespan soon, things will get dangerous. Why does this keep happening?" he sighed, ceasing his thoughts. Soon after, the system announced the item's basic information: the Fire Spirit Pendant, a high-level fire attribute accessory with passive skill stats. He has achieved a high level of harmony with the spirit. The pendant, with its golden exterior and a captivating red gem within, faintly reveals something lying inside. The system continued, stating the equip conditions: love or favor from Ilinoivalen. A special effect will bind you when equipping the passive skill Harmony with Spirits. You can contract with a fire spirit, and the spirit's level depends on your magic stat. However, equipping it will continuously share your location with Ilino Jerivalan. Nock holds the pendant, thinking the only good thing is the tracking effect only starts after equipping the artifact with 15 or more magic. With 20 magic and 15 stamina, I should be able to summon a high-level spirit and contract with the Spirit King Salamander. The problem is this item is bound, so my other self Snail can't equip it. If worn, everyone will realize Sion and Nock are the same person, and Ilino is a genius actor, not just a talented one. There's no way I can fool her with such clumsy acting. They say it'll take about 2 weeks to resolve the situation at the academy. First, I should go back and make a plan. Nock grabs his luggage and heads to his car to go home. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've been to Ren's house, and it's been a while since I've reunited with my teammates Rona, May, and Elena. Teo's questioning about the incident is a concern, but what worries me the most is the system's warning that I have to do something. In another room, Elino lies in bed, lost in a dream. Her brow furrows as she sees her younger self being scolded by her mother. "You still can't accept demonic energy. To call you a daughter of the sod. It would have been better if one of your sisters inherited the demon blood. I can't take it anymore. Get out of here." Awakening from the dream, Elino burst into tears, clutching her head as she remembered Nock. "What have I done to Nox? A kiss was enough. Come here, let me hold you." She tossed and turned in bed, thinking about what she had said: a kiss would be enough. She seemed embarrassed, the beauty blushing, as she couldn't stop thinking about that scene. She doesn't want to admit it, but she did it, and now she wants to scream. "Oh dear, I don't know anything anymore." Then with a cry, she rolls right off the bed. What an impulsive girl. She sighed, trembling as she grabbed the table to get up, but a girl suddenly appeared before her. She says, "You finally noticed. After a night in a carriage, he's finally home." Rona carried his luggage as they entered the estate, where the butler greeted him respectfully. "It's been a long time, young master." "Young master, are you well?" Nock entered the house, responded to him, and then asked about his father. "Yes, I wish to see the head of the family." "Where is he?" The butler gestured, saying, "He's in the main hall. I'll escort you." As Nock walked, he heard the servants whispering the same words unchanged from before. But he no longer cared about them, calmly walking forward. At the main room's door, Roswell said, "Please come in." Without hesitation, Nock entered the room, meeting his father's overwhelming gaze as if trying to suppress his confidence. He couldn't help but think of him as a monster, wondering how he ever stood before him in the past. Teo's voice echoes, "You've returned, Noe von Rainsfield. It must have been a long journey home." Nock heard the sarcasm in Teo's voice and retorted, "Can you at least remain calm when you see me? You'll quickly realize I'm here with good intentions." Hearing Nock's words, Teo suppressed his annoyance and said, "I told you I no longer intend to harm the family, or you. Besides, I heard you propose to the princess and defeated the demon pawn." As Teo spoke, Nock felt like he was being scrutinized, and at that moment, the system warned him that the master actor was wavering. Teo continues to assess Nock, saying, "You're hiding a lot from me, aren't you?" Nock, seeing the suspicion in Teo's eyes, replies, "I only delivered the final blow to the demon pawn. Just luck, and I had a lot of help taking him down. Hearing this, Teo asked, "Are you trying to lie to me?" The family elders agree that you should be punished for your actions at the academy, but Nock remains calm in the face of Teo's imposing presence and words of condemnation. He says, "If I must take responsibility for my actions, I will accept it." Theo's eyes darken, his face grim. He asks, "Do you know what makes one strong?" Nock, puzzled, simply replies, "Yes." Theo slams his hand on the table, rising to his feet. To ignore and justify all kinds of greed and deception towards others is to become strong, to reach a level where no one dares look you in the eye to judge you. "You said you weren't interested in becoming the head of the family," Nock replied to his father. "That's right," Teo said with a slight smile. Nock watches his every move, wondering if he's actually smiling. Teo removed his cloak, handed it to the butler, and said, "Let me tell you, never underestimate the seat of the head of the family." Teo walked towards another door and called back to Nock to come out. Inside the room, a battleground is set, with Nock and Teo facing off, swords in hand. Teo commands, "Draw your sword." Nock obeys, placing his hand on the sword and drawing it sharply as Teo steps toward him, saying, "Then let's begin. I want to see your strength. Try to block my attacks or you'll be in danger." Nock stammered in fear, telling Teo, "How can I? I don't have that skill." No sooner said than done. Teo's sword came crashing down on Nock, leaving him no choice but to parry. The clash of their blades sparked a testament to the sheer force of Teo's strike. The force of the blow sent Nock staggering back, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground as Theo coldly said, "I'll hold back some of my strength." Another strike is unleashed, and this time Nock can't block it head-on, forced to retreat a great distance. Nock still gripped his sword tightly, regaining his balance and bracing himself against the next blow. As the attack dissipated, Nock leaned on his sword for support, exhaustion washing over him, but he forced himself to stand. Across from him, Teo explains his previous technique, the Renfp family's dark sword style. "How about that? Are you intrigued?" With a smirk, Nock rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and declared, "Now it's my turn." His aura has changed. He holds his sword staring at Teo with newfound power. The battle unfolded at breakneck speed, leaving only streaks of purple and blinding light in the air, as Nock moved like a phantom, blurring into a swift, deadly dance. Facing Nox was Teo, a man of unwavering resolve, unleashing powerful counterattacks. Theo dodges with finesse, his body weaving through the deadly attacks, retaliating with powerful punches and kicks, each movement carrying destructive force. The speed of both reaches its limit, distorting the surrounding environment, as violet light and other streaks of color intersect, painting a chaotic, yet deadly dance on the battlefield. The battle was not only a physical confrontation, but also a tense mental duel, where every moment determined survival. Teo smirked his face, full of contempt, and lunged forward with an attack. Nock grimaces, retaliating with a determined strike. The violet lights collide, creating a dividing line of brilliance, until Nock is overwhelmed by Teo's power, sent flying and collapses using his sword for support. Teo slowly approached, asking, "Is that all you've got?" His footsteps echoed. Suddenly Roswell's voice rang out, stopping Teo in his tracks. "Master, you're being too hard on the young master." Rotwell, with his hand respectfully on his chest, voiced his concern. Even the eldest son Garen would struggle against such swordsmanship. Hearing this advice, the father frowned in displeasure, replying, "I understand," but Teo's face quickly returns with an arrogant and triumphant look. "It seems I accidentally used too much force on the sword without realizing it. Looks like I need to adjust my strength a bit." Teo turned to leave, saying, "Rest up, son." Suddenly Nock regained his strength, gripping his sword tightly. "Where do you think you're going, father?" Nock channels his power into the sword, emitting a purple haze as his face hardens and his eyes sharpen, glaring at his father. "Did you think your useless son hadn't learned anything?" Nock slowly approached his father, who returned his gaze with disdain. Without turning, he says, "Come." Nock surges forward, a blade crackling with purple and blue energy in his grip, a swift and brutal attack. With unwavering blue eyes, Teo faces the tension head-on, the mark on his forehead, and stern expression highlighting his resolve amidst the confrontation. The battle intensifies as Teo fends off Nock's relentless attacks. Fighting back, he says, "You're quite interesting." Nock, unfazed, retorts, "I'll take that as a compliment." Nock continues to swing his sword, but Teo strikes back, sending Nock flying once more before asking, "Let me ask you one last question. Does your reason for risking your life to kill Pawn have anything to do with your mother?" Nock's face tenses at the question, and Teo continues, "On the night of the massacre, you watched your mother die alone. From that day on, I knew that's when you started to become different. You pretend you don't remember, but you truly care. My father says I'm hiding my power." Theo recoils from Nock's blade. "Indeed." His face was stern and resolute. Now Nock unleashes his full fury, channeling all his power into a devastating strike, Black Flash. Teo withstands the blow, a smile spreading across his face as he says, "This is how you use Black Flash." Then Teo retaliates, catching Nock off guard. Caught completely off guard, Nock stumbles back, kneeling to brace himself with his sword, but a triumphant smile spreads across his face. The player's genius trait has been activated, enveloping him in a crimson aura. You have learned the second black blade technique, sever. Your understanding of the black down has increased significantly through the battle, with a powerful opponent. Nock accepts the full power, and rushes to attack Teo. Teo was caught completely off guard, instinctively blocking the blow and staggering backward. He actually mastered that move just by watching. However, with his abilities, Teo successfully countered with a dangerous, decisive blow. The two swords clashed and fell to the ground, emitting clouds of smoke. The battle seemed to be drawing to a close, with Nock having used almost all of his strength. Sweat poured down as his knees buckled. Teo looked at his son and said, "As your father and head of the Renhafer family, I say this. One day, use that sword to kill me with your own hands, the man who couldn't protect your mother." He looked at Nock with a stern yet challenging gaze. Nock glared back at him resentfully as Teo continued, "And take the head seat of the family if it's you. You can do it." Nock's eyes blurred as he drifted into the void. Then from nowhere, the system spoke. "Do you want to start a new game?" Nock awakens from his daze covered in sweat, as if from a nightmare. "Where am I? Is this my room before I entered the game?" He seems to be back in his room, but as he looks at the computer screen, he can't shake this feeling of unease. His head pounds with a throbbing pain. No, even thinking about it feels strange. He recalls days of being abandoned by his own family, suffering amnesia, and being diagnosed with a terminal illness. He continues to remember what happened. It's possible all of this happened at once. Yes, perhaps all of this caused him to collapse to the ground, clutching his head in agonizing pain. Wait, before I possessed him, I couldn't remember my own name. He struggled to recall his thoughts. My name is Nock." He quickly fainted, and his full name flashed through his mind, Nox von Renhofer. Waking up, he found himself in the room of the character he'd possessed, Nock lying in bed, his purple eyes gleaming. Nock awakens in his bed, his face etched with surprise. He jolts up certain he's forgotten something very important. His face contorts as he struggles to recall any remaining memories. Suddenly, he hears a noise, and looks over to see his four maids, May, Elena Djichi, and Rona. They're all waiting for him to wake up. Nock sighed as each of them spoke in turn. DJ Chi started saying that not a day goes by without something happening to their master. Don't you think so? At this rate, all the maids serving Nock will die of stress. Listening to Jay Chi's nagging, Nock dismissively replied without even looking. He didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Just then, Elena spoke up. "You can't keep working so recklessly." She grabbed Nock's hands tightly. "Do you know how worried we are about you?" May chimes in. "Easy. Elena, you're drunk again." Nox wearily pulls his hand away. "I'll talk when you let go of my hand." Elena flustered replies, "Just a little longer." Didi Chi stands nearby, grimacing and glaring coldly at Elena. Their master is not in a good mood. Nock wearily watches the three girls tease each other, but then his eyes turn to Rona. How strange. Nock noticed a change in Rona's face, a hint of sadness. Normally she'd be all over him making a fuss. Another time. "There's something more important to do now. Now that everyone's here starting tomorrow, you will all accompany me to Accuse region." The maids were all surprised, and stopped fighting. Nock calculates that he's been planning this since returning to the family, his face resolute. They will all go to eliminate the powerful Chedu's monsters, to extend his lifespan. "Since the battle with Pawn, I haven't gained any lifespan at all." Nockbong continued. "If you all understand, you may leave. I wish to rest." He ordered the maids, and DJ Chi acknowledged, understood. "We'll prepare to leave at once." They bowed respectfully, taking all the maids with them as they left. Silence returned to the room, and Nock gazed out the window, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who's there?" he asked, startled. A voice calls out, "Master, it's me. I need to speak with you." A maid's voice echoed from beyond the door, surprising Nock. "Come in." Rona pushed the door open, her face a sob. Clutching her skirt tightly, Rona sat beside Nock on the bed, and began her story. She recounted the events of that day through tears. "You remember that night of slaughter when the mistress passed, don't you? You remembered that day, didn't you?" Rona's face was filled with sorrow and regret, as she recalled the night of the blood moon. "Where did the monster come from? I smell blood." "Where are you hiding?" Bon is about to break down the door. "You think I didn't know?" Inside the room, Nock's mother is holding him close as he clings to her in fear. Beside her is the maid Rona, as the monster bee breaks down the door and storms inside. The mother quickly uses her power to protect her son, saying, "You came for me. Isn't that right? Can you please stop killing innocent people?" The monster heard this and, enraged, launched an attack. With that pathetic light, he mustered all his strength to grab the mother by the neck. "Did you think that could stop us?" He lifted the mother into the air, intent on ending her life. And what he wanted wasn't just her. With her last ounce of strength, the mother pleads, "Rona, please take care of Nock. The boy was born with a great destiny, so the land needs your help. I will erase Nock." The mother unleashed her power, and Nock, with his memory gone, might become someone unrecognizable to you. "But can you still take care of Nock for me? Maybe the original Nock will come back to us." The mother then used all her power, transforming into a blinding golden light that destroyed the exploding monster. Ending the flashback, Rona continued, "I think you know everything that happened after that. I spread malicious rumors, so you would stay away from the family's battle for the throne. It pained me greatly, but I had to protect you. It was my final promise. The mistress poured out her heart in tears. But now, it's no longer necessary. If you remember everything, then someone like me who has deceived you and betrayed your trust for so long is no longer worthy to be by your side. N cuts through Rona's emotions, asking, is something wrong? Rona was startled. I told you I can't be with you anymore. But N doesn't care. That's all in the past. Rona, do you know why I don't hate you? You think I didn't know. Every night I was sick you stayed up with me, worried about me. Even when others spoke ill of me, you still believed in my goodness, and protected me. Now I understand the guilt you've carried. You can finally be free. Nock reflects, regretting that the one she serves now isn't the real Nock. She knows better than anyone that the words spoken now are hollow and meaningless. Rona is moved to tears by Nock's words as he returns to his own thoughts. That's why I want to know how much Teo loved his wife and what Rona's true feelings are for me. I desperately want to ask. Lost in thought, he stares at his reflection, wondering why he has to be the villain. Renfer, the man with platinum hair and a black cloak, clasped his hands over his sword as his voice echoed. In the name of Noon Renfer, as a member of the Renher family, he declares he has received approval from the family head to recruit warriors and form an army against demons. He added that anyone wishing to join his fight should gather at the Octagon training grounds in 1 week for a test, and those who defeat him or earn his approval will be paid the equivalent of 1 royal silver coin. People from all walks of life, from the streets to the taverns, buzzed with speculation, many bursting into laughter at his proclamation. They couldn't believe it. One man figured he was bored and looking for something to do. Others agreed, certain that no one would participate, confident that anyone could defeat him, even a 4-year-old girl. From outside the tavern, a tall man in a dark cloak entered and asked, would any of you like to place a bet with me? I'll bet that almost no one can pass Renfer's test. With that, he tossed a bag full of gold coins into the air. A man stood up from within the tavern, glaring at the cloaked figure as he spoke with anger. You look like the son of a wealthy noble. Haven't you heard the rumors about Renfer's youngest? The cloaked man simply chuckled, prompting those around him to rise and ask, what's so funny? We're genuinely worried about you. The man didn't just keep laughing, he laughed louder, more heartily. The man then began to remove his hood, saying, who cares about who? Everyone was shocked to see that it was none other than Master Gren. Everyone was shocked, thinking he was training Chedus, and a bag of gold was poured out from his hand. He told everyone, keep everything said here a secret, and place your bets accordingly. Bien, the powerful man throws down 50 gold royals, betting it all on his little brother. He thought this seemed like another fair bet. Cut to Ren Hafer, the man with platinum hair and a black cloak, one hand resting on his sword with imposing grandeur. Standing on the platform, he looked down at the crowd who whispered and gossiped about him, some calling his academy's top rank a lie. Renfer, standing on the platform, is deeply worried, wondering how things spiraled so out of control. He posted an announcement about recruiting warriors for the Chu's subjugation army, but he doesn't understand why so many people have shown up. He thought his reputation had improved, but as he stood on the platform he saw his brother. Ryan was waving at him from below the platform. He sternly asked his subordinate, have you gathered enough? As he pondered the monster subjugation strategy for Chus, a man below raised his hand and asked, at least tell us what kind of test we'll be facing. Renher, observing the questioner from the platform, thought to himself, look at this guy, so arrogant, muscles toned, and the amount of magic emanating from his body is not normal. There's no way he's applying for the position of private soldier. I think this is Grian's doing. He figured Gren was testing him, and wondered what everyone would think if someone with that much power couldn't handle him. As he finished his thought, he shouted loudly for all to hear, the rules are simple, use everything you have to come at me as if you truly want to kill me. If you happen to kill me, no one will blame you, the man facing Renfer declared. Renfer's words only amplified his surprise. His opponent was Renher Noon Renfer, the family's trash, yet he couldn't believe how confident he was. The referee then called both fighters to their battle positions, and as soon as the signal was given, the large swordsman readied his massive blade. He lunged at Renfer, smugly believing Ren Hafer was a fool who couldn't even react to his speed. He wanted to teach Ren Hafer a lesson for trying to create an army. With a sharp gaze, Ren Hafer sidesteps the attack, leaving his opponent stunned as he effortlessly evades the blow. With a smug look, Ren Hafer sneers and mocks his opponent. Your movements are too slow. Is that how you usually fight? No sooner had he spoken than he swung his sword, sending his opponent's weapon, flying his blade, now resting against his foe's neck. He gives his opponent another chance, demanding a real fight, or he'll sever an arm. Ren Hafer's opponent is now on the floor, but his face remains cold as he says, didn't you hear me? Pick up your sword again. His opponent now trembled, only able to beg, forgive my disrespect. Before he could finish, Renfer landed a powerful blow, sending him flying. The onlookers were stunned. Renfer stands in the arena, declaring to the crowd, I have no place for cowards like this. Who wants to fight me? Silence falls. The silence was deathly cold, as Ren standing below the arena mused with delight. I never imagined my brother would grow this strong. The auction and everything else will bring me a huge profit, but that's not the most important thing. Ren Hafer, Renfer's only blood-related brother, Nock von Renfer, has begun to reveal his power. Now, the Renfer name will further elevate his younger brother's reputation, and as it rises, so too will his own. At this moment, those who had signed up for Renhafer's warrior squad were ashamed and worried. They were all afraid and wanted to go home after watching his match. But he wouldn't allow it, telling everyone, "Stop, right there. Who said you could leave? You volunteered to become my warriors. If you quit now, I'll make you experience hell on earth." His eyes sharp, he said, in the name of Envan Renfer, and continued to train them for days, but no one could stand their ground during training. With a cold smile, he said, "I'll work you all to the brink of death." The trainees trembled before him, regretting their decision to sign up. One bright morning, Renhafer and his companions ride in a horse-drawn carriage through the sunlit forest, as Alina, wearing a witch's hat, shyly asks, "Master, I have a question." Before he could finish, he ordered May to wake Alina, who seemed exhausted from the long days of training. May, one of Renhafer's warriors, obeys his order and shoves an apple into Alina's mouth, and once recovered, she asks him why he wants to return to Chirsis. Rumor has it he's the one who bought the land, but Renhafer only tells her, "I want to develop it." Alina was frustrated, saying the land was monster-infested and barren, but Renhafer on horseback simply replied, "I have my own plans." Alina, riding in the carriage, admired his cool demeanor, while Renfer pondered the situation. For everyone else, including Rona and the butler's family who accompanied him on this journey, Renfer glanced at Rona, sensing she still felt guilty about her mother. But Rona was different from what he thought. She was dreaming of the day she could ride on the noble back of that horse. Christopher, burdened with luggage, walks beside him, a knight assigned by the family, perhaps out of concern. Christopher, this knight, was a towering giant of a man standing over 6 feet tall and an incredibly outgoing person. After a long journey, Renhafer's caravan finally caught sight of the stronghold. They all agree that the stronghold has grown stronger, but Christopher thinks the progress is too slow, though inevitable. The development has only just begun, Renfer tells him. "That's why I brought the warriors here." Christopher is thrilled to learn he has other plans. Renfer says, "Before Chadas can be revived, there's something we need to take care of first, reducing the monster population." That's what he told everyone, but inside he was thinking Chadu's development. "My foot. First I need to survive." Just then, a system notification appeared, warning the player that they only had 10 days of life left and to restore their lifespan immediately. Ryan and the servants brought Knox several boxes of mirrors, big and small, and his brother smiled, saying of course he wanted to give them to him. "This is a reward to commemorate the achievements of the family's only youngest sibling," Ryan said, extending his hand, his smile as bright as the morning sun. Knock accepts the gift with a calm expression, thinking it's only fair he does all the hard work while his brother gets the money. He helplessly watched his brother, thinking it wasn't fair, never imagining he'd give him everything. "This is far too flattering." "Well, I was planning on using him sparingly from the start anyway." Knock coldly responded, "How is the situation developing in the Chius region?" Gryan quietly speaks up, saying, "There aren't many residents yet, but since Professor Ross's announcement, many young people plan to move in, young men on horseback with crates of belongings. The land there is unsuitable for farming, overrun with monsters, and the roads are undeveloped. It's hard to take a risk based on potential alone." Knock reassured him, "Don't worry, that's why the Goblin Drum Corps was formed. We see the elite corps in their gleaming sacred iron armor." Gryan agreed with his younger brother's reassurance, feeling relieved by his words. "Then when will you act? The journey is long, so we'll rest today." Suddenly a voice cut through the peaceful atmosphere. "Right now." The words hung in the air, leaving the soldiers stunned and questioning. "Now." He casually added, "We depart immediately." A murmur of confusion rippled through the mansion. The man sitting on the chair with suspicion is Teo Chaux. Why would a skilled knight like him follow the youngest son, a knight with radiant golden hair? Christopher Teo didn't want such a skilled knight to suddenly leave. He was well trained within the family with no reason to depart. Christopher smiles brightly at Knock's father, "Because I saw the light." The knight recalls the moment etched in his mind, the immense talent the young master revealed to him. He saw a clue to perfecting his swordsmanship there. Christopher continued to explain his decision, saying he would help his master perfect his swordsmanship. "Not for others, but for us," he presents his scabbard. That made Theo frown. "Are you implying my swordsmanship is meaningless?" The so-called Exangwa, a northern sword technique, a swordsman with jet-black hair, stands valiantly in the snowy mountains, sword in hand. Christopher affirmed it. Knock's father had no choice but to accept his wishes. "Very well, I accept." Christopher recalled those memories with a start, so he had set out to make the young master the greatest knight. "But what am I seeing right now?" he asked DJ Chi, who stood beside him with a look of utter disbelief. "Did you know about this?" DJ Chi asked hesitantly. "He's shown an interest in magic lately, but I didn't think he'd progress this far." He unleashes a powerful surge of purple magic, conjuring a massive magic circle in the sky above the besieged city, as ferocious beasts with razor-sharp teeth search for their next meal. Standing atop the highest tower, he unleashes countless magic circles, their power hurtling towards the monsters, a violet light erupting amidst the unsuspecting horde. They could only scream in agony and rage, as Alina watched everything unfold from the city walls. She was filled with admiration, and May standing next to her couldn't help but gape and exclaim, "What, he's become this strong in just 1 month?" In contrast to May's disbelief, Alina was filled with admiration, and shyly called out, "Young master." Nock's face suddenly paled as the system notification appeared before his eyes. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly. "You have slain an elf. Lifespan increased by 2 hours." The system repeated this message as the monsters were gradually eliminated. Noctis struggles to cast his magic, worried. Only 2 hours of life extension, aren't goblins considered mid-tier monsters? He began to doubt what he was doing, sure that the Black Flame Ring's effect meant that the stronger he was during the day, the more life he needed to gain when killing powerful monsters. The monsters, overwhelmed by the ring's power, cough up blood and die. "It seems I've become too strong. Damn it." Nock closes his eyes tightly and flicks his hand upwards. A sphere of purple energy gathers before the remaining monsters, an unstoppable force that obliterates them. The system interface appears again, but this time with a red warning: the player's remaining lifespan is 14 days. Seeing his remaining lifespan, his face grew even more troubled. Now he had to strategize. "I've eliminated so many, yet only gained 4 days. I need a plan." After Nox used magic to drive away the demonic beasts, he looked down at the people below who were waiting for him. Christopher and May stood behind the soldiers, unable to hide their gaping surprise as Alina rushed to hug Nock, her face beaming with pride. "You flatter me, young lord. I thought your swordsmanship was your only strength, but I never imagined you were talented in magic as well. This is amazing. I'm really starting to wonder where your limits lie," Christopher said with admiration as Nock thought to himself. "Come to think of it, others don't know I'm good at magic." He lowered his head, helpless, unsure of what to say. As they moved into the planning area, Nock explained, "Anyway, I learned all this from Professor Ga. He's incredibly skilled in theories." He offered a clumsy defense, but it seemed no one believed him. Nock could only stare at them, then slowly said, "If you doubt it, then don't believe me." DJ Chi finally spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Let's discuss that later," she continued. "We are now northeast of Chedus." Nock confirms this, stating they will continue heading northeast. Christopher voiced his concern, saying it was dangerous, master. "There are even more dangerous beasts to the northeast." His face suddenly paled as he said that. Remembering how easily his young master dispatched the monsters with magic, Christopher realized he could probably defeat thousands. He scratched his head and chuckled. "No, that probably isn't the biggest problem either," Christopher continued, speaking of another country. "Monsters are one thing, but the real problem is the kingdom of Tahalin, opposing Ren. It's dangerous, so we'd better be careful." Nock looked at Christopher and spoke, which is exactly why Rona and DJ listened so intently to their discussion. He added, "I'm heading to the Tahalin kingdom now." May and Alina stared blankly. Nock orders a letter to be sent, announcing the arrival of a Renhafer noble and demanding preparations. He put on his gloves with a pleased smirk. The luxurious palace glittered in the sunlight, carpets lined the halls, and a man with long, neatly braided orange hair bore a fierce scar across his chest. Awakening, he approached the mirror, gazing at his own reflection. When an old man approached, "Prince Kusan, the youngest of the Renhafer family, is on his way." Prince Kusan smirks, indeed, an arrogant brat. If he thinks his father's reach extends to Tanin, do you know who von Renhafer follows? I still remember how everyone protected me the day he slaughtered my entire family. A flash of the past, a red-haired boy flees in terror as people in white robes fight back with weapons. Prince Kusan muses softly, "Kramzer, though they call you regent with contempt, I know the truth. When I grieved for my lost loved ones, you took on the responsibilities of a prince. For me, you spoke his name, Nock von Renfer, didn't you? When I kill him, Renfer will know as well." Prince Kusan raises his curved blade. "He will know what I've been through, and how I survived that hell." Kramser bows slightly, saying he will consider the preparations. Behind the thin silk curtain, Kramser reveals a long, slender, serpentine tongue, his eyes turning completely black. "If you've made such a heavy decision, please rest well." Cut to a white-clad army advancing towards the city. The guards barked, "Who goes there?" only for our handsome white-haired main character to slowly remove his hat. "Do I really need to announce myself? Standing in the sun is making me extremely uncomfortable. I'm about to kill someone to vent my anger." The two guards panicked upon recognizing Nock. "We'll take you right in." A bright red notification appeared before Nock. "Warning, player has 9 days to live. Defeat monsters to restore lifespan." Nock frowned. Had crossing the desert depleted his lifespan so much? But no matter, that's why I came to Tanhalin. I'll take the ancient ruins north of Tan and deal with that old man too. The image of the snake-headed elder flashes in Nock's mind, his eyes gleaming with the promise of both lifespan and power. But a red alert appears, penalty applied for lifespan under 10 days. The countdown to death begins. His physical abilities are reduced by 20%, and the chance of chronic diseases activating is greatly increased, leaving him looking gaunt and exhausted. Rona the maid worriedly says, "Master, keep it a secret, but I'm here to recover." "Yes." Rona replies as the prince and his sister sit on their thrones in the opulent hall. Kusan Jiang greets Nock and his team, saying, "Welcome, we received your letter." Young Master Nock simply advanced, plunging the knife in his hand into the ground before Prince Kusan shattering it with force. A mere prince, not even a king of a vassal state, dares to sit to greet the Ren-Herer bloodline. Nock's eyes flashed with cruelty. Do you want your kingdom wiped off the map? Kneel, or we'll erase you first. Men's cold, cruel gaze hardens as the scene shifts to a lavish Western-style room, where Renfer sits pensively at a table, his butler cautiously asking, "Why didn't you stop the young master from going to Tanhalin? Didn't you choose him as your heir? He'll be in danger in Tannin." Renfer simply tapped his finger, "Because I believe he can overcome it." He looked up at his butler. "I don't have your insight able to guess my every thought. I did intend for him to take the seat, but Nock drawing attention so early is also dangerous." The butler then asked, "So, that's why you sent the black swords with him?" Nock's father approaches the window, watching below, knowing the black swords will appear at the first sign of danger. Cut to the past, where a young Nock is being taught swordsmanship by his father. The head of the Ren-Hafer family told him, "Then, hold it tight one day, you must kill me. You couldn't protect your mother, but you can do it as the head of the family." Back in the present, Nock's father stands at the window, lost in thought. His end is near. The butler bows slightly. "I will always follow you, master." The scene shifts to the Tan Imperial Palace, where M still gazes coldly and disdainfully at Prince Kusan. Do I need to repeat myself? Prince Kusan grits his teeth and kneels as all of Kusan's stats appear before M. Most importantly, his hostility towards the Renfer family is at its peak. With everyone seated, M analyzes the situation. Drawing on his memories, this prince has self-esteem issues and unstable emotions. He also trusts his subordinate Kramzer, 40% unaware that the old man is a devil, which ultimately leads to a miserable death. Clenching his fist, Nock believes he can change that outcome. Prince Kusan speaks first. "Forgive me for asking, but why did you suddenly come to Tonk?" Opening his eyes, he says grimly, "To admire the ruins. You don't need to know more. Keep everything in order until I return, understood?" Prince Kusa narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand, signaling a line of girls to enter. "Take young Master Nock on a tour, and treat him with the utmost respect. No will be his guide." Nock points to Kusan's sister, who is sitting next to him. "I want her to be my guide." Huh. But Kusan wanted to protest. "Is that not allowed?" Nock frowned. Prince Kusan frowned slightly, telling Arya to serve the young master well. Arya quietly agreed, her face expressionless, while the maid Rona whispered from below, "DG, what do we do?" It seems the young master is finally taking an interest in women. Di-Chi, standing nearby, was just as confused, wondering what to do. The book didn't cover this. Blue-haired Alina almost spoke out loud. No woman was allowed near the young master. But luckily the orange-haired girl quickly covered her mouth to stop her, saying, "Ellen, you should be quiet at times like these." Nock above looked like he'd swallowed a fly as he watched his harem bickering. What a mess. He thought to himself that he would have misunderstood too if he were in their shoes. His gaze turned to Arya, who sat emotionless, as he saw a dark purple aura surrounding her. He could feel that the person was already inside. Nock finally spoke up. "Let's go. The rest of you can rest. El, you come with me." Alina happily replied, "Yes, master. And Christopher as well." Nock points to the boy who's jumping for joy. Jihi said softly, "Are you really okay without me?" Nock is being too cold and overprotective. Jaichi, everything is going according to plan, don't worry. With that he turned away, leaving Jihi heartbroken. Once outside the city gates, Nux turned to Christopher and said, "You noticed, didn't you?" He pointed to Ari. Christopher scoffed. "Of course, my lord. Prince Kusan's only sister, Arya Andri, was known for her exquisite beauty." "Get to the point." Nock frowned. Christopher stopped smiling, but now she's been hit with an illusion spell. Nock nods. "From now on I will remove her curse." Christopher is skeptical. "You really can. That dark magic curse. If anything happens to her, Tan will never forgive it." Nock moved forward, avoiding prying eyes, and they entered what appeared to be an ordinary tavern. A beautiful waitress hurried over to greet them. "Welcome, young masters, but a tavern like this is hardly befitting of your noble status." The employee bowed slightly, but Nox didn't respond immediately, still lost in thought. "I'm here for 3 reasons: to break Arya's curse, to awaken Elena's power, and—" Nox paused. "How far along is the rebellion?" The seemingly gentle employee's expression changes drastically as she draws her sword and charges at them. Christopher easily engages, still grinning. "Drawing your sword so quickly, how uncouth." Christopher swiftly held his sword to her neck, and Nox spoke slowly. "You'd best listen to me," agreed. He thought to himself this was a contact point for a special unit called L. The employee's eyes widened with tension. Back in Ross's lesson he emphasized that dispelling a curse is the reverse process of casting one. Like untangling a knot, but destroying and neutralizing a curse is no easy task. Nock listened intently to Ross, understanding it was best not to act alone. The optimal solution was to find an expert. As rare beings like the elves returned to the tense room, Nox cut through the atmosphere. "Enough, put your swords away." Christopher looked at him suspiciously. "But master, he attacked you first, but N had more important things on his mind. I want to speak with him privately. Step aside." Christopher reluctantly tells everyone, "As the master commands, please step back." Seeing Christopher linger, N bluntly ordered, "You too, Christopher." Christopher hesitated, asking, "But I'm your escort knight. I must protect you." But Christopher had no choice when he heard what Elle said next. "Alina, you stay. If anything happens, I'll protect you." Being called Alina made her ecstatic. She agreed to stay behind. Outside, the sky darkens as Elle asks him seriously, "Do you know who I am?" Nock casually replies, "Of course. An elf of an extinct race, a member of the Astel Society, and a great spirit mage." According to what he said, she's reverted to her original form. "Now that you know who I am, there's no need to hide anything." Nock is pleased with this timely revelation, a wise choice indeed. Still wary, Elle eyed him suspiciously, recognizing the hair and eyes, the youngest of the Renher family young master, Nock von Renhofer. He didn't deny it, answering immediately, "Indeed, I know you're the one who organized the rebels. The base is right under the bar." Elle's brow furrows with suspicion. "What are you doing here?" Nock turns to the person behind him and requests, "I want you to remove this girl's curse. I'm planning a rebellion against the king, and you want me to save the princess." In this situation, Nock calmly remarks, "A rebellion. If that happens, Tahalin will be utterly destroyed. And whether successful or not, the kingdom will fall to the empire. A fate none of us desires, right?" With confusion, Elle slowly approached, and I asked again, "What is your true purpose?" "The Renher family leads the army invading Tahalin, so why try to break the curse of Tahalin's princess?" Nock looked at her intently, a smile playing on his lips. Nock quickly uses his acting skills, and they're being put to the test. "I know what the Tahin kingdom means to you." Elle clenches her fist warily. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Nock paused for a moment, and Elle pressed on, seeking an answer. The silence was unsettling, and this was now beyond the point. Saren the desert bandit stood out even among the elves most sensitive to mana. She remains the most talented spirit mage, unmatched by anyone. She connected with many spirits as a child, and at 16, made a pact with a high-level spirit, earning the title of Great Spirit Mage. But her unfocused talent could lead to disaster. Born an Astal minority, she never received proper protection from her own people, wandering through countless nations for years. Her spirit magic was highly useful, and despite its low combat power, many coveted it. At that moment, Elle faced thugs twice her size, and she could only freeze in fear, meaning she would have to live a life of constant pursuit. That's the story of how she came to Tain, which was under attack by mercenaries and was on the verge of death, when a woman stepped in to save her. "Hide in here. I'll tell them you ran off somewhere else." Her name was Saren, and with her help, Elle found refuge. Saren was a talented leader, a beacon of hope for the orphans in the streets. Elle thought she was amazing. Life wasn't easy watching her care for the orphans and feed them. But at the same time, she couldn't help but worry. One dark night by the flickering fire, Elle couldn't help but ask Saren, did she really have to continue robbing? "Isn't there another way?" Saren kept smiling, but deep down she felt helpless. "No, if I don't, the slum children won't survive. Robbery is a crime, a dangerous act, but a necessary choice to protect the orphans from being blamed." Hearing this, Elle began to understand, and sought a way to help Saren rebuilding the slums with magic, starting with a small, run-down inn. Elle gazed at the sign, a great happiness swelling in her heart, her eyes now full of hope for the future. But one day Elle's face was filled with panic. The plan was never completed. Before the inn could be completed, Elle faced a terrible sight. Saren was hanged on the gallows. With that, a steady voice echoed, "This kingdom is rotten to the core, but if she overthrows it with a coup, Az will devour it." Elle lowered his head slightly, and asked, "When do you think the orphans started flooding into Tahalin and being pushed into the slums?" "It's because no one sits on Tahalin's throne. With an empty throne, the nobles only protect themselves. If someone had seized the opportunity to do what was right, this wouldn't have happened." Elle's eyes showed the difficulty even though it was long past. "That girl Saren wouldn't have died either." Nock wholeheartedly agreed. "You're right," Elle shouted in disbelief. "What do you mean? What do you mean by agreeing with me?" Nock sternly reminds her not to let hatred cloud her judgment. The elf needs to think of a way to protect everyone, a clear and certain way, because her current method isn't good enough. He paused, then continued stating his purpose. "That's what you have to do for your friend, Saren. Do as I say." Nock's deep voice echoed through the room. "I know a human friend once saved you. I also know that child is dead because of the war, but your way only makes things worse. So how do you intend to resolve this?" Nock stated bluntly. "I will help the prince ascend the throne. If he ascends the throne and fulfills his duties, the nation will gradually improve." Elle vehemently objects. "Now, that's ridiculous. If he had that courage, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. The last way to save this country." At that moment, Nock brought up the past, telling her to leave this place. But she didn't, because she loved Saren and this place. Saren then casually said to Elle, "Hey Elle, don't you think Tahalin will be a good city someday?" Looking at the children before her, Elle felt a glimmer of hope. "Of course, but it's too difficult now. But beneath this beautiful sunset and the king's blessing, a place where we can rest until that day comes, I don't want to leave." Elle's tears flowed unconsciously in astonishment. "How did you know Crow's feelings?" Nock calmly asked her. "Isn't what she wants the downfall of this country?" "Let me ask you one last thing. Do you think this child is innocent?" Back at the palace, a somber Can sat on the bed whispering, "Cram, your voice is full of helplessness. What the hell am I supposed to do if I lose to Arya too? Kramzer quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, we are doing everything we can to ensure the princess's safety. A sense of alert rises within him. Nock, is it? I thought he was just an idiot, but he's quite dangerous. He must be eliminated so Grand Duke Grey Mori can be safely rescued. While Krams calculated, Kusan remained lost in despair. I'm a coward. I abandoned my own sister. I should have protected her even at the cost of my own life. Something Kramzer doesn't quite grasp. There must be a reason they took Arya. After a moment he decided to offer, I'll poison the Lord's food when he comes to. Use the weapon of the ancient king to execute the youngest of the Renharfer family, the only way to exact revenge. Kramzer's devilish words poisoned Kusan's mind, the only way to bring Arya back to her true self. Meanwhile, Nock and Dichi strode down the hallway. Just then, someone called out to Nock, and Kramer approached him with an invitation. Please follow me, dinner is ready. But Enwary asked who he was, prompting the man to remember his introduction. I am Gramzer, a court wizard assigned to assist you under Prince Kusan's orders. Gramzer's sinister eyes narrowed. But where is the Arya that was with him? Nock simply replies that Arya is in a good place. He didn't press the issue, happily moving on. I see. The group quickly made their way to the lavish feast, Dichi gently petting the parrot while Rona gnawed on a piece of meat. Even May and Alina were enjoying the feast. Dichi couldn't help but exclaim that parrots were truly the best creatures. She turned slightly, whispering to the parrot. Amazing. He followed my every word, repeating them blankly, though I doubted he understood. Following suit, DJ Chi happily hums. If I get the chance, I'll bring one with me. Luckily, May mentioned a special characteristic of this place. There are useful materials and herbs that only grow in the desert, and it's much quieter here. Rona glanced at Nock with concern. Master, are you all right? He calmly replies, of course. Gramzer maintains his fake smile, pleased that he's enjoying his time in Tallinn. I've prepared a dish to liven things up. Would you care to try it? It's a silver screen scorpion tail, a dish reserved only for esteemed guests. I hope it suits your taste. The night sky suddenly enveloped the Tallinn Palace. Meanwhile, a figure appeared in the hallway, cloaked in black, silently observing. He approached and quietly opened a door revealing Kusan. He held the ancient dagger Kramzer gave him, thinking if I stab him with this it'll all be over. He could avenge his father and brothers by ending this scoundrel. Concealed himself. This is the best choice. He continues toward the bed. Observing Nock's steady breathing, Kusan couldn't help but scrutinize him further. If things had gone according to Kramzer's plan, he should have been paralyzed by the poison. If I want to end this in one blow, it has to be now. Kusan mercilessly raises his weapon. The merciless knife pressed against Nock's face, but at that moment, Nock suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly dodging, causing Kan's knife to miss. Just as he was about to continue, Nock seized his hand, sending a chill down Kusan's spine. He wisely jumps back. Kusan tenses up, biting his lip, knowing there's no turning back now. Kan decides to continue his attack, but Nock calmly raises his fist and mercilessly strikes Kusan in the gut. Kusan collapses to the floor in agony, the pain, making it difficult to breathe. Impossible. Nock smiles at the figure lurking before him, surprised. How am I still moving after ingesting such a potent poison? I don't need to explain myself to someone trying to kill me, do I? In a flash, Nock summoned his familiar sword, a menacing god brandishing a sharp blade. Right. Hours before the feast, Nock and Alina had come to a secluded spot. He suddenly called out to Alina, who responded in bewilderment. Yes, master. In Nock's hand was a vial of poison, the venom of the silver scorpion. Normally, it's not highly toxic, but with certain foods, it acts as a deadly poison. Kan will try to assassinate me with this, create an antidote for it. Alina was incredibly surprised. How did he know? Nock smiled inwardly, having seen this play out dozens of times in the game before sternly reminding Alina. Since when did I permit you to argue with me? No arguing, just obey. These words filled Alina with admiration. The domineering young master is always cool, but Nock remains unfazed. Even if you mobilize more warriors, it doesn't matter to me, because I've already discovered the Dark Knights, the elite force of the Renhofer family. So he secretly sent them here. Nock could only sigh. His terrible affection for his younger sibling was truly tear-jerking. Their stealth is top tier even in the game, but they can't fool someone who's beaten it dozens of times. With them here, facing an army is no problem. Back in the present, Nock taunts Kusan, fool, thinking you could assassinate a Renhafer and avenge your father by killing me. This enrages Kan. How dare you speak of my father? Don't speak of him like that. He surged toward Nock with murderous intent, but Nock calmly dodged the blow. Kan, enraged, unleashed a series of deadly attacks. Meanwhile, he unconsciously recalled hearing that the youngest of the Renhofer family was just a foolish good, for nothing. So, how could he be using swordsmanship of this level? Nock's lips suddenly curled into a smile as he quickly reassessed Kusan, deducing that he was at least a prince of some kingdom, and therefore knew basic swordsmanship, but his skill was only intermediate, meaning Nock didn't even need to use his skills in this fight. Kusan was slammed to the floor once more. He grimaced at the sword, pointed at him, and Nock repeated his question. Who put you up to this? Kai bit his lip. I I acted on my own. Nock knew he should keep pressing. So you intend to hide this to the very end? Suddenly he called for Christopher, who eagerly appeared from out of nowhere. Yes, my loyal young master. I've gathered everyone here, and if it were your command, I'd jump into a sea of fire for you, but you're too verbose. Nock requests his first order: shut your mouth. Second, make that man kneel. Christopher immediately approached Kusan. Forgive me, your highness. His eyes burned with animosity as he glared at those before him, and Nox spoke up to remind him. You look at me with such hatred. So let me ask you something. What do you think destroyed you in this kingdom? Was it because of your sister? Silence was the response, and Nock patiently waited for an answer that never came. Then how about this question? Did you fulfill your duty while sitting in that position? At this, a tense Quan shouted, What are you implying? Nock looked directly at Quan with a mocking tone. Born into a great family. You were born without the burden of a family's expectations, and because of that you can't understand. Do you know why I don't kill people? Because you still have value, and because of that faint throne you're trying to grasp. Can suddenly shouts. That worthless thing. I don't want to have value like that. Nock's voice remained calm, stating the obvious. Whether you want it or not, you were born to take that throne. If you can't bear it, who else can sit in that position, and who has the ability to replace you? This question torments San. And seizing the moment, Nock directly proposes that he become the king of Tahalin. If you do, I'll tell you the truth. Can begins to hesitate. Nock noticed the eavesdroppers, but calmly continued to persuade Kusan. First, let me tell you a truth. I didn't do anything to your sister. Elena and Didi were shocked to hear that. Really, even Kusan didn't expect the melody to continue elsewhere, one person asked curiously. Then why does that wretch keep coming to Tahalin time and again? He immediately received an answer from another somber figure. Who knows? Even after investigating, we found nothing and gained no information at all. The person next to him slammed the table in anger. How ridiculous. A great family sending their own guards here. This is an insult to Tahalin. The three continued to discuss the situation, but could they really do it belonging, as they did to the Renhafer family? Now they have no choice but to watch. Until Kramzer finally speaks up. No, this may be an opportunity for us all. Hearing this, all eyes turned to him. Elder, what do you mean? Graham happily explained. The perfect time to eliminate the prince, but they were still extremely hesitant. What? What do you mean? No, it's not quite the perfect time yet. It feels a bit too early to act. Kramzer reminds them of the prince's humiliation that day, asking if they all witnessed it. Suddenly, the tide begins to turn. The humiliation, you mean? He knelt. Indeed, a prince kneeling before mere nobles is a disgrace. Seeing the tide turn, Kramer slammed his staff on the ground, his voice filled with determination. Now everyone's discontent had reached its peak. Why not eliminate the prince along with Nock's forces? Still unease lingers among them. But will it really be all right? Kill the youngest of the Renhafer family. Kramzer declared, I've poisoned the Nock's meal, that brat has been poisoned. Furthermore, the prince himself said he would commit suicide. This boosted their morale, as they could blame Nock's death on the prince, and use the chaos to start a war. A clever plan indeed. He chuckled with satisfaction. The crowd cheered, praising Kramzer as Nock and Kusan watched from behind a curtain. What do you think? He asked. The truth you witnessed yourself. Kan was silent for a moment, his pupils contracting with hatred. They're so filthy and petty. In a pitch-black place, light shines through the water as Arya's body floats, accompanied by a bizarre voice. Do you really not understand why the late king and queen passed, or why Tahane has fallen so far? It's all because of her useless brother, a coward, weak, and without the will to claim the throne. Arya vehemently objects. No, that's a lie. Graham's voice echoed relentlessly. Let go, and everything will be so much easier. Leave this to me. Princess, just drift off into a long and happy dream. Despair fills the princess's eyes. Even knowing it's all a meaningless dream, she can't move or speak. Is this truly the end? Just as she thought, a voice urgently pulled her back. Arya, Andreon, can you hear me? Arya quickly turns around. Someone, please, I beg you. If you hear my voice, please get me out of here. If that is what you desire, I shall grant it. I was planning to do so anyway. Arya felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and she could feel her strength returning. This made her wonder what exactly was happening. Meanwhile, Kusan knelt powerlessly at Nock and Christopher's feet. I believed everything Graham said about Tahalin's politics, its principles, even the lives of its people. Nock sternly reminds Kusan to blame his own weakness for entrusting all judgment to others. Even Kusan understands, which is why I'm in so much pain. What must I do to fix everything? Nock watches them approach and adds, You should ask someone else, not me. It's Arya and El. Arya looks at Kusan affectionately. Brother, her appearance takes him by surprise. Arya Kusan rushed over to Han, asking worriedly if he was all right. What exactly happened? Nock answers for Arya. She's been brainwashed by Graham. Khan asks, confused, brainwashed. Impossible. After all that, Nock confirms once more that he was right. He is a demon, a devil. Suddenly, Kusan-san's head throbs, and Nock explains the reason for the pain. He's also been partially brainwashed. As the truth comes to light, each piece will break, causing your head to ache. Just wait a moment and you'll feel better, and then you'll understand what you really have to do. Just as he said, Kusan regained consciousness moments later, but before he could get his bearings, Elle landed a devastating blow. She sternly warned, "If you still can't make the right decision, I'll hang your head from the royal tower for Cramser's tyranny and your inaction." A simply watched, not intending to interfere, as her rage began to ignite. It all began with a side story about Cramser, the royal mage, who swallowed the kingdom whole with his regency and mind control magic. His true identity was a demon, and his goal was to revive Grey Mori, one of the 72 great demons. The king and queen of Tahalin, brainwashed, rose up against the royal family. Enraged by this, the Empire, according to Gramser's plan, ordered the Renhaber family to directly conquer Tahalin. Ultimately, under the ruthlessness of Theo Rotwell, Christopher and the Black Sword Knights, King Tahalin and countless others perished. When I first learned of that turning point, I was truly shocked. Even Les's rage and Kusan's weakness were just aftershocks of that event. Nox spoke somberly. "You two have been through something similar. In war, there are no winners or losers, no one to defend, and no one to blame. But at least don't mistake the person you should truly resent." Elle couldn't accept it. It was too late. Look at him, still indecisive. If he'd had even a shred of courage to claim the throne, Saren and the children wouldn't have died. Nox soothed her, saying that even though it was too late, people couldn't grow without looking back on the past, and no matter how cruel and miserable the reality before her was, she had to keep moving forward. For a moment, Elle saw Saren's reflection in Nox, and a tear fell from her eye. At that moment, Elle realized that he had always known that Nox was just like him, burdened by the loss of loved ones, wanting to escape, to disappear from the world. Arya softly says, "Brother, I'll be by your side this time too." And with that, Kusan's resolve is renewed. There are still things we must protect. Only now can I say it. Thank you, Arya. Just then, the system updated, unlocking Kusan Andreon's loyalty trait. Kusan Andreon's loyalty to Nox von Renber has soared to 100, and now his allegiance is absolute. Kusan and Elle are filled with resolve, vowing to never run again forever, at von Renber's side. "Okay, I've won over Kusan Andreon and Elle. Now, like I did with Marine, I'll help them become the strongest." Elle speaks sincerely. "Thank you, Nox von Reinherz. I think my anger has finally found the right path. You're not the person the rumors made you out to be." Arya was also grateful to her brother Nox, thanking him for saving her, but he humbly replied that he was just paving the way, the rest was up to them. Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted from below, the people clamoring for the inept Prince Kanusan to be overthrown, ushering in a new era. The villagers called for Cramser to be the new king, a turn of events that made Nox smile. "It's too early for thanks. From now on we must prepare for the real battle against our true enemy." The villagers are in an uproar, vehemently protesting, saying they can't hand over the kingdom to incompetent royals and must first find a worthy successor. There is only one who can save us, and that is Cramser. He remains silent, but his eyes narrow with calculation. How long has he waited for this moment? Only a select few are born with great talent and noble blood. Most will never achieve the lives they desire. Based on his own experiences, Cramser knew that talent was as barren as the wasteland, and that people were just as insignificant. A pitying voice suddenly echoed in the dark alley. "You're weak, kid. I see the hunger in your eyes, but alas, your mediocre talent and low birth hold you back. You'll wander aimlessly, never reaching your goals, eventually buried in the sands of time. If that's the case, then it's not fair to you. Opportunity should be given equally to all. So I'll give you a chance." It was that push that made Cramser realize, to rise above the useless, must do everything they can, even if it means trampling on others, even if it means selling their soul. "Finally, the moment has come for my desperate prayer to bear fruit. With the great power granted by the goddess Grey Mori, more than becoming someone special, this is the moment I seize the kingdom." The people around are extremely worried about the current situation. Is the prince safe? Find him immediately. Seizing the moment, Grammer calmly steps forward. "There's no need for that. Prince Kusan Andreon." Just then, a mysterious figure spoke. "Grammer, what are you doing?" This familiar feeling startles Cramser. He found it increasingly difficult to understand. How strange that prince, consumed by hatred. Just moments ago he was a coward cowering in his shell. Now, under his piercing gaze, Cramser is bewildered. How could he change so drastically? A bead of sweat trickles down his cheek as he realizes the mind control over the prince and princess has vanished. What happened? He cut straight to the point. "Cramser, I trusted you like family, but in the end, you did nothing to protect the kingdom." His eyes filled with disgust as he stared at the man. "You, Harin, only seek to seize the land my father and ancestors built." Gramser casually retorts, "It seems your highness still doesn't understand who wasted those 2 empty years. Look at the countless enraged citizens behind me, all because of your incompetence. Can you no longer see the sorrow in their eyes? Even the late king must be cursing you from beyond the grave." The people below were furious, chanting and shouting, which only fueled Gramser's confidence. "Excellent, with this mob, the angry crowd will kill the prince. I won't even have to lift a finger." A mocking voice echoed. "I don't particularly like meddling in other families' affairs, But let me point out something that I find truly laughable. Nock surveyed the faces below with a sneer. This one, that one, all of you are just clowns. Cramser couldn't help but blurt out. What? His teeth grit together in loathing. You're just a spoiled brat backed by lucky blood and overflowing with arrogance, Cramser spat out. Novan Ren Hafer, what brings the esteemed heir of House Do Hafer to me? To this question, he simply smiles. Moments later, Novan revealed that the one who started the war 2 years ago had betrayed the late King Halen. You truly are the devil's lapdog. These words stunned Cram, and the crowd didn't miss them either. They anxiously asked each other, what did you just say, demons? Nock looks down at the crowd with disdain. You pathetic fools, do you not realize your actions are treasonous? Try to remember with your feeble minds. When did the Talon royal couple begin to slowly turn against us? When did the relationship between the Empire and Tahalan begin to fracture? The next sentence made the crowd focus on Cramser. It all began when that Cramser became court mage, and those present quickly searched their memories. Come to think of it, there was the sudden revolt of the late king and the war with Akem. At that moment, everyone was stunned. What's happening? My head feels like it's going to explode. Kusa frowned at the scene below a headache, signaling the fading of brainwashing. He had brainwashed not only them but the nobility as well. Cramser shouted, grasping at straws. Don't be fooled. He's the one who dragged me into the abyss. You believe the words of the JHFR family. Is there any proof that I'm a devil worshipper? If you continue to spread rumors, I can't guarantee your safety. Nock's eyes gleam with excitement. That's certainly interesting. He leisurely jumped down below. Nock's actions startled everyone. That was dangerous. Mr. Nock. Yes, master, there are enemies below. Contrary to their worries, Nock lands safely. Or dangerously. No, quite the opposite. Though I came alone and no coward dares attack me, you were fooled by Cramser's promise of eternal wealth and the exploitation of the people. Despite the swords pointed at him, Nock calmly advances. You rebel without being ready to die or pay the price for what you do. He leans back, forming a sword. How disgusting. And they still haven't learned their lesson. How dare you insult us? What right does someone from the House of Ivy have to say that? One of them charged forward, thinking that if they killed him now, they could win. Nock stared at the fool speechless before coldly delivering a horizontal slash. If you draw your sword, be prepared to be cut down. The crowd descends further into chaos. He actually killed someone. How dare he? Even if he's from the Jaiha FR family, I can't forgive him for interfering with my kingdom. Without another word, Nock lowered his sword towards the impulsive man's corpse. Remember who you pointed your sword at, and who is truly blinding you all. As he landed, Nock glanced back. Kusan Andrion tonight, a new king will be born in Tain. Prove it with your own hands. Ken already has his daggers drawn. Of course, Sir Nock. Then he shot up like lightning, and Kusan's brow furrowed. The crowd looked up at the explosion. What? What's this? L seems to take this as a signal and quickly gives orders. Now is the time to charge. Everyone on my command. A battle quickly erupts, and Cramser, seeing the situation, instinctively recoils. Insolent fools, how dare you? The two witches quickly hurl magic potions as everyone fights with all their might. Cramser's face pales as he realizes they must regain the upper hand at all costs, and his eyes fall upon DJ Chi. Without hesitation, Cramser conjures a deadly surge of magic. The orb hurtled toward DJ Chi, but just as disaster struck, Nock appeared. His unwavering gaze locked onto Cramser as DJ Chi was startled by Nock's sudden appearance. He sternly warns her to stand back. Across from him, Cramser stared in disbelief as his magic dissipated. How could he destroy my magic with a single blow, and from a Renhofer no less? While he struggled with NK, the crowd rushed towards Cramser like a lifeline. Mr. Cramser, please save us. Enraged, Cramser summons a magic circle, blasting them away. Get lost. Even the Kusan fools couldn't believe he'd attack his own allies. Was that gate his escape route? Lang urges everyone to stop him, while Cramser looks uneasy. If we retreat and regroup, just then, an arrow flies straight through, detonating the gate upon impact. The sound startles Cramser, and he falls to the ground. Why would the gate? Nock easily controlled the arrow in his palm, a sardonic smirk on his face. Is this the skill of a famous mage? How pathetic. Tonight Cramser has gone from shock to terror. Impossible. He reversed my magic circle just by looking at it. In so little time, Nock sincerely thanks a certain teacher who nearly killed him, saying this is nothing, and he didn't expect a magic fanatic to be useful. Cramser's collar is yanked up, and Nock raises his voice to get everyone's attention. Everyone look closely. This is undeniable proof that this bastard is a demon. As the point of contact glows purple, Cramser struggles in terror, then stops. Black veins bulged from his neck to his head, and in less than a minute Cramser's eyes rolled back as he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Those watching finally understand his mana is backfiring, proving the judge is a demon is trash. Cramser had nothing left to hide, and Nock seized the opportunity to mock him relentlessly. Of course you who worship him are even worse than trash. Cramser tries to push Nox's hand away, but Nox's strength is too great. He couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "How dare you? Does a Renha FR insect like you even know who I serve? It's Glory, one of the 72 great dukes of hell." The more he spoke, the more triumphant CRS looked. That's right, I am Lord Grory's most loyal servant. When Lord Grory finds out you dared to lay a hand on me, annoyed by his rambling, Nox thrust his sword straight into Gramser's chest. His entire body trembled. Wait, please spare me, I'll give you anything you want. Wealth, fame, power, even the authority of a Grand Duke. But Nox's answer never changes. I have no need for those. Gramser's body then fades away. Kusa couldn't help but speak as he stared at the dark figure before him, a confirmation of Kusan's suspicions from Nox. Gremory. She's a demon. To gain immense power, she seizes a person's body and soul forever after death, leaving them as nothing more than her leftovers. Unless we eradicate them, dawn will never break again in Tallinn, he expertly commands. It's time for Kusan to deal with this riot. Receiving the order, Kusan charges forward. He doesn't even spare the remnants of Gram Snock as notifications ring out with each strike. Enemy eliminated life extended by 4 hours. Enemy eliminated life extended by 4 hours. They committed evil under Gramser's orders, yet he slaughters them to prolong his life. His face is blank, but Nock wonders, what have I truly done? The next day, the morning sun illuminated the ruined palace after a night of battle, and a newly arrived squad froze at the sight. Impossible. Roswell was overwhelmed. Had he rushed here to protect Nocturne only for all the chaos in Talim to be resolved in a single night? The butler's eyes met the person before him, Prince Kusan Andrian. Upon seeing him, Kusan simply greeted Roswell. This is Roswell, worried about me. There's no time for greetings. Where is Lord Nox? If you threaten the young master, you won't survive. Nox's voice echoed as the butler prepared to draw his sword. Rotwell lowered his sword, and the butler's voice cracked at the sight of him. Nock Roswell worriedly reported, your family is very concerned. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, Nock relents, I understand. This many nights says it all. The ever-serious butler affirmed it was the obvious thing to do to protect the Renhair bloodline, but N simply retorted, don't you care about the consequences? Father wouldn't do this. This is your decision. If there's any punishment, say I ordered you and you had no choice but to obey. Roswell was momentarily stunned by this. The butler closed his eyes briefly and said, no, young master, this was your father's decision. Roswell had never spoken like this before, surprising Nock. Father. The butler nodded frankly. Yes. Nock didn't say anything more, but he was overjoyed inside. Teo did this. Roswell surprised then asks, but master, why are you with Prince Kusan? Hearing his name, Kusan couldn't stay silent. It was his decision. He expressed his gratitude openly. Nock saved the Tahalan kingdom. He showed me what a true king should be, even when lost in darkness. Your grace pulled me from the abyss, a blessing I can never repay in this lifetime. Chan suddenly knelt before Nock, pleading. Please accept my loyalty. Nock chuckled as he looked over. That sounds nice. The king of Tahalan is expressing loyalty to the Renfer trash. Even if your people gossip, can you endure it? Can firmly replies. Of course my loyalty to the Renfer family is only for you. We see it too, don't we? Princess Arya Nox smiled with satisfaction at those before her. With 3 new characters acquired, everything was proceeding perfectly. Rotwell watched him lost in thought. For a long time, I had doubts about the young master, but today, they have completely vanished. To be responsible for subordinates, and to witness him receive eternal loyalty. Master, before we knew it, the young master had begun to take the form of a ruler. Just then, a crimson notification appeared. A short-term negative attribute has been activated. The countdown attribute is in effect, and Nox suddenly collapses, his physical abilities decreasing by another 5%. This debuff will be removed when his life expectancy exceeds 30 days. A wave of nausea hits him, and he covers his mouth. Wait, a negative trait activated for under 10 days, but it takes 30 days to remove it. He quickly regained his composure, grumbling inwardly. Should I ask the developers if this is a bug? Rona asked, startled. Knock, young master, are you all right? He simply lowered his head and answered as if to reassure himself and her. Don't worry, soon my lifespan will increase greatly. In the desolate desert, the system's notification updated once again. The player's remaining lifespan is 9 days. Nock cloaked in white strides through the dust and smoke, regretting that of all the inner lunatic traits he had to choose the one that limited his lifespan. This disaster is entirely my own doing. Nock couldn't help but curse. Alina calls out worriedly, Darling, are you not feeling well? Of course. He went straight to the desert without resting. She hesitated for a moment, then offered, Don't push yourself too hard. You can rest on my lap if you want. Under Kusan's scornful gaze, Nock bluntly replied, I don't need it. Nock remained silent, lamenting inwardly, unable to even explain that he was sick. Playing the villain was truly exhausting. Before someone who's working so hard, Christopher immediately sets up camp, saying, Young master, please don't worry. Noe is the one who's worried here. Don't act like that. Noe felt so helpless. These people are crazy. How can they be so carefree? But it's not all bad, I suppose. His thoughts begin to drift, the demon of truth and sorrow. Rei Mori, the only one of the 72 demons uninvolved in the main storyline. She lies hidden in the desert, shielded from view. Most players pass by, never knowing Grammy exists. If used well, she'll be a great asset. I don't just want more life but also an ace in the hole for emergencies. Just then, a horse's whinny echoed as the group stood before a fortress in the sand desert. Nock raised a hand to stop them. From now on, no one acts on their own. You only follow my orders. Christopher solemnly accepted the order. Yes, sir. Kusan will comply as well. Understood. I swore my loyalty to you as well, master. Alina is eager to assist. If that's what you wish, my love, I'll do as you say. Nock, ignoring her, conjures a high-grade magic shield. Just as I suspected, Greymori is definitely hiding here. He quietly calls out, Alina, can you do it? She's been waiting for this moment, and she's incredibly enthusiastic. Yes, of course. Green light emanates from Alina's hands. Lom spirits of the earth and the fairy race, heed the call of your master in this place. From it surged a spatial gate, and the system quickly displayed the basic information. Name Alina, gender female, age 21, race half-elf, primary element, wood. Regarding stats, El's fire spirit magic is stronger, but in this desert where fire is suppressed, it's difficult to use. Alina quickly creates a giant ball. The spirit has signed a contract with Grammy. Positive traits: cheerful, genius potion maker, gifted spirit mage, big-hearted spirit, contract law, new bloom, stage neutral, empty-headed, graceful, innocent, lovable. Negative traits: ignorant, alcoholic. This unit receives extra corn when contracting with a wood attribute spirit. Inner lunatic can't help but exclaim, this game has many combat styles and corresponding traits in which spirit magic is a special ability. It lacks damage but requires such absurd stats that even veteran gamers avoid it. If I cultivate Alina with spirit magic as a secondary class, she could become a genius. That's why Alina was one of my favorite units. Statistically, El's fire spirit magic is stronger, but it's difficult to use in this desert, where fire is suppressed. El will be more useful after I unlock the stats related to spirit magic. Alina quickly conjures a massive orb thanks to her contracted spirit Grammy. The summoned creature looks like a white seal, and Christopher is fascinated. This is a Norn, Alina confirms. It has to be. Even Nock is surprised by the appearance of this summoned beast. Normally a gnome is a white-bearded dwarf wearing a hat, but in Inner Lunatic, they gave it a cute appearance, and Alina happily runs to Nock. I love that you did well, right? I won't hold back my praise because you're sobering up. She really did do well, but Alina didn't expect these words. She had hoped to be praised for studying spirit magic so diligently. Nock sighed softly, gently stroking her head, sincerely praising Alina for doing a great job. So she really doesn't remember anything anymore. Nock approached Can and Christopher, instructing them. Before we start, wrap this thread around your wrists to keep track of each other, and tug hard if there's danger. With that done, he gently touches it, creating a stream of magic. The system blares another red alert. You have entered the territory of the lesser demons of truth and sorrow, GRY. You are trapped in a death maze. Failure to find an exit means certain death. Nock etched these words into his mind, repeating them carefully. Everyone be careful not to get swept away by the sandstorm. No sooner were the words spoken than a whirlwind appeared, plunging the space into darkness, and Nock frowned as he observed the wind's direction. Sandstorms are being used to block our vision even worse than the shifting entrances in these ruins. But if it's Glom, he can solve it all. Glom identifies the path and speeds off as Alina happily takes Nock's hand. Let's follow it. Come on, honey. Nock reluctantly lets go of her hand and speaks, while Alina excitedly heads off. Nock's group followed, approaching the spot where Glom had stopped, and Christopher gazed in awe at the scene before him. This is the terrain. Kusan had experienced it before, but is still quite surprised. These sand dunes are far too steep. One wrong step means certain death, while Alina gestures wildly with the Glum spirits. Christopher curiously asks her what Alina and Glonum are saying. Alina suddenly takes off, leaping down the dune, with the gnome full of conviction. Just follow her, I guess, even though it feels wrong. This is nothing like I imagined guiding would be. But they quickly followed Alina, and as they slid down, Christopher happily recounted. It reminds me of training with the knights. They value me so much they pushed me off a cliff. This thrill is back, and Nock can't even say it directly. It's bullying, you crazy people. After a while, there was nothing beneath them. Christopher worried. At this speed, we're going to crash. Nock calmly summons a magic shield, Professor Ross's shield class, which gradually descends and covers the group. Nock figures it'll be hard to use in combat, but this should work for now. They quickly reach the bottom of the sand dune. Christopher couldn't help but exclaim, "A massive ruin, young master. Your vision is extraordinary. I admire your foresight." "Something's coming," Kusan said, suddenly gripping the knives at his waist. Everyone tensed as the ground shook, and a swarm of monsters appeared, not just ants but giant locusts too. In an instant, they were completely surrounded by more insectoid monsters than they'd imagined. The insects glared menacingly at their prey. Christopher draws his sword ready for battle. No insect will dare approach the young master of Renfer. "Fear not, sir, for I, Christopher, will eliminate them before you must act." Nock wouldn't stand idly by. He drew his sword ready to fight even if he was alone. Nock quietly assesses his surroundings. Though scarce, every moment of survival is precious. A faint light shines from the pit, illuminating a small figure perched on the cliff face, her hand reaching out with a hint of regret. Grammy sighed in frustration, lamenting that Grams was meant for greater things, but because of some kid who came out of nowhere, her plans were ruined, and her hand clenched. GR is furious that they dare set foot in her great territory. Gazing at her reflection in the sand, she decides to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Now face the trials of these ruins, truth and sorrow. With each monster slain, the system updates, restoring the player's lifespan to 14 days. However, the red warnings persist. The negative trait is still in effect. To remove the deathly affliction, the player's lifespan must reach 30 days. Nook of course understands that Death Wish is an attribute that doesn't control a player's actions in many ways. It can reduce stats by percentage and inflict multiple penalties. And what's more, even though he's killed so many enemies, the effect is triggered because his lifespan hasn't exceeded 14 days. The insect monsters are quickly defeated. Kusa looks around and says, "Looks like things are gradually stabilizing." Nock somberly praised from the sidelines, impressed by both Kusan's and Christopher's swordsmanship. Truly worthy of respect as sword knights. Throughout the battle, Nock closely observed Christopher Icecraft's swordsmanship, a devastating and precise technique consisting of 9 forms divided into early, mid, and late stages. I thought he was just a grumpy old man, but the Black Sword Knight's captain is truly formidable. Nock suddenly praised. "Well done, Elena, and for learning spirit magic too. You've been a great help this time." She smiled hearing that. Perhaps all those training sessions with May in his free time were effective after all. Nock pondered, recalling being beaten by Elena, then healed, then beaten again, then healed. Over and over again, truly a hero living for others. She deserves a raise. Elena and Glom found a large door inside the pit, and Nock reached out to open it. Inside was a giant winged lion, and Kusan seemed to realize why there were so many monsters outside. Indeed, this is a relic of the demon race, where monsters are endlessly reborn. Christopher quickly stopped him, asking Kusan to step aside. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he leapt forward, slashing at the lion. I, Christopher, still had the strength to swing my sword, but the part that was cut dissipated like smoke, only to heal, as if nothing had happened. Christopher is stunned. What? How can this be? I clearly saw my strike land. With a single glance, Nock knew everyone. Be warned, most of what you're seeing is an illusion. This left the group in utter confusion. Wait, so we're not really fighting them? How can we tell what's real and what's an illusion? Nock's gaze darkens, a veteran's knowledge now required. Normally, you'd struggle through the maze and fight the monsters, but with these tips you can breeze through it all. Master Nock, how are you so sure this is the way? He turned and nodded slightly in confirmation. The first trick is to follow the skulls crawling forward. That path leads to the boss room. Standing before the hanging skeleton, Nock recalls the second trick. He summoned his sword and informed the Alina party prepare for battle. The beast in this room is no illusion. Nock quickly slashed at the space countless times. The way to tell if a monster is real or fake is simple. Just check. If the skull wears a ring on its index finger, the special magical power within the ring will attract the monsters. This is a trial that blurs the line between illusion and reality, slowly severing the player's connection to the outside world. The real winged lion is slashed and cries out in pain, and Nock smirks, knowing it's all meaningless. Trials of faith or pain only occur if you stray from the correct path. However, he's playing by following the correct paths, and the door opposite him opens to reveal a skeletal figure on a throne. Its shrill voice echoed. You ignorant creatures have finally reached my domain. I have no reason to hide any longer. Rest now, along with this trial. As he spoke, a sandstorm descended, and Christopher's group anxiously approached Nock, their young master, who stood calmly, unimpressed. The system updated, revealing the illusion granting immunity to poison and all damage, as Nock unleashed a powerful sword strike. Enough, no more time wasted on these dull trials. Rise, the skeleton said, its eyes and aura glowing red. It seems an interesting kid has arrived. So, defeating Graham wasn't just luck, huh? Christopher asked, surprised. What is it, master? Could that be? Nock immediately confirms it. It's Grand Duke Grey Mori, one of the 72 demons, the beginning and end of the tragedy tied to the Tajalin kingdom. She smiles with satisfaction, finding it all very amusing. You're the first in these ruins to avoid my illusion trap. Frankly, I'm quite curious how you manage that. His rage is intensifying. So you're the demon who brainwashed Grams and plotted the downfall of Taj Jalain. This charade ends now. How utterly amusing, says Glory. How utterly ridiculous. Have you forgotten what kind of demon I am? I am a demon of Long City. As long as humans exist and classes are divided, the destruction of Tajalin is no falsehood. Reality can be crueler and more devastating than any illusion. All I did was reveal the truth and the natural order within me, Your Highness. But Qian wouldn't accept it, and questioned him again. Why? Why would you do this? Just then, Nock stopped him, saying it was pointless to ask a demon its motives. Wasn't it obvious they wanted to be resurrected? Glory chuckled. Indeed a clever boy, unlike that prince. Yes, you guessed correctly. Nock's lips curled slightly as he began to probe. I know many things. Want me to reveal a few more, like the archangel who sealed you away in the past? At this, Glory's face fell. What she asked instinctively, how do you know that? Nock nods, revealing a truth. Yes, I'm just a human, but one who knows all your weaknesses. This insolence angers Gremory. What arrogance. I am a Grand Duke. I can crush a mere human like you with ease. Nock gently touched his sharp sword, not forgetting to comfort it. Gremory, spare me your pathetic theatrics. Blood gushes forth as Nock's calm voice echoes in the empty space. Ever since I played along with your pointless challenges, I've known everything. Because of the contract with the Archangel, she's bound by it. You can't harm humans in this final sealed room. Deep within the ruins, Gremory collapses to the floor. That cursed contract. But he just attacked me. Alina couldn't hide the shock on her face, unable to believe it. A demon can't harm humans. Christopher began to understand. So that's it, I knew something was off from the start. So that's why a high-ranking Grand Duke like her has never acted directly, but only waits for humans to fall into illusions and trials. Nock knew this demon's weakness all along. Nock pointed his sharp sword, and Glory demanded, from now on, answer everything I ask and I will spare your life. First question, what's the name of the angel who sealed you? Gremory asked, still wary, but putting on a strong front. You think I'd remember some angel's name? Nock's eyes grew impatient, and the surrounding space turned cold. Actually, I remember destroying a demon like you. One, slow to grasp the situation, was his name Bond. Just as the sword was about to cut his throat, Glory cried out in panic. I can describe his appearance. Nock urged him on. I like this quick cooperation. Tell me everything you've seen and know. Gremory was indignant. How dare he humiliate me like this? But that voice, those gestures, and that look, where have I seen them before? I know now, this one is dangerous. As she deflected the blade, she revealed that the angel had large white wings, about 2 meters in span. Nock raised his sword, his expression hardening. Everyone knows that. It's like saying demons have horns. If you stall with more lame jokes, I'll kill you where you stand. Gremory ground her teeth in displeasure. You insolent fool. Just then, her face suddenly went blank. Gremory raised her hand, sensing something. I remember now. That angel had a face just like you. He had such beautiful eyes, like gems, a deep purple. This coincidence, it surprises me. Nock knew the angels well, beings of goodness, purity, and symbols of virtue in most works. They were always the opposite of demons, and just as evil existed, so too did angels in Inner Lunatic. But there's a mystery here. Demons are always featured in the main storyline, yet angels have never appeared, not even once. At most, they're only mentioned during Easter or in item descriptions. As I delved into the records and read every line of dialogue in the game, I finally realized that their presence holds one of Inner Lunatic's greatest secrets. Gremory was supposedly sealed away by an archangel, and has been trapped in these ruins for a very long time. That means she must know what these angels really are, words that echoed in Nock's astonishment. Now I remember. That angel looked awfully like you. With eyes like lavender-colored jewels, he quickly regained his composure. So, you're saying what you know isn't really helpful at all. Gremory, startled, tries to defuse the situation. Can you drop the dark aura? If I knew anything worthwhile, I would have caught that angel myself already. All I remember is a powerful light, piercing the darkness, the scent of the sun, and a woman with great wings descending from the sky. She struck me down and my magic was restricted. At that point, I was so helpless that I begged her to just kill me. Great One, why did you let me live? Gray remembers those words the angel left him with. The angel's lips moved and Grammy remembers her words. There will be a chance to repent, that is all. These descriptions plunged Nock into thought. Lavender eyes like inland Natick. Only the Renher family possesses that eye color, and that angel does too. He wondered if there was a secret connection between them, Nock said coldly. Now continue. Glory remembers clearly explaining it already. Is she completely stunned? He quickly makes a new request. Give me this ruin, the faith-stealing trial. The system has adjusted everything to basic information. GR's name, female gender, age, and demon race. Main element, divine. Affinity 172 to demons. Vitality, 26, magic 23, luck 7. Willpower, 20, fortitude, 20, with advantageous traits like tactical and martial arts genius, true loyalty, true freedom, neutral evil, pure disadvantage, sad tears, and erratic temperament. Nock smirks, seeing that the most valuable trait for her survival is her true freedom. For a demon, a trait that makes lying impossible is useless, but for me, it's perfect to exploit. Taking advantage of that, Nock commands, explain the trial in detail. She stood up and seriously replied, the trial of faith is a very simple test. You just need to answer one question truthfully. Before entering that room, I will ask you a question. Grammy pointed towards a dark place. You can bet anything you want to take the trial, and you'll receive a reward equivalent to the value of that bet. Christopher asked him in surprise. Such an easy trial. Master, doesn't that seem a bit suspicious? Grammy quickly reveals. The questions will be about someone related to you, and the most important part is that your answer will be presented before that person. For example, if I asked if you ever wanted to abandon that noisy old man in the middle of the desert, and you honestly answered yes, then your honest answer would be sent to that person, like a devil's whisper. The more Christopher listened, the more he frowned. Nock carefully asked Roar what happens if we fail the test. He explained the stakes. The more you bet, the harder the question, and the more valuable the reward. At first this trial sounds easy, but the difficulty of the questions isn't the issue. It's questions like, do you want to kill the Emperor and seize power? Would you poison your lover for another? Would you kill the Emperor for power? He slowly stepped forward, his mind racing. If he answered yes, the answer would be sent to the person involved, and he might die before seeing the result. To reveal your true feelings to anyone in this corrupt land, to expose your secrets and turn them into weaknesses, that is the true trial. But a true player never refuses a bet. And if he's going to fight to the end, he'll bet everything he has. The system quickly announces that you are entering the trial of faith, and you must bet something of value for this trial. What will you wager? Nock asks directly. My life. I'll bet my entire remaining lifespan. Alina was so shocked she couldn't stand. As Nock prepared to enter, dark magic emanated from him, and the other side confirmed that the player had bet his life. No von Renha Fr. The trial's difficulty has been raised to its maximum level. Failure in the trial will result in the player's death, and the void darkens for a moment. Gray mused with interest. You've bet more than I thought. My question could kill you. Aren't you afraid? Nock remained silent, and without hesitation Gray turned and made his request. Ask me. Grammy states frankly. Very well, Noon Renfer, let the trial begin. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Would you kill your own father if necessary, Noon? The question caught Nox completely off guard, his heart pounding in the silence. Before the trial began, I anticipated the questions. Questions like whether I would destroy the royal family, or if I truly believed in my units. Even if they hate me for my answer, it doesn't matter. Besides, for their safety, I need to see how this story ends. After all, I, Yoon Chan, am playing the role of Nock the Disgrace. I've prepared myself and grown accustomed to being hated. But a question about Teo, his father or Nock's father. What kind of person is Theo to Nock? He suddenly remembers that cold, resolute man, and the look in his eyes makes Nock quickly deny it. No. He stared at his reflection in the still water, lost in thought. What does a father mean to you? Gremory cheerfully urged Nock. Now answer the question. If necessary, would you kill your father, Vonner? Nock's eyes fell slightly the question, instead reminding him of his goal as he slowly closed his eyes. A truth he almost forgot: he's an outsider in this world. To regain his memories, to find out why he came here, and to one day leave this world behind, and so he firmly gives his only answer: he will kill von Renfer. Even if it's not my father, if they stand in my way, I'll kill them all. As the darkness surrounding Nock and Grey Mori fades, his resolve remains unshaken. As the darkness fades, Nock and Grey Mori return to the room and he turns to face his companions. Elsewhere, a hand holding a pen suddenly stops, and Roswell asks with concern, "Is something the matter, my lord?" Teo sat there stunned, his eyes narrowing for a moment, as a voice echoed in his mind. The Renher clan head, Tavon Renher, your son Novan Renhofer, will kill you if he deems it necessary. The moving pen suddenly stops carrying Teo's anger with it, and Roswell approaches with concern. Chief, are you all right? You don't look so good. Teo picked up the paper in front of him, refusing to answer, his eyes filled with unspoken questions. Why am I wavering? Haven't I always known this day would come? This made Teo think of something: the secret and curse that every Renhar clan leader must bear. From generations past, his father and grandfather couldn't escape that tragedy either. To end this repeating cycle, Nock will eventually have to kill me. Though he doesn't show it, Teo's hand trembled. Despite knowing his fate, seeing the boy grow with such burning potential, he wondered if he cared for Nock more than he let on. Teo was torn. Could he pass on the mantle willingly like other clans? Instead of through death, he clenched his trembling hand. All my life I've denied emotions unbecoming of a Renhar. It seems I'm starting to soften. Roswell, walk with me. They strolled in silence down the grand hall, when suddenly Teo stopped and asked idly, How long do you think I have? The sudden question caught Roswell off guard. What do you mean by that, sir? You've just returned from your mission. You must have seen it clearly. How much Nock hates me, the one who couldn't protect his mother. To him, I'm nothing more than a mortal enemy. I ask you how long before Nock draws his sword and pierces my heart, becoming the next patriarch. Rotwell was hesitant to offer his opinion. Chief, I can't say for sure, but if I had to guess, I'd say sooner than we think. Teo said nothing, only replying grimly. Is that so? He looked up at the gloomy window, trying to guess. There isn't much time left then. Beside Nock Gray, Mori chuckled. Even as a demon, I can't understand how a child can be so cold to his own father. Nock, not wanting to argue, simply ordered, Quiet, hand over the reward. Grammy flicks her fingers, annoyed. Fine, you've received the sealed mirror relic. As she handed it over, the system updated the basic information. A supreme-grade sealing mirror artifact, with no stats or equipment restrictions. Grammy handed it over, but still felt uneasy. You probably already know, but this item is extremely dangerous, so be careful. He immediately uses the new item, its special effect, sealing the subdued target into the mirror world. The target will lose most of its power and be unable to escape, unless the master permits it. Grory was getting goosebumps. What are you staring at? Don't tell me you're actually going to use that. Nox aims the mirror at Grey Mori, activating the sealing mirror, targeting one of the 72 demons, the Grand Duke of Truth and Calamity. Grammy's artifact has activated the sealing mirror, and it's sealing the designated target. Gremory is enveloped in black smoke. What's this? Wait, you're insane. After completing the seal, the system displays countless new notifications, negative traits. The death sentence has been lifted. You have gained 131 days of life by using the artifact. With 145 days left to live, the space before him suddenly empties. Grey Mori has been captured. He hands the mirror to the person behind him, saying, "Take it, Kuzan. This woman almost destroyed your kingdom. From now on she'll be our pawn to destroy the demons." Inside the mirror, Gremory screams in anguish, "You bastard, how dare you treat me like this?" But the group didn't bother to answer. Nock raised the mirror into the air, shining a blinding light. Gremory falls silent, and Nox takes the opportunity to warn him. "Quiet down, or next time I'll double the heat," Christopher hesitantly asked. "Knockmaster, even so, aren't demons dangerous creatures? Bringing it home might cause trouble for the estate. Wouldn't it be safer to just kill it?" Nock carefully explains to his master that as long as no one knows, it'll be fine. Let's drop the subject. Unlike Christopher, Alina was completely at ease, saying, "My only concern is your safety, and I trust anything you do implicitly." Hearing that, Christopher wasn't about to be outdone. "So are we." Nock raised the mirror to observe Grey Mori, who had lost almost all of his power and could no longer fight, but could still be a great guide for future demon hunts. The Black Cloud Ring not only took many lives from monsters, but also from demons. Thanks to Grammy, I had just enough time to breathe a sigh of relief. Time to go home. The Tajilin revolt is over, and the reward is a longer life. I've ordered Kusan, Arya, and El to stabilize Tajilin. Once things calm down, I'll bring them all into Eldon soon. Alina held the paper, unable to contain her excitement. "Oh my gosh, is this really mine?" Furthermore, I should also bring teams like Alina's and others into Eldon as well. Of course, only 3 entries per family. But if you know how to bend the rules, that's what being a noble is all about. Money can open any door. Kan approached Nock to inform him, "Young master, I'll await your instructions as discussed." He nodded in agreement. "Good, I'll send word as soon as I can." Nock's face was slightly dazed as he said, "That's all, but to be honest, just seeing the sand in the desert is enough for me." Napping in the carriage, Nock dreamed of indulgence. A hot bath, a soft bed, finally some rest. Meanwhile, back at the familiar castle, a clear voice rings out, and Nock and Talia are surprised to see him return. "Long time no see." Nock was a little surprised to see the person in front of him. "Talia, why are you here?" Before she could answer, another voice cut in. "So you must be Noon Rienhofer. I hear you've captured my daughter's heart." The man with hair as red as Talia's cheerfully complimented him. "Quite handsome indeed. You remind me of my younger days." He is Yober Von Stephen Renner. Among the dukes, he was the most influential White Flame Knight renowned, and also Talia's father, the one I was once engaged to. Nock greeted him respectfully. "May I ask what brings you here?" His bushy eyebrows furrowed, his eyes scrutinizing. "Is there something else?" "I'm here to discuss the marriage we talked about." These words froze Nock in his tracks. His face suddenly drained of color, forgetting Min was once engaged to Talia. Despite this, Nock politely replies, "This is a serious matter. Shouldn't we discuss it with my father first?" Rober wants to talk to Nock. "I've already spoken with my old friend, so let's talk for a while." This puts Nock in a bind, but wasn't the engagement already cancelled? I can't just refuse marriage with the princess that easily. After some back and forth, Rober gritted his teeth and asked, "You're not trying to marry the princess to avoid marrying my daughter, are you?" Nock was stunned, unsure how to react. "Damn it, I'm screwed." Rober von Steelrenner was known among gamers as an unbelievably overpowered character. One slip of the tongue and I'm done for. I might lose all the life I just got from Grammy. Just then, Talia's gentle voice broke the tension. "Father, why are you giving Nock such a hard time?" He turns to look at her, and another thing, Ariar suddenly goes silent, a puzzled look on his face as he looks at his precious daughter. He suddenly bursts into a friendly laugh. "Am I being difficult? If my precious Talia says so, then it must be true." Nock was left speechless. Just like father, like daughter, he sighed wearily, knowing this would happen after Pelopi's suggestion. Even so, the other party is a royal princess not easily won over. So what changed Zhao's mind, and what made Theo agree? Seeing him so gloomy, Talia explained, flustered Nock. "I only said we were stopping by, but my father insisted on coming along. I had no choice." "Really?" Seeing Zhao's attitude, Nock decided Talia probably wasn't lying, as her father wouldn't leave her side. "Talia, my dear daughter, I'm just here to see what kind of man this Nock is, so don't worry or get too stressed. Young man, I know you didn't choose the princess on your own." Here the father-in-law gives Nock a warning look, saying he just wants to talk for a bit. Nock wisely bows his head in response, saying, "Yes." Inwardly dismayed, he barely gets home before facing a major event. Confronted by the gentle girl before him, Nox is troubled, wondering how he'll escape this time. Not even a day later, Nock receives a letter. To Master Nock, this is your butler Roswell. I'm sending this urgent letter with important news. Stephen Renner, head of the Renner family, has arrived at the Wren-Hafer estate with Miss Talia. They've come to discuss the broken engagement with you, Master Nock. Because the previous annulment was so sudden, the atmosphere is quite tense. Please return as quickly and safely as possible. DJ Chi just gave this to me. This letter arrived from Roswell right after we returned from Tajalin. Even before we got here, the heads of both families had decided to call off the engagement with the princess and proceed with the original arrangement. Nock frowned, caught between the royal princess and the duke's family. Wouldn't it be safer if we just ran? DJ Chi suggested honestly, but it seemed the Stephen Renner family wouldn't let this go so easily this time. Nock understood the situation. Yes, she's right. I need to find a way to explain this to Lord Stephen Renner. DJ Chi humbly suggests that they emphasize the cancellation wasn't his decision. Until then, we'll control our subordinates to maintain Sir's trust. Words that surprised Nock. Indeed, thank you. Just as expected of Digichi, that composure is fitting of the title of support genius. A support genius is an incredibly rare trait found in only 2 characters throughout the entire game of Lunatic, usually appearing in the latter half. That means DJ simply isn't fit for this level. Just as she said, if the marriage to the princess is at the royal family's request, it would be ideal to accept that the Renfer family had no choice. The problem is, he probably already knows I have the ability to kill him. I didn't even hesitate to meet him now. Rona, who had been silent, chimed in teasingly. Seriously, master, just how many women have you toyed with? At this point, counting them would be meaningless. Fueled by rage, Nock had somehow already drawn his sword. Little minx. Rona, it seems you want to see what hell looks like. I'll be right behind you, so lead the way like a loyal subordinate. Just then, a knock echoed and a hesitant voice called out, Hey, it's Talia, can you open the door? Seeing who it was, Chi whispered, Master, what are you planning? Nock had no choice but to step forward. What else can I do? I have to go out. His footsteps were slow, but his mind raced. One way or another, Talia held the key to solving this. Of course he had an ace up his sleeve. Nock touched his handsome face with a hint of helplessness. This is it. He told himself again and again. Now is the time for your face to shine, Nock. Use your handsome face to capture her heart. And create an escape route. That's what he thought. Nock, still with his cool, aloof expression, asked, What's going on all of a sudden? Seeing him, the atmosphere around Talia turned pink. If you don't mind, could we talk while taking a walk? Her hands clenched as she tried to contain herself. He really was handsome. Nock feigned surprise. What? A walk? At this hour? Rober, seeing him about to refuse, his daughter glared at him. Nock, of course, has to drag himself along. He even tried to set the mood, thinking it would be more romantic. Let's go. Inwardly, he screams. Is that crazy bearded guy trying to burn this whole place down? Rober, still fuming, followed behind as the two quickly made their way to the courtyard. The air was thick with awkwardness, and Talia spoke first. The night sky is beautiful, the stars are so bright. Nock nodded in agreement, though he couldn't really see. He watched Talia's back with concern. This is bad. Even though I played the villain perfectly, the public's perception of Nox has already begun to change. Nock's expression turns grave. We've barely survived one major plot point, but I'm paying the price for not cutting ties with characters I shouldn't be close to. Nock clenched his fist and asked Talia frankly, Are you okay with this? She looked back at him, bewildered. What do you mean? Nock honestly expresses that if both of their parents agree to continue with the engagement, doesn't that mean they're going against the royal command? Talia didn't know how to respond, recalling her father's conversation with Theo. At that moment, Bo was furious. Theo was a disgrace to the Steele-Renner family, and even if it was the princess's request, the Renfer family's silence was extremely suspicious. But Theo simply held his gaze, and the two locked eyes. Finally, he turned back and said, Talia, we need to talk privately. Please step outside for a moment. And so she left. Yes, Talia replied, quietly waiting outside. She could only guess what they were talking about. Knowing them, they were probably fighting without swords, right? After a while, Butler Roswell called out Lady Talia. The butler quickly announced, Thank you for waiting. Your engagement will proceed as normal. Talia asked in surprise. Really? He looked at his daughter with a knowing smile. See, I told you everything would go back to normal. Talia happily hugs her father. Thank you, father. I'll tie your tie for you 1,000 times. But deep down, she was still worried, lost in the bliss of the moment. But soon my mind was flooded with questions. What would happen to the princess's engagement? What were father and Sir Theo talking about? Back in the present, Nuke sincerely asks Talia, What matters most isn't the royal family's demands or our family's honor, but your own desires. What do you want? She replied shyly, but with a determined tone. I can't possibly understand all those complexities. And I know I'm still lacking, but I don't hate this engagement. Nock was slightly surprised by Talia's answer and attitude. I see. The Talia he remembers from the game was terrible. She killed him, and in the ending with empty eyes, she plunged a sword into his heart. They were destined to be a disastrous couple haunted by their bond. But that was just the Talia he remembered from the game. Seeing he didn't elaborate, Talia asked curiously, Noct, is there something you need to do? Noct stared back blankly. What? Talia voiced her honest feelings. I can feel it. I've seen you working so hard at the academy, studying all night in the library, and swinging your sword endlessly on the training grounds. Watching you, I realized something: you pursue everything with all your heart. You don't have time to think of others, but if you could talk to me sometimes and spend moments like this with just the two of us, that would be enough. I even have the title of Noct's fiancé. So I'm taking the lead now. Noct is silent, but his perspective is slowly changing. I can no longer deny it. There's a deep but subtle gap between the Talia in my memories from the lunatic game and the Talia standing before me now. Noct suddenly compliments her innocence, and Talia takes it as his tacit agreement. She happily wraps her arms around his, thinking, got you. But her mood darkens slightly. Noct, you probably already know this, but I have an older sister. She's very strong, though probably not as strong as you. And for some reason she hates me. You might think I'm foolish, but I still want to talk to her. I want to hear from her directly why she hates me so much, and to do that, I need to be as strong as she is. No, even stronger than her. I'm not like my father and sister. I'm not talented and I'm rather foolish, but I still think that one day I can become strong. So I won't give up, not on her and not on you. The next day, Talia is tying Debayo's tie. She suddenly brings up old memories. Father, do you really remember what I said when I was little? Tears streamed down the strong man's face as he spoke of it like it was yesterday. You were still crying and begging me to marry you. That man, he didn't do anything to you, did he? He has such a terrible reputation. So if he ever did, Talia rushed to his defense. Noct would never do such a thing. He's stronger, more wonderful, and more decisive than you think, father. Hearing this, Ariar could only offer a gentle smile, tenderly taking her hand, as he called her by a loving name. Tal Rober cautiously reminds her, no matter what, don't let her emotions hurt you too much. You're both the daughters I love most. She's just right, she's just a little tired. With time, Talia reassured him. Now that everything's okay, father, I'll become strong enough to talk to her. And Talia suddenly remembered her walk with Noct. If you want to chase after her, then go. Forget your current pain, and clear your mind. I believe you can overcome it. These words struck Talia deeply. Noct had sincerely told her, the Talia von Steen I know is a strong person. Just remember that, and your confidence will rise. Now you even have a husband who believes in you. But Ariar suddenly frowned. He was extremely wary of Noct. This isn't good. I really have to strangle that bastard with my own two hands. The head butler's voice echoed with Talia's in the warm palace. Please calm yourself, he says. After changing, Rober walked down a long corridor where Noct had been waiting for who knows how long. Jer solemnly bows before him. I apologize for troubling you with matters of the engagement. Although her father still dislikes you, he's slowly accepting you. Talia trusts you implicitly, so I have nothing more to say. Your father is the leader of the dark families, isn't he? And I know very well that he's planning a coup against the royal family, so I sincerely hope you succeed. He said a few words, then strode forward with a hearty laugh, saying, if the royal family falls, you and my daughter can be together, right? It all makes sense now. Thank you. So that's it. The private conversation between the father-in-law and Theo that Talia mentioned, the Steve Craner family already knew about Theo's coup. In a magnificent cathedral where the god Ain created mankind, a secret betrothal took place, with Talia and Noct holding hands below. She worriedly asked him, I'm sorry, Noct, I didn't expect my father to demand such a serious engagement ceremony. Noct reassured Talia softly. It's all right, it's not like you could have known. The priest continued the ceremony, asking the two heirs to exchange the sacred symbols of the covenant, and Noct gently placed the emerald ring on Talia's finger, the symbol of their vow, a mana ring that temporarily restores 10% of your mana. She gazed at the ring, feeling a surge of warmth. Noct, however, was more calculating, thinking she might not wear it right away, but it could be useful in an emergency, while Christopher below cheered like a fanatic, saying the young master was something else. Witnessing your beautiful engagement stirs my heart. Lady Talia, you are radiant today. Your love is truly beautiful. DJ Chi helplessly calls the melodramatic Christopher back, who suddenly turns pale after she whispers something to him. Christopher stood dejected in the corner, a sight that piqued Noct's curiosity. What was that about? I asked her to tell Christopher to be quiet, but what did she say to make him like that? Rona sobbed in the corner. I knew the young master would become a gentleman someday, but why does it bother me so much? Though Dee isn't crying, worry is etched on her face. He'll be all right, won't he? What bothers me is that it's all happening in secret, without the royal family knowing. Rona chuckled to herself. DG, you still don't understand the young master. Do you think he's capable of loving only one person for life? He'll have at least a few concubines. Noct overheard everything. He clenched his fist, suppressing his rising anger. Rona, you'll pay for this later. Alina, meanwhile, was completely drunk, weeping as she clutched a bottle of wine while May helplessly tried to reason with her, begging her to at least not drink today. Just then, a horseman burst through the gates, shattering the peaceful atmosphere, and Rona's eyes lit up at the sight. The sacred halls are now in disarray, even the priests have arrived. Noct quickly notices his father's unusual behavior. He watched him leave, utterly bewildered. Was that bastard really planning a death ritual for him? But why does he feel so strangely proud? Just then, Dauber approached him. Knock, thank you for accepting my request. His eyes glared, and his hand gripped the sword in warning. Take good care of my daughter. Unable to resist, Knock could only nod. Yes, sir. Knock thinks helpless against this old man. Could you put the sword down while we talk? Suddenly Rober said something that stunned. Knock, you will love. Even though you've never met, you surely will. That's the kind of daughter Talia is. Nuke's eyes flashed with alarm. Rober knew everything. He knows I don't love his son yet, that my mind is still in turmoil. He's arranging everything to ensure Tia won't be hurt. He had to see this through to the end. Acting on his resolve, Nux immediately announced, everyone prepare to depart. And Talia too excitedly answers when he calls her name. Okay, which academy is it? I've barely arrived and I'm already seeing Ross's excited face, my top disciple. Knock, you're finally back. There are so many topics I want to discuss. At the latest conference, I presented a paper, and the results are in. Knock eyed the stack of papers warily. Professor, you haven't changed a bit. He's already calculating in his head. Now Chapter 2 truly begins, and I must take classes to prepare for the coming storm. Because In Lunatic is essentially an academy story, I need to endure hellish classes to raise my stats and quickly get my character into the academy. Ross is extremely proud of you, so don't be too surprised when you see our announcement. The CF contacted me through magical communication babbling nonsense. I knew something about this. Duovest in the world of fantasy Inner Lunatic is home to many races, but the DFs are renowned for their forging skills. Ross wasn't finished and announced more DAF stores have opened in District B of the Academy's commercial district. According to our research, they can now harvest materials from monsters and use them to craft or transmute items. Following this information, Nock arrives at a certain place, and finally, the crafting and enhancement system is unlocked. He strides down the main street, followed by Djicha, and Nock can't help but sigh in amazement. Looking back, my luck stat of 10 has been useless so far, but finally I can say goodbye to those days of suffering from that damn bug. Now I can benefit from equipment. Suddenly, Djichi speaks, expressing that, thanks to him, District 4 has changed significantly. It seems you finally matured, and as your servant I'm truly relieved. Is that so? Are you worried about me now? Seeing Diju like this puts him at ease. It's good. She looks much brighter these days. Come to think of it, if I hadn't saved her, DJ Chi would have been a tragic victim. I'm really glad I saved her. Of course, even though the future has changed, I still have to play the destroyer in the main storyline. Arriving at a small house, Nock calls out, "Is anyone there?" DF spits, glancing over while he works the forge. "Who's there?" Nock was a little weary of this attitude, but he remembered why he was here. "Old man, I'm here to craft equipment." D twirled his beard, sizing up the newcomer. "You think you're the first noble brat I've ever met. You think weapons just appear on command. You don't even have any demonic materials." Nock says nothing but dumps out a pile of glittering materials, and Doo's eyes light up like headlights. No way, so many rare materials. With this much you can make something right. He scratched his nose sheepishly. "Come in." Dwa suddenly becomes professional when there are materials involved. "Just so you know, my name isn't DF, it's Az. Remember that. Calling us by our race is extremely disrespectful." Ignoring DJ Duchi's bewildered gaze, Nock calmly replied, "Got it, DF." Upon hearing this, DF's eyes lit up and his whole body froze. Duff, full of vigor, shouted, "That's right, call me whatever you want. Ugly, short, hairy, whatever." Seeing him get angry so easily fills Nock with nostalgia. He's just as he remembers, and he really wants to meet him. They're the easiest species to provoke, with the greatest reactions and impact. Even among the game's players, many still refer to them by their race. For this reason, of course, even in the game, characters see them as nothing more than crafting stations. After a moment, Nock raised his hand to stop. "Enough games, Asen. I know I'm not the only noble from the academy to visit this workshop." Aeon remembers it clearly. "But you're only the second person to ever bring materials." "Wait, what did you just call me?" DJ Chi interjected smoothly. Our young master Aeon is understanding. He was just joking. This successfully grabs his attention. "This kid isn't so bad, is he? What family do you belong to?" Without another word, he simply replied, "Renfer," a name that stunned Asen. "You said Renfer?" Aeon asked, bewildered. "So what kind of equipment do you want to make?" This sudden change of heart completely surprises Nock. Why the sudden change of attitude? Is something wrong? But Asen just said it was natural. It's just the way he talks. Nock, of course, noticed a lot. There was a reason for the sudden change. He began to recall some of the backstory. Years ago, my father, along with von Renha FR, ended the war caused by King DF, defeating him completely. Though unrevealed, Aeson is a descendant of the previous DF king, so the name Renfer is sure to trigger a reaction. Without further ado, Nob places the blueprint on the table. "If there's nothing else, continue. Can you create armor like this?" What he presented successfully, surprised as, those materials. 2 griffin teams to maximize wind power, 3 feathers to increase mobility and speed, and a core from a stone and iron golem, for balance and defense. He held the blueprint, calculating his whole body and hands trembling magnificently, a design most wouldn't even dream of. Nock basks in the praise, and rightfully so. This armor is endgame level gear, forged from unimaginable trial runs. More importantly, it will raise my hidden agility stat by 10, extending the duration of my key skill, Momentary Genius, to 10 minutes. Asan was moved as if his passion had been reignited. Alright, there's no time to delay, let's get started right away. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the excitement. Hold on, I'm sorry, number 1 of DF, but this transaction is void. The newcomer boldly demands, cancel this transaction for me. Rival and merchant has already submitted a request. Nock immediately recognized the familiar face while Asen hesitated. But I want to be the first to craft this item. Alino reasonably points out that his father already signed a contract, didn't he? Moreover, since we placed a large order, even if you submitted yours right after it, would still take 3 months to get to you. Too bad for you. Nock is a little uncomfortable. In the original story he wasn't supposed to meet the dwarves this early. This must be the butterfly effect caused by my interference. The system has updated Asan's basic information. Name Asan, gender, male, age 24, species dwarf, main attribute earth, royal lineage, direct line of the dwarf kingdom. His innate talent for crafting magical items and his suppressed artisan skills are only at level 1 due to the dwarf king's blessing. His personality is stubborn, quick to change his stance, simple-minded bullies. The weak submits to the strong, insecure, suspicious, stressed, and forgetful. His stats are strength, 14, magic 2, luck 9, willpower 14, charisma 6. His passive skills are the dwarf king's blessing. His active skills are hammer strike and heavy blow. Thanks to his character settings, it's finally paying off. Asen smacks his head in self-reproach. I forgot, don't get the wrong idea. Dwarves are actually very intelligent. Nock stood still, silently criticizing. That dwarven fool really made a big deal out of it. Without Aeon, the forging prodigy and crafting genius, this equipment couldn't have been made. Elino smiles her plan, succeeding it seems. He wants the dwarf to craft an item. Isn't that right, Nock? There's one thing you have to admit about this girl. Elino has a sharp eye for talent, always valuing those with rare abilities. But her disdain for Nock never wavers. He spoke calmly, but at that moment Elino spoke up, offering a deal. Your Nock Merchant Guild will sell me monster materials in bulk, and in return you'll receive priority crafting. The Nox Merchant Guild. What is that? Did Gren act on his own accord? But still, Muyuk sighed, knowing that even though she was pretending to be calm, she didn't actually have the materials, yet just a signed contract. Looking back, it didn't make sense from the start. Because in Nox's experience, most mid-game monster ingredients come from the slums, which are under Rainhofer's control, making Elino's mass production impossible from the start. Nox said softly to everyone, "Sit down, this is going to be a long story." Aeon's words inadvertently shocked Elino. Wait, did you just call a dwarf by name? A while later all 4 were gathered in Asen's small house. After hearing Nock's story, Elino was quite surprised that he'd named the Merchant Guild after himself, and even bypassed the notoriously strict guild review process. Nock humbly replied, "Just luck," but Elino's surprise didn't end there. "I didn't realize you'd both taken over the entire slime region and started a trade association. Looks like my merchant information network is still lacking." Nock was a little impatient, but it was just her prejudice. It was then that Elino got straight to the point, declaring with certainty that the rival and merchant guild would buy all the slime monster materials he sold on the market. "Of course we'll pay full price, not a penny less, my honor on the line." These words made Nock admire her. Elino always went all out when it came to profit. Her hunger for affection from her wealthy father clone has twisted into a desire for possession, a craving to sway hearts with control over resources. She is a person of great sorrow, and Nock is tied to one of those wounds. But Nock remains firm that he will never sell all the materials to one family, because if one family gains a monopoly, the others won't be able to produce magical items, halting their growth. Selling to Elino would be the smartest choice for short-term gain, but money isn't what I'm after right now. What I need is the average growth of these characters. So before leaving, the star told Gren not to sell too much at once, only small portions, so no one has a monopoly, and each family stays below 15%. If these artifacts become widespread, countless lives will be saved, and by Chapter 3, when capital becomes crucial, this will be a major boost for the Merchant Guild and Eleanor. Nock firmly states his answer, "We can't release everything to the market. Exceeding 15% is forbidden." Elino is taken aback, asking why. "I knew it. Hoarding monster materials all over the wasteland, selling a small amount, won't make a difference, will it?" Nock simply exhaled. "It doesn't matter. I'm not doing it for the money." This only made Elino more curious. "You've developed a desolate chasm, yet money isn't your goal." He reveals a truth. Money can't buy everything. That's something she doesn't understand yet. Knowing she couldn't sway him, Elino relented, saying honestly, "You've changed so much, I can't even guess what you're plotting anymore." She scrutinized Nox with her gaze. "What do you want, Nox von Vega? What is it you truly desire?" Nox, of course, was under no obligation to answer, and she didn't need to know. Elino felt cornered by his constant rejections. She doesn't need to know. He reaffirmed his stance, take it or leave it. Whether it takes 3 months or 3 years, he'll find someone else. Just thinking about Aeon, I don't want to concede anything. I'm sorry, but this is a game I absolutely cannot lose. Little does Elino know, Asen will help her craft the armor she desires. In merchant negotiations, knowledge is power. Elino's answer was predetermined, and she had no choice but to comply. Fine, I'll buy 15% and give up production rights. Without materials you can't forge anything anyway. Aeson, who had been silent until now, excitedly looked at her. Does that mean I get to forge his equipment first? Elino reluctantly nodded. That's right, the number 1 dwarf, let's get started on my order. With this assurance Aeon was electrified, the fires of the forge burned within him. He urged him on. What are you waiting for? Follow me to the smithy. But the foreman threw a bucket of cold water on Aeson, saying, No, wait, don't craft anything yet. Start by enhancing your equipment first. He warily eyed the object in his hand. It was unmistakably an enhancement crystal, a rare sapphire gem with an extremely low drop rate from monsters. At this stage there's no accurate success rate, and one mistake could turn precious materials into nothing. Aeson urged Ji to stop the young master, saying if his hand slipped and destroyed the item, would they even survive? But she just smiled, reassuring him. Don't worry, our young master is a lucky one. He must have a method we can't even imagine. Elino laughed mockingly. A noble Nock is completely flustered. All this praise is making me blush. He pulls out a piece of clothing, for the moment has arrived, the moment that makes countless gamers new and old laugh and cry, crafting and enhancing equipment. Nock presents it to Aeson, asking him to start with this. He held it, recognizing it as an Elden Academy uniform, worth only 1 reinforcement crystal. While Aeon hesitated, Nock dropped a bombshell, preparing 100 enhancement crystals, a number that shocked him. Even Elino couldn't believe it, and double-checked. Did you just say 100? You're going to use that many crystals on 1 academy uniform? There's no way a newly formed guild could have stockpiled so much. Nock held the core calmer than ever. I'll pay you well, so keep reinforcing it, Aeson. The hammer in his hand glows. I guess I'll start then. Aeson gets right to work enhancing it once, and it immediately emits a blinding light. Aeson toils away, upgrading to level 2. Each strike echoes with power, and soon there's progress. The Elden Academy uniform is successfully enhanced to +3. Aeson, exhausted, proudly shows off his work, saying, Behold the glorious moment of success. Before he could celebrate, Nock spoke up. 97 more to go. Where did you get so many cores, Aeson? There are still plenty, so keep going. In his small home, Aeon continues crafting, sweat pouring down his bearded face. Aeon stared in disbelief at the glowing result. He couldn't believe he'd successfully enhanced the prestigious Elden Academy uniform to +15. He grabbed the robe and stood up, declaring this masterpiece is enhancement, always this easy. The young master is incredibly lucky, Nock thought with a nod of relief. You could say that because these people don't understand the game's system. With Aeson's skill and my luck, stat of 10 enhancement is guaranteed up to +7. After that, the success rate decreases by 5% per level, and at the final level, +25, the success rate is only 1%. Of course, that's for top-tier creations. Something like a uniform is maxed out at +15. In other words, this uniform has reached its maximum enhancement. For something I use every day, it's worth maxing out. Plus, wearing it boosts my magic physique by about 30%. A system notification appeared. Max level enhancement achieved. An additional slot has been unlocked. Nock clenched his fist in satisfaction. Good, now I can equip another skill. So the next thing to enhance will be Aeon, who is still marveling. It's been a long time since he's been this excited. Seizing the moment, Nock asked cryptically, You're not planning to stop there, are you? Just upgrading uniforms isn't enough to uphold a blacksmith's honor. Hearing this, Az asked curiously, You mean right now? His eyes lit up for the nth time today, as Nock held a glowing orb in his hand. What an expensive-looking thing. Elina was also extremely curious, as this was actually his intention. You recognize it, don't you, Eileen? That's the Great Sage's ultimate orb. I took it from your vault. Aeson happily contributes, and the orb is upgraded in just a few strikes. The Great Sage's ultimate orb successfully enhanced to +10. Aeon is ecstatic. How many successful enhancements have I had today? How exciting, young master. You're amazing. Dichi, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Today's luck is a miracle, but you're not going to rely on it forever, are you? Dichi was extremely worried, saying, No, master, this is just luck. Gambling is a road to ruin, words that seem to fall on deaf ears for this young master. I feel like I can enhance anything today. Elino froze, completely unable to move. Impossible, she asks, how could you enhance that dirt without hesitation? He calmly proceeds, despite the risk of failure, much to Nock's satisfaction. That's the face I wanted to see, the punishment for trying to read me every day. However, he simply replied, Didn't you give it to me? I'll do what I want with it. Once things are settled here, you're free to leave, Nock added pointedly. Now I want to discuss crafting with Aon. Elino was far from pleased. Nock could tell. Elino wasn't an ally yet. Treating her like Talia and the others was too risky, but he didn't want to make her an enemy either. her rival in Merchant Guild, a neutral organization that always chooses the most advantageous side in the end. One day she would prove her worth and earn their trust, but now was not the time, Elino decided with a sigh. Then I'll be off. It's not pleasant to listen, if you're not going to share. DJ Chi spoke politely. Lady Elino, I'll see you out. Elino chuckled, turning to leave. I'll be going. No need to stand on ceremony. Her pride swelled for a moment. I always know who's trying to flatter me. Nock then remembered that she was a natural-born actress. DJ Chi's actions only deepened her suspicions, and the more she observed, the more terrifyingly fitting the title of Golden Fox seemed. But Nock wasn't too concerned about this issue. Anyway, let's talk about crafting artifacts. The dwarf is more enthusiastic than ever. Of course Aeson will create a masterpiece from your materials. Just wait. Nock suddenly turns serious and summons his sword. Before that, may I ask you something? Even I, a veteran of Inner Lunatic, have never seen it. The sword of the first family head. He lifts it and presents it to Asen. This is the sword my father left behind, a blade that absorbs the wielder's mana and unleashes it in a burst. I want to know more about this sword. Asen takes it and tensely assesses it. Let me take a look. At that moment, a train of thought cleared away the dust. Aeon then asks Knockmaster, have you ever heard of the White Dragon? The creature they mentioned has me intrigued. The White Dragon, Aeon quickly added, once ruled the skies but has since vanished, never to be seen again. Nock fell into thought. A White Dragon? I've played Inner Lunatic countless times but I've never seen one. Asen deduces that the sword was made from white dragon scales by a dwarf, and judging by the markings, it's more impressive than he thought. With materials like these, only a dwarf could have crafted it. Aeson continued his research, but upon closer inspection, its condition was terrible. For a sword made of this material to be chipped, it must have been a colossal battle. Without another word, Nock sheathes the sword. Thanks for watching. As remembers his words, and he can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. I should start investigating this when I get the chance. Why did von Renfer give me this sword? The sword of the first family had the white dragon, and the purple-eyed angel Grory mentioned. Twilight slowly descends upon the sky. Inside the palace, an instructor gathers his students. Is everyone here? After a pause, he continued, alright, let me introduce myself again. I am Instructor Vuong Nong, and I will be teaching you swordsmanship from now on. From today, I will teach you the basics of the Royal Arcane sword style, swift, venomous, precise, and aimed directly at weaknesses. Seeing is believing, so I'll choose someone to demonstrate. You two over there step forward. The ones singled out were Nock and Paracelsus, and Vuo Nong, also called on Talia, the redhead. Among those here, she seemed the most obedient, and hurriedly stepped forward. Yes, in just a few seconds all three were standing before Baron. He could sense that he had summoned them himself, but they wouldn't fall easily. Paracelsus, a prodigy of swordsmanship who had taken the commoners by storm. Talia, the second daughter of the Steel Liner family, lived in her sister's shadow, but possessed great talent. Here his train of thought faltered. Ah, a genius born into the Black family holding the top position unchallenged. Nock von Renher, they are all so talented. Gathering his courage, he shouted, everyone else, don't miss this, watch me punish them. Werner then gestured, come at me all at once, getting beaten is the fastest way to learn. Paracel quickly drew his sword, anticipating the fun to come, but Vernon didn't underestimate his opponent, and began to attack. The first challenger is Nock von Renfer. As their weapons clash, Nock is puzzled. The sound isn't that of a wooden sword, but what follows is even more surprising. Vernon slashes, forcing Nock back several steps, who steels himself determined. He thinks I'm warmed up now, this will be tough to block. Even if he's balding. Nock's eyes sharpen as he unleashes his first move, dark sword, a slash of purple, a dark blade. Vernon breaks out in a cold sweat, his skin crawling, he's done for. He couldn't dodge the attack and took the hit. Nock watched with great interest, thinking this move would be good against an instructor. It's an instant skill, and he still blocked it. The destructive power of a character with genius traits far exceeds imagination. Alone, they will reach the peak, suddenly awaken, and rise to a new level. That's exactly what a genius in Inner Lunatic is, the talent to shine like a star. Nock feels a bit sorry for Talia and Paracelsus, but of course even geniuses have weak moments like these two. Without hesitation, Talia charges in, but Vornon easily deflects her attack, despite taking a hit. He moved nimbly behind Talia, who could only watch in astonishment, and struck her down to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Paracelsus teleported behind him. But one doesn't become an instructor by being ordinary. With a simple turn, he blocked Paracelsus' attack, forcing Talia and Paracelsus to retreat. Nock casually observes from the sidelines. They've been fighting for a while now, especially Talia. Her talents lie in swordsmanship, and as a genius warrior, and Nock is certain she'll become an exceptionally powerful individual with that special trait. Veron became enraged. All this talent, is it only for those with hair? He glanced at Nock with disapproval, especially since he was just standing there relaxing. Nock doesn't flinch, meeting his gaze head-on. Vernon, surely you know I'm holding back. Everyone knows that. You know it well. Giving it your all here would be a mistake, because there's still a hidden danger in Eldon, the demon's henchman waiting for a chance to strike you and the others. Nock, with a hint of regret, apologized to Vanong, saying he couldn't give it his all until the worst moment arrived, to which Vanong replied with praise, noting that White Hair had become much stronger than before. I don't know what you've been through, but your reflexes are outstanding, he simply replies. Is that so? Vong turns to Paracel and Talia. First you two teamed up against me. Why do you think I knew your moves and attacks wouldn't hit me? Talia hesitantly offered her guess. I'm not sure, but it looked like the sword vanished for a moment. Paracelsus also voiced his doubts, saying that the instructor must have focused on something other than the sword from the start. Vernon wholeheartedly agreed. They were both right, says the white-haired man. Explain, how can I close the gap and get behind you? Tunok, called out by name, honestly replied, because, instructor, you used footwork. The students below were utterly bewildered. Footwork, what's that? Is it the movement technique swordsmen often use? This doesn't discourage them, but rather excites the students even more. Footwork, finally, something useful for swordsmen. Yeah, I'm sick of theory. I heard other academies don't teach it until year 2. Vernon calmly affirmed, that's right, footwork isn't usually taught this early. But since this is Class E, which has the best students, we'll speed things up. He begins the first lesson of the basic footwork, the light footwork, as its name suggests. This technique originated from the royal family. It's basic, but it's the foundation for all other techniques. Before teaching the light steps, I'll test your skills. Testing growth is the first step to learning, but assessing each person individually isn't very fun. Vong quickly decides, from now on, you will each choose one of the 3 who fought me, and fight them. How many of you can defeat them? In other words, which students can defeat the genius and prodigy? Basically, can any of you defeat these so-called stars? Vion points to someone he happens to see. First, Leon von Matt. First, Leon von MB. The student you want to fight? He hesitated to answer, but I'm not very good with swords. However, that's not a good enough reason for Vuron to accept. Come on, are swordsmen just going to ignore mages? Or will the enemy leave you for last? Nonsense, on the battlefield. Mages and healers are always the first targets. You must at least learn magic to protect yourself. Lion was hesitant but had to obey. Yes. The old man watched him leave, lost in thought. He was still unyielding after all this time. But even so, I'll be fair. As long as you're holding a sword, any style is fine. At that moment, Leon's eyes narrowed with calculation. Then I choose Nock von Renfer. Nock, suddenly mentioned, was stunned. What, Leon's holding a book and his confidence has skyrocketed. If we can fight however we want, I think you'll be the most interesting. Nock finds this hard to accept. Wait, that's not a sword, but Yunong is very supportive. No, it is a sword. We'll just consider the book an accessory. Nock is completely bewildered, wondering what in the world is going on. He finally asks Lion directly, you chose me as your opponent. Do I look easy to beat? Leon flips open his magic book, his voice devoid of fear. No, not exactly. Leon summons an army of skeleton warriors, claiming he thought I was the strongest, a notion Nox vehemently opposes. Wait, instructor, are you really allowing summons in the middle of a sword fight? Vernon replied casually. What, of course I allow it. He stared at him helpless. And what reason could he possibly have for allowing it? Of course Vong wouldn't say it's because he's too strong. He replied with a straight face, because the troublesome white-haired one is fun. Looking back and forth between the two, the old man gave his approval. Of course that kid Leon annoyed me too, but are you special or something? You're the most irritating student I've ever taught. That mysterious thick hair, those strange eyes, and that handsome face with that attitude. You're basically every man's enemy. Nock couldn't keep up his cool facade anymore and sneered in disdain. Is anyone this crazy? Vong, without another word, urges Leon and him on. Now that we're clear, let's begin. All students take note. Nock steels himself to face his opponent. It's fine, I won't avoid a challenge. I don't care about the methods or the rules. Leon's dark eyes watched him warily as Nock raised his sword with interest, and Shikai reminded Leon, just don't cry when you get beat, Leon von Emby. Outside the academy, the day is bright, but inside the undead summoned by Leon run rampant. Verno looks on with a hint of guilt, but also satisfaction. I told him to use everything at his disposal, but I didn't expect him to summon the undead, as expected of someone from a dark family, and each of them is at least the level of a mid-tier knight. To be able to summon so many freely, without any limits, one must possess an extreme amount of mana, a power that no one except Princess Penelope, the direct royal bloodline of the Empire, can wield. The Mavas family resurrected from the brink of destruction after the territory war, once ruled by a young patriarch. Vernon, who was really looking forward to this battle, is perhaps heading towards another unexpected twist. No, perhaps the Mavas family was once recognized as one of the 3 great dark families alongside Ray, Fair, and Satyr. But as signs of collapse emerged, the lords and nobles secretly plotted their betrayal and impact, leading to the execution of Leon's father, Run von Mavas. As the Great Territory War unfolded, the Mavas family quickly fell into ruin, and the young, innocent Leon witnessed the true faces of the nobles. That gave him a completely different outlook than other nobles. He didn't care if his honor vanished as long as he won. He would always find a way to gain the upper hand, no matter the cost. His ruthlessness and quick thinking led him to victory in the recent territorial war, securing his family's position. And Vong chose Leon for a reason. He thought the white-haired one might actually be wary of him. Truth be told, he was quite nervous watching. The immortal corpses charge ferociously, but with a few strokes of his sword, Nock decapitates them. There's always someone stronger. Nock barely moves, yet none around him escape unscathed. There's always someone more talented. The remaining students watched with bated breath. Nock's swordsmanship was different, a dance of blades as if he fought not to win but to survive. He's overwhelming. Nock seizes the opportunity, his speed, forcing Leon to raise his sword instinctively. In an instant, the two forces collided, Nock relentlessly attacking Leon's defenses. Below, the students are in an uproar. How could he have blocked that? Nock retreated to gain momentum, finally understanding his opponent. That's the true power of Leon, as he summons yet another monster. Necronomicon, a book of Mava's family magic, long since abandoned. Even its owner had abandoned it, but Leon awakened it, and led them to victory in the final battle of the Territory War. Through a pact with the Mava's warlock, Leon reclaims the undead, Nock destroyed. The wooden sword quickly absorbed the remaining demonic energy on the floor, an impressive sight. Nock von Renhofer, it seems I miscalculated thinking this would be enough to face you. As they gathered, they formed an even more terrifying body, and Lon calmly invited Nock. Facing such a fierce opponent, Nock couldn't help but ask for another match. This guy's insane. Even with a unique skill, facing a zombie infestation of that level is difficult. But that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to test this out, and he's the perfect opponent. Leon watched his every move intently, then suddenly, his body froze. What's this? An uncontrollable surge of power leaves Lion stunned for a moment. He's suppressing Namana. No, is he draining his own power? Why would he need to amplify his strength even further for this fight? I don't know what he's planning, but I should attack first. The undead. Leon sent attacks Nock. But he calmly takes a step back. Black sword technique, second form black lightning strike, a sphere from Nock's sword tip. The sphere was so large and powerful, it looked as if it could obliterate Leon's undead. And even Vong couldn't stand still. Upon confirming it, there was no doubt that swordsmanship was the second form of the dark sword technique. These assumptions made him tense. No sword instructor on the continent wouldn't recognize the supreme dark sword technique. But to master the second technique of the dark sword style, one must be of a certain age. To receive such overwhelming power too early could be dangerous. And what's more, the direct bloodline clearly inherits greater power. Verno couldn't hide the shock on his face. Could this child barely 15 have mastered the second form? With a wooden sword? Lon remarks grimly. You really are different. Nock over there has only unleashed a fraction of his power. If you want, I can crush you even more. Lon continues to summon. Please, I beg of you. Lon was destined to become one of the strongest characters in the future. A massive skull emerges seeking to devour Nock, who knows that in this world without a main character, he is the only one who can burn with competitive spirit. Nock excitedly readies his sword, thinking he can only give Leon the same answer he gave Paracel. You'll realize your weaknesses, and I'll become the example you follow, as the all-rounder needed to reach the story's end as the main character. It took a while for the dust to settle, leaving Leon and Nock in a silent space. Looking at the broken wooden sword, Leon had to admit, I lost. Nock von Reifen, he stared at his empty hand, deeply impressed. Thank you very much, I've learned a lot. Nock also sincerely compliments Leon. Your use of the undead in battle wasn't a bad choice either. Thank you, Vong announced in a booming voice. The match ends, and the white-haired victor feels slighted that his name wasn't called. My name is Nock. Not wanting to dwell for too long, Vong quickly requested, let's move on to the next match. Choose your opponents. The students, having watched, made their new choices. Faced with such a monster, he'd rather fight those two. Paracel, provoked angrily, draws his sword. These kids. Alright, come at me. Nock seems completely unbothered. With the overwhelming power I've shown, no one dares to challenge me. Just then, someone approaches Vong. Professor Vong also wants to choose NC von Renfer as his opponent, a statement that stuns everyone into staring at Princess Penelope. Seeing everyone's strong reaction, Penelope happily asks if anyone objects, since the rules allow challenging anyone specified. A student blurts out his suspicion. Did the princess intentionally choose Nox von Renfer? This piques the curiosity of those around them. What's going on? The other students began to speculate. Was it because the engagement was called off, or was the princess punishing him for causing too much trouble? Nock thought he was off the hook, but then there's Penelope. He looks at her puzzled. I completely fail to understand why you chose me, princess. But Penelope only mentions that he has a rather keen sense of hearing, and his ordinary acting talent is resonating strongly. Nock wondered if she knew something about his engagement to Talia, but Penelope seemed much calmer. Don't worry, just give it your all. Within the bounds of not being arrested for assassinating the princess, of course. Nock stretched inwardly, assessing the situation, and outwardly declaring he'd do his best. Despite his awkward sword stance, The princess is a mage, not a swordswoman. She has no talent with a blade, so how am I supposed to fight? Vonong announces unhurriedly, and so, the match begins. After his resounding declaration, Nock makes his decision. Well, come what may. Suddenly his body froze. Due to the continuous disease attribute he suffered from 5th-degree neurasthenia, and his stress level exceeded the limit. Nock's vision blurred as Belalopi charged forward, wooden sword in hand. Stop fooling around, Nock. At that moment the system issued a notification. You're losing consciousness. And just then, Nock takes Pelalopi's blow head-on. He collapses to the floor, leaving her bewildered, and the students in disbelief. What, the princess defeated? Nock, idiot. Anyone can see he let her hit him on purpose. The blow wasn't too painful, but it still made Nock struggle. That's not it at all, Vong declared. The winner is Princess Pelopon. The students immediately relaxed, seemingly unable to resist the princess's beauty. Perhaps he still loves the princess. But the more Nock heard, the more he vehemently denied it. No way, you idiots. Yet after the battle, Nox needed to rest, his eyes slowly opening to a gnawing emptiness. I collapsed right then and there, sometimes forgetting that I have a terminal illness. Gremory in the mirror was curious. Hey, why were you asleep for so long? I thought you were a goner. And the faint apparition seized the opportunity to sneer. How could that weak body seal me? Annoyed, Nox snapped. Quiet. You're deafening me. Gremory was incredibly frustrated, thinking, damn it, why do I have to live like this? Living in fear that the one who sealed him would die at any moment, Nock has returned to his usual state, and he's coldly criticizing me. Stop bickering, you've recovered quite a bit. Gremory finally voiced everyone's question. Really, but when you fight, you look like a monster, so why did you suddenly collapse like that? Nock didn't elaborate, simply stating that it was just the lingering effects of his chronic illness, a revelation that piqued Grammy's interest. Lingering illness, huh-ho, so you still have that weak side to you. If you want, I can heal you, just let me out of this mirror. Nock didn't say much, dropping the mirror to the floor, startling Glory. Is he at a loss for words? Typical demon, always focused on escaping. Don't worry, Glory, even if I have to go to hell, I'm taking this mirror with me. You bastard, once I'm free. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. Nock von Jaffnar, let's talk. Instead of answering, Nock silently picks up the mirror, imprisoning Glory, and demands silence. Belalopi and her sister Talia enter, asking, it seems you're awake, so I came in on my own. If you've recovered, let's talk. How could Nox refuse? Yes, if that's what the princess wants. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad that his conversation with Glory wasn't overheard. Inside the quiet room, Pelopi finally spoke, her voice laced with curiosity. I want to ask you this. Why did you let me win during the sword fight? Nock was a little flustered, thinking, how should I answer? I can't say it's because of the incurable disease debuff. Nock carefully chooses his words, deciding it's best to say it was his choice. At the time, I thought it was the right choice. I apologize if I was rude. Belalopi was still unwilling to give up, insisting they should at least exchange a few blows. Nock could only answer honestly, forgive me, but you are not capable of exchanging even a few blows with me. To hold back and force a fight would only be a deception. Harsh as it may be, it's the truth. Belalopi has no talent for swordsmanship. Even against Talia or Paracelsus, she'd drop her sword after a single strike. Belalopi was momentarily crestfallen. I understand what you're thinking. It's about the dignity of the royal family, and by holding back, you're withdrawing your support for the prince, and instead, openly supporting me. This turn of events is awkward for me. I don't know what she's misunderstanding, but I'll just stay quiet. Of course, Pelopi wasn't ready to give up yet, but I hope you won't do that again next time. I entered Eldon not as a princess but as a student. Nock nods gently. I'll keep that in mind. And Belalopi isn't finished yet. And there's something else I wanted to say. I've heard about your engagement to Talia von Steven Renner. Nock choked up as he said this. The moment had finally come. Belalopi softly voices her opinion, a love that blooms despite family and the world's opposition, defying imperial orders. Even so, I have no intention of judging your true love. I'm past the age of believing in such things. I'm only approaching you to exploit you. Pure faith alone cannot make one an emperor. Nock, unsure how to respond, simply chuckled. A royal princess speaks of true love and such things. What a tragically laughable novel. Calm down, control your expression, even though you've thought it through. Even so, he still apologizes, but in the end, I still cause trouble for him. Your Highness, I am ashamed. Belalopi is no longer too concerned. She looked at him with sincerity. Thank you for today. I truly appreciate your concern. Since you put on such a great performance, I wish you a speedy recovery, though I doubt you're really that hurt. Nock didn't reply, lost in his thoughts. No, I'm actually in pain, just go. Every time I come to the academy, my mental and physical weakness never disappears. As soon as Pelalopi and Talia left, the princess sighed, her joyful expression now clouded with melancholy. She had to admit von Vinhofer possessed a truly strange power, a calmness that drew people in, and a genius to match. Despite her efforts to ignore him, Belalopi was drawn to him, and Talia comforted her, noting that she seemed more at ease, speaking her mind. Don't you dare scold him again. Belalopi quickly regained her cheerfulness. I'll let him off the hook this time only. Time passes, and it's the next morning at the academy, where Ross is very interested to hear the latest news. Knock, I've heard everything. So you've fallen ill with lovesickness? You truly are a romantic at heart, so let that burning passion ignite your studies. The professor can say whatever he wants. He glanced wearily across the man's desk. I don't have time to chat with a crazy professor, or entertain a princess's delusions. I need to quickly master light steps and some dark magic. Speaking of the upcoming second main storyline, Nock unconsciously touched something, picked it up with curiosity, and a rare smile crept across his lips. Of course, the easiest way to ruin part 2 is with money, lots and lots of money. Nock quickly decides it's time to go gold digging. The elementary magic class of the Empire is known to help people unlock their primary elemental roots and improve their magical achievements, but since most students can't even recognize their own attributes, the first lesson will begin with a test to determine their primary element. Ross instructed the students to come forward one by one and channel their magic into the crystal ball, revealing their most attuned element. Whether it's light, color, or something else, describe what you see and feel. These results will form the basis for your individual curriculum. Starting with the front row, Knox listlessly holds the paper he just swiped. For me, who already knows my attributes and talents, this is a tedious exercise. He slowly puts it down and gets up to do as Ross says. From birth, noble bloodlines determine elemental attributes. If by some chance the divine element meant for healers were to manifest in me, it would be unbelievable, especially since the Genos family practically monopolizes it. Nox slowly reached out to the Judgment Crystal saying, more importantly, as a member of the Dark Clan, this has nothing to do with me. At that moment, the orb projected a chaotic mix of colors. This revelation shocks Nock as an aura of energy swirls around the classroom. When he pulled his hand back, Nock was still surprised, and Ross asked him curiously, well, what did Nock's Starstone judgment reveal? Nock simply gave a vague reply. Professor, you already know there's nothing but a thick purple mist. Strange, how could a streak of white light be mixed in? This white light isn't recorded anywhere in the status window. A pure, unmistakable light. Holy light. The element monopolized by the prophets. This data I've collected has nothing like it. Something's not right. There must be something in Nock's past that I don't know, even from the perspective of someone who was once a player. So that's why it creates such mixed colors when executed. Nock said nothing more, but quickly made a decision in his heart. I need to investigate further. The lesson with Vong continues. He mentioned the footwork required immense mental strength, but once mastered, he suddenly shot forward, leaving Talia in bewilderment, completely escaping the perception of others. The students quickly grew confused. Damn, he's too fast. I can't even see him move. How can anyone keep up with that speed? Nock grimly observed the previous movements activating his active skill genius moment. The noisy room falls silent, and everything suddenly slows to a crawl as a figure rapidly closes in. Vernon appears behind Nock, who turns around in confusion. He's itching to land a hit on us, but Nock won't stand still, and I certainly won't give him the chance. The other students suddenly shout, what is it? Did Nock just dodge the instructor's sword with footwork? Really, I didn't see a thing. How can this be? He's just casually sizing things up. So, this is the real footwork. Vo Nong grew angrier as he listened. That annoying, troublesome guy. The enemy of all men. Talia curiously approaches him. Noe, how did you do that? When did you learn that movement technique? Hearing this, Nock seriously explains to her, Talia, you're mistaken. I didn't use any footwork. I simply read your movements and reacted in time. Even so, to react like that without training is still remarkable. White hair stay after class. You require special training. Nock closes his eyes in frustration, a familiar feeling washing over him as the other students stare, wondering why the top student needs extra help. Vu angrily warned them, I only favor the chosen ones. If you're jealous, go learn the footwork yourselves. Otherwise, even weak monsters will drag you down, let alone demons. They flinched, startled. Sorry, teacher, one whispered. That Baldy is a real master, but his personality is a bit strange. He was immediately grabbed by Vuong Nong's fringe. Don't worry, I'll help you awaken your talents just like I awakened my own. With that, he glanced over the remaining students. All of you listen as I explain the light steps again very slowly. The first step, Vong begins to demonstrate. The light steps consist of 3 steps. First, begin converting magic power, changing a portion of the user's attribute into divine power and channeling it into the feet. Next channel, the overflowing converted energy into the ground, creating a smooth flow. Finally, in a flash, borrow the force from the previous 2 steps, and in that instant, vanish from the opponent's sight. Paracel couldn't take his eyes off Nock. Sounds interesting. Watch how quickly I master this, you bastard Novon Renfer. He suddenly remembers back to his childhood, when on a moonlit night, Paracelsus curiously asked someone, were the 7 stars really that strong? He affirmed that they were overwhelmingly powerful. This made Paracelsus even more curious. Hey old man, weren't you once one of the 7 stars? How does your swordsmanship compare to theirs? He simply chuckled and replied, if I had to say my talent was the worst, I was once called the Sword Emperor, wielding the ultimate dark sword that followed the Moon Sword and annihilated the Sky Sword, but their talent is on a completely different level. Paracel naively asks him, "You're the strongest person I've ever seen, and you're still not the best." The man smiles at the boy before him. "Compared to you at your age, I was far behind. That is talent, something precious that time and experience cannot overcome. And I see that overwhelming talent in you too. Paracel should talk less and train more." The young genius, now sporting a bump on his head from the wooden sword, pondered the meaning of talent. Back in the present, Paracel begins to understand. "I know the power and position Master holds. If even he calls me a genius, just how terrifying is he? Can I even catch up?" Paracel exhales with relief. "Master, I think I'm beginning to understand your words, an overwhelming power beyond imagination." Paracel suddenly chuckled, muttering, "You're crazier than I thought." Talia looked at him, then back at Nock in agreement. "Indeed, compared to him, I feel pathetically small, but if I keep training one day, I'll be just like him." Talia wearily wiped away the thin layer of sweat, wondering if even converting attributes to divine power required this much focus. Vonong quickly confirmed, saying that some people spend their entire lives stuck here, never learning the footwork. Of course he wouldn't let the man's enemies get away. "White hair, show me how far you've come. Have you completed the transformation?" Noe simply smiled in response, raising his hand to form a small orb, converting mana into overflowing divine power, and in a flash he was gone. The students were astonished once more. Before the day was even half over, he'd mastered transformation and learned all the light attributes. Vonong cried out, stunned, "White hair, how could you learn so fast?" Meanwhile, in Teo's office, a figure enters, startling him. "Sir, forgive me for disturbing your rest." Rotwell brought someone with him, saying the madam wished to see him cutting through all formalities. "Rotwell, we've been past formalities for a long time." Theo recognizes the visitor, but this is still quite rude. She quickly gets to the point, saying they've never stood on ceremony, and asks about his child with that woman. "No von Renhofer ever stoic. Coldly permit speak." Priscilla spoke with irony. "I heard that Nock von Renher, your youngest son, has achieved excellent results at the academy." He frowned, his sharp eyes scanning her. What was she getting at? "Unafraid," Priscilla insisted. "Please show Alan and Haz some consideration. They are your sons, aren't they?" Calmly, he explains that she must know, Eldon Academy only accepts 3 members per family, forcing Alan and Haz to attend other institutions. She bargained. "Of course I know that, but the other academies simply don't have the environment and support. Don't Alan and Haz also need a place to grow?" Priscilla doesn't want her children to suffer. "Yet I hear you've already passed down the second form of the dark sword technique to one person." Nocto made it clear that it was my decision. "As head of the family I decided," and her face fell. "Do you think the other retainers feel the same way?" he replied calmly. "I don't care what they think." Priscilla grows even more agitated, asking why it had to be that boy. "He is a disgrace to this family, and no one cares about him. Even if he's gained favor with his petty talents, it's only temporary." Her eyes turned dark and frighteningly cold. "Don't tell me you've been favoring him lately just because Nock is that woman's son." Teo coldly declares an end to the conversation. "Watch your tongue, Priscilla. You seem a bit agitated. Perhaps that's enough for today." Priscilla gritted her teeth in anger. She leaves in a huff. "Very well. He wouldn't listen to me anyway." Roswell forced a smile as he saw her off. "Of course. Madam the head butler has known for a long time that Lady Priscilla has been betrothed to the head of the family since she was very young. From that engagement, Garen, Ryan, and the twins Alan and H were born. However, like most nobles, Teo had concubines, but the one he truly loved was his second wife, Nock's mother." Rotwell understood Tell's concerns, but that didn't mean he was indifferent to Alan and H. Talent by its very nature is often one-sided. He's simply considering the children's futures. If Alan and H superficially imitate Nox, they may fall even further behind. That's what the head of the household fears. The butler spoke, trying to ease the tension, as not everyone can recognize true talent. "But if Lady Priscilla could see the path Enoch is walking, she would understand," Teo affirmed, looking at the documents. "No, she's not capable of that. Rumor has it she's been bribing the elders to get them on her side." Rotwell affirmed resolutely that if things continued, blood would be shed. The moment to make a decision would come soon. He relaxed slightly as if he'd made up his mind. "You're right, Roswell. It's time I made my intentions clear to the Council of Elders and my retainers regarding the succession." The butler pledged his loyalty. "Though I am lacking, I wholeheartedly agree." Suddenly, Teo instructs Rotwell, "I need your help." Rotwell immediately responded, "Yes, sir, I am always at your command." Meanwhile, Priscilla summoned H and Alan, presenting them with a heavily biased account of the situation. "Do you understand now? We have to do something to reclaim your opportunities." They were terrified. "But mother, how can we possibly defeat him? Nock is already the best in the academy. I even heard that the new king of Tajalin swore allegiance to him." Priscilla smirks, a calculating glint in her eyes. "Don't worry, I have a plan. All you two need to do is train, as I say, and wait for the perfect opportunity." The next morning at the academy, Noah was full of anticipation. The first-year students have finally reached the stage of undertaking their first mission. Ross reported on the situation. Some first-year students have signed up for red missions, so I'm seeking your approval, another professor rebuked. Professor Ross, have you lost your mind? You're usually the one who cares most about the students. How could you be so reckless? The difficulty between gold and red missions is vast, and yet he's assigning it to first-year students. Explain a little about the red level task. Elden Academy missions have 5 levels: gold, red, blue, white, and black. For comparison, the monster extermination Grian performed was only the lowest level gold. But even that task is notorious for its danger, he says, with a special note that this year is different. Of all the students who enrolled, the top 5 would form a team. Baron nodded in agreement. In that case, I can see why you'd approve a red mission for them. With the white-haired kid in the mix, there shouldn't be any problems. The professor was a bit flustered and worried, but if everyone agreed, he wouldn't object. But for first-year students to take on a red mission, the headmaster's approval is required, and Ross presents a thick stack of documents. In that case, I've brought the analysis reports for all 26 students. Please take a look, headmaster. All right. Noah didn't even bother to glance at it. I agree. He gapes in astonishment. Excuse me, was it that easy? She examines them casually. Paracel and Talia are knights. Leon and Elino are mages, Noah excitedly declares. And the crown can wield both sword and magic, making this team unbeatable no matter what. Such a perfect formation is rare. Noah suddenly remembers something, and before the meeting ends, her eyes turn chillingly serious. There's one more thing I want to say. Suddenly her magic explodes, spreading outwards, shocking the professors present. Noah laughs, taunting, I really can't stand it anymore. I don't know how much longer you think you can hide there. To everyone's shock, she casually warns them to stay hidden and not reveal themselves. Her eyes wild and murderous like a beast for the possessed, always reek of that foul stench. Soon after, the carriage rattled along the eastern road of the lawless district scarred by the endless wars of Avilas. At its heart was a colossal casino, a playground for greedy nobles where aristocratic sons from all nations gathered to squander fortunes and trade in illegal slaves. This is Avilas. Nock calculated his next steps. Before the second part could begin, Lunatic had been assigned a new mission. While on assignment at the Avilas casino, Nock receives a mysterious letter containing a red-level mission: Eliminate a Demon. He sits in the carriage, frowning with tension. The mission: Eliminate the demon lurking within the casino. Now I truly feel the weight of being part of Lunatic. Paracel sitting opposite him grumbled uncomfortably. Hey young master, why didn't you have someone prepare a fancy carriage from home? Why borrow from the merchants now? He questioned bluntly. You want to broadcast to the world that we're going to a casino where we need to hide our identities, and the East is your hometown. You clicked your tongue, utterly repulsed. That's why I hate that place. Dark, filthy, and with a terrible musty smell. Is that all you've got? Lion interjected. Hey, instead of arguing, why don't we enjoy the scenery? He's really enjoying this time, and even though it's damp, the vast untouched fields have their own beauty. Elino coldly assessed his surroundings, knowing that wide-open spaces weren't always a good thing. Instead, she warns him that the atmosphere is as tense as ever. He's been exposed, making him an easy target. The villagers whispered in fear, their eyes fixed on the approaching bandits, terror gripping their hearts. Despite their fear, the villagers do their best, prioritizing the safety of Eldon's students. Talia, pale with fear, cried out in anguish. No sooner had he spoken than Nuck, witnessing the scene, nonchalantly ordered, Hey commoners, go out and fight. Paracel, already difficult, grumbled clearly, not intending to cooperate. Why me? For whose benefit? For you nobles, who despise me and call me a commoner. He feigns indifference casually, adding that if bandits injure the horses, they'll all have to walk the rest of the way. It takes half a day to get to Avilas by horse. Paracel is furious, his eyes filled with a lifetime of resentment. He had no choice but to agree. Fine, I'll go. Leon followed right behind, saying, Nock, we're going out too. The chivalrous Talia wouldn't stand for it. Neither will I. We can't let others get hurt because of our carriage. Meanwhile, Nock took advantage of the space to stretch out lazily, saying, Do what you want, I'm taking a nap. Elino also refuses to sit still, frowning unhappily as she gives orders before falling asleep, while Dichi forces an awkward smile. Young master, you scheme with your eyes closed, acting like you know more than those fools with your meager died experience. To prepare for the upcoming schedule, I need to rest now. Nock had already made his own arrangements. One of the most important events in Avilas was almost within reach from the auction house, the masterpiece he sought, and a young beastman he had his eye on. In the opulent space of a grand casino, where only the wealthy could sit in, expensive chairs, they listened to a man speak. 70 gold coins for exchange are ready. He spoke of the rules of this place. In our casino, esteemed guests are only permitted to use our tokens, the man said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He then looked at Nock, who was wearing a mask, and offered a blessing. Good luck at the Avilas casino. Paracelsus approached from behind, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Honestly, someone like you doesn't belong in a place this rotten. Arms crossed, he chides. Only a good-for-nothing like you would choose this mission. Elino turns to remind Paracelsus to keep his voice down. We're operating under false identities here. Leon, standing nearby, agreed. That's right, even if it's the Avalas Casino, this is still a place that doesn't tolerate the law. He sternly tells the group what to do. Illegal slave trading and racial oppression are forbidden here. Our mission is only to find clues and those involved, Leon added, emphasizing that exposure would be disastrous. Paracel shrugged dismissively. Yeah, I know. Despite the warning, he couldn't resist joining the other nobles at the gambling table. Just one game couldn't hurt, right? Seeing this, Nock could only think to himself, if only you could stop, after one game. Paracel's luck stat is only 2, he's sure to lose it all. He can already see how this will play out, but in later rounds his hidden gambling addiction stat will awaken and he won't win a thing. Nock could see through the casino's tricks just by glancing at the game. The developers had added an anti-gambling feature called the Anti-Addiction Campaign, and he easily recognized their tactics. Clearly there's no way our side can win. No matter how many jackpots you hit, the system will balance it out with equally large losses. That's the developer's meager attempt at mercy, a ridiculous combination of features that leaves one speechless. Looking back at Paracelsus, Nock felt a little relieved by his excited demeanor, but once Paracelsus awakened his true nature, he would thrive in this place. Just as he thought, it didn't take long. Paracels angrily kicked a slot machine and shouted, "Hey, is this machine broken? It ate all my money." A man standing outside laughed, trying to calm him down. "Haha, take it easy. Hey kid, you haven't lost much." Yet another bald man chimed in. They egg him on, saying he can win it all back with a few jackpots. "Come join us and try your luck." Nock, watching from outside, couldn't stand it any longer. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Talia, a bit anxious, turned to Leon and asked, "Should we start playing too? I don't really understand the rules." "What should we do?" A woman at a nearby table quickly chimed in. "Come to our table, ladies and gentlemen," another man chimed in. "We have a simple game that men, women, young and old can all play." They explained the rules. The rules are simple. Predict whether the wheel will land on an even or odd number. If you guess correctly, you double your money, but if you're wrong, you lose it all. The man extended his hand in a polite invitation. "Care to try your luck?" Young Master Lion didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing. "Very well." The girl looked at him and asked, "How much do you want to bet?" Lion took out all the silver he had and offered it. "I'll bet everything." Soon after, a panicked voice cried out, "No way, it's odd again." Talia recoiled in shock. "Lion, no way, that's 5 wins in a row." Elino narrowed his eyes, half in disbelief. "He's just lucky." Leon, silent and focused, watched the wheel intently, before confidently making his choice. "This time I'm betting on even and again everything I have." Just as Leon predicted, the pointer landed on the red number 8. The man was in disbelief. No way, he won again. Before he could recover from his shock, Leon continued. "Next round, even bet it all again." Talia whispered to Nock beside her, "Are you sure this is okay? If he keeps going, he's definitely going to lose it all." All he could do was force a smile, thinking, "I've never seen him gamble before, he's gone mad." Nock glanced at him, guessing that he might have a gambling prodigy trait or basic betting skills, while DJ Chi came from behind to advise young master, "Please don't follow his example." He replied succinctly, "DJ Chi, we've come this far, just give up." She asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" He pinched the chips between his fingers and smiled faintly. "To a place where she can win more than this child's play." Soon after, cards fell and cheers echoed through the casino, piquing the curiosity of onlookers. What he won 500 coins with just 2 pairs. A middle-aged man was shocked and sweating. Has he lost his mind? Just what family does this kid come from? He calmly looks at his hand, secretly pleased with his trick. "I've turned 50 gold coins into 4,700 gold coins. There's a reason people get addicted. If I had the money, I'd be here all day too." He looks at his opponents, knowing when to quit. But I could feel their resentment at this point. They lost, but they glared at me. I should probably leave. Nock closes his eyes to ponder, then his eyes light up, a bright smile appears, and he deals again. Just one more round, 4700 gold, doesn't suit his destiny. If he wins more, he could get 5000, no 1000 gold. DJ Chi stood outside, holding the bag of silver, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Talia watches helplessly as Nock amasses 12700 gold, leaving nothing but broken pottery on the table. Even Elino was left speechless. How could it be that much? DJ Chi, however, doesn't seem too happy about this. "Master, are you done with your gambling spree?" Nock walks up from behind, and Elino chuckles. No wonder she's surprised. This is nearly 15% of the recent profits from selling monster materials. Talia turns to Leon and asks if he won a lot too. "I'm curious." He calmly replies, "Yes, I've managed to win 3000 gold, thanks to luck." The others kept talking about winning, but Paracelsus was the only one who didn't look happy. "Wait, we haven't even counted the sen yet." "Oh, and I lent Paracelsus 400 gold. Paracel was so annoyed he wanted to draw his sword, thinking, "We're supposed to be in this together, you jerk." Talia guessed helplessly that he must have lost it all, while Elino grumbled uncomfortably. "Humph, that fool, I would never touch such things." Nock, standing nearby, didn't call him out. Really, I just saw you lose at the even or odd game. Just then, his eyes scanned someone in the corner, and Nox suggested to everyone, then let's go. Just then, a voice stopped him in his tracks. What? Leaving, you mustn't go anywhere. Hold it right there. The man you knocked out earlier has come to, so please wait a moment. He bows deeply and sincerely apologizing for his impudence in secretly observing. Just as I suspected, fortune favors you. Paracelsus lost his patience and tried to rush forward, but Nox stuffed a bag of coins into his hands. Hey, are you the manager here? You rigged the results, didn't you? Confess now or else. Paracelsus immediately ignores him, leaving Nox behind. What's going on? I thought you weren't interested in gambling. The man suddenly said something rather ambiguous. That's just the tip of the iceberg, but with your newfound wealth, you're invited to our exclusive auction house. He gestures. What do you say? Would you like to see some rare and interesting items? Nuke was secretly delighted. Gotcha, pretending to be difficult on the outside. Sorry, but we don't need your permission. Our tickets are already VIP double-check, and take us there. He quickly corrected himself. My mistake, I didn't recognize such esteemed guests. But he looked at Parcel suspiciously. Is he really a VIP? He seems to be losing a little too much. You're trying to save face, pretending to lose. Passing through a dark, damp alley, they entered a strangely pristine space hidden deep underground. Today's special items are reserved for VIP guests, healthy, long-lived, and absolutely obedient demi-humans. DJ Dai looked momentarily sad, but then startled, as a strong, warm hand enveloped hers. Confused, she looked up at the young master who frowned at her, sensing the very attribute that caused her so much pain. I apologize for making you look like that again, but for your own sake, I had to bring you here. With so many eyes watching us, it's too dangerous to leave you alone. The announcer's voice suddenly cuts through the room. Thank you for waiting. I am Herman, the director of this underground auction. As we have many nobles in attendance tonight, let's give them a warm round of applause. Nox sat below his eyes, never leaving Herman for a second. So he's finally shown himself. Director Herman, I remember him well. In Chapter 21, the corruption in Avilos continued, as degenerate nobles exploited the commoners. The conflict between the classes reached its peak, leading to the formation of a rebel army, and the demons who had been waiting for this moment sowed the seeds of conflict between factions, finally revealing their true nature and they see that, invading the human world. Then the demon realm appeared in the human world, plunging mankind into a decaying apocalypse. Nock had thoroughly researched the same situation as Tajalin, along with tactics, and that guy was the one pulling the strings. I know his true identity. I can confirm he's one of the 72 great demons Grand Duke Lemiston. A series of systems suddenly appeared, displaying basic information. Name Jagan, sex male, age, species demon, primary element water, achievements, 72 demons, positive attribute, magic sense genius, neutral attribute, alchemy genius, pure evil, negative attributes, violence curse, arrogance, multiple personalities, lazy genius. His stats, HP, 20 mana, 23, luck, 5, intelligence, 17, willpower, 17, passive skill, alchemy, active skill, raging tide. His stats aren't higher than the other 72 demons, because among his genius attributes, he's closest to the lazy genius attribute. He thought to himself, he was born with talents in many fields, but too lazy to use them. Arrogant and rude to boot, that is the demon dragon. In other words, he's weaker than Pawn and Grammy we encountered before, and with the forces we have, we should be able to overcome him. Wenny excitedly announced without further delay, I will introduce the first item of the day, an illusion magic book that allows you to control others at will. It was created using dark magic to manipulate the dead of the dark realm. Hearing this, Black Cat muttered, they stole the Macbat family's technique. Lanok looks at him suspiciously. You're still calm. Even with his family's technique stolen and his iron will, his composure is admirable. After all, those without the element of darkness cannot use the grimoire. Gel knows that too, so they must be scamming. At this moment, Gyeon continues to bid 17 million gold. Anyone else? A grimoire this precious is extremely rare. A knock echoes. 3, 2, 1 sold. Congratulations. Now let's move on to the next item. A mysterious scroll with immense magical potential, yet no one has ever deciphered it. Starting at 3000 gold, everyone is on edge. 3000 for a scroll we can't even open. I'll pass. I'm here to rescue the slaves. At the same time, he continued his explanation. I forgot to mention something about this scroll. This text is written in the ancient language of the real world, Dragon Tongue. Hearing this, Nox smirked while everyone else was disappointed. Dragon Tongue, even so, what good is it if we can't use it? But Nox quickly bid 50 million gold. Shocking John and the nobles began to stir. Are they crazy? That's a lot of money. Are they connected to the Rivalin merchant group? And why that item? Still, he's quite impressed with you, white hair, and suddenly a VIP appears. I don't know who they are, but there's a familiar mana scent. The Renfer family is definitely involved. Could they know something about this scroll that I don't? As a side note, the ancient kingdom of Cataleu, while researching alchemy and exploring ruins for months, found a scroll in the wreckage of the legendary kingdom, said to have been founded by the first humans. At first glance, they appear to be strange, incomprehensible scribbles of characters and ancient script, ancient dragon tongue, that even alchemical knowledge can't decipher. But why would someone pay an absurd amount for something that's just paper, if it can't be used? The goat nearly chuckled. You're caught, dragon tongue user. You hold the key to deciphering this scroll and signaled to someone on the platform. Then that person raised their sign and bid 51 million, but Nock decided to play along and bid 60 million. Then, the other person followed suit, bidding 65 million, but when the final number reached 120 million, he reluctantly bowed out. What a guy. Then Dan announced, congratulations, the dragon language scroll belongs to the VIP with white hair. Nock then turned to look at the orange cat. Hey Ailino, how much can I borrow as we discussed? She replied, I can lend about 200 million more than even a spatial bag can hold. Then he declared, I'll borrow it all and pique your interest. What about the interest? Don't worry, I'll win enough today to pay off all the debt. After overhearing their conversation, the two gray cats were left speechless. What were those two even talking about? That commoner's here. Ailino, just how rich is your family? Even Nock is suspicious of Yino, whose records don't reveal everything. Just how much wealth does she really have? They possess such terrifying wealth that they shouldn't be made enemies, so she happily replies, alright, I'll lend it to you. After all, your identity has been thoroughly verified, but don't get too carried away with gambling or auctions. This makes Nock wonder if he's turning into Digi. It seems they've bonded during this trip and become close. Well, that's just great. At the same time, Ailino continued, also, the base interest rate is 1%, and if you're a month late, you'll be charged an additional 0.2% per month, just so you know. And of course, you know, I'll seize assets through the royal family if I have to, right? Ailino really knows how to get under Nock's skin. Up in the stands, John happily continued the auction, presenting the slave lots everyone was waiting for. From humans to AIs, a diverse selection of slaves to please you all. Now, let us begin with the first slave. This child suddenly became number 99, and the price of 180 million stunned everyone, leading to complaints. Young master, are you crazy? A slave isn't a work of art like that scroll. Isn't this a rigged game? The amount you just spent is nearly the annual operating budget of 50 million gold. Will anyone offer a higher price than our white-haired VIP? Otherwise, we'll proceed with the sale. Meanwhile, the nobles in the arena were annoyed with Nox, thinking it was ridiculous. With 30 million, you could buy all the slaves here and still have money left over to do whatever you want with them. Honestly, Abel was already bribed, so John happily shouted, congratulations, you've won the auction again. The auction will end soon. Please proceed to receive the goods and pay. But a second later, his face became arrogant. You'll pay for the private room yourself, right? This worried Talia. It was too dangerous for Nock to go alone, but those around her stopped her from following. Wait. Master, do you have a plan for dealing with spending money you might not be able to recover? Nock turned and replied, I won't be able to get it back anyway. Don't follow me. You'll only get in my way. And so, a while later, John happily greeted him, saying, I've been waiting. First give me the scroll. Nock followed, amused, thinking, think carefully, dragon, perhaps you'll understand my intentions. I know how to use a scroll, written in the dragon language, a method you'd risk my life to learn. However, you have no idea why I paid 6 times the price for this slave boy. After unlocking the cell, he announced, You are the slave I just purchased. Seeing this, the girl growled, What are you going to do to me? The noble ignored her insolence and said, We'll be seeing each other often, so don't be rude. Then he whispered to her, What are you doing? Aren't you going to try to escape and find freedom? Seizing the moment, she bolts forward only to be effortlessly restrained moments later. There's a limit to how much you can look down on me. A slave dares to speak of freedom. To prevent such things, I personally carved seals onto the bodies of the slaves. By the way, isn't it a great loss that you've shown such ridiculous compassion? You bought him for 10 times his worth. Nock replies, Whether I free my slaves or not, is none of your business, is it? Driving him mad, he says, I hope you didn't just come here to flaunt your money. The young master of the Wrench Fair family. Suddenly, the system indicates Ja's multiple personality trait is activating. Then he got close eye to eye. May I ask what your intentions are in coming here? He simply smirks. There's no reason for me to explain myself to you, is there? The demon Lemiston's words surprise him, and he bursts out laughing, quite unexpected. You even know my name. Did Renhafer or Eldon send you to investigate me? You insignificant insect. As you said, this is one of the 72 great demons. Lemiston, a wretch like you, isn't worthy to stand before me, but he doesn't care, muttering, Let's begin, Captain. Then a crack appears in the ceiling, and she descends, landing gracefully. Seeing this familiar figure, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Who are you? She faced the two of them, saying, Well done, rookie, leave it to us from here on out. It turns out she's Luna Lunatic, a powerful criminal organization that colludes with dark families and dominates the black market. They have 2 primary goals, first to overthrow the royal family and usher in a new era, and the second is to destroy the 72 demons and eliminate all evil from the world. Why this organization seeks to destroy evil remains unknown. Regardless, we'll skip the details of their motives and move on to the main story. First, Luna is tasked with handling the Stage 1 battle against Lemiston. Luna, radiating power, glares. No matter how vile a demon you are, you've gone too far, dealing in slaves, oppressing demi-humans, and laundering money. Lemiston bursts into laughter. You dare lecture me, one of the 72 great demons, on morality? She retorted, if that's how it had to be, then so be it. The murderous aura surrounding Luna sent shivers down Nox's spine. Her presence sends shivers down my spine. I haven't felt such intensity since Theo. Luna was reaching the realm of an absolute being, but John remained unrepentant, even intensifying his taunts. I simply assign value to useless trash and sell it accordingly. Is that a crime? How laughable. Yet Luna remained unfazed, untouched by his taunts. There's only one thing in this world that's truly useless, filthy demons like you. John couldn't help but laugh at those words. You're a foolish woman. Though annoyed, she maintains her composure. As captain of the Berserkers, I'll ask you this once, and only once. Are you truly one of the 72 demons? Lemon John scoffed at this. And if I am? Then Luna raises her sword and declares, I will destroy you. Suddenly, a cold aura emanated from the area, a massive amount of mana. Lemiston realized this was no longer a game, and began recalling his scattered mana. Luckily, I've gathered everything I need. An ancient scroll inscribed with dragon tongue. Then Nock glances over at the slave, trying to escape only to be caught. Hey you, where do you think you're going? Nock chuckled, a man with unparalleled traits. A genius commander, a figure forged in the harsh mountains of the East with no memory of his parents, and a birthplace erased from the map. Many children in the East became sacrifices of wartime, and for these child soldiers, loyalty to a nation had long become meaningless. They fought for one nation today, and another tomorrow. A beggar's existence surviving day to day, for a potato or a handful of gravel-filled grain, they would do anything. Homeless, and with nowhere to return, these children banded together. Among them, Grimm naturally became their leader, and during that time, he met Herman. The man offered him an enticing proposal. He would send them to the heart of the Akhern Empire. There, he promised no starvation, no war, and no suffering. But it was all a lie. They were sold as slaves to various nobles, but Grimm never stopped dreaming of escape. He wanted to reclaim his right to be treated as human, the dignity he was born with, and he constantly persuaded the other slaves to escape. But each time, Lemiston's mark of the devil had caused him to fail. But now, in this moment, Grimm felt stronger than ever. This is the perfect chance to escape. Lemiston is too focused on his fight with that woman. And now, as Nock approaches, Grimm is confused. What is this noble fool doing? An idiot who doesn't even know the correct price of a slave dares to stand in his way. He scoffed, regretting the 1.8 million gold you spent, to which he replied, You're mistaken, I didn't just buy you. I bought the rights for all the slaves here, leaving him confused. All the slaves here? You mean you're here to save us? Then Nock made an offer. He would take them all to his territory, where they would have food, water, and support. Humans and demi-humans will live as equals under the same laws without discrimination. Grimm scoffs. What a joke. Are you trying to deceive me like that demon did? Do you even know why my kind is in this situation? Because they believed such sweet nothings. However, Nock didn't give up. You may not trust me, but you can trust my family. My name is Nock von Renfer, and I swear on everything I have. I'll give you the freedom to choose to decide for yourself. Will you watch your brethren die by their own hands and repeat these meaningless escapes? You too will kneel here and swear fealty to me as my vassals. He casually offered Prim this generous choice. Choose, Prim thought, recalling the Renfer family. Even amidst the chaos of war, a noble family of swordsmen, known as the ultimate black swords, existed. Any oath sworn upon a black sword is binding by one's very life. Would he risk such a thing for her and her people, giving her the power to choose? Prim finally spoke. All right, but on one condition, you must ensure the safety of everyone here and never sell any of us back into slavery. If you break that promise, our pact will be nullified. Nock nodded. Very well. And with that, he retrieved his sword to perform the ceremony. Prim a no von Renher, I swear upon the ancient legacy of the Black Sword. From this moment on, you are my vassal, and I am your master. I vow to honor every word of our oath. Every second from now on, he'll have to risk his life for the man before him. After the oath, he calmly says, I think that's enough for you to trust me. From now on, you will address me as Lord Knox. Any disrespect will be paid for with your life, understand? Yeah, I mean just like that, roles reversed. Yes, my lord, what would you have me do now? Prim then looked at Luna, the woman fighting beside him, who seemed so strong. Could she really hold her own against a demon like that? Knox didn't answer right away, instead handing him a ring of keys. I will be the judge of that. You just obey. Here, take this star key. Use it to free your people, then escape the auction house and head to the casino's central hall. As a beastman, your sense of smell must have mapped out every escape route, lead them through the safest, fastest path. He thought to himself that thanks to his genius commanding talent, those around him instinctively trusted and followed him without lengthy explanations, which would surely become a powerful advantage when he commanded armies later in the story. Now that I've dealt with my surroundings, let's take a moment to appreciate this. Luna's sword, a weapon only she can wield. In Lunatic, one of the most powerful artifacts containing the hidden moonlight attribute. Her sword, a dance of moonlight under the cold moon. The moon sword technique. A swordsmanship only Luna can wield in Lunatic, a famously powerful secret technique, unlockable only by completing the hidden route. So that's why the ultimate dark sword technique was abandoned in later chapters. Once you enter Lunatic, you can learn the Heavenly Moon sword technique by playing the villain route, that is, if Luna agrees to allow it first. As the two struggled fiercely, Nox watched from the sidelines as Luna coldly declared, "Let's end this in one blow." Then he uses the first half of the moon sword technique. Seeing this, he realizes it temporarily enhances his physical strength and immediately detonates the magic power infused into the sword. Having lost all patience, he charges forward, abandoning all strategy, screaming, "Die, you wretch!" His claws immediately meet the blade. The deafening clash and the blinding light gave John pause. "What is this? That white light? You bitch, are you the heir to the moon sword style?" But Luna wasted no time and got straight to the point. Second breath full moon, and she rushes in to slice off his arm, a flawless strike that even he has to admire. So that's the moon sword style. I saw it during my fight with Pawn, but it's much stronger now. Is Luna pushing her swordsmanship to its limits? But there are still flaws. You have nothing to be proud of. I can regenerate this arm anytime. However, Luna wouldn't give up and used another move. Moon sword style, the third form, rushing in less than a second, slashing him vertically and causing blood to gush out. Not stopping there, she uses another strike to finish John. Seeing it in person is dazzling, completely different from watching it on a screen. It's beautiful. I wish I could learn that swordsmanship right now. Standing before John's failing body, Luna said coldly, "It's time to end this." But he still refuses to give up, even with just a sliver of life left. "You think this is the end?" Suddenly a cold wind swept through, and the ground shook violently, making Luna sense impending doom as a red matrix appeared behind them. Then it flies up and spreads throughout the area. Luna is wary what's going on. Suddenly, a familiar hand emerges from the matrix. The goat is reborn completely intact, leaving Nox stunned, defying the laws of regression. He shouldn't have any resources left to enter Phase 2. So how is this possible? Looking at the matrix, he could be sure of one thing, without a doubt, it was an alchemy circle. Alchemy in the game was just a support skill for making potions, but in Inner Lunatic, alchemy has a different foundation than magic. Unlike magic, which uses mana already in the air, alchemy manipulates mana from materials and catalysts, consuming countless time and energy. This level of alchemy must have taken tens of thousands of hours to master. I never saw Lemiston become this powerful in any of my playthroughs. He's strong enough to use amplification, but amplification shouldn't be possible this early. After creating his true form, John taunts, "You think you've won, foolish humans. I've heard about the Grand Duke's death as well, so I prepared solely for this moment." In that instant, Nox realized this was the butterfly effect. Because I interfered with Pawn's death, the demons who followed him now appear as an even greater calamity to protect themselves. He then turned to Luna, this vortex appearing to be a prison created with alchemy, the science of equivalent exchange, where something of equal value exists as an intermediary for the power used. Luna is hesitant after hearing this. With this much mana and blood, the equivalent exchange it demands must be happening at the same time on the other side as human screams of agony echo. "My body, save me. The blood inside me is boiling. Spare me, please." The great torrent of blood he took to be reborn was from those nobles, the water prison. A trap made of blood and water, a binding alchemy only seen in the game's final chapters. Even if the caster dies, it never disappears. A permanent hell that unchecked will expand until everyone inside is dead. The difficulty is spiraling out of control because of the butterfly effect. A mid-level boss using endgame skills. I've seen enough endings to know how to deal with this. The water prison, true to its name, is a prison. Once someone's trapped, it fulfills its purpose and vanishes. There's only one way to weaken it. The death of a comrade. Sacrificing a teammate to break this nightmare and end the raid. But that would mean, suddenly, Luna's shout snapped him back to reality. "Rookie, if you stay here, you'll be swallowed whole. You have another risky plan, don't you? Tell me, how do we break this water prison? If we kill all those nobles, will the spell stop?" Nock wondered, knowing Luna would die if he revealed the method. Lemon will target her first with the water prison, and if I explain how to escape, she'll choose to sacrifice herself. How much is Luna worth? Can I still achieve the true ending of In Lunatic if she's killed? She's hard to recruit, and not even the most important ally, but at that moment, the energy intensifies. They form monsters of various shapes and sizes when suddenly Luna turns to him and says, "Tan Bin, you saved me that day, you should be the one to fall back this time. If you refuse, I'll consider it insubordination." However, Nox stubbornly retorted no and decided to fly into battle alongside her against the monsters in the distance. "I'm not going anywhere." And with that, he unleashed his magical power. He merged his mana with John's blood, stunning Luna. "Rookie, what are you doing?" He smirked, recalling her earlier mention of a risky plan, one he just devised, as her eyes remained fixed on him, because what he's about to do is incredibly risky. Consider this my one-time waiver for insubordination. Nox then entered the blood orb, successfully infiltrating John's territory, leaving Luna astonished.